Chapter 1 Awakening as an Infant. In the year 734 of the AG calendar, a small house at Baozi Mountain on Earth suddenly found itself graced by the presence of a wailing infant. The baby rubbed his tiny eyes and exclaimed, "What a sleep! Time to rise and shine." After a night of relentless endeavor, his rank had plummeted from the pinnacle of king to the depths of starry radiance 5. Startled by the unexpected sound, the infant pondered the source of the cries within the dormitory building, struggling to get up. He realized his limbs were weak and feeble, making even the act of turning over a Herculean task. Moreover, he could distinctly sense a certain softness below. What a revelation! It seemed that staying up late truly could render one weaker. Upon opening his eyes, he found the surroundings shrouded in darkness. Had he inadvertently slept until nightfall again? Footsteps approached, and he was gently lifted and carried into the house under the glow of the light. He caught sight of his own diminutive hands. Lo and behold, he had reverted to infancy once more. But who was this elderly gentleman with the white beard before him? Could he possibly be my grandfather? His stomach grumbled with hunger, and before he knew it, he began to cry again. No, I don't wish to cry. Why is it so uncontrollable? Whose child is this? He seems terribly famished. I shall venture into the mountains to see if there is any beast's milk. After a brief spell of crying, the infant grew weary and drifted into slumber. He was unaware of how much time had passed when the old man returned, holding a bottle of warm beast's milk before him. The infant thought, "No, I'm not a baby. I refuse to drink milk." The elder gently inserted the nipple into the infant's mouth. The infant, feeling somewhat proud, thought, I won't drink milk even if I'm hungry. Yet, in the next moment, he found it surprisingly palatable. Gulp, gulp, the bottle of beast's milk was swiftly consumed, and the infant yawned before succumbing to sleep once again. In the days that followed, the elder inquired around to see if anyone had lost an infant, but to no avail. Ultimately, he resolved to adopt this child. Looking down at the peacefully slumbering infant in his arms, the elder's wrinkled face blossomed with a benevolent smile. "Child, from this day forth, you shall be known as my grandson, Wuyuan, the grandson of Sun Wufan." In truth, even if the infant were awake, he would not comprehend the words spoken, unless the elder could articulate them in Mandarin. As days turned into weeks and weeks into months, Sun Wuyuan feasted and slumbered, awakening only to eat. Out of the 24 hours in a day, he could sleep for 18 to 20. Despite his transformation into an infant, Sun Wuyuan found this life quite agreeable, save for the occasional discomfort of soiling himself, which he found rather difficult to accept. Time flew by. In 3 years past, Sun Wuyuan gradually learned the language of this world. He vividly recalled a moment when a dinosaur suddenly appeared outside the house, leaving him utterly bewildered. Fortunately, his grandfather returned just in time. Otherwise, Sun Wuyuan feared he would have been devoured by the creature as a mere snack. From that day forth, he dared not remain alone at home, following his grandfather wherever he went. His grandfather, too, felt a shiver of fear at the memory of that day. Each time he ventured into the mountains, he would place Sun Wuyuan in a backpack. What manner of world is this, where even dinosaurs roam? Moreover, how astonishing is it that my grandfather could fell such a colossal creature with a single strike? Could it be that I have traversed into a realm of cultivation, when my grandfather is a reclusive master of the mystical arts? My grandfather's name is Sun Wufan. Could he be the very Sun Wufan I envision? Indeed, in the Dragon Ball saga, Sun Wufan raised Sun Wukong, while my grandfather has taken me, Sun Wuyuan, under his wing. Yet, this does not allow for a definitive conclusion. As Sun Wuyuan's small brows occasionally furrowed and then relaxed, a deafening sound suddenly erupted. Bang! The echo lingered for quite some time. Lost in contemplation, Sun Wuyuan was jolted by the abrupt noise and eagerly inquired, "Grandfather, what has occurred?" It appears a spherical object has fallen from the sky and crashed into the mountains over there. Hold on tight. Wuyuan, I shall investigate. Sun Wuyuan hastily stood in the backpack, wrapping his arms securely around his grandfather's neck as Sun Wufan swiftly navigated through the dense woods. Before long, they arrived at the site of the sphere's impact. Upon witnessing the true form of the sphere, Sun Wuyuan's heart raced. Goodness, it truly is a world from Dragon Ball. He resolved to make one final inquiry. Grandfather, what year is it currently? It is the 23rd of July in the year 737 of the AG calendar Wuyuan. Why do you ask? Ah, grandfather, my birthday seems to be approaching soon. Sun Wuyuan's bright eyes blinked innocently with anticipation. Grandfather, it seems there is something inside that sphere. Is that so? Wuyuan, be a good boy and wait here while I take a look. Sun Wuyuan nodded. Apart from the initial discomfort of being treated like a small child, he had gradually grown accustomed to it over the past 3 years. In these times, who wasn't a child in the presence of their elders? As long as I do not feel embarrassed, it is the handsome readers who should feel awkward. Sun Wufan leaped into the deep pit created by the sphere's impact, and indeed, he emerged cradling a wailing child. With wide eyes, Sun Wuyuan gazed at the child's backside, astonished to see a monkey's tail protruding. He could assert with complete certainty that they were on Earth within the Dragon Ball universe, and that his grandfather was the same Sun Wufan who had been trampled by Sun Wukong in his gorilla form, and his appearance here was but a twist of fate. Sun Wuyuan contemplated the catastrophic explosions that would befall Earth in the future, and the various fates that awaited its inhabitants. Goodness gracious, it was all too perilous. As for him, merely an ordinary human, his power level as an adult might barely reach 5, leaving him feeling somewhat dejected. Was he destined to be killed time and again like other Earthlings, only to be resurrected by the Dragon Balls? Sun Wuyuan believed he could salvage a situation after all. Sun Wukong, blessed with the aura of a protagonist, was right beside him. By the hierarchy of kinship, he ought to refer to him as brother. Perhaps he could invest in elevating Sun Wukong's combat prowess in advance, so that when enemies emerged, he could simply shout, "Close the door and let my dear brother thrash him." Furthermore, he too needed to cultivate under his grandfather's guidance, not to mention achieving cosmic invincibility. At the very least, he ought to become the mightiest Earthling. Was that too much to ask? Upon further reflection, he realized he must seize the opportunity presented by the miraculous senzu beans before that plump swordsman, Yachirobe, could interfere. He also needed to acquire instant transmission, so that if things turn awry, he could strategically retreat. Spotting his grandfather emerging from the pit with the yet-named Sun Wukong in his arms, Sun Wuyuan feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Grandfather, look! His bottom is so peculiar, he has a monkey's tail." Sun Wufan chuckled. Perhaps he truly is a great monkey. There are indeed various anthropomorphic creatures on our Earth. Is that true, grandfather? Why haven't we seen any on Baozi Mountain? Of course it is true, our Baozi Mountain is rather remote. It is quite normal not to have encountered any anthropomorphic beings. Grandfather, shall we adopt him? Chapter 2, He bit my bottom. Grandfather, shall we take him in? Do you not wish for a younger brother, Wuyuan? I do. Very well. From this day forth, he shall be your brother, and we shall name him Wukong. Sun Wuyuan silently acknowledged the inevitability of this decision before he could ponder further. His grandfather placed him into the backpack alongside the newly born Sun Wukong. Wuyuan, take good care of your brother. We shall prepare something delicious. I'll heed. Sun Wuyuan obediently replied. At this moment, Sun Wukong had yet to experience amnesia, still exhibiting the naturally volatile temperament of a Saiyan in the backpack. He was quite restless, attempting to climb over the edges to escape. With the responsibility of watching over his younger brother, Sun Wuyuan could not allow Sun Wukong to escape. He gently lifted Sun Wukong back down to the bottom of the backpack. However, this gesture incited Sun Wukong's fury as he grasped Sun Wuyuan's hand and tugged forcefully. Ouch, that hurts! What immense strength! If Sun Wuyuan recalled correctly, Sun Wukong's combat power at this stage was merely 2, while that of an adult Earthling was 5. Given that he was only 3 years old, he could not even reach a power level of 1, making him no match for Sun Wukong. Thus, he resorted to soothing Sun Wukong repeatedly, yet the infant remained unyielding, his grip growing increasingly fierce. Sun Wuyuan thought to himself, not a chance. I won't let you bully me. Wukong, remember, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. I am still your elder brother. With that, he reached out and firmly grasped Sun Wukong's tail, causing the young Saiyan to lose all his strength and slump down in the backpack. Old Sun Wufan, hearing the silence descend after Sun Wuyuan's small adult-like attempts to soothe Sun Wukong, Mused that his eldest grandson was remarkably mature at just 3 years old. He could already comfort his younger brother. As they neared home, Sun Wuyuan finally released his grip on Sun Wukong's tail after such a lengthy exertion. His hand was growing weary rising from the backpack. He did not cast another glance at Sun Wukong, who lay sprawled on the ground. Little did he know that even before he had placed the backpack down within the house, Sun Wuyuan was already experiencing a sharp pain emanating from his rear. Turning his head, he beheld Sun Wukong clutching his thigh with both hands, his mouth clamped onto his backside. "Ah, Grandpa, what is it, Wuyuan?" Sun Gohan inquired while setting down the backpack. "Grandpa, hurry. Wukong is biting my butt." Sun Gohan reached out to pry Sun Wukong off him, startled by the suddenness of the situation. No, yanking him off directly might leave him scarred for life. He absolutely could not allow his grandfather to do that. Grandpa quickly grabbed Wukong's tail. Though Sun Gohan did not comprehend the reasoning behind seizing the tail, he nonetheless complied and grasped Sun Wukong's tail. Once captured, Sun Wukong fell limply to the ground, and Sun Wuyuan hastily pulled down his trousers to inspect the damage. 2 rows of deep bite marks were clearly visible. Bruising was evident, and blood oozed from the wounds. A gentle touch elicited a sharp gaspo. It hurt. Wukong's biting was truly relentless according to the narrative. His amnesia was slated for next year, which meant that in the days to come, Wuyuan would likely endure a fair amount of suffering. "Wukong, you are far too mischievous. How could you bite your brother like this?" "Wuyuan, are you all right?" Sun Wuyuan managed to respond. "Grandpa, I'm fine, it's just that my backside is swollen. Do you have any medicine to apply?" Old Sun Gohan felt a sense of satisfaction for having adopted such a bright and understanding grandson. Yes, I remember having some. Sun Wuyuan watched as his grandfather rummaged through the house. Eventually producing a bottle of medicine, he obediently lay on the bed. That night, both he and Sun Wukong were roused multiple times by the latter's antics, prompting old Sun Gohan to lament, "Ah, how much easier it was to manage Wuyuan when he was younger. Wukong is simply too rambunctious." The following morning, upon waking, Wuyuan saw Wukong soundly asleep while his grandfather was already up, practicing his martial arts. "Grandpa, I want to learn martial arts and become as strong as you." Sun Wuyuan gazed at Sun Gohan with eager anticipation. It is worth noting that old Sun Gohan was a highly esteemed disciple of Master Wu Tian, possessing formidable strength that ranked among the best on the current earth. "Ha ha ha, Wuyuan, why do you wish to grow stronger?" Sun Gohan chuckled in inquiry. "I want to protect you, and Wukong, can you teach me martial arts?" "Of course, but Wuyuan, training is an arduous endeavor once you commence. I will be quite strict in overseeing your progress. You won't be able to indulge in sleeping, and are you truly resolute in your decision?" Sun Gohan's smile faded as he spoke sternly to Sun Wuyuan. Upon hearing that he could not sleep in, Sun Wuyuan hesitated. Enjoying leisurely mornings in a warm bed was his greatest current delight. Yet, the thought of formidable foes he might face in the future spurred him to resolutely abandon this indulgence. "I have made up my mind. I will begin my training with Grandpa." In the ensuing mornings, he would accompany his grandfather for an hour of punching practice, alternating between the guessing punch and the drunken fist. After a month, he sensed a notable enhancement in his vitality, and his body felt much stronger. Another month later, Sun Wuyuan inquired about more advanced techniques, recalling that in the script, Sun Gohan mastered 4 signature moves: the drunken fist, the guessing punch, the afterimage fist, and the Kamehameha. Wuyuan, training requires one to build a solid foundation step by step. You cannot be overly ambitious. Although I can perform the afterimage fist and the Kamehameha, you are not yet ready to learn them. Upon hearing that there were indeed the afterimage fist and the Kamehameha, Sun Wuyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he began to pester his grandfather with sweet words, ultimately delighting the old man. "Wuyuan, since you are so eager to see, I shall demonstrate it for you, but you must observe closely." First came the afterimage fist. He watched intently, diligently observing his grandfather's footwork and methods of exerting force. When it was time for the Kamehameha, he could not help but mimic his grandfather's movements, attempting to replicate them with great enthusiasm. With a thunderous explosion, a nearby tree was cleaved in half, and witnessing it firsthand was far more impactful than viewing it on a screen. Each morning thereafter, alongside practicing the guessing punch and drunken fist, he dedicated 10 repetitions to practicing the Kamehameha, although he could not produce anything yet. Merely shouting a few times alleviated his mood significantly. On a day 6 months later, Sun Wuyuan discovered that he could draw faint energy from the air. A month thereafter, he realized his strength had significantly increased. Seizing an opportunity while his grandfather was distracted, he engaged in a strength contest with Wukong, and to his astonishment, he found himself on par with Wukong. This indicated that he possessed at least a combat power of 2, though still relatively weak. He could finally recognize the success of his training progress. In the 8th month, on the date of the year 738 of the AI calendar, Sun Wuyuan was certain that the energy he absorbed from the air was indeed vital energy. He felt a marked increase in his strength compared to the previous month, and the future appeared promising. However, lacking any instruments to gauge his combat power, he remained uncertain of its exact magnitude. At this moment, he no longer had to remain in the backpack with his grandfather while venturing into the mountains. Sun Wufan also noticed the remarkable transformation in Sun Wuyuan over the past 8 months, deeming him a rare talent in martial arts, one that graces the world but once in a century. Chapter 3. Sun Wukong's severe injury and amnesia. As they traversed the forest, Sun Wuyuan inquired of his grandfather, "What shall we feast upon today? Perhaps we should seek out the tale of a wild dragon," came the response. Wild dragon. That refers to the dinosaur that little Wufan pursued relentlessly in the original tale. Along the way, they casually gathered some mushrooms, and as they passed a precipice, Sun Wukong unexpectedly tumbled from the backpack, plummeting down the cliff. The fateful fall that would alter Sun Wukong's destiny had arrived. The irascible Saiyan had vanished, and in his place, Sun Wuyuan gained a docile younger brother, no longer plagued by the fear of bites to his backside. "Oh no! Wait here for Grandpa," old Wufan exclaimed, rushing to the cliff's edge in a frenzy. There he beheld Sun Wukong, head first against the rocks, unconscious. The faint breath of Sun Wukong indicated dire straits, with blood flowing profusely from his head. Were he a mere Earthling, survival would be a lost cause. Old Wufan felt a deep sense of guilt over the incident. Upon seeing the barely breathing Wukong, Sun Wuyuan's heart sank. Could Wukong truly perish here? Surely not. In the narrative, he narrowly escaped death, relying on the Saiyans' extraordinary constitution and his own indomitable will to survive. Old Wufan administered a rudimentary first aid, placing Sun Wuyuan in the backpack and cradling Sun Wukong as he sprinted homeward. "Grandpa, is Wukong going to be all right?" Old Wufan, his brow furrowed with concern, replied, "I've done all I can. The rest lies in fate's hands." Observing the severity of Wukong's injuries, he believed the chances of survival were slim, for the wounds were grievous indeed. Yet, against all odds, Sun Wukong fought to live, emerging with a drastically altered demeanor, no longer prone to rage as he once was. Sun Wuyuan was taken aback. He had thought his own display of obedience commendable, but Wukong's transformation left him feeling inadequate. From the age of 2, Wukong had persistently sought to train and spar with him, and he had never shied away from the challenge. Although his ability to absorb energy was limited, consistent practice led to significant improvement, and the 2-year-old Sun Wukong was no match for him. However, Wukong's relentless tenacity often left him feeling exhausted, as their days were filled with sparring, leaving little time for anything else. Old Wufan observed that the healed Sun Wukong had become lively and perceptive, and with his eldest grandson leading the way, he was content to enjoy a leisurely life. Sun Wuyuan, feeling confident in his own strength, began to refrain from following his grandfather daily. Wukong trailed him like a devoted shadow, exclaiming with delight whenever he saw Wuyuan effortlessly defeat a dinosaur. "Brother is so amazing." Sun Wuyuan had also warned Wukong not to gaze at the moon during the full moon night, lest terrifying monsters emerge. To his astonishment, Wukong excitedly replied, "That monster must be formidable. I can't wait to battle it." "Wukong, you are no match for it. Is brother also incapable of defeating it?" "Indeed, I too would fall short." Though Wuyuan acknowledged Wukong's burgeoning strength, it still did not rival that of the original Sun Wukong. "What about Grandpa?" For now, Grandpa can contend with the giant ape form of Wukong, but to caution him, Sun Wukong decided to weave a benevolent falsehood. Grandpa is also no match for it. Therefore, Wukong, you must not secretly gaze at the moon during the full moon, for if the monster is summoned, it could lead to our demise. Though Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, the excitement and longing in his eyes left Wuyuan unsure of the effectiveness of his words. Should he consider removing Wukong's tail? However, he knew that once severed, it would eventually regrow, and the timing of its regrowth was uncertain. It seemed their tails would sprout unexpectedly during critical moments, such as when Wukong faced defeat in the World Martial Arts Tournament, only for his tail to manifest at the last moment. Thus, even if the tail were removed, it offered no guarantee of safety. Sun Wuyuan concluded that the most effective solutions were to become sufficiently powerful or to lead Wukong away from Baozi Mountain. Gaining strength would enable him to handle the giant ape form of Wukong, while distancing him from Grandpa Sun Wufan would prevent any unfortunate accidents. As time passed, on one fateful full moon night, Sun Wukong stealthily slipped out while Sun Wuyuan and Grandpa slept, drawn to the moon's allure. "Monster, monster, come forth. I wish to battle you." Sun Wuyuan had not anticipated that his warning would not only prove ineffective, but would also ignite Wukong's curiosity. Achieving the opposite of his intentions, a loud roar jolted both Sun Wuyuan and Grandpa from their slumber. Where has Wukong gone? Upon stepping outside, they beheld the transformed giant ape wreaking havoc. Sun Wuyuan pointed at the colossal creature, exclaiming, "Grandpa, could that giant ape be Wukong? I recall you mentioning that he is not an ordinary human, but rather a creature of the animal realm." Old Wufan, his heart laden with doubt, thought to himself, could my beloved little Wukong truly have morphed into this ferocious, tempestuous gorilla? He shielded Sun Wuyuan behind him, urging, "Keep your distance. Grandpa must confront him to discern whether it is indeed Wukong." After nodding, Sun Wuyuan retreated, but the giant ape had already spotted them. After a thunderous roar, it charged toward them with colossal fists. Old Wufan intercepted the blow. Mindful that the giant ape was likely his grandson Wukong, he refrained from retaliating, focusing solely on defense, while calling out Wukong's name in hopes of restoring his consciousness. Sun Wuyuan interjected, "Grandpa, Wukong's weakness lies in his tail. Perhaps by severing it, he might revert to his former self." The tail? Indeed. Wuyuan recalled that when Wukong had bitten him, he had lost strength after having his tail grasped. With a swift maneuver, old Wufan positioned himself behind the giant ape, enveloping its tail in a firm embrace. The giant ape collapsed, its massive form crumpling to the ground, and at that moment, he confirmed that the giant ape was none other than the missing Wukong. Wuyuan, he has lost the strength to resist, yet Wukong has not reverted. Sun Wuyuan understood that severing the tail would restore Wukong, but voicing it directly seemed too abrupt. The worldly wise grandpa was unaware. So how could a sheltered child like him possess such knowledge? He could not simply say, "I saw it on television. You are characters from an anime." "Grandpa, since the tail is Wukong's weakness, perhaps we should try cutting it off. It might bring him back." Expecting Grandpa to acquiesce, he was met with a firm rejection. "No. What if detaching the tail results in irreversible consequences for Wukong? We must avoid harming him while we still have control." After contemplating his grandfather's words, Sun Wuyuan realized that despite Grandpa's formidable strength, he would not harm his grandson, instead opting for defense. Chapter 4. Training under the Turtle Sage. As time flowed on, until the moon waned, Sun Wukong reverted from his giant ape form, cradled in old Wufan's arms, entirely unadorned. Kamehameha, a brilliant blue energy wave, struck a boulder, shattering it into fragments. "Wow. Brother is incredible. I want to learn too." Little Wukong imitated Sun Wuyuan's movements. Kamehameha, a diminutive blue energy wave, barely traveled before dissipating. Little Wukong, a true martial arts prodigy, grasped the Kamehameha after just one demonstration. In the original narrative, he learned it only after witnessing the Turtle Sage use it to vanquish Fire Mountain, suggesting that the plot had indeed shifted. Yet, Sun Wuyuan soon dismissed concerns over the narrative's alterations, acknowledging that his very presence had altered the course of events. What lay ahead, whether it would mirror the original storyline, mattered little. He affectionately ruffled little Wukong's dark hair, having grown accustomed to this gesture over time. Fear not, Wukong, that in the future, as you grow stronger, you'll unleash formidable Kamehameha waves. You learned it with just a glance. Soon you shall surpass both me and Grandpa. Really? Absolutely. I invested immense effort to master the Kamehameha alongside Grandpa. Old Sun Wukong need not lament the passage of time, for his two grandsons possess extraordinary talents that surpass the ordinary. In the year 744 of the age of the universe, Sun Wuyuan had already surpassed his grandfather, Sun Wukong, in strength 2 years prior, while Sun Wukong himself had grown significantly stronger than depicted in the original tale. In the original narrative, by the year 748 of the age, when Bulma sought him out, his battle power was merely around 10. However, now, 4 years earlier, young Wukong's prowess exceeds that threshold. When Wuyuan proposed to take young Wukong on a journey of training, Sun Wukong readily acquiesced, for he had imparted all that he could teach, and with Wuyuan's strength surpassing his own, he harbored no concerns for their safety. Wukong, since you wish to continue your training, venture forth into the world and hone your skills that I have a teacher, Master Wu Qian, revered as the god of martial arts. You may first train under him for a time. Bidding farewell to their grandfather, Wuyuan and Wukong set forth in search of Kame House, guided by a map. Young Wukong, however, was utterly directionally challenged, while Wuyuan, though adept at reading maps, found the depiction overly simplistic. Wukong, go catch those wolves over there. We shall feast on roasted wolf meat tonight. Wukong, look, that fish in the river is so plump. Let us catch it and prepare spicy grilled fish. Wukong, I see Kame House. That little black dot ahead is it. Let us race to see who reaches the island first. The loser must hunt for dinner. I will count to 3 before we begin. All right, though you are strong, I shall not concede. 1, 2, begin, with a swift motion. Wuyuan dived into the water. Brother, you are cheating. Did we not agree to swim together after the count of 3? As Wuyuan swam vigorously ahead, he retorted, indeed. 1, 2, then start. 3 counts in total. Meanwhile, Master Wu Qian reclined on the beach, adorned with sunglasses, perusing his cherished collection of bikini magazines. Wuyuan and Wukong, splashing through the waves, inadvertently drenched Master Wutan. Why precious collection? Upon noticing the two boys, he inquired, Who are you? Not only have you disrupted my reading, but you have also damaged my treasure collection. Respectfully, they bowed, and Wuyuan introduced himself. Greetings, Master Wuqian. I am Sun Wukong, the grandson of your former pupil, Sun Wukong. This is my brother, Sun Wukong Gero. You are Wukong's grandson. How is he faring? Grandfather is in good health, and we have come to seek your guidance for our training. May we? Master Wu Tian scrutinized them thoughtfully. What fine specimens! At such a young age, your strength is already remarkable. No wonder your grandfather sent you to find me. He must feel he can no longer adequately teach you. Have you considered this? Training under me is arduous. If you have any regrets, now is the time to voice them. Thus, Wuyuan and Wukong trained under Master Wu Tian for a year, adhering to his rigorous philosophy of learning, resting, and completing the tasks assigned to them, delivering milk while burdened, cultivating the land by hand, studying culture, laboring on construction sites, swimming, and more. Through this rigorous regimen, Wuyuan found his foundation solidified and his strength significantly enhanced. Most gratifyingly, he discovered an increased capacity for absorbing energy, while Wukong's strength also surged impressively. Wuyuan, young Wukong, I have imparted all that I can teach. The remainder is for you to cultivate at your own pace. Wuyuan pondered for a moment before responding. Master Wu Tian, we wish to continue our training and grow even stronger. Stronger, you say? You are already quite formidable. Surely, you need not grow any stronger. Master Wu Tian wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow, for he could no longer gauge Wuyuan's strength, and Wukong's prowess was swiftly approaching his own. He mused about how Sun Wukong had come upon such extraordinary grandsons, 2 of them, no lest he felt he had reached his limits in teaching them. Perhaps he ought to direct them elsewhere. Wuyuan, Wukong, if you wish to pursue further training, you may seek out the Kaelin Tower and find Master Kaelin. Is Master Kaelin strong? Young Wukong inquired. Well, his strength is considerable, but that is secondary. You shall understand once you arrive. Is Kaelin Tower far from here, Master Wu Qian? Young Wukong and I tend to lose our way, Wuyuan remarked. Master Wutian contemplated for a moment before calling out, "Nimbus!" A golden cloud swiftly descended. "This is the Nimbus I obtained after climbing Kaelin Tower and passing Master Kaelin's tests. Additionally, I possess the super sacred water, which enhances strength several-fold. This cloud allows for flight, but only for pure-hearted individuals." Young Wukong, with childlike curiosity, asked, "Can Master Wutian ride it?" "Of course." With that, Master Wutian demonstrated by leaping onto the Nimbus, only to comically fall to the ground. Young Wukong gleefully hopped onto the Nimbus, exclaiming, "Wukong is a good child, while Master Wutian is a bad child." "Ah!" For a moment, Master Wutian felt a tinge of embarrassment, hastily urging them to depart, for only those with pure hearts could ride the Nimbus. "Brother, hurry up. Let us find Master Kaelin and drink the super sacred water to become stronger," young Wukong said, brimming with excitement. Wuyuan hesitated momentarily, but ultimately resolved to leap onto the Nimbus, thinking that the worst that could happen would be young Wukong teasing him for being a bad child. In the next instant, he found his feet firmly planted on the Nimbus, astonished that he was indeed a pure-hearted individual. "Ha! Brother is also a good child, while only Master Wutian is a bad child." Young Wukong laughed heartily, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. Young Wukong's infectious smile left Master Wutian incredulous. Could there truly be so many pure-hearted individuals? Or perhaps those with pure hearts were simply more suited for training. Chapter 5. Training at Kaelin Tower. Win and young Wukong soared swiftly towards Kaelin Tower atop the Nimbus. Upon reaching the base of the tower, a vigilant middle-aged man with bronze skin brandishing a spear approached them. Questioning, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Wuyuan noticed a small figure not far behind the man. It was UPA and his father. UPA was a young boy whom Krillin had once mistakenly assumed to be a girl due to his shyness. "Greetings, sir. I am Sun Wuyuan, a martial artist, and this is my brother, Sun Wukong." Young Wukong also greeted him with a smile that we are here to challenge the ascent of Kaelin Tower, but UPA's father looked astonished. "You are so young and already martial artists? How surprising. But are you truly ready to challenge Kaelin Tower?" Wuyuan and Wukong nodded. UPA's father, concerned for their safety, explained, "It has been many years since anyone dared to challenge the tower. Legend has it that ever since Master Wutian successfully ascended Kaelin Tower 300 years ago, no one has managed to reach the top. In my youth, I attempted it but ultimately failed." "Wow, Master Wutian is incredible." UPA's father, taken aback, asked, "You know Master Wutian?" Young Wukong immediately responded, "We just finished training with Master Wutian, and he sent us to seek out Master Kaelin." At first, young Wukong was unaware that Master Wutian had ever ascended Kaelin Tower. Wuyuan had informed him along the way. "So, you are the esteemed students of Master Wutian, and oh wonder you are martial artists at such a young age." At that moment, young Wukong's stomach let out a loud growl. "You must be hungry. If you don't mind, come to our village to eat before you challenge Kaelin. There is no alternative. We must first satiate our hunger before addressing any other matters." The disparity in battle prowess between Xiao Wukong, when famished and when well-fed, is akin to that of 2 entirely different individuals. At this moment, Sun Wuyuan is already contemplating how to procure the magical beans from the immortal Kaelin, for this life-saving treasure must not fall into the hands of the indolent and gluttonous Achi Luo Bei. Kaelin, being a feline, is naturally drawn to fish. What cat does not relish the taste of fresh meat? Regrettably, he currently lacks the universal capsule. Otherwise, he would gladly fish for a bounty to exchange for the immortal beans. Climbing the Kaelin Tower while carrying fish would be exceedingly tiresome. After satisfying their appetites, the 2 began their ascent of the Kaelin Tower, which seemed insurmountably tall, adorned with moss and bird droppings. Sun Wuyuan slowed his pace to accompany Xiao Wukong, and they spent nearly a day climbing to the summit. "I am so hungry. Where is Kaelin?" Upon spotting a white cat, Wukong exclaimed, "Oh, great white cat. You must be the pet of Kaelin. Do you know where I can find him?" "How rude of you." Sun Wuyuan tugged at Xiao Wukong. "It should be Kaelin himself." Xiao Wukong gasped in astonishment. "Is that really Kaelin? I thought Kaelin was a person." "Well, it is not human," Sun Wuyuan replied instinctively, sensing something awry yet feeling he had not erred as a drop of sweat trickled down the cat's brow as it wondered. "Where do these ill-mannered fools hail from? Are they here for the ultra-holy water?" Sun Wuyuan knew the ultra-holy water was a mere illusion. The true essence lay in the super divine water, which was not meant for ordinary beings. Even Xiao Wukong struggled to endure it, leading some to speculate that his heart condition was possibly due to the consumption of super divine water. However, super divine water possesses unpredictable divine power, capable of unlocking latent potential and significantly enhancing combat strength. Yet, it is highly toxic. Only those with pure hearts may partake, lest they be poisoned. This treasure, a remnant of Earth's celestial beings, requires humanity to withstand its toxicity to unleash their potential. According to Kaelin, Wukong could defeat Old Piccolo without the super divine water. After all, it is merely an Earth-level treasure that in the original narratives of Dragon Ball Z and GT. Super divine water was indeed a rare commodity used to free individuals from the control of Akua's fog and baby's egg cells. Nevertheless, Sun Wuyuan felt it was unnecessary when it comes to unlocking potential and enhancing strength. The Grand Elder of Namek is the superior choice, safe, swift, painless, and significantly effective in power enhancement. Old Turtle Sage sent us to train under you, and we must drink the ultra-holy water after passing your trials. Then let us begin. Kaelin nodded. Xiao Wukong, lying on the floor, weakly remarked, I am so hungry. Do you have any food? Kaelin leisurely opened a jar and produced a green bean, and Sun Wukong recognized it as the immortal bean he had longed for. Tossing the bean to Xiao Wukong, who caught it with one hand, he curiously inquired, What is this, Kaelin? This is an immortal bean. Consuming one will sustain you for 10 days. Xiao Wukong, somewhat skeptical, replied, Is that true? I have quite an appetite. Before he could finish, he belched loudly. After a day without food, Sun Wukong also consumed one. Kaelin, how shall we commence our training? Xiao Wukong asked eagerly. The two of you must work together. If you can snatch this bottle of ultra-holy water from my hands, you will have successfully passed the trial. Sun Wukong, with a peculiar expression, queried, Are you certain, Kaelin? Xiao Wukong and I are quite powerful. Seizing the moment while Kaelin was distracted, he unleashed all his strength and swiftly snatched the ultra-holy water. Sweat began to bead on Kaelin's forehead. Impressive. You are far stronger than the turtle sage of yore. Cough, cough. Take a bell with you. If you can obtain the ultra-holy water without ringing it, you will have passed the trial. Wow. You are amazing. I must strive harder, Xiao Wukong declared as he lunged towards Kaelin. After some time, Xiao Wukong was panting heavily. The reason you're out of breath is due to your excessive movements. They ultimately spent 7 days to pass the trial. It was no simple feat, as even the slightest sound from the bell could lead to failure. Xiao Wukong, ecstatic, embraced the bottle containing the ultra-holy water and took a sip. Puzzled, I don't feel any different. Wukong, I believe the ultra-holy water is merely a catalyst. Kaelin's guidance is the true key to our training. So, the ultra-holy water is a sham. Xiao Wukong's spirits dampened. Not exactly false. It is said that climbing the Kaelin Tower and passing the trial to drink the ultra-holy water enhances strength. This entire affair is interwoven. Brother, you're making it sound too complicated. I don't understand. Did you possess such formidable strength before climbing the Kaelin Tower? No, I was utterly weak that I see now, brother, thank you. Meanwhile, Kaelin, twirling a whisker and squinting with a smile, stated, I have nothing further to teach you. You may take your leave. Chapter 6. A bargain with Kaelin. Kaelin, wait a moment, I would like some immortal beans. Is that possible? Kaelin scrutinized Sun Wuyuan for a considerable time before responding. Your situation is quite peculiar. I can sense your pure heart, and I should be able to effortlessly read your thoughts. Yet, your memories are obscured by some unknown force, preventing me from accessing them. Sun Wuyuan felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He certainly did not wish for anyone to uncover his past. The yield of immortal beans is quite low. After years of cultivation, I have only amassed a few jars. I shall grant you 1 jar. Frankly, Kaelin was remarkably generous. Yet when it comes to immortal beans, more is always better. A single bean could be a matter of life and death at a critical juncture. Sun Wuyuan grinned. Kaelin, I propose a trade. Oh, do tell what kind of bargain you wish to strike. I have not descended from Kaelin Tower in centuries. Kaelin's face lit up with curiosity as he smiled. Well, how about this? You sell your immortal beans to me, and I will catch fish to trade with you in return. I assure you, the quantity will satisfy you. Sun Wuyuan mused that even if 10 fish could not procure a single bean, he would not hesitate to offer 100 or even 1,000 fish for just one bean. Fish are abundant in this world, while immortal beings are a rarity. Upon hearing about the fish, Kaelin could hardly contain itself. It had not savored fish in centuries and had dreamt of its flavor countless times. Calm down. I am an immortal, it mused, unable to resist smacking its lips and swallowing. Very well, I can't agree to this trade, but it shall cost you 1 immortal being for 10 fish. Sun Wuyuan was momentarily taken aback. He had prepared a haggle, yet Kaelin immediately offered the very low price he had hoped for. Leaving him momentarily speechless, I asked the price too high. Kaelin inquired, no worries. We can negotiate. The matter of price was indeed negotiable. If 10 fish was excessive, then 5 fish for 1 immortal being would suffice. If that were still insufficient, then 2 fish for 1 being would be the lowest I could go, for cultivating immortal beings is no easy feat, and their annual yield is quite scant. Just as Kaelin was about to continue, Sun Wuyuan swiftly agreed. 2 fish for 1 immortal being. It's a deal. He could not help but feel that Kaelin was wonderfully simple and kind-hearted, and a sudden pang of guilt washed over him. Kaelin was equally pleased, exclaiming, "Ah, as expected of me. My bargaining skills are unmatched." Both parties were exceedingly satisfied. A harmonious agreement was reached after departing from Kaelin Tower. Sun Wukong inquired, "Brother, where shall we head next?" "First, let us return to Baozi Mountain. We haven't been back in over a year." "Wukong, do you miss Grandpa?" Sun Wuyuan chuckled. "Yes, I do. I can't wait to see Grandpa." Sun Wukong replied, drooling at the thought. Sun Wuyuan internally mused, "Goodness, Wukong, are you longing for Grandpa or for the delicious meals he prepares?" As they passed through a town, Sun Wukong suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, look at what they are doing." Sun Wuyuan lowered his gaze to behold 3 anthropomorphic animals brandishing firearms. Obstructing their path in an act of robbery, one bare-headed creature pressed the muzzle of his weapon directly against a young man's chest. "Wukong, are they robbing?" "Brother, what is robbery?" As the nimbus cloud soared close to the heads of the animal assailants, Sun Wuyuan pointed at them, his finger nearly prodding the forehead of a bull-headed figure. "Wukong, you see, those who indulge in such gluttonous idleness, reaping what they do not sow, and specialize in plundering others' wealth are indeed robbers." Little Wukong, with wide eyes, exclaimed, "It's so complicated, it's puzzling, I don't understand what you're saying." "Brother, in any case, Wukong, remember that those who steal from others are villains. Should you encounter them, do not hesitate to strike." "All right, then I shall not hold back." The 3 animal beings immediately fumed. "You 2 little brats who don't know their place. Perish, rat-a-tat-tat." Bullets rained toward Sun Wuyuan and little Wukong. Sun Wuyuan squinted slightly, his right hand leaving trails of afterimages in the air. The unfortunate victims of the robbery, upon hearing the gunfire, were so frightened that they lost control. After the assailants exhausted their ammunition, a pile of bullets lay at Sun Wuyuan's feet. The 3 animal beings were nearly paralyzed with fear, exclaiming, "Impossible! How can there be monsters unafraid of bullets?" They turned and mounted their airship, attempting to flee. Little Wukong calmly inquired, "Brother, they are escaping. Should we stop them?" "No worries, we have a nimbus cloud. Their speed cannot match ours. I'll let them have a head start of 100 meters." "That's fine. Brother, they have already flown far away. If we don't pursue, we won't see them again." "Ah, a tad embarrassing. Then what are we waiting for?" "Nimbus cloud, pursue." Sun Wuyuan intercepted the 3 robbers amidst a dense grove. "Wukong, go, and knock them all out." "Oh, all right." With a swift motion, little Wukong vanished, followed by a series of dull thuds. The animal beings collapsed on the ground. Sun Wuyuan approached them, and little Wukong curiously asked, "Brother, what are you doing?" "This is called punishing evil and promoting good. They have committed misdeeds. While we may not need to kill them, they certainly deserve some form of punishment." But yes, he spoke. Sun Wuyuan began pocketing several universal capsules from the incapacitated robbers. He had long desired these capsules, and this opportunity allowed him to achieve 2 objectives at once. He could later catch fish to exchange for magic beans with Kaelin. Perfect. His decision to refrain from knocking out the 3 animal beings immediately was also influenced by this consideration, as such matters were best handled in a secluded grove. "Wukong, destroy their weapons, the very ones they used to attack us." Also, strip them of their clothing and discard it along the way. Having a clever little brother is delightful. As little Wukong removed the garments, he asked, "Why strip them of their clothing? Aren't they the ones doing wrong? Shouldn't we let them be seen in their shame?" Little Wukong was perplexed, questioning why being naked made one unpresentable. "Enough thinking, we must hurry back. If we are late, Grandpa might not have our meal ready." Upon hearing there might be no food, little Wukong, in a flurry, exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Nimbus cloud, quickly ascend. Let us fly." Chapter 7. To retrieve the spaceship, the Nimbus cloud traveled at remarkable speed, and soon Sun Wuyuan spotted the familiar Baozi Mountain, along with his adoptive grandfather, Sun Wufan. Upon seeing his grandfather, little Wukong leaped down from the Nimbus cloud, rushing into old Sun Wufan's embrace. "Grandpa, I missed you so much." Sun Wuyuan found himself momentarily at a loss. 11 years old, he had grown swiftly, now nearly as tall as his grandfather, and with the combined age of his two lives nearing 3 decades. He found himself competing with little Wukong for his grandfather's affection. He approached his grandfather with a smile, saying, "It's been a while. Grandpa, are you in good health?" Old Sun Wufan's eyes squinted into mere slits. Perhaps unable to see much at all. "Child, welcome home." He patted Sun Wuyuan on the shoulder. After a year, you've nearly surpassed your grandfather in height, and you seem even stronger. I am very pleased with your progress in training." Gurgle, gurgle, it was little Wukong's hungry stomach growling. "I'll go prepare a meal for you." That night, as Sun Wuyuan lay in bed, he contemplated the original timeline of Dragon Ball that IT was now the year 745 of the Age of Earth. And little Wukong would transform into a giant ape, tragically crushing Grandpa in 748. But with his watchful presence, he would prevent such an event from occurring. In 749, Bulma would begin her quest for the Dragon Balls, likely arriving at Baozi Mountain around September to encounter little Wukong. The matter of the Dragon Balls was not particularly significant. The ability of Earth's Shenron was quite limited, and even some wishes might not be granted. The Shenron of Namek, however, should be capable of granting a wish for instantaneous movement without needing to comprehend ki. Additionally, if he could acquire the Super Shenrons from Universes 6 and 7, he would be in a splendid position. Although he had yet to determine what wishes he might make, tomorrow he would venture into the mountains to locate the spherical spaceship that little Wukong had used, as it would prove to be of great utility. That spaceship should contain a power level detector, allowing him to assess his current combat strength. However, the Frisia Force had equipped their power level detectors with tracking and listening devices, which posed a significant challenge. It seemed he would need to visit Dr. Briefs at Bulma's residence in West City, and he could simply ride the Nimbus cloud to find him. Would it be too rude to barge into someone else's home? The problem was that he was not acquainted with Dr. Briefs and his family. Regardless, it was time to sleep. The next morning, while little Wukong and his grandfather were still fast asleep, Sun Wuyuan quietly rose. Once he was a sufficient distance from the house, he shouted, "Nimbus cloud." Sun Wuyuan mounted the Nimbus cloud and, recalling his memories from years past when he discovered Wukong, searched for about an hour before locating the spherical spaceship. The crater left by the spaceship was still visible, though years had passed and much greenery had flourished. The surface of the spacecraft was now covered in a layer of moss. To an unknowing observer, it might appear as if the spaceship had been abandoned. However, Sun Wuyuan recalled from the original story that during Piccolo's training of Wukong's son, Sun Wufan, this spaceship was still capable of projecting an artificial moon, enabling Sun Wufan to transform into a giant ape, which Piccolo subsequently destroyed. Moreover, when Krillin and the others prepared to search for the Dragon Balls on Namek, they had intended to seek out this very spaceship, only to find it reduced to a heap of wreckage before ultimately traveling to Namek aboard the ship used by the Supreme Kai. Sun Wuyuan leaped into the crater and stored the spaceship within a universal capsule before returning to his residence. Old Sun Wufan, noticing his return, called out, "Breakfast is ready." "I'm coming." "Wuyuan, you're up quite early today." "Yes, Grandpa. I went to practice in the mountains early. Don't misunderstand, it's not an early romance." Sun Wuyuan casually responded as he swallowed his food. Little Wukong chimed in, "Haha, brother, you're so sly. You went to train without inviting me." "Wukong, you should swallow your food before speaking. See how you can't articulate properly." After the meal, Sun Wuyuan informed his grandfather. "Grandpa, I need to head out for a bit. Oh, be careful out there. Rest assured, my strength is formidable now. Little Wukong, upon hearing this, expressed a desire to accompany him. Brother, where are you going? Is it to train? I want to come too. Wukong, I'm not going to train. I have some important matters to attend to. If you wish to join, that's fine, but there's a good chance I want to have lunch. Upon hearing that it wasn't for training and there might be no food, little Wukong immediately decided against it, exclaiming, then what are we waiting for? Nimbus Cloud, let us go to West City to find Bulma. Do you not know where Bulma lives? Well, do you know how to get to West City? Thus, Sun Wuyuan soared towards the West capital on his Nimbus Cloud. The Nimbus Cloud itself is a wondrous entity, capable of carrying individuals and navigating routes, while also discerning good from evil. All physical attacks are rendered ineffective against it. The first Nimbus Cloud, owned by Wukong, was shattered by the Demon Clan. But later, the sage Kaelin plucked a piece from the original Nimbus Cloud and gifted it to little Wukong. Therefore, the Nimbus Cloud beneath him is merely a fragment of the original. Upon arriving at the West capital, Sun Wukong wandered about, inquiring of numerous individuals before finally locating the residence of Dr. Briefs. Unlike before his journey, when he relied on the unreliable maps on his phone, he now realized that he had a tendency to get lost. After some consideration, he decided against barging in directly and instead called out loudly at the entrance. Is Dr. Briefs at home? A smart robot emerged from the villa, greeting him. Hello, I have business with Dr. Briefs. May I ask if he is home? He then followed the robot into the villa's courtyard, where he beheld Dr. Briefs, clad in a white lab coat and casually smoking a cigarette, alongside Mrs. Briefs, who was elegantly arranging pastries. Young man, what brings you to seek me? Dr. Briefs inquired. Sun Wukong recounted in detail the circumstances surrounding his discovery of the spaceship, cleverly omitting the matter of little Wukong. That is the situation. Spaceships are not yet a technology available on Earth. If there truly exists a ready-made spaceship, I could bridge this technological gap through research, Dr. Briefs mused. After a moment of contemplation, he added, spaceship technology is exceedingly rare. If you have any requests or desires, feel free to articulate them. If possible, I would like to request that you construct a spaceship for me once you thoroughly understand the technology, as well as a gravity chamber, Sun Wuyuan replied. The spaceship is a preparation for the future, while the gravity chamber is primarily intended for little Wukong. After all, while gravity training is beneficial for Earthlings, its effects on Saiyans are immeasurable. That Dr. Briefs acquiesced to his request. And Sun Wukong produced a combat power detector, stating, Doctor, this is an instrument capable of measuring the combat power of martial artists. Could you see if it can be manufactured? Dr. Briefs took the combat power detector and scrutinized it closely. Sun Wuyuan cautioned, the spaceship appears to originate from a malevolent force in another universe, and it is possible that it contains their tracking devices, as well as unknown components within this detector. What is a combat power detector? Dr. Briefs inquired, stroking his chin in confusion. Sun Wukong glanced around the courtyard, walked to a large tree, inhaled deeply, and delivered a powerful punch to its trunk. Young man, please don't, Mrs. Briefs began, but before she could finish her sentence, Sun Wuyuan's fist pierced through the tree, leaving a gaping hole as the tree trembled violently. Why must I suffer again? The tree lamented. Sun Wukong mused inwardly. Television truly deceives. I have punched through this tree, yet it remains intact. How could those surface punches ever break it? Perhaps with Ki, it might have been possible that think you possess such immense strength at such a young age is truly astonishing. Mrs. Briefs remarked. Yet it was not over. Sun Wukong then sliced horizontally at the tree with his hand, causing it to topple. Perish, I am weary, the tree sighed as he hurled it skyward, exclaiming Kamehameha wave. The blue energy wave reduced the tree to ashes, which danced away on the gentle breeze. Sun Wuyuan then succinctly explained the concept of combat power to Dr. Briefs. Afterward, Dr. Briefs expressed his astonishment. I never expected human martial artists could cultivate such formidable strength. Therefore, Dr. Briefs, I must entrust you with the subsequent matters, Sun Wukong declared, turning to leave that Mrs. Briefs, with a radiant smile, asked, young man, when you grow up a few years, would you be interested in going on a date with me? Sun Wukong nearly stumbled in surprise. Mrs. Briefs was indeed like her character in the original storyline, eager to invite handsome boys on dates. Feeling quite embarrassed, he leapt onto his nimbus cloud and departed. "Heh, it seems I must not look too shabby. I am quite the charming lad at just 11 years old. Once I turn 18, I shall undoubtedly be strikingly handsome, poised to rival the dashing readers." Sun Wukong mused as he sat atop the nimbus cloud, contemplating his next course of action. The Dragon Balls would need to wait for Bulma to create the Dragon Radar, while the gravity chamber and spaceship could only come from Dr. Briefs that he decided to seek out the sage Kaelin. This time, he did not scale the Kaelin Tower by hand. Instead, he took the nimbus cloud directly to Kaelin. "Wing, have you come prepared with fish for our exchange?" Kaelin asked eagerly. "Not quite. I wish to inquire whether you prefer river fish or ocean fish. You are quite considerate, I assure you. All the celestial beings I cultivate will be traded with you. And I might even consider giving you a 20 discount. Half is best." "Very well. Kaelin, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." Sun Wukong handed Kaelin a universal capsule filled with fish, one containing river fish and the other ocean fish. "Kaelin, do you have somewhere to store these?" "Indeed," Kaelin exclaimed, excitedly accepting the capsule. Before long, Sun Wuyuan saw Kaelin emerge, holding a struggling fish and tossing the capsule back to him. "Meow. This fish is exceptionally lively. I'm very satisfied. Those celestial beings are now yours. I welcome you to trade with me again next time." This phrase struck Sun Wuyuan as somewhat familiar. "Welcome back any time." He quickly shook his head. Dispelling the errant thoughts, "Kaelin, you are extremely knowledgeable and well-experienced. Wukong and I wish to further our training. I seek your advice on suitable places or formidable martial artists." Kaelin stroked a whisker thoughtfully and asked, "Wuyuan, you are already quite powerful. There should be no martial artist on Earth stronger than you. Why do you wish to grow stronger?" Sun Wukong, without a hint of embarrassment, replied, "I am not entirely certain. I keep dreaming of a terrifying Dark Lord intent on destroying the world. First, it was nothing, but the dreams have become so vivid, occurring repeatedly, that I fear that they may come true. Your situation is indeed peculiar. Please recount the details of these dreams, and I shall assist you in uncovering the truth." Kaelin replied calmly. "Well, in my dreams, there appears a green-skinned Dark Lord, whose name seems to begin with but what was it again?" Sun Wukong paused dramatically. Kaelin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the infamous Piccolo Daimao? Yes. I recall now. It is indeed Piccolo Daimao. "Kaelin, you are remarkable. You know the very individual I dreamt of, truly deserving of the title's itch." Kaelin resumed his contemplative demeanor, exuding an otherworldly aura as he stroked his whisker, that I dreamt that this Piccolo Daimao, accompanied by many green, winged creatures, wreaked havoc upon humanity. A powerful martial artist confronted him, utilizing a technique known as the demon sealing wave to imprison Piccolo Daimao within a rice cooker. Though the martial artist perished thereafter, Kaelin sighed in relief. "Ah, so it was merely a recollection of past events, though it is indeed strange." But then the rice cooker was opened, and Piccolo Daimao re-emerged on Earth. Wreaking destruction, those green, winged monsters charged at me, and I awoke. Kaelin's heart raced again. Is there more to this tale? The initial segment reflects a true past occurrence. Could the latter portion foreshadow that Piccolo Daimao might break free from his seal and threaten Earth once more? Perhaps we should send this troublesome lad to the KO to train, ensuring that when Piccolo Daimao returns, someone can restrain him. Clearing his throat, Kaelin stated, "When there exists but one place on Earth where you can receive proper training." He gazed upward. "That is the sacred land of the Kais, where there are beings capable of guiding your cultivation." Sun Wukong, astonished, exclaimed, "The sacred land of the Kais still exists on Earth. Do they truly have divine beings residing within?" Kaelin, pleased with Sun Wuyuan's astonished expression, affirmed, "Indeed. However, obtaining guidance from the Kais is no simple feat." Sun Wukong, with a face full of confusion, inquired, "What shall we do?" He felt a glimmer of hope for winning the Oscar for Best Actor. "Do not fret. Both you and Wukong have passed my test and have earned the opportunity to journey to the Celestial Hall for guidance from the deities. However, to reach the Celestial Hall, you will need the magical Rui staff, which is currently not in my possession. It was taken by that shameless turtle sage 300 years ago. If you wish to train in the Celestial Hall, you must first retrieve the Rui staff." After bidding farewell to the immortal Kaelin and securing the heavenly beings, Sun Wuyuan no longer had to worry about the future scenario of splitting a heavenly being into two for use. After enjoying a few carefree days back at the Baozi, he planned to take little Wukong to find Kaelin again to obtain the token bell and proceed to the Celestial Hall for training. Chapter 9. Meeting the deity in the Celestial Hall after parting ways with Kaelin and securing the heavenly beings, Sun Wuyuan felt liberated from the anxiety of potentially needing to divide a single being in the future. Following a few leisurely days at Baozi, he took little Wukong to seek out Kaelin once more, where they received the token bell to embark on their journey to the Celestial Hall. Returning to Baozi, the duo spent several days frolicking in the mountains. Little Wukong was exuberantly energetic, seemingly tireless, chasing after a massive dinosaur as if it were prey, asking Sun Wukong to help him roast it. Although little Wukong could indeed prepare roasted meat, his skills were limited to merely satisfying his hunger and did not compare to Sun Wuyuan's culinary prowess, even though Sun Wuyuan was accustomed to seeing little Wukong devour his meals. Witnessing the 8-year-old boy consume a dinosaur, which resembled a mountain of meat, sparked a thought in his mind. What is the composition of a Saiyans stomach that allows it to accommodate such vast quantities of food? Are they akin to gluttonous beasts? One morning, Sun Wukong took little Wukong to the Kaelin Tower. Brother, what is the Celestial Hall? It is the dwelling place of the deities. And who are the deities? Are they powerful? The deities are indeed formidable, governing the earth. Their strength is likely unparalleled. Are they as strong as you, brother? Little Wukong inquired with anticipation. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment. It seemed that the deities' strength surpassed that of King Piccolo. Yet he remained uncertain of his own current capabilities, feeling utterly in the dark. I have never faced him, so I cannot say for sure, but I believe the deity must be stronger than I am now. Moreover, the deity's most significant attributes extend beyond sheer strength. His unique abilities are incredibly vital. In due time, Wukong, you'll come to understand. The two ascended on the flying Nimbus to the Kaelin Tower, where they found the immortal Kaelin engaged in gymnastics. Wuyuan and little Wukong, are you prepared to embark on your training at the Celestial Hall? They both nodded in affirmation. Observing this, Kaelin produced a bell and handed it to Sun Wukong. Guiding them to the pinnacle of the tower, you see that groove? Place the Rui staff inside, allowing it to extend. You shall ascend to the Celestial Hall along the staff. After positioning the Rui staff, Sun Wukong and little Wukong turned to Kaelin, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Kaelin. Wukong grasped the Rui staff firmly. Are you ready? Yes. Rui staff, extend. During their journey, they were struck by lightning, but ultimately arrived at the Celestial Hall unscathed. Sun Wukong resolved to master the art of flight, as it would be inconvenient to traverse without it. Upon arrival, little Wukong spotted a pitch-black figure, Bobo, and asked, Are you the deity? The stoic Bobo shook his head and replied, Present your tokens. Confused, little Wukong watched as Sun Wukong handed the bell to Bobo. So the bell is the token, little Wukong exclaimed, scratching his head. Follow me. The deity wishes to meet you. Bobo turned, hands behind his back. Leading the way to they proceeded. Little Wukong marveled at the wonders of the Celestial Hall, akin to a curious little monkey exploring his surroundings. You must be Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong, as mentioned by Kaelin. The deity's voice echoed before they laid eyes on him. The deity looks quite peculiar, little Wukong remarked. Sun Wukong, taken aback, pointed at the deity, exclaiming, You are King Piccolo. Since the deity referenced Kaelin, he must have heard of the dream Sun Wuyuan had. And as a professional actor, he knew that one must fully embody a role to avoid exposing the ruse. The deity mused. As Kaelin mentioned, the Sun Wukong indeed dreamt of King Piccolo. If he claims that King Piccolo has escaped his seal, could it possibly become reality? The likelihood is quite high. Sun Wukong may possess the ability to foresee the future. Little Wukong had never witnessed his brother in such shock before and curiously asked, Who is King Piccolo? The stoic Bobo explained. He was a demon lord who appeared over 300 years ago, leading a horde of demons to wreak havoc upon the earth. Ultimately, he was sealed away in a rice cooker by a remarkable martial artist. Master Rashi's teacher. Why did my brother mistake the deity for King Piccolo? Little Wukong's astute mind queried. Bobo, maintaining his impassive demeanor, replied, Do not speak out of turn to the deity. Fear not, Bobo. You must be quite curious about the connection between the deity and King Piccolo. Sun Wukong silently thought. I already know. I am not the least bit curious about your relationship with King Piccolo. Indeed, I am very curious as to why you and King Piccolo resemble one another so closely. Sun Wukong managed to maintain a perfectly crafted expression. Subsequently, little Wukong attentively listened as the deity recounted tales of yore. Taking an hour to conclude, Sun Wukong internally rolled his eyes. Could he not be more succinct? It merely boils down to the separation of good and evil. The deity and Piccolo are one and the same, and I already know this. The deity solemnly stated, I have heard from Kaelin about the dream you experienced. While I am uncertain why you, Sun Wukong, were able to dream of King Piccolo, I must ask both of you. If one day King Piccolo escapes from his seal, I hope you will intervene. What shall we do? Sun Wukong and little Wukong readily agreed. After all, King Piccolo is merely a foe that even the original little Wukong could confront, let alone now. Furthermore, the time until King Piccolo's emergence was still far off. And even if he were to break free from his seal, he would be aged and frail. At his peak, his combat prowess merely reached 230. Little Wukong had yet to begin training in the Celestial Hall, but had already attained combat abilities nearing those of Master Roshi. While the exact figure remained unknown, it was certain that he possessed at least 100 in combat power, by the time King Piccolo, brimming with confidence, emerged to seek dominion over the world. He could confidently declare, Wukong, King Piccolo is far too weak. I have no interest in him. You shall handle the eradication of the Demon Lord and uphold the peace of the world. The deity did not personally instruct Sun Wuyuan and little Wukong. Instead, they were guided by Bobo for their training in the Celestial Hall. Sun Wuyuan was quite curious about Bobo's strength. In the earlier arcs of Dragon Ball, Bobo could effortlessly subdue little Wukong after he had defeated King Piccolo. By the time of the Buu Saga, he was capable of capturing the young Goten and Trunks. Yet the two could transform into Super Saiyans and escape Bobo's grasp. Bobo, his expression eternally unchanging, stated flatly, you two may attack me together. Little Wukong hesitantly asked, Are you sure, Mr. Bobo? My brother and I are quite strong. Wukong, Mr. Bobo is exceedingly powerful. Even if we team up, we will not be his match. But why do I feel as though Mr. Bobo does not seem that formidable? Little Wukong questioned, perplexed. You will know once you give it your all, Sun Wukong, with a sense of helplessness, remarked that despite his knowledge of certain plot elements, he could not ascertain the true strength of Bobo. The official setting indicates that Bobo possesses a combat power value of 1,000, yet he is capable of engaging in battle with Super Saiyan Son Goten and Trunks. Moreover, he has served several generations of deities, yet his appearance remains unchanged, while the current deities have aged. Upon hearing this, little Goku assumed a fighting stance and, in the next moment, unleashed his full power, alternating between rock-paper-scissors, drunken fist, and phantom fist techniques. Exhausted and gasping for breath, he found himself unable to even graze a single hair on Bobo. Observing Goku nearing exhaustion, Sun Wukong also directed his full force against Bobo. Bobo, while evading, advised them, be mindful of your breathing rhythm. Avoid unnecessary exhaustion. Strive for tranquility like the sky, and be as swift as lightning. A year swiftly passed, and the duo's training met Bobo's expectations, allowing them to progress to the next stage. Bobo commenced their instruction on sensing ki and utilizing it in combat, a task significantly more challenging than their prior training. Sun Wuyuan recalled that in the original storyline, Son Goku had taken 3 years to master this skill, leaving him uncertain about how long it would take now. Initially, he assumed little Goku would require even more time to grasp it. But upon witnessing Goku learn it in just 3 months, he seemed to be inspired by some unseen force. During training, Sun Wuyuan could only describe the experience as frenzied. In a mere year, he had mastered it. After learning to perceive ki, he could distinctly sense the vital energy. Unlike before, when his body passively absorbed it to grow stronger, he could now actively draw the energy into himself. At first, when he began to sense ki, his body felt as if it had been starved for a long time, yearning for the vital energy, as if he could absorb as much as was available. However, after a prolonged period of absorbing ki, he sensed a feeling of satiety. indicating that there was a limit to how much energy his body could intake. He had initially fancied that he had gained some infinite absorption ability during his traversal, akin to starting as an ordinary person and growing stronger solely through consumption. He even contemplated learning the spirit bomb technique from King Kai, thinking that even if he couldn't master it, he could have Goku gather energy for him to absorb and rapidly grow stronger, potentially overpowering Beerus's feline counterpart. It seemed he had overestimated his own assumptions. The path of cultivation was indeed not as straightforward as he had imagined. Though he did not feel overly disheartened, little Goku had questioned him on multiple occasions about why his power had not increased as rapidly as his own. Indeed, during the 2 years at the Heavenly Temple, his strength had multiplied several times over, allowing him to effortlessly defeat beings with power akin to that of Demon King Piccolo with a mere finger. Additionally, he had mastered the instant transmission technique, and he recalled the excitement he felt at that moment, as he had accidentally crashed through the ceiling of a building in the Heavenly Temple, nearly landing in the restroom on one occasion. Fortunately, his skills were proficient enough that he narrowly avoided a precarious situation. Seeing that he could fly without the use of the flying nimbus, little Goku was ecstatic and clamored to learn the instant transmission technique himself. To this day, Sun Wuyuan remained unaware of how well Goku had grasped it. After mastering instant transmission, Sun Wuyuan had spent some time away from the Heavenly Temple, during which he acquired a spaceship and a gravity chamber from Dr. Briefs in West City. Although the gravity chamber only supported a maximum of 50 times gravity, he had yet to utilize the gravity chamber and was uncertain of its training efficacy. He was somewhat troubled. There was no place to recharge at the Heavenly Temple, and his home on Baozi Mountain lacked electricity as well, rendering the gravity chamber temporarily unusable. Of course, other energy sources would suffice, but Sun Wuyuan's pockets were as empty as his face was clean. Where would he find money to purchase energy? Should he return to Dr. Briefs to request energy? Sun Wuyuan inwardly scoffed. How bold of me! We are not particularly close. I am not even his son-in-law. He harbored an immature idea, uncertain of its feasibility. However, there was no rush. The gravity chamber had enough energy to last for a while, and after it ran out, perhaps he could engage in some righteous acts like he had done previously. It was truly astonishing. Who would have thought that you two brothers possessed such extraordinary martial arts talent, achieving this level in merely 2 years? Even when the Demon King Piccolo emerges in the future, he shall not be a match for either of you. You flatter us, Divine Being. It is thanks to your guidance in our martial arts that we have been able to elevate our strength so swiftly. As Son Goku prepared to turn away, he caught sight of the tail behind little Goku. Oh no! How could I nearly forget such an important matter? Just to be safe, I should ask the Divine Being to seal little Goku's tail. Goku, wait here for a moment. Divine Being, could you accompany me? I have a matter in need of your assistance. Sun Wuyuan suddenly recalled the Divine Being's voice. Is it due to the restless, violent power within Goku? I can sense it. That dormant power is formidable. Once awakened, even you may struggle to suppress it. Indeed, I had no idea you had noticed it as well. Therefore, I wish to ask the Divine Being to seal Goku's tail, preventing it from growing back in the future. Very well. Little Goku looked at his elder brother in confusion, wondering what he was doing standing there in a daze. Sun Wuyuan turned back to Goku and said, Goku, I am planning to have the Divine Being seal your tail. Brother, what do you mean by sealing? It's akin to locking you inside a room with the door shut. You won't be able to get out. Once your tail is sealed, it will remain within your body, unable to emerge. But why must you seal my tail? Did you also have your tail sealed when you lost yours? Well, Goku, you truly are a clever little rascal. The tail represents a significant weakness. Have you not noticed that every time I grab your tail, you collapse to the ground, powerless? If you were to encounter a formidable foe in the future who seized your tail, you would undoubtedly lose, correct? Then let's seal it. Little Goku replied nonchalantly. Seeing that little Goku had consented, Sun Wuyuan turned to the Divine Being and said, Divine Being, I must trouble you. The Divine Being executed the sealing technique, thoroughly sealing little Goku's tail. Sun Wuyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing that neither grandfather Son Gohan nor anyone else would have to worry about being trampled by little Goku, now devoid of his tail. Without a tail, little Goku felt somewhat awkward. He walked unsteadily, as if he might topple over at any moment. This feels so strange, but it doesn't matter. Now I no longer have any weaknesses. Right? Little Goku plopped down on the ground, his innocent big eyes gazing up at Sun Wuyuan with a tilted head, inquiring, "Of course. In the future, Goku will undoubtedly surpass even me." Chapter 11. Methods to accelerate ki absorption. Saiyans indeed utilize external enhancements. When they find themselves outmatched, they transform under a full moon into giant apes, their power skyrocketing tenfold. After enduring a severe beating, they recover and their strength surges dramatically. When overwhelmed, if they become enraged, transforming into a Super Saiyan can amplify their power by 50 times. In summary, Saiyans experience an absurdly rapid increase in strength in the later stages, while I, as an honest Earthling, can only progress step by step in my cultivation. Fortunately, my speed of improvement is not slow either. And based on current circumstances, it seems that Goku will not be able to surpass me for quite some time. By the way, Goku, have you mastered the instant transmission technique? Yes, I have. Great, let's go. Goodbye, divine being. Goodbye, Mr. Bobo. Two with heads lowered, Sun Wuyuan and Goku soared through the sky and soon spotted Master Kaelin, greeting him before heading towards Baozi Mountain. It is now the year 747 of the age. And will Bulma still come seeking the Dragon Balls 2 years from now? She should, as characters destined to appear will inevitably do so, and Bulma has yet to be affected by his presence. On the way back, Sun Wuyuan donned the combat power scouter that Dr. Briefs had modified for him, activating it with a click. "Brother, what is it you are wearing? It looks quite different from Master Roshi's sunglasses." "This is called a combat power scouter. I asked Dr. Briefs in West City to help create it. It can be used to detect the strength of martial artists," Sun Wuyuan patiently explained. Little Goku scratched the back of his head and asked, "But can't we already sense ki? We can determine an opponent's strength through ki perception. Isn't that sufficient for our battles?" Wukong truly embodies a natural-born combat genius, effortlessly linking himself to the art of battle. And indeed, the facts corroborate this. Earthly martial artists like him and Wukong can directly gauge the strength of their adversaries through their perception of chi, while also possessing the ability to manipulate their own energy, rendering their true power undetectable by combat power detectors. However, the perception of chi does come with its limitations, as it does not allow for precise comparisons of combat strength. For instance, when confronted with formidable opponents, one can only describe them as very strong, without being able to articulate the specifics of their might. Wukong, however, can quantify our battles with numbers, enabling us to have a clearer understanding of how much our strength has improved. Sun Wuyuan elaborated extensively, leaving little Wukong in a state of bewilderment. "Brother, although I cannot comprehend what you are saying, I sense it is quite impressive. Come, Wukong, unleash your full power and let me witness your combat power value." Upon hearing this, little Wukong ignited his energy and the combat power detector skyrocketed, ultimately stabilizing at 330. Astonishingly, this figure was nearly equivalent to the combat power of the newly reborn Piccolo during his first encounter with Sun Wukong, who had a power level of merely 334 at that time, representing Piccolo's full strength by the conclusion of Dragon Ball. But to the onset of Dragon Ball, when Wukong first met Bulma, his combat power was a mere 10. Yet now, it had surged to 330, suggesting that the saga of Dragon Ball had concluded even before it began. 330, then brother, what is your combat power? I feel you are several times stronger than I. Little Wukong remarked, scratching his cheek with a finger. Sun Wuyuan unleashed his energy without restraint, startling the deities in the heavenly palace. Sun Wuyuan's true strength surpasses my expectations, emanating an incredibly potent aura. On the lookout at Kaelin Tower, Kaelin, the divine cat, broke into a cold sweat. Has Wuyuan truly become this formidable after 2 years of training in the heavenly palace? Little Wukong was swept away by the overwhelming energy. Affirming his brother's extraordinary strength, his instincts were indeed correct. The combat power detector quickly climbed to 3,200. While 3,200 may seem insufficient for the future, on Earth at present, even the deities were no match for him. "Brother, what is your combat power?" "Only 3,200. Wow, that's impressive, roughly 10 times my own. Upon returning to Baozi Mountain, I want to have spar with you. Brother, the Wukong before me had grasped arithmetic, unlike in the original tale where he aged from 11 to 14, leaving Bulma astounded that no problem. When we return home, I have a gift for you that will accelerate your strength enhancement. Naturally, the gift Sun Wuyuan referred to as the gravity chamber. Really, of course, when has your big brother ever deceived you? The subsequent 2 years were spent in rigorous training, with little Wukong frequently seeking out Sun Wuyuan for sparring matches. Each encounter ended with Wukong lying on the ground, battered and bruised, before little Wukong would relent. Their grandfather, Sun Gohan, was pained to witness his dear grandson being so consistently beaten. Almost every time after their fights, he would admonish Sun Wuyuan to take it easy on his younger brother. However, while Sun Wuyuan could easily mislead him in other matters, he found it impossible to do so during combat. Even a slight concession would be detected by little Wukong. This Wukong possessed an obsession and dedication to fighting that was difficult for ordinary individuals to comprehend, leaving Sun Wuyuan unable to hold back too much, given the disparity in their combat powers. After half a year of training together in the gravity chamber, Sun Wuyuan realized that the chamber's effect on his own strength enhancement was rather limited. Thus, he allowed little Wukong to train alone in the gravity chamber, while he retreated into the deep mountains to quietly absorb chi, akin to Piccolo's training method. The improvements in little Wukong's strength through the gravity chamber were markedly evident, with his combat power surpassing the 5,000 mark, and he gradually adapted to training under 30 times the normal gravity. Speaking of the gravity chamber, Sun Wuyuan often ventured out to see if he could encounter opportunities to help the weak while also supplementing his household income. For he was quite impoverished. Operating the gravity chamber required substantial energy resources. After 2 years, his combat power had stabilized at a considerably impressive level. Nevertheless, as his combat strength increased, the rate of improvement became somewhat inadequate for his current status. He contemplated 2 avenues for advancement. First, enhancing his affinity for chi. Second, accelerating the speed of chi accumulation. He wondered if there was any method to further enhance his affinity for chi, thereby hastening his body's absorption rate of this energy. Sun Wuyuan considered making a wish to the dragon, but the Earth Dragon's capabilities were too feeble to guarantee the fulfillment of his desires. Even with the Namekian dragon, he could not be entirely confident that the wish would be granted. The most reliable option would be the super dragon that transcends 2 universes. The dilemma, however, was that acquiring the super dragon balls was beyond his reach, and making a wish to the super dragon required knowledge of the divine language. Thus, he was left with the last option, finding a way to hasten chi accumulation. Chapter 12. Brother, she is but growing on her chest. The remaining option was to devise a method to accelerate chi accumulation, particularly learning the North Kai's signature technique, the spirit bomb. Since his journey had granted him the ability to absorb chi, mastering this technique should not pose a significant challenge. Traveling to North Kai's planet required the guidance of the deities to reach King Yama in the underworld. Traversing the Snake Way to arrive at the North Kai's residence in the year 749 of the Age of the Universe, Bulma, a high school student from West City, discovered a 2-star Dragon Ball while organizing her family's storage. On August 22, she found a 5-star Dragon Ball in a cave in the north, and through ancient texts, she uncovered the secrets of the Dragon Balls. Consequently, she resolved to spend her summer vacation collecting the remaining Dragon Balls. On the morning of September 1, Sun Wuyuan and little Wukong set out to hunt, with Sun Wuyuan managing to catch a dinosaur, believing its size would suffice for a hearty meal for little Wukong. Additionally, the meat on the dinosaur's claws and the dragon tendons were exceptionally chewy. When combined with spicy powder, they made for a delectable snack that Sun Wuyuan relished, before his tail was sealed by the deity. Sun Wukong often used it to fish for large catches. Now, unable to fish in that manner, he resorted to jumping straight into the river to choose the biggest fish to toss ashore. As the two were nearing home, Sun Wuyuan pondered whether little Wukong would, as in the original storyline, be struck by Bulma's car. The next moment, a vehicle came barreling toward them, accompanied by a panicked female voice calling, "Move aside! Move aside!" Despite carrying an enormous dinosaur on his shoulder, Sun Wuyuan adeptly dodged. Had little Wukong still been the original version with a combat power of merely 10, he would have been knocked aside by the sudden oncoming vehicle. However, now possessing a combat power of 5,000, little Wukong effortlessly evaded the speeding car. Bang! The vehicle collided with a large tree and came to a halt. Little Wukong set down the large fish he had been holding and approached Bulma, inquiring, "Who are you? Why did you attack me and my brother? Are you here to steal our catch?" Bulma, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the two brothers, particularly the massive dinosaur and fish, exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, what kind of monsters have I encountered? How can anyone possess such strength?" Upon hearing little Wukong's question, she quickly shook her head vigorously. "I wasn't trying to steal your catch. My car was going too fast, and I couldn't stop in time. I'm terribly sorry for almost hitting you." Little Wukong scrutinized Bulma suspiciously. "Brother, come quickly. This person looks strange. But seems to be growing on her chest. Is she a monster?" Sun Wuyuan facepalmed, realizing that despite having explained what a flying car was last time, Wukong was now more curious about Bulma herself and her vehicle. "Wukong, that thing on her chest is not her butt." "Then what is it?" "You'll understand when you grow up." Sun Wukong felt as if he were a parent in China, explaining such knowledge to a child. Little Wukong ceased his inquiries, patting his own chest before glancing at Bulma's chest, muttering, "Why does my chest look different from hers?" Bulma, feeling her face flush from their discussion, especially upon seeing Sun Wuyuan's handsome and resolute visage, felt her cheeks grow even warmer, her eyes sparkling with infatuation. "Wukong, she is a girl, and we are boys. Thus, it is only natural that we appear somewhat different. You recall the advice our grandfather imparted regarding how to treat girls." Sun Wuyuan sighed, covering his face, and spoke helplessly to Xiao Wukong. "Oh, grandfather said that one must be gentle with girls. I understand now, elder brother." Meanwhile, Sun Wukong silently noted to himself that anything larger than his chest must be a girl. Sun Wuyuan set down the dinosaur and approached Bulma, saying, "Greetings, I am Sun Wuyuan, and this is my younger brother, Sun Wukong, but we reside on Baozi Mountain. The house atop that mountain is our home. May I inquire as to your name?" At this moment, it was Sun Wuyuan's time to showcase his acting skills. Although he was thoroughly acquainted with everything about Bulma, he feigned ignorance. "Hello, I am Bulma, and I live in West City." "Ha!" Xiao Wukong burst into laughter. "Elder brother, can you believe someone is named that?" "No way, no way. It's Bulma." "Not no way." Sun Wukong scratched his head. "Isn't all the same?" Sun Wuyuan pretended to ponder and replied, "So your name is Bulma. May I ask if your father is Dr. Briefs?" "You know my father?" "Yes. A few years ago, I sought Dr. Briefs' assistance and brought him a spaceship. So you're the powerful martial artist my father spoke of. No wonder you can hunt dinosaurs." "Oh no, Dr. Briefs is simply overestimating me. There are many who are far stronger." As their conversation grew more animated, Xiao Wukong began to doze off beside them, mumbling, "I'm so hungry." "Elder brother, are you two done chatting? My stomach is growling." "All right, Wukong, let us return. Otherwise, grandfather will become anxious. By the way, Miss Bulma, would you care to join us for a meal?" "Oh, I couldn't possibly impose," Wuyuan insisted. "You lead the way, and I shall follow behind." Bulma, elated, drove behind them, partly because she had enjoyed her conversation with the handsome Sun Wuyuan, partly because she had discovered the location of the Dragon Balls nearby, and partly because the creatures in this region could be fierce, allowing her to feel secure with their protection. Additionally, she wished to invite Sun Wuyuan and Xiao Wukong to search for the Dragon Balls together, knowing that with two powerful martial artists guarding her, she would no longer need to worry about encountering danger. Meanwhile, Sun Wuyuan had simpler thoughts. He recognized the immense potential for assistance from Bulma and Dr. Briefs, and who would refuse the company of a clever, beautiful, and wealthy woman. While he might not necessarily marry Bulma in the future, did that truly matter? As they neared the mountain's peak, Bulma pondered, surely the Dragon Balls would not be conveniently located in their home. "Grandfather, we have returned." Old Sun Wufan emerged from the house, and, upon seeing Bulma trailing behind his two grandsons, thought, "Could it be?" He then broke into a smile reminiscent of a doting aunt. After all, Wuyuan had grown to 15 years old in the blink of an eye. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could hold a great-grandchild. During the meal, old Sun Wufan was exceptionally warm towards Bulma, regarding her with the same fondness he reserved for his daughter-in-law. This left Sun Wuyuan and Xiao Wukong utterly bewildered, wondering if they were not truly the biological grandchildren of their grandfather. But rather Bulma was... No, that couldn't be. They were indeed not his biological grandchildren. And throughout the meal, He hardly acknowledged either Wen or Wukong that on the morning of September 2, Sun Wen, Sun Wukong, and Bulma departed Baozi Mountain together, setting off in search of the remaining Dragon Balls. Both Sun Wuyuan and Xiao Wukong possessed the ability to fly, soaring swiftly through the skies, which astonished Bulma. They could actually fly. Bulma, lacking an aircraft, trailed behind on an off-road motorcycle. Elder brother, her speed is rather slow. Hey, you two, wait for me. Sun Wuyuan and Xiao Wukong halted to wait for Bulma to catch up, and after a considerable while, they finally spotted her, panting heavily. Elder brother, shall we summon the flying Nimbus for her to ride? Xiao Wukong suggested, but Bulma can't ride the Nimbus. She isn't pure of heart like us. True enough. Nimbus, Xiao Wukong called out loudly. Bulma, puzzled, inquired, Wukong, what are you doing? I'm calling Nimbus. Your pace is too slow. Let it carry you. Soon a golden cloud descended rapidly from the heavens, coming to rest before Xiao Wukong. Bulma, you should hop on, just like with Master Roshi. As soon as Bulma mounted, she tumbled off. Fortunately, the quick-thinking Sun Wuyuan caught her before she fell, reminding himself that genuine affection often requires a touch of finesse. Xiao Wukong, witnessing Bulma's fall, concluded that she was a troublesome child. What followed was a scene reminiscent of countless television dramas. As Bulma found herself blushing in Sun Wuyuan's warm embrace, Tio clarified, Sun Wuyuan had no ulterior motives. He merely thought of Bulma as a fellow Earthling. After all, why let the bounty of the land go to waste? He chuckled inwardly, thinking that there would be no need to worry about the Saiyan Prince Vegeta intruding in the future. After resting for a night, they resumed their journey the following day en route. Bulma suddenly halted to relieve herself, and Sun Wuyuan recalled that this could be an opportunity for a heroic rescue. Before long, Bulma's cries for help rang out. Wukong, keep an eye on our belongings. I'll be back shortly. Alas, just as she exited, she was seized by a pterodactyl and lifted into the air. Sun Wuyuan exclaimed inwardly, "Oh my heavens, this is not what I wish to witness." He swiftly flew to Bulma's side and calmly inquired, "Bulma, do you require assistance?" Yes, I do," Bulma nearly cried, forgetting entirely whether she had properly dressed herself. "Isn't it obvious that I need help in this perilous situation?" In a flash, Sun Wuyuan positioned himself above the pterodactyl and delivered a swift blow, causing it to drop Bulma, who then plummeted from the sky. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as Sun Wuyuan caught Bulma in midair, reminding her, "Bulma, you're exposed." Meanwhile, the astute Xiao Wukong was preparing a feast from the fallen pterodactyl, having spent 15 years in the Dragon Ball world. Sun Wuyuan had yet to explore the Earth, and this quest for the Dragon Balls provided the perfect opportunity to do so. They encountered the sea turtle raised by Master Roshi, and Sun Wuyuan readily handed it over to Xiao Wukong to carry. "Hello, Master Roshi. It has been quite some time. Do you remember us?" Master Roshi removed his sunglasses, momentarily failing to recognize Sun Wuyuan. Though he felt a familiar aura, it was only upon seeing Xiao Wukong's unchanged hairstyle that he recalled their shared history. After a brief reminiscence, he shifted to more pressing matters. "Master Roshi, Xiao Wukong, and I have ventured out to train while seeking the Dragon Balls. May we have the one around your neck?" Having trained under him for a year, the brothers were among his few disciples, and he had no intention of making things difficult for them, nor did any inappropriate thoughts cross his mind regarding Bulma. "Xiao Wukong, when your strength has grown tremendously. I can scarcely perceive your power," Master Roshi lamented. "Has my era come to an end?" Xiao Wukong openly shared their training experiences at Kaelin Tower and in the Heavenly Temple. Master Roshi sighed. "I had no idea there was a Heavenly Temple above Kaelin Tower. No wonder you two have grown so formidable." Bulma, meanwhile, was left bewildered, unfamiliar with the terms of Kaelin or heavenly gods. But as she contemplated the existence of the wish-granting Dragon Balls, she gradually accepted the reality of deities and immortals that on September 5, guided by the Dragon Radar, the trio arrived at a village where Oolong had transformed into a monster to deceive the villagers. They discovered that an elderly woman possessed a 6-star Dragon Ball and agreed to help the village in exchange for Sun Wuyuan's surprise, Xiao Wukong, instead of approaching the elderly woman and asking if she was a girl, advanced and inquired, "Granny, are you a girl?" Sun Wuyuan covered his face, perplexed as to where things had gone awry. Previously, he had merely remarked to Wukong that the chests of girls differed from those of boys. To his astonishment, not only did Wukong remember this, but he also put it into practice. Goodness, I shall not take the blame for this. Yes, soon as the misunderstanding arose, Sun Wuyuan grasped the situation. There was no need for little Wukong to don female attire on September 16th. They encountered the still rogue Yamcha, but Sun Wuyuan found himself disinterested in Yamcha's meager strength at that moment, allowing little Wukong to entertain himself instead. Perhaps due to Yamcha's utter weakness, little Wukong effortlessly knocked him out with a light punch. That day, upon reaching the village of the Bull Demon King, little Wukong encountered Chi-Chi. Upon learning that she sought Master Wu-Tian's assistance to extinguish the flames of Fire Mountain, the kind-hearted little Wukong readily offered his help. While riding the Kinto One, little Wukong innocently placed his hand on Chi-Chi's chest, only to discover it was quite small, prompting him to exclaim, "Chi-Chi, you must be a boy." Embarrassed and furious, Chi-Chi kicked little Wukong several times, yet with his combat power of 5,000, little Wukong felt no discomfort. Thus, in a haze of confusion, the two inadvertently established an engagement. They failed to find the banana fan needed to extinguish the fire on Turtle Island, nor did they manage to bring Master Wu-Tian to Fire Mountain. Ultimately, it was little Wukong's Kamehameha wave that laid waste to the entire Fire Mountain. The Bull Demon King, Chi-Chi, Bulma, and the secretly observing Yamcha were left agape, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Little Wukong scratched his head and flashed an awkward grin, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. What a headache! I accidentally used a tad too much strength. I should have let my brother handle this. Sun Wukong solemnly replied. No worries, Wukong. Practice makes perfect. With more training, such mishaps will surely be avoided. The onlookers were left in stitches. 2 monsters, truly. Was it merely a matter of using excessive strength or practice? To obliterate such a massive fire mountain in one fell swoop. Was that something an ordinary person could accomplish? Chapter 14. The Dragon Balls gathered, summoning the dragon. After the destruction of Fire Mountain by Wukong, they discovered the 7-star Dragon Balls amidst the ruins, with only 1 Dragon Ball remaining to summon the dragon and make a wish. Little Wu and Xiao were likely on the verge of attempting to steal the Dragon Balls. But how could I allow that? As a time traveler, must I not retain some dignity? Sun Wukong mused. Little Wu and Xiao were part of Pilaf's comedic trio, eternally in pursuit of the Dragon Balls to summon the dragon and wish to conquer the world. Yet they had repeatedly failed, ultimately transforming into children and leading a life of debauchery at Bulma's residence. That very night, as Xiao and Little Wu attempted to steal the Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong caught them red-handed. You've come to steal our Dragon Balls, haven't you? Sun Wukong inquired with a smile, revealing 2 rows of pristine white teeth. Upon being discovered, the 2 turned and fled. They had already witnessed the terror of Sun Wuyuan's group during the day, which was why they had opted for a nighttime heist. However, they never anticipated their ill fortune. Just as their plan commenced, it was declared a failure. Fleeing was imperative. Sun Wukong watched as they dashed into the woods. And by the time Wukong and Bulma noticed something amiss, the 2 had already taken flight in their aircraft. Brother, what happened? Someone attempted to steal our Dragon Balls. Let's pursue them. Upon hearing this, Wukong soared into the air, while Bulma quickly interjected, Take me with you. Without an aircraft, I can't keep up. Consequently, Sun Wukong reluctantly wrapped his arms around Bulma and took off to follow. Wukong, moving at astonishing speed, soon caught up to Little Wu and Xiao's aircraft, preparing to strike. However, he was swiftly halted by Sun Wukong. Brother, aren't we pursuing them to capture them? Little Wukong asked in confusion. Not yet, Wukong, but let's first track them back to their lair. We might stumble upon unexpected treasures. The last Dragon Ball was in Pilaf's possession, and following them would save the effort of searching. Fearing little Wukong might not grasp the reasoning, Sun Wukong elaborated. The fact that they sought us out to steal the Dragon Balls indicates they not only know of their significance, but might possess a device akin to a Dragon Ball radar. It's quite possible the final Dragon Ball is in their hands. Wow. Brother, you are so clever and cunning, little Wukong exclaimed in admiration. However, Sun Wuyuan felt a pang of discomfort at the latter description. It was too inappropriate for such a forthright individual. Shrewd would be far more fitting. The trio soon arrived at a castle, witnessing Little Wu and Xiao enter without hesitation. the king of Pilaf, adorned with the words fried rice on his attire, inquired of Little Wu and his Xiao. Where the Dragon Balls? Quick-witted, Little Wu awkwardly smiled. The Dragon Balls are on those three, a Xiao, and I lured them into the castle. Once you activate the mechanism to trap them, we can take the Dragon Balls. They possess 6, after all. The king of Pilaf was elated, bursting into laughter. Little Wu, a Xiao, you have done exceptionally well this time. Once I conquer the world, you shall be richly rewarded. He activated the castle's mechanism. But with such feeble power, it was futile against Sun Wuyuan and Little Wukong. They effortlessly navigated through all the traps. The king's smile faltered, replaced by furious curses. Little Wu, a Xiao, you two imbeciles. How could you bring the enemy into our castle? I shall punish you severely. A Xiao and Little Wu huddled together, trembling in fear, when suddenly, the door at their location swung open with a bang. Sun Wuyuan appeared, wearing a friendly smile. Hello. How do you do? May I ask where your Dragon Ball is? Witnessing Sun Wuyuan's prowess in bypassing the traps, Pilaf instantly cowered, responding politely. Please wait a moment. The Dragon Ball will be handed over shortly to Xiao. Go fetch the Dragon Ball. Sun Wuyuan, beaming with satisfaction as he received the Dragon Ball, remarked, Oh, you shouldn't have gone to such trouble. I imagine you exerted considerable effort to find this Dragon Ball. The king of Pilaf, understanding the situation, replied, We are honored to present the Dragon Ball to you. As the saying goes, gift from friends must not be declined. From today onward, you are my friends. Pilaf might not comprehend the nuances of such expressions, but he knew he had lost his Dragon Balls, forcing a smile that resembled more of a grimace than anything else. With all 7 Dragon Balls gathered, Bulma was elated. Little Wukong wore a dazed expression, showing little regard for the Dragon Balls, while Sun Wuyuan exhibited a sense of anticipation, albeit not much more than that. Bulma, do you have any wishes to fulfill? Upon hearing this, Bulma's excitement waned. Initially, she intended to wish for a handsome boyfriend. However, now, glancing at the dashing and composed Sun Wuyuan, alongside the sense of security his formidable strength afforded her, she felt as though she no longer needed to make a wish. I don't think I have any wishes to fulfill, Bulma replied, her cheeks tinged with color. Wukong, what wish would you like to make? Sun Wuyuan inquired of Little Wukong. Brother, can I wish to become strong like you? Of course not. The dragon cannot grant such a wish. Wukong, I'm not entirely sure, but you might as well give it a try. Little Wukong gazed intently at the 7 Dragon Balls. What must I do? Do you know? At that moment, Bulma interjected. According to my research in ancient texts, once the 7 Dragon Balls are gathered, simply shout, Come forth, Dragon, and then make your wish. Come forth, Dragon. A long, green figure soon emerged against the dark night sky. I asked at the dragon. It's so large and lengthy. The Pilaf trio was left speechless in shock, while Sun Wuyuan curiously examined the dragon. State your wishes, Dragon. I wish to be as powerful as my elder brother. Just as Bulma and Pilaf anticipated that the dragon would grant Little Wukong's wish, the dragon instead spoke. I am sorry, but your wish exceeds my capabilities and cannot be fulfilled. As predicted by Sun Wuyuan, Little Wukong scratched his head and turned to Sun Wuyuan. Brother, the wish cannot be granted. What should we do next? Oh, Bulma and the Pilaf trio nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. What? Isn't the Shenlong capable of granting any wish? Why is this seemingly simple desire unattainable? Chapter 15. An engagement equals a feast, Little Wukong. Sun Wukong's wish fails. Bulma has no desires to fulfill, yet Sun Wuyuan still wishes to explore whether those aspirations might come to fruition. What if they succeed? Even in failure, it could enlighten Little Wukong and others about the exceedingly limited powers of the Shenlong, illustrating that many issues should not overly rely on the Dragon Balls. Shenlong, grant me the gift of eternal life, comes the resounding voice of the Shenlong. Your wish cannot be fulfilled. Allow me the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. Your wish cannot be fulfilled. Eradicate the evil foes that threaten the peace of Earth. Your wish cannot be fulfilled. Bulma and Pilaf stare in disbelief. Could it be that they have encountered a false Shenlong, one incapable of granting any wish? Is it not said that the Shenlong can fulfill all desires? Little Wukong quietly remarks, It seems the Shenlong is quite useless. Not a single wish has been granted. Shenlong, this is quite embarrassing. Sun Wuyuan clears his throat. I wish to possess the ability to teleport anywhere at will. Regrettably, the ability you seek transcends human capability. It belongs to certain high deities within the universe and cannot be realized. However, I can impart the principles and methods of teleportation utilized by the Yard Rats into your memory, but it seems this Earth Shenlong is rather unreliable. It cannot even grant me the ability to teleport. Can't you simply teach me the Yard Rat teleportation technique directly? I cannot. The Yard Rat teleportation is also a divine skill, not something everyone can master. Even understanding the principles requires assistance from the Yard Rat elders for easier comprehension. Of course, if your talent is sufficiently exceptional, you might learn it based on your innate abilities after grasping the principles. The Shenlong considers itself to be the least dignified in its appearances over the past few centuries. Well, that's acceptable. The Shenlong's eyes gleam with a red light, and Sun Wuyuan finds himself endowed with memories regarding the Yard Rat teleportation. Your wish has been granted. The Shenlong vanishes, transforming into 7 Dragon Balls that scatter in various directions. Sun Wuyuan swiftly captures one, now a stone Dragon Ball. Bulma, puzzled, states, after the Shenlong grants a wish, the Dragon Balls require a year to regenerate. If you wish to make another wish, you must wait until then. I have no intention of making another wish. This one is my grandfather's 4-star Dragon Ball, and I intend to return it to Baozi Mountain. By the way, Bulma, our quest for the Dragon Balls has concluded. What are your plans moving forward? Bulma shakes her head. I will return home and await the start of school. I have no plans. Tomorrow morning, could you take me back to West City? If I ride my bike, it would take a long time. The following morning, little Wukong returns to Baozi Mountain alone, while Sun Wuyuan flies Bulma back to West City. Previously, during their flight, Sun Wuyuan had held her waist, carrying her on his shoulder amidst her bashful glances. Now, she eagerly offers to be carried, wishing to sit atop him as they ascend. Sun Wuyuan, of course, does not acquiesce. He prefers to be above. Thus, Bulma must settle for being below, as Sun Wuyuan embraces her face to face as they take off. Wuyuan, you're so fast. Can you slow down? I must admit, I am indeed too powerful. Ordinary individuals cannot withstand such speed. I hardly feel it, yet she is already overwhelmed. Upon returning to Baozi Mountain, Sun Wuyuan notices little Wukong once again in the gravity chamber training. Notably, little Wukong is not training as fervently as he did during the journey to Namek in the original storyline. Firstly, he is still young. Secondly, he is yet to encounter significant hardships that would compel him to push himself to grow stronger. Wukong, are you planning to seek training from Master Roshi? Sun Wuyuan asks little Wukong without reason. Big brother, didn't Master Roshi already say he has nothing left to teach us? We must train on our own. Little Wukong responds, puzzled. Little Wukong, I'm merely concerned you might lose your true love. Soon, Krillin will seek training from Master Roshi. Wukong and he have forged a deep friendship since childhood. During the climactic battle against Frieza on Namek, it was Krillin's death that incited Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan, leading everyone to say that Krillin is Wukong's true love. By the way, Wukong, did you inform Grandpa about your engagement to Chi-Chi? Sun Wuyuan suddenly recalls that after the defeat of Fire Mountain, Chi-Chi had informed her father, the Ox King, about her lifelong commitment to Wukong, receiving his full support. That day, an engagement ceremony was held in the village for little Wukong and Chi-Chi, where little Wukong joyfully indulged in a grand feast. Engagement? We already feasted yesterday. Why should I tell Grandpa? Sun Wuyuan remarks, I've taught Wukong many things, but it seems I neglected this one, and it appears he views the engagement merely as an extravagant meal. Ah well, it's best to let things unfold naturally. Wukong, continue your training. I shall seek out Grandpa. Oh, little Wukong enters the gravity chamber to resume his training. Grandpa, I have something significant to discuss with you. Observing his much taller grandson, old son Gohan smiles. What is this important matter? Please sit down and share. He pours a glass of water for Sun Wuyuan and leisurely sips from his own. Grandpa, Wukong is already engaged. I believe we should make early preparations to host a splendid and lively wedding for him in the future. Old son Gohan spits out the water he just drank, staring at Sun Wuyuan in disbelief. Does he not know the situation regarding his own grandson? Moreover, Wukong is only 12 years old. How could he possibly be engaged? It's astonishing that little Wukong is already pursuing romantic interests, and he has even become engaged. Well, my dear grandson, you must keep this up? Really? Do you see my earnest gaze? How could I possibly deceive you? Grandpa, I have already feasted at the engagement banquet. Old son Gohan's face beams with joy like a blooming chrysanthemum, exclaiming, Wukong, this child, truly remarkable. Who could this girl be? Sun Wuyuan teases. Grandpa, you surely know her quite well and are very familiar with her. Old son Gohan, accustomed to his grandson's occasional mischief, urges, Come on, just tell me. Grandpa cannot guess. Chapter 16. Krillin, you must seize the opportunity. Old son Gohan, accustomed to his grandson's occasional mischief, urges, Come on, just tell me. Grandpa cannot guess. It is your old classmate, the Ox King's daughter, Chi-Chi. What do you think? Surprising, isn't it? I have heard he has a daughter, but I never expected her to be connected with Wukong. Old son Gohan feels quite astonished. Once I have the time, I will visit Fire Mountain to catch up with the Ox King and discuss matters concerning little Wukong and Chi-Chi. Wukong is still young and does not understand the intricacies of human relationships. I shall personally handle this to ensure everything is arranged properly. Upon hearing this, Sun Wuyuan feels an inexplicable panic. Wukong is already engaged, and he must also act promptly. After living with Grandpa for over a decade, he realizes that his grandfather can be quite talkative. The sudden push for marriage leaves him somewhat flabbergasted that up until now, he remains uncertain whether he should pursue Bulma or wait for the stunning android. Number 18. To appear. 1 is the daughter of the world's richest tycoon, a beauty endowed with both intellect and figure, while the other is a powerful combatant, a golden-haired goddess who ages slowly. Each possesses unique merits, making it exceedingly difficult to choose between adulthood and youthful innocence. Truly a dilemma. On the morning of September 10,749 in the Age of Heroes, Sun Wuyuan decides to visit Turtle Island to meet Krillin, the true love of Wukong. Is that you? Did you and Wukong not go in search of the Dragon Balls? How fortunate you were to find time to visit me. The turtle sage, engrossed in perusing a certain magazine, spoke without raising his head. Sun Wuyuan, feeling rather speechless, remarked, If you truly have a fondness for such things, with your divine martial arts prowess, do you truly fear that there won't be a plethora of young and beautiful ladies willing to approach you? What is the point of merely staring at that magazine every day? As Sun Wuyuan delved into experimenting with the instantaneous movement of the Yardatron aliens, he awaited the arrival of Krillin, the little bald-headed one seeking to become his disciple. An indeterminate moment. A small wooden boat appeared upon the sea, and upon it stood the polished and gleaming Krillin, who leapt from the vessel directly before Sun Wuyuan. Without uttering a word, he produced from his bosom the very magazine favored by the turtle sage, presenting it with both hands and bowing deeply, imploring, Please, Master Wu Tian, accept me as your disciple. Sun Wuyuan, taken aback, responded, How can my handsome visage resemble that of the elderly and lecherous turtle sage? Master Wu Tian is over there. Sun Wuyuan could hardly contain his incredulity towards Krillin. I find it curious that a Master Wu Tian who has lived for several centuries could appear so youthful. It seems I mistook you for someone else. My apologies. No matter, Sun Wuyuan replied. I too can be considered a disciple of Master Wu Tian. Should you manage to gain his favor, as your senior, I may consider looking after you somewhat. With a serious demeanor, he continued, Now go. Whether you can become a disciple rests upon your own capabilities. Krillin, brimming with enthusiasm, approached the turtle sage to seek his guidance. Initially dismissive, the turtle sage's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the magazine Krillin had brought. Granting him an opportunity, he requested Krillin to bring him a charming young lady, to Sun Wuyuan's astonishment. Without the aid of Goku and the flying Nimbus, Krillin successfully located Launch and brought her to Turtle Island. Though it remained a mystery what cunning tricks he had employed, that very evening, Launch prepared a meal for the turtle sage and Krillin using pufferfish, resulting in food poisoning for all three, leaving them bedridden for an entire day before recovering. On September 14, the turtle sage commenced Krillin's formal training, and Sun Wuyuan visited continuously over the following days, casually engaging Krillin in conversation. Krillin, you are a little bald monk from the Dorian Temple. Remember, a monk cannot marry. With a heart free of women, one can attain true enlightenment. Occasionally, he would demonstrate a hint of power, leaving Krillin utterly astonished, insisting that Krillin refer to him as Senior Brother Wuyuan. Senior Brother Wuyuan, you are so formidable. How did you become so powerful? With a heart devoid of women, one naturally cultivates the spirit, Sun Wuyuan proclaimed, departing without looking back, leaving Krillin to ponder the significance of a heart free of women and the cultivation of the spirit. Truly, he was a remarkable senior brother, his insights and a cultivation unparalleled. The years swiftly passed, and Sun Wuyuan finally mastered the art of instantaneous movement. Haha, it seems my martial talent is indeed commendable. Throughout the year, he frequently reminded Krillin, Krillin, you are a monk. Monks cannot marry. With a heart devoid of women, one can attain true enlightenment. Cast aside worldly desires to grow stronger swiftly. Look at how feeble you are now. Each of these admonitions struck a blow to Krillin's fragile spirit. Yet he began to appreciate the wisdom in senior brother Sun Wuyuan's words, eventually responding instinctively whenever addressed as monk. In response, Sun Wuyuan could only silently lament, my apologies, Krillin. It is not that senior brother lacks loyalty, but rather that Android 18's power is simply too formidable. Your strength is insufficient, and I fear for your safety and standing. Senior brother, Master Wuqian will be taking me to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament starting today. Will you be joining us? Krillin suddenly leaned in to whisper in Sun Wuyuan's ear. Sun Wuyuan was momentarily startled, nearly believing that Krillin had uncovered his hidden thoughts, only to realize it was merely an inquiry regarding the tournament. Of course, I shall attend. Such a rare gathering of martial artists on Earth. What point is there in remaining cooped up in a room, training all day? I shall join the festivities and perhaps invite little Goku as well. Little Goku, you mean your second brother, Sun Wukong, right? I remember you mentioned he is the same age as I am. Is he truly as strong as you say? Krillin inquired. Well, let's put it this way. My brother Sun Wukong could defeat 100 of the current Krillin with one hand. Senior brother, that's a bit excessive. Why must you always use me as a benchmark for combat prowess? Speaking of little Goku, Sun Wuyuan felt a slight headache. He either remained holed up in the gravity chamber all day long, more of a recluse than he had been in his previous life, or when taken out, would approach girls and innocently ask, are you a girl? Brother, I think I've recently learned to distinguish between boys and girls. Sun Wuyuan was left speechless. How had the once lively, innocent, and pure-hearted little Goku transformed into such a socially awkward individual? Surely this transformation could not be attributed to his influence. He would never admit to that. The rising combat power of little Goku was indeed his doing. On the morning of May 7th, 750 A.C., Sun Wuyuan declared, Goku, you shall not train in the gravity chamber today, that I will take you to witness the World Martial Arts Tournament and expose you to the grandeur of other martial artists. Oh, all right. Is this what you often refer to as reading thousands of books is no better than traveling thousands of miles? Exactly. Let me impart another lesson. Traveling thousands of miles is no substitute for encountering countless people. Chapter 17. The martial arts tournament commences, brother. Shall we fly there? No need. Just grasp my shoulder, and I shall transport us there instantly. Upon hearing this, little Goku placed his hands upon Sun Wuyuan's shoulders, while Sun Wuyuan pressed his middle and index fingers to his forehead, striving to locate the energy of Master Wuqian or Krillin. Due to his still developing mastery of instantaneous movement, it took him a considerable time to sense Master Wuqian's energy, causing little Goku to grow increasingly impatient. All right, hold on tight. Successfully executing instantaneous movement, he exclaimed, Hey brother, where are we? Have we arrived? Just then a woman's piercing scream echoed in his ears. Goodness, that young, beautiful girl is in the restroom. Best not to look. Let's make our exit. Brother, did you see her? Where did he go? Little Goku scratched his head, bewildered. Sun Wukong materialized behind Master Wuqian and Krillin. Taking a long, relieving breath, he thought to himself, I must practice instantaneous movement more diligently. That was a close call, and I hope little Goku is well. Greetings, Master Wuqian and Krillin. Sun Wukong greeted them nonchalantly. Wuyuan, you've arrived. Is little Goku not attending the World Martial Arts Tournament? Master Wuqian inquired. Oh, he went to the restroom. I suspect you will be here shortly, Sun Wuyuan replied. Meanwhile, a young, beautiful girl with a fierce demeanor charged toward little Goku. Are you here to spar with me? Yet you are far too weak. Your techniques are riddled with flaws. With a gentle tap to the back of the girl's head, she instantly fainted. Other women emerging from the restroom soon took notice of little Goku. A commotion erupted in the ladies' restroom as bags, mirrors, combs, and high-heeled shoes were hurled in Goku's direction, some even including undergarments. They are so fierce. I did nothing. Why are they attacking me? It seems brother foresaw their hostility and left early. I should make my exit as well. With that thought, little Goku swiftly departed the ladies' restroom, leaving a group of bewildered women behind, pondering how that little rascal had vanished so suddenly. Did we just encounter a ghost? They exclaimed in panic, fleeing the restroom. Goku, you've arrived just in time. Come with me to register for the World Martial Arts Tournament. After Sun Wuyuan, Sun Wukong, and Krillin completed their registration, they discovered that Master Wu Tian had, unlike in the original tale, chosen not to participate in the tournament. Turtle Sage, aren't you joining the World Martial Arts Tournament? Oh no, this tournament is now the stage for the young that I shall watch from the sidelines as you compete. I shall not take part myself. The Turtle Sage, with clarity of mind, realized, with both you and Goku participating, what need have I for the championship? The era of the martial arts god, the Turtle Sage, has come to a close. During the preliminary rounds, Sun Wuyuan effortlessly dispatched each opponent with a single strike, sending them flying with a puff of air. The announcer declared competitor Sun Wuyuan possesses remarkable strength, sending his opponent out of the ring with a single blow. Sun Wuyuan is the victor. Krilin and Sun Wukong effortlessly advanced to the top 16 as the competition venue changed. Bulma gazed at the crowd that thronged before the arena, making it impossible for her to push through. Beside her stood the azure-haired Lan Chi, who over the past year had frequently sought out Sun Wuyuan, thus naturally becoming acquainted with both Lan Chi and Krilin. With a playful gesture, she brought a strand of Lan Chi's blue hair to her nose, prompting a loud sneeze. In an instant, the gentle blue-haired Lan Chi transformed into the irate blonde Lan Chi. Out of nowhere, the blonde Lan Chi produced a machine gun, aiming it skyward and bellowing, "All those who wish to live, step aside." The densely packed crowd quickly parted, creating a wide path. When Sun Wukong, Krilin, and you old pervert, you're all here. Sun Wukong, with keen eyes, pointed in a direction and exclaimed, "Big brother, look! Isn't that the guy we defeated in the desert last year? I think his name is Yamcha." Following Wukong's gaze, Sun Wuyuan indeed spotted Yamcha. Due to their limited interactions, he had not been aware of Yamcha's energy until now. In the top 8, they had not faced each other and had all advanced smoothly to the quarterfinals. Krilin, however, encountered his senior who had bullied him at Doran Temple, but unfortunately, the anxious Krilin inadvertently kicked him off the stage. Sun Wuyuan's opponent was sent flying from the stage with a single breath, prompting an enthusiastic declaration from the ever-dedicated referee. Behold, Sun Wuyuan's breath technique has once again triumphed, defeating his opponent with an unstoppable blow. Sun Wuyuan is the victor, the competitors in the top 8 included Sun Wuyuan, Sun Wukong, Krilin, Yamcha, Lan Fong, the Barbarian, Namu, and the Monster Kirami. The first match featured Krilin against the Barbarian as the battle commenced. The Barbarian's overwhelming presence pervaded the arena, affecting everyone from the competitors on the stage to the audience below. Some spectators even fainted, foaming at the mouth. The referee quickly donned a gas mask. And fortunately, Krilin lacked a nose. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the Barbarian's signature moves: saliva, flatulence, and a mysterious dark object extracted from his trousers. The second match pitted Yamcha against Lan Fong. Lan Fong, a stunning beauty, rendered Yamcha powerless against his fear of women, exacerbated by Sun Wuyuan's presence. Lan Fong threw a flirtatious glance at Yamcha, puffed her chest, and tossed her hair, causing Yamcha's face to flush crimson. Ultimately, with a playful kiss thrown his way, Yamcha was easily and joyfully kicked off the stage. The third match was a fateful clash between Sun Wukong and Namu. However, the current Sun Wukong was far too formidable, leaving Namu without the opportunity to execute his own signature move, the Sky Cross Slash, before being knocked out by Sun Wukong in a single blow. Namu, defeated, wept inconsolably, while Master Wu Tian, ever compassionate, provided him with a universal capsule, offering to take him to a well to fetch water for his thirsty kin in the desert. The fourth match featured Sun Wuyuan against the monster Kirami. The referee announced, will Sun Wuyuan once again employ his signature breath attack? Can a monster Kirami withstand it? As the match began, Sun Wuyuan yawned and blew a breath toward his opponent, sending Kirami soaring into the sky. Once again, our competitor Sun Wuyuan utilizes his signature move, blowing the monster Kirami away. Is defeat imminent for Kirami? No. The monster Kirami has unfurled its wings and is now soaring through the skies. It appeared that Sun Wuyuan would finally face a worthy adversary. As his signature move was countered, what sort of retaliation would he devise? Suddenly, the referee's voice faltered as Sun Wuyuan vanished, reappearing behind the monster Kirami, delivering a stunning blow that rendered Kirami unconscious. Incredible! Sun Wuyuan's speed was so swift that the sequence of events was scarcely discernible, and he even possesses the ability to fly. Sun Wuyuan is the victor. Chapter 18. The Finals, Sun Wuyuan vs. Xiao Wukong. Aside from familiar faces in the audience, an exhilarating wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Xiao Wukong, puzzled, remarked, "Isn't flying a simple feat? All one needs is to master the flight technique. I don't understand why they are so astonished." Krillin, with beads of sweat on his bald head, explained, "They are not martial artists. They are merely ordinary people. Even martial artists may not necessarily master flight." He himself was a martial artist who had never seen his mentor Wutian employ the flight technique. The final four competitors had been determined: Sun Wukong, Sun Wuyuan, Krillin, and Lan Fong. The first semifinal match was between Wukong and Krillin, while the second featured Sun Wuyuan against Lan Fong. Following the semifinals, there was a brief intermission during which Bulma abruptly advised Sun Wuyuan, "When you face Lan Fong, do not go easy on her like that Yamcha fellow. Show no mercy," with Yamcha caught in the crossfire. Sun Wuyuan thought Bulma was overthinking it. Lan Fong, regardless of her prowess, physique, demeanor, or background, held no interest for him. Alas, if he were to show no mercy, he feared Lan Fong would be left in utter disarray. He nodded in acknowledgement, as the match between Xiao Wukong and Krillin soon commenced. As Krillin entered the arena, he declared to Xiao Wukong, "Master Wuyuan told me, Wukong, you could defeat 100 of me with one hand. But I don't believe you're that powerful unless you fight me with just one hand." This moment, Krillin's mind was rather devious, seeking to gain an advantage over Xiao Wukong. Xiao Wukong, with wide, innocent eyes, replied, "Big brother spoke the truth. I am not deceiving you. If you want me to use just one hand, then I shall fight you with one hand." Krillin, elated, proclaimed, "Get ready, I shall begin now." Assuming his stance, he vanished in the next instant. The referee excitedly announced, "Krillin's strength is astounding. His speed is beyond the naked eye. What method will Sun Wukong employ to counter this?" The excitement peaked as Sun Wukong delivered a precise punch to Krillin's forehead. What had just transpired? Let's interview Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, could you clarify what just happened? I punched Krillin. Could you elaborate on the specifics? I punched him, and my fist struck his forehead. The referee chuckled awkwardly. It seems our Sun Wukong has quite the sense of humor that we hear that Sun Wuyuan is Sun Wukong's elder brother. Sun Wuyuan? Is that true? No, it is not. Clearly, Sun Wuyuan maintained an aloof demeanor. With Krillin down, the countdown commenced. 10, 9, 1. Sun Wukong is victorious. The second match began, with Lan Fong attempting to employ her charms against Yamcha, but Sun Wuyuan, disinterested, swiftly dispatched her with a slap, sending her tumbling off the stage into unconsciousness. The referee announced, "Indeed, you have not misheard. Sun Wuyuan has once again defeated his opponent with a single move. It is unimaginable how much more power he has yet to reveal." Upon descending from the stage, Bulma's infatuation resurfaced as she brazenly attempted to act improperly in public. Sun Wuyuan, of course, would not allow her to succeed so easily. He did not evade Bulma's embrace, but instead held her forehead, preventing her from leaning in closer. Krillin, witnessing Sun Wuyuan's effortless dismissal of the beautiful Lan Fong and refusal of Bulma's kiss, felt an even greater admiration for his elder brother. Truly, Sun Wuyuan embodied the essence of a man devoted to his training, unmarred by the distractions of women. If it were him in Sun Wuyuan's place, he might have succumbed. Krillin, your training is not yet sufficient. You must learn from Master Wuyuan. The final encounter was a showdown between Sun Wuyuan and Xiao Wukong. Two brothers poised for battle. Wukong's combative spirit surged, eager for the match. The referee proclaimed, "The exhilarating moment is upon us." Rumor has it that the competitors preparing for the finals, Sun Wuyuan and Sun Wukong, are brothers, and the champion shall emerge from their clash. The audience erupted with fervor, their cheers echoing like a cataclysmic wave. Big brother, they are so loud. It's not even them competing against you. Why do they seem more excited than I am? Wukong, they are ordinary people. Their perspective is beyond the norm that in time, you'll come to understand. The audience murmured, "Is it you who cannot be understood by normal standards? Finally, I can battle Big Brother again. Ever since our training in the gravity chamber, you have not fought alongside me. Now we can truly spar and showcase the fruits of my training." As the competition commenced, Sun Wuyuan and Sun Wukong engaged in a fundamental exchange of punches and kicks, their mastery of similar techniques gradually escalating in intensity as the battle unfolded. With an initial display of rock, paper, scissors, and drunken boxing, the arena reverberated with thunderous sounds, yet the spectators remained oblivious to the details of their skirmish. Not only the ordinary onlookers, but even Master Wu Tian and Krillin struggled to discern the intricacies of the combat. Krillin, filled with astonishment, exclaimed, "Is there really such a vast disparity between my abilities and those of my senior brothers? While it is expected that Master Sun Wuyuan possesses formidable strength, I had not anticipated Sun Wukong to be equally potent. This is no longer a matter of one hand being able to defeat 100 Krillins. 1,000 would pose no challenge hither. It appears that Master Sun Wuyuan was not exaggerating to provoke me. Rather, he may have understated his prowess out of concern for my feelings." Master Wu Tian, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, reflected, "Unbeknownst to me, the strength of Sun Wuyuan and young Wukong has surpassed my own to such an extent, I had assumed they were merely 1 or 2 times stronger than I am. The difference in power between 1 or 2 times is staggering. To illustrate, consider the comparison between Tao Bai Bai and General Blue of the Red Ribbon Army, with a combat power of 60 and possessing supernatural abilities. General Blue pales in comparison to Tao Bai Bai, whose combat power stands at 120, complemented by his ultimate technique, the Do-Don Wave. Despite only a 2-fold difference in strength, Tao Bai Bai can effortlessly dispatch General Blue with a mere flick of his tongue." The referee found himself momentarily bewildered, unable to ascertain how to narrate the unfolding events. The spectacle was astounding. Both competitors unleashed their signature move, Godspeed, engaging in a fierce contest of skill that left them evenly matched. Suddenly, multiple apparitions of Sun Wuyuan and Sun Wukong manifested in the arena, raising the question of whether they had mastered the art of splitting themselves as they reappeared on the stage. It remained unclear whether they were merely taking a brief respite or preparing to unleash their ultimate techniques. "Brother, unleash your full strength. I wish to gauge the extent of our disparity." The seriousness etched upon young Wukong's face was unprecedented. "Ah, my dear and innocent little brother, have you also stumbled upon an ocean? That is merely the concession I offered you, to preserve your enthusiasm for training." Sun Wuyuan replied, "Very well, let us settle this with a decisive Kamehameha." Having battled for quite some time, Sun Wuyuan felt it was nearly time to conclude their contest. For prolonging it would serve little purpose. Just as he finished speaking, young Wukong readied himself to gather energy for the Kamehameha, prompting Sun Wuyuan to interject, "Wukong, let us ascend into the sky." Engaging in such a powerful attack on the arena could endanger the ordinary spectators. Chapter 19. The conclusion of the tournament, a plan nodding in agreement. Young Wukong followed Sun Wuyuan into the skies. The referee, donning sunglasses, gazed upward, observing. The competitors, Sun Wuyuan and Sun Wukong, have taken to the heavens and continue to ascend. Their earlier concerns about endangering us raise anticipation for the awe-inspiring techniques they are about to employ. Kamehameha Wave. They proclaimed simultaneously. The legendary technique, created by Master Wu Tian, materialized as the 2 powerful energy waves clashed in the sky, releasing blinding light that proved too intense for the audience to behold. What extraordinary connection could exist between these 2 formidable competitors and the martial arts deity, Master Wu Tian? Let us interview their companion. Krillin, the referee handed the microphone to Krillin. He proudly declared, They are my senior brothers, both having received Master Wu Tian's teachings. With arms crossed over his chest, he beamed with pride. The revelation was astonishing. Not only were Sun Wuyuan and Sun Wukong brothers, but they also shared the same master, the martial arts god, Master Wu Tian. The two blue energy waves continued to collide in the heavens, and Sun Wuyuan, having heard that one should never contest against a member of the Sun family, was determined to challenge this belief that I must believe. I've taken on the Sun's surname. After all, he thought, as he felt his energy wave push through the midpoint, gradually suppressing young Wukong's wave. The young Wukong exclaimed. As the energy surged back and forth multiple times, it seemed young Wukong's energy was dwindling. Yet unexpectedly, he shouted once more, causing his energy wave to swell dramatically. Sun Wuyuan, now cautious, increased his output of energy, fearful that Wukong's sudden exertion might cause harm. With a sudden burst of joy, young Wukong exclaimed, "Brother, you truly remain as formidable as ever." And with that, he expended all his strength, causing his energy wave to come to an abrupt halt. Why the heavens? Sun Wuyuan couldn't help but exclaim. Young Wukong's energy vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Fortunately, his quick thinking allowed him to redirect the energy wave skyward just before it reached young Wukong. The exhausted Wukong began to plummet from the sky, yet Sun Wuyuan swiftly positioned himself beneath him, catching him gently and descending back to the arena. The referee, filled with excitement, announced the two competitors showcased an exhilarating duel in the sky, culminating in Sun Wukong's slight defeat as he succumbed to exhaustion. The champion of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament is none other than Sun Wuyuan. As the World Martial Arts Tournament came to a close, Sun Wuyuan approached Bulma to request the Dragon Radar. His intention was not to seek the Dragon Balls, but rather to locate a treasure buried by pirates, marked by one of the Dragon Balls. Poverty had struck him hard. He lacked even the funds to build a modest villa. Moreover, Wukong was hardly the type to manage a household, and in the future, his wife Chi-Chi would likely live a life of considerable hardship with him. Originally, the Ox King was quite wealthy, yet when young Wukong extinguished the flames of Fire Mountain, the entire mountain and its riches vanished. Consequently, the mightiest warrior on earth found himself toiling in the fields for sustenance. Chi-Chi, utterly convinced that martial arts held no future, diligently steered her exceptionally gifted son, Son Gohan, towards academia, leaving Sun Wuyuan watching helplessly from the screen, filled with regret. Brother, did we not summon Shenron last time? If he could not grant your wish, why pursue the Dragon Balls again? Young Wukong queried, perplexed. Dear brother, how do you perceive our family's circumstances? Sun Wuyuan gently prodded. Quite well. Grandfather is wonderful, and so is big brother. You see, as we grow older, we find ourselves crammed into a small house, just the three of us. Do you not have any thoughts on this, Wukong? Sun Wuyuan continued to guide him to, oh, big brother, you mean. Precisely. You are finally beginning to understand. Sun Wuyuan felt a surge of pride as he recognized his brother's awakening. You truly intend to move in with Bulma and share a bed with her? Upon hearing young Wukong's comment, Sun Wuyuan nearly blurted out an expletive, utterly taken aback. What nonsense is this? When did Wukong become so outrageous in his speech? Food may be eaten indiscriminately, yet words must be chosen carefully. I never uttered such a thing. Wukong, have you gone astray? I did not speak carelessly. One night, I awoke to relieve myself and overheard you saying you wanted to be with Bulma, mentioning something about free meals and lodging, and long legs. You were not very clear. It dawned on Sun Wuyuan that he must have been speaking in his sleep, leaving it to ponder how Wukong could possibly have said such a thing. His attempt to guide Wukong towards familial responsibility had failed, and thus he decided to keep Wukong's revelation a secret, fearing that it might tarnish his reputation. Following the Dragon Radar's readings, Sun Wuyuan chose to search for a Dragon Ball located in the ocean. After considerable effort, he finally uncovered the cave where the pirates had hidden their treasure. Within, he discovered an abundance of chests filled with gold, silver, and jewels, alongside the skeletal remains of pirates, if memories served him correctly. This was merely a fraction of the pirates' hoard, with the majority concealed within a colossal statue nearby. He carefully stored all the treasure-laden chests and the statue into a universal capsule, confident that such a vast fortune would facilitate the construction of several villas. When the time came for Wukong to marry, he could share half with him. ensuring that Chi-Chi would not prevent Wukong from pursuing martial arts and instead compel him to farm. He even planned to hint to Wukong about exploring other planets in the universe for gems and treasures to bring back for Chi-Chi. One day, Sun Wuyuan noticed the Red Ribbon Army approaching Baozi Mountain, and he quickly deduced their intentions. They were undoubtedly after the Dragon Balls. He possessed 2 Dragon Balls, while the Red Ribbon Army had gathered 5. With the addition of his 2, they would have the complete set. Of course, this was a calculated move on his part. Young Wukong had ceased his search for the Dragon Balls, leaving the Red Ribbon Army with no means to confront him, rather than allowing them to seize the Dragon Balls. Sun Wuyuan had no reason to send Wukong against them, nor could he allow the vengeful Dr. Gero to proceed with his android experiments, leading to the emergence of Android 18. The number 18 is not the crux of the matter. Rather, it is the malevolent Red Ribbon Army that wreaks havoc upon the world, committing unthinkable atrocities that deserve their due punishment. Indeed, that is the case. It is certainly not due to my admiration for the beauty of number 18, but rather my unwavering righteousness that fuels my discontent towards the Red Ribbon Army, that a voice of justice echoes in my mind. Is that what you call liking? You are merely lusting after her form. Wukong, cease your training for now, and come forth. Guests are about to arrive at our dumpling shop. Please attend to them properly. Sun Wuyuan pressed the switch to the gravity training room, allowing the young Wukong to emerge. What guests? Is Miss Bulma coming? Young Wukong inquired with a hint of innocence. Not Bulma. You shall wait outside to entertain them. You understand. Sun Wuyuan said earnestly, I don't know how to receive guests. Brother, you should handle it instead. Chapter 20. The Red Ribbon Army arrives. Wukong, you go and attend to them. I don't know how to host guests. Brother, you take care of it, for I wish to train. No, Wukong, you are no longer a child. This year you turn 13. You are growing up and ought to learn about the ways of the world if they dare to impose any unreasonable demands or resort to violence. You are permitted to retaliate. Should anything happen, I shall take responsibility, Sun Wuyuan remarked. Those who lack humanity are often unaware. Surely trouble will ensue. Thus, under his persuasion, young Wukong awaited the arrival of the Red Ribbon Army at the foot of Dumpling Mountain. Soon, he spotted General Blue accompanied by a cadre of subordinates, arriving in tanks at the base of the mountain. Report, General, a small spirit has been discovered at the foot of the mountain. What of such trivialities? General, there are no other individuals in the vicinity. Thus far, we have only seen this lone spirit. Moreover, the 2 Dragon Balls are found together, leading me to suspect that someone has inadvertently acquired both. It is highly probable that this spirit possesses knowledge of the Dragon Ball's whereabouts. Your analysis holds some merit. Then what are we waiting for? Capture that spirit and extract the information regarding the Dragon Balls. General Blue stated with a calm demeanor. Understood, General. As young Wukong noticed figures approaching, he readied himself to politely inquire if they were the guests when a fist the size of a cooking pot came hurtling toward him. Dodging the blow, young Wukong exclaimed, What are you doing? If you strike again, I shall retaliate. His brother had instructed him that he could defend himself if attacked, and these individuals did not exude the aura of benevolence. You managed to evade that blow, you lucky little spirit. Your fortune ends here. Be gentle. Do not kill him, for the general still wishes to interrogate him about the Dragon Balls. Fear not. I shall exercise restraint. Once more, a fist was aimed at Sun Wukong, but a small hand intercepted the blow with ease. What? How could such a tiny being possibly withstand my punch? You aim to seize my brother's Dragon Balls. Thus, I shall not hold back. The cadre of lackeys fell to the ground without even catching a glimpse of young Wukong's form. Realizing the dire situation, a soldier rushed to report to General Blue. You little spirit, you have incapacitated so many of my subordinates. Tell me where the Dragon Balls are, and I may consider going easy on you when I take your life. General Blue cast a contemptuous glance at the diminutive Wukong, speaking with casual disdain. Who are you? Young Wukong inquired. Listen closely, little spirit. I am General Blue, one of the high-ranking members of the infamous Red Ribbon Army. How about that? Are you frightened? I have not heard of you. Young Wukong replied earnestly. General Blue was instantly infuriated. Little spirit, you are utterly ignorant. How could you not recognize the illustrious General Blue? Why would I bother engaging with a mere child? Tell me, where are the Dragon Balls? The Dragon Balls? They are with my brother. Even when faced with an enemy's inquiry, young Wukong continued to respond sincerely. You are somewhat perceptive. Where's your brother? He's up on a mountain, as he spoke. Young Wukong pointed towards the summit where their home resided. General Blue let out a strange laugh. Ha! What a brainless little spirit. Now that I'm aware of the Dragon Ball's location, your life holds no further value. Those who dare to strike against the Red Ribbon Army shall meet their demise. Foolish child. With that, General Blue unleashed his proud superpower. You cannot move, can you? He cackled, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Wukong's neck. However, Wukong effortlessly raised a finger to block the attack. You can still move? Impossible. My superpower should have rendered you immobile. Just now, there was a feeble force attempting to confine me. Was that your superpower? How weak, young Wukong candidly stated. You shall die. 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 General Blue frantically assaulted Wukong, yet all his attacks were effortlessly intercepted by Sun Wuyuan. Young Wukong yawned and casually struck General Blue, sending him soaring into the sky until he vanished from sight. He then returned to Dumpling Mountain to inform Sun Wuyuan of the situation, and no harm done. It turns out they were merely unwelcome guests. Wukong, you performed admirably. If you wish to train, feel free to do so. I shall summon you when it is time to eat. As young Wukong had refrained from delivering a lethal blow. A soldier from the Red Ribbon Army, who regained consciousness, rushed to report the incident back to headquarters. Consequently, Marshal Red and Vice Officer Black hired the world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai, at great expense to deal with Sun Wukong and seize the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. Tao Pai Pai then executed a classic pillar flight, speeding towards Dumpling Mountain. While absorbing energy, Sun Wuyuan sensed an approaching presence and muttered to himself, "This must be the self-proclaimed #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai." Unexpectedly, Wukong has neglected to search for the second set of Dragon Balls. Yet he has attracted the attention of the Red Ribbon Army. Such is fate. As the saying goes, a head delivered from 1,000 miles away is a light gift, yet the sentiment it carries is profound. Wukong, do not continue your training. Shortly, someone will come to seek a duel with you. Once you are finished, you may resume your training. Remember, your opponent is not a good person. Do not hold back. Why is there yet another visitor? Tao Pai Pai descended smoothly from his flight and, spotting Sun Wukong, inquired, "Little spirit, you are the one who defeated General Blue of the Red Ribbon Army?" "Indeed, it was I who vanquished him." "Then the Dragon Balls are in your possession. Hand them over, and I may deliver a quick death. You must understand, my fees for an assassination are quite steep. Dying at the hands of the world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai, would be an honor. I see, you are of the same ilk as those previous individuals. You are a villain. My brother has said that we need not show mercy to your kind." Young Wukong replied earnestly, then slightly revealed his aura. Initially standing casually, Tao Pai Pai felt the oppressive energy and began to sweat profusely. How powerful, to be so strong at such a young age. Who could have trained him? Just as Wukong prepared to strike, Tao Pai Pai knelt in surrender, leaving the naive young warrior at a loss for words that a bomb was hurled toward Wukong, while simultaneously, Tao Pai Pai leaped far from the ground. "Ha, fool! How easily you fell for that. Even with your strength, you cannot emerge unscathed from the blast of my volatile bomb. Little spirit, you are still too young." Tao Pai Pai boasted with utmost arrogance, yet young Wukong kicked the untriggered bomb back toward Tao Pai Pai. The assassin's soul nearly escaped him in terror. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as Tao Pai Pai's figure vanished into the air. Chapter 21. Red's aspirations for height, Black's lethal intentions. Sun Wuyuan sat atop the mountain, leisurely sipping tea, and could not help but muse. Though not at the same time or place, the scene unfolding before me feels both familiar and intimate. Initially, I did not recognize Tao Pai Pai, but now he has become a character in this narrative at all. I do believe I am becoming more eloquent. Brother, I have defeated that villain, if all is well. I shall proceed to train in the gravity chamber. My dear little brother, wait a moment. Have you ever heard the saying, one can be forgiven once, maybe twice, but never thrice? I do not understand. Consider this. The wicked Red Ribbon Army has come to trouble us twice already. Upon discovering their failure this time, they will surely return for more trouble. What do you think I should do? Sun Wuyuan's intentions were clear. it is quite vexing. Brother, just tell me what to do. Young Wukong scratched his head, accustomed to this behavior. Sun Wuyuan sighed inwardly, realizing that perhaps only strength could alter Wukong's fate. He merely hoped that his character would remain unaffected. Certainly, it is imperative to eradicate evil thoroughly and take the initiative. After all, they are a group of nefarious individuals who constantly plot to dominate the world, regarding the lives of ordinary people as insignificant. Moreover, Wukong, it is not sufficient for you to merely train in the gravity chamber every day. Excessive practice can be counterproductive. There must be a balance between diligence and relaxation. For the path of both literature and martial arts requires such harmony. Therefore, I entrust you with the seemingly simple task of eliminating the Red Ribbon Army. There is no need to concern yourself too much with the small fry. The rest can be completely eradicated, you understand. Sun Wuyuan's words were largely incomprehensible to little Wukong, but he grasped the latter part. His elder brother wanted him to combat the villains, and that posed no problem for him, but he nodded to indicate his understanding. Yes, splendid. Although his character could not be altered, enhancing his linguistic comprehension was not in vain. Now, take the Dragon Ball radar and make haste. Your elder brother will personally prepare a delicious meal for you. What would you like to eat? Little Wukong, salivating, exclaimed, I want to eat braised pork and spicy strips. No problem. The braised pork is made from a particularly large wild boar found in Baozi Mountain, and the spicy strips are not the typical flour-based ones, but rather specially crafted from the dragon tendons of Baozi Mountain's dinosaurs, seasoned with chili oil and other spices. Ekiti, the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. General Blue, who had been sent flying by little Wukong, also appeared there. The Marshal, Red, and the Black Adjutant, Black, learned of the failure of Tao Bai Bai. General Red erupted in fury. A bunch of useless fools. Black, how do you train your soldiers? They can't even handle a little brat. And you brought in that so-called world's #1 assassin, Tao Bai Bai, who turned out to be a waste that we spent a fortune of 100 million to hire him, only for him to kneel and beg for mercy upon seeing that little brat, and ultimately being blown to near death by his own bomb. That Dr. Gero is far more reliable. Indeed, Dr. Gero's miniature robots had detected the dire state of Tao Bai Bai at the foot of Baozi Mountain, and he was being transported to the L8B in his laboratory. Dr. Gero exclaimed with excitement. The body of a powerful martial artist is an exceedingly rare experimental material. The MY Android project can now proceed to the next phase of experimentation. He suddenly thought of Android 8, and a shadow crossed his face. He could not comprehend how the first successful android he created, modified with machinery and possessing considerable strength, was nonetheless simple-minded, peace-loving, and averse to combat. This led him to regard Android 8 as somewhat of a failure. Little Wukong arrived outside the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, recalling his elder brother's teachings about being polite. He was uncertain if he had indeed found the Red Ribbon Army. Thus, he approached a soldier on guard duty and inquired, Hello, sir. May I ask if this is the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army? The soldier burst into laughter and remarked to his comrades, Did you hear that? This little brat is asking us if this is the headquarters of the army. Indeed, this is the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters. Who are you looking for? Having been stationed at his post, he found the encounter amusing and thought to have some fun before disposing of the child. You've come to the right place. Now, you should leave, for I intend to destroy the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. Laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by anger. Where did this reckless little brat come from? Take him down and turn him into Swiss cheese. The scene with little Wukong was being monitored by General Red and others, and they recognized him as the one who had defeated the assassin Tao Bai Bai. How dare he come here? Eliminate him, commanded Red. Blue, you go and direct the soldiers. General Blue, his face turning pale, replied, Yes, Marshal. Black, do we have those 2 Dragon Balls on him? The Black Adjutant, Black, checked their enormous Dragon Ball detector and reported, The Dragon Balls are not on him. They should still be hidden in the mountain where we previously found him. General Red expressed his regret. What a pity. If the Dragon Balls were on him, we could have gathered all 7 by eliminating him and wished for my height to increase. Black could hardly believe his ears. Marshal, did you just say that after collecting the Dragon Balls, you want to wish for your height to increase? Black, don't be so surprised from the very beginning. My plan in seeking the Dragon Balls has been to grow taller. What kind of joke is this? We have expended vast amounts of manpower and resources, all to gather the Dragon Balls just so you could be taller. What about our ambition to dominate the world? Be quiet, Black. What do you know? To rule the world merely requires sufficient time. It will inevitably be accomplished. However, my height cannot be changed, ever since I was young. I've been mocked as red is short. Red is short. Do you understand that feeling? Black argued back, unable to accept that the commander he had wholeheartedly supported prioritized his height over world domination. You fool, without a tall and imposing stature, how can one win the favor of beautiful maidens? Black was utterly disheartened. With a bang, a gunshot rang out, striking Red between the eyes. You are unworthy to lead the Red Ribbon Army. From now on, I shall take command and lead the Red Ribbon Army to conquer the world. Meanwhile, little Wukong was decisively defeating the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army, causing many to flee in panic. A result of his merciful restraint, Wukong remained true to himself. As long as he wasn't pushed too far, he generally refrained from lethal force. Ah, there you are again, General Rue. You fool, I am General Blue of the Red Ribbon Army. Not some general, my apologies. You are quite weak. Perhaps you should flee quickly. The Red Ribbon Army should cease its evil deeds, little Wukong earnestly advised. What nonsense. I, the illustrious General Blue, would fear a little brat like you. Little Wukong seemed to recall some teachings from his elder brother, then raised his right hand, unleashing a blue energy wave that obliterated a distant mountain. General Blue's eyes bulged in disbelief, stammering, "Fear not. Little hero, I will leave the Red Ribbon Army and reform my ways," helping old ladies cross the street. Upon witnessing Blue's hasty retreat, little Wukong expressed his joy. Elder brother is amazing. This method truly works wonders. He pulled out the Dragon Ball radar and checked. According to my elder brother, ahead lies the lair of the villainous leader of the Red Ribbon Army. Once I defeat them, I can return to Baozi Mountain and enjoy the braised pork and spicy strips prepared by my brother. Little Wukong encountered no resistance along the way. The soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army fled in terror upon seeing him, as if faced with a formidable demon. Upon arriving at the command room of the headquarters, he found the bodies of the Black Adjutant Black and former Commander Red lying on the floor. "Are you the leader of this band of villains?" Little Wukong inquired of Black. Instead of answering directly, Black invited Sun Wuyuan to join the Red Ribbon Army, saying, "With your tremendous power, it would be a shame not to join us. That I am willing to relinquish my position as commander and assist you in conquering and ruling the world." "It seems you are mistaken." Little Wukong did not strike immediately. Instead, he informed Black that he was preparing to attack. "Unappreciative fool!" Bang! Black attempted to ambush General Red again, pulling out his gun. The next moment, he saw the bullet caught in little Wukong's hand. "Very well. Now it is my turn to attack. Please hold on a moment." Wukong truly halted his intended assault, looking puzzled at Black, who had called for a pause. The latter quickly dove into a robot. "Foolish little brat, die." With a mech in hand, Black felt invincible, launching a punch straight at Wukong's forehead. Little Wukong raised his hand to catch the enormous mechanical fist, saying, "I won't play with you anymore. I must return home for dinner." He lifted his other hand and casually unleashed an energy wave, obliterating Black in terror, reducing him to ashes. However, the wave's power remained undiminished, flattening another mountain in the distance. Mission accomplished. Time to go home for dinner. Oh, and I must also bring back the Dragon Balls. My elder brother seems quite interested in Esichinran, in an underground laboratory somewhere in the north. Dr. Gero watched the footage of Sun Wukong destroying the Red Ribbon Army headquarters with a gaze filled with hatred. "Sun Wukong, I shall remember you." With the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army, he lost significant resources, and the progress of his upcoming experiments would be severely hampered. Baozi Mountain. "Elder brother, I am back. Is the braised pork and spicy strips ready?" "The braised pork is ready. The spicy strips need a little more time to absorb the flavors. But by the way, Wukong, have you pillaged the treasury of the Red Ribbon Army?" "No. I returned right after the fight." Hee. Such a large army must possess considerable wealth. Sun Wuyuan felt it would be a pity not to seize some to supplement his household expenses. "Alas, Wukong, you're so carefree now, but I wonder how you'll cope when your wife urges you to work and provide for the family." "Brother, I have fully adapted to 50 times the gravity." "Is there a higher multiplier?" "No. If we were to increase the gravity further, we would have to seek the assistance of Dr. Briefs at Bulma's house again. Noticing the eager gaze of little Wukong, Sun Wuyuan decided to use instant transmission to reach Bulma's residence. Bulma's aura was so faint that he found it somewhat challenging to locate her. But upon finding her, Sun Wuyuan instantly appeared beside Bulma. Wow, so fair, so magnificent, so upright. His nostrils flared with warmth, and just as a bar of soap hit his forehead amidst a scream, he snapped back to reality, reluctantly leaving the bathroom. "Well, you big pervert," after spending quite some time and even agreeing to accompany her shopping. Bulma finally relented. What could she do when Sun Wuyuan was the boyfriend she had chosen? Of course, she opted to forgive him, considering his handsome visage. All of this was witnessed by the Briefs couple at home. Sun Wuyuan felt that with his thin skin, his face must be flushed red at that moment. Mrs. Briefs eagerly approached, hugging Sun Wuyuan's arm, only to be pulled away by a hastily dressed Bulma. "Oh, our Bulma is angry," Mrs. Briefs chuckled. "When will you give us a little grandson?" Bulma's face instantly turned crimson, and aside from feeling a bit embarrassed, Sun Wuyuan was not overly uncomfortable. "Wuyuan, do you have something on your mind? Am I that obvious? Well, it was always me going to Baozi Mountain to find you. If you had no business, why would you come looking for me?" Bulma said with a hint of melancholy. "Well, isn't it a situation beyond my control? I was worried that you might not be able to withstand loneliness and take me down, in which case, our child might end up just being a condiment. And the difficulty of flirting with Android 18 would double." Sun Wuyuan had to reveal his purpose for coming. If we could increase the gravity in the gravity chamber to 300 times. "That would be splendid." Dr. Briefs asked, "Can you withstand such a high level of gravity? Considering the current pace of their training, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for them to adapt." Sun Wuyuan replied with uncertainty, as he was unsure if little Wukong might one day recklessly train himself to quickly adapt to high gravity through self-destructive methods. "You martial artists are indeed terrifying." Dr. Briefs remarked, his face showing little surprise. Truly, he was a scientific genius capable of facing death with composure. "You're already the world's strongest. Do you still wish to train to become even stronger?" Bulma asked, somewhat perplexed at that moment. She had not yet encountered any significant crises, and with no formidable foes on Earth, she could not quite grasp why the two brothers were so fixated on becoming stronger. To nurture an army for 1,000 days is to prepare for a moment of battle. Training to grow stronger is to be ready for unforeseen circumstances, and it also promotes health. Who knows, perhaps one day we might even achieve divinity. "Do as you wish. I will come to find you when I have the time," Bulma replied helplessly. Sun Wuyuan pondered for a moment before saying, "I recently conceived a training plan. I might take Wukong for at least a year of training. You may very well be unable to contact me during that time." After leaving Bulma's luxurious villa, Sun Wuyuan recalled that the house on Baozi Mountain was merely a small wooden cabin, and he intended to give some jewels from the pirate treasure to his grandfather to have a villa built. Additionally, it was time to intensify training. Little Wukong's battle power had already exceeded 10,000 according to the detector, not accounting for the unique techniques of Earth's martial artists, which meant his actual combat power was likely far superior to that of extraterrestrial beings with similar readings. Meanwhile, his own combat power was only a mere 360,000. If little Wukong could transform into a Super Saiyan, his 50-fold battle power would surpass Sun Wuyuan's by a significant margin. Thus, to be prudent, he decided to accelerate his training regimen. Chapter 23. The God leads the way to the underworld, brother. Is what you said true? Are you really going to take me to train again? Little Wukong exclaimed joyfully, nearly bouncing with excitement. He was the kind of person who could train without pause. The old gravity chamber had slowed his strength improvement considerably, and he was uncertain when the new one would be ready, leaving him worried about his upcoming training. "Yes, I know a place we might try, though I'm not sure it will work. Wukong, prepare what you need. I will wait for you at the Heavenly Temple." With that, Sun Wuyuan appeared in the Heavenly Temple, where he saw the black-skinned uncle, Bobo, still wearing his unexpressive face. "Sun Wuyuan, are you here at the Heavenly Temple to see the God?" "Yes, please, Mr. Bobo. I wish to meet with the God. I have important matters to discuss. Please wait. I will ask the God." "No need, Bobo." The God emerged. observing Sun Wuyuan and secretly noting how his strength had become increasingly unfathomable, hardly able to imagine that someone could become so powerful. "Hello, it's been a while, God," Sun Wuyuan greeted with a smile. "Wuyuan, what brings you here?" "Well, God, have you heard of King Kai?" Sun Wuyuan blurted out, causing the god's already green face to seem even greener, beads of sweat beginning to appear on his forehead. Sun Wuyuan struggled to understand the god's feelings. After all, he was merely mentioning the name of the god's superior. Was it truly necessary to be so anxious and fearful? Compared to his peers in his previous life, they would simply dismiss their superiors if displeased, quitting jobs without hesitation and occasionally taking a break to avoid being exploited. God, your mindset requires further refinement. Wuyuan, what did you hear about Lord King Kai? The god finally managed to stabilize his emotions, inquiring. Sun Wuyuan frowned and replied earnestly, "If I said I dreamt about it, would you believe me, the god?" "I believe you. Ghost, you are quite clever at such a young age. I truly cannot comprehend why you can ride the Nimbus without falling. If I had not observed some of your behaviors, I might have believed you and Wukong were pure-hearted children." "Another dream, is it? Tell me what you dreamt this time." "I dreamt that Earth exploded in a bang, becoming dust in the universe." The god nearly lost his composure. "Can you exaggerate any further? A planet as large as Earth cannot simply explode at your whim. However, based on what you previously dreamed about Demon King Piccolo, perhaps you truly possess the ability to foresee certain fragments of the past and future." When elaborate. "Well, I dreamt that when we grew up, Wukong and I encountered an invincible enemy." Sun Wuyuan fabricated a story with great detail, and even the god, whose demeanor was usually calm, found himself shaken by the vividness of the tale. The god's mental state was still stable, but the safety of Earth occupied too much space in his heart, causing concern to disturb him. "Thus, I wish to train with Wukong under Lord King Kai to enhance our abilities as much as possible. What do you think?" At that moment, the eager little Wukong also arrived at the heavenly temple, immediately asking where they would train. Sun Wuyuan awaited the god's response, as he recalled that the god could appear before King Yama while still alive, and could also return the original Wukong to Earth after training with King Kai. Therefore, logically speaking, the god should also be able to take him and Wukong to King Yama in the underworld, rather than only being able to do so after death. If it were necessary to die first, he might as well wish to the dragon to send him and Wukong directly to North Kai's planet. After much deliberation, the god reluctantly agreed to Sun Wuyuan's request. Then, in the blink of an eye, Sun Wuyuan had no idea how the god managed it, but the three of them vanished from the heavenly temple and reappeared in the hall of Yama. The imposing King Yama, who bore some resemblance to Chi-Chi's father, the Ox King, inquired, "Earth's god, what brings you here?" He then noticed Sun Wuyuan and little Wukong behind the god. "Earth's god, why have you brought two living beings into the underworld?" The god then explained the situation to King Yama, who replied, "Traversing the Snake Way to King Kai's planet is no easy task. The path to North Kai's planet is over there." The celestial deity bowed in gratitude, and, after escorting Sun Wukong and Xiao Wukong to the serpent path, departed, gazing at the seemingly endless serpentine trail. Xiao Wukong remarked, "It appears to be quite a distance. It is not overly far. With your strength, you could reach the North Kai's planet in less than a day by flying at full power." "That still sounds quite distant. What if my brother gets hungry along the way?" Xiao Wukong expressed his greatest concern regarding hunger. "Rest assured, I have made preparations. Here, take this celestial bean. Consume it when you feel famished to replenish your strength. Wukong, you must remember, never fall beneath the serpent path, for if you do, I cannot rescue you. Below lies the realm of the dead, a place where the wicked are confined after their demise. Additionally, in the middle of the serpent path resides a deity, the serpent goddess. You must leap off at the end of the path to reach the North Kai's planet. Oh, you understand?" Xiao Wukong nodded earnestly. "Yes, I understand. Brother, you're going to leave me behind to cultivate on the North Kai's planet. Aren't you? You are quite cunning." Alas, this child is no longer obedient, fully aware of my intentions, yet still voicing them. Wukong, traversing the serpent path, is a form of training. It is said that King Yama has been the only one to complete it in 1,000,000,000 years. Not become complacent. Is that so? How do you know this, brother? I dreamed it. I shall depart now. Wukong. See you on the North Kai's planet. With that, Sun Wukong unleashed his full power and soared along the serpent path as he passed the dwelling of the serpent goddess. He hesitated, contemplating whether to enter. After all, if he did, he could spend a delightful night with the enchanting serpent goddess, without any cost or responsibility. The fact that she was a deity only added to the allure. However, he ultimately dismissed the idea, finding her complexion somewhat difficult to accept. What a pity. If only she had the smooth, fair skin of Bulma, he wouldn't have hesitated. It would have been a definite gain. In truth, he recalled that the serpent goddess was a massive serpent. It would take a man of King Yama's stature to withstand her, and he was no Su Xian. He shouted internally, "Fear not. Bulma, in number 18. My heart and body belong to you." Sun Wukong regrettably passed by. The clouds below the serpent path bathed in a golden hue, reminiscent of the Nimbus cloud, splendid yet deceptive. For one could easily be drawn into the depths of hell. After approximately an hour of flight, Sun Wukong beheld the tail of the serpent path, where a tiny yellow-green orb came into view. He recognized it immediately. That was the North Kai's planet, the Kaioken and the crucial spirit bomb. Here I come. Chapter 24. The Kaioken. Hello. May I inquire if Lord North Kai is available? Sun Wukong addressed the orangutan, Baburus, who belonged to the North Kai. Young man, what brings you here? A plump, short figure with two antenna-like protrusions atop his head appeared before Sun Wukong. Greetings, Lord North Kai. I am a martial artist from Earth, who sought the celestial deity's assistance, which granted me passage through the serpent path to find you for training. Earth, that low-power little planet, has produced someone like you? Please hold on. Sun Wukong observed the slight movement of the North Kai's antennae. I have a basic understanding of the situation. I never anticipated that in just a few hundred years, Earth would give rise to such remarkable martial talent. The bloodline of Earthlings is generally subpar in the universe. Yet you have achieved such results without any distinctive traits, indicating your extraordinary martial aptitude. You indeed have a substantial chance of mastering my techniques. According to the rules, you may follow me for training. But you must pass my test. If you can make me laugh with a joke, you can stay. Oh, after all that, I thought the North Kai would directly agree to teach him. It still comes down to telling a joke. However, the North Kai has a low threshold for humor, so it shouldn't be too difficult for Sun Wukong. Lord Kai, please listen closely. I shall begin my joke. A classmate asked Xiao Ming, who treats you better, your dad or your mom? Xiao Ming replied, they both treat me very well. The classmate then inquired, if they argue, which side do you take? Xiao Ming replied, I stand to the side. The North Kai paused for a moment, then erupted into laughter. Ha! I stand to the side. Ha! He doubled over, clutching his stomach and rolling on the grass in merriment. Sun Wuyuan had prepared several humorous anecdotes, but he was taken aback by the North Kai's surprisingly low threshold for humor. He had barely begun, and the North Kai was already in stitches. You have passed my test. You may follow me for training. The North Kai thought to himself, perhaps this fellow truly has the potential to learn my Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. Especially the Spirit Bomb. Though I created it, even I cannot fully master it due to its immense power. Xiao Wukong had remembered Sun Wuyuan's words and successfully arrived at the North Kai's planet. The North Kai mused, is this the brother of Sun Wuyuan? Why is he from that savage warrior race, the Saiyans? Yet he seems different from the others, possessing a pure heart and the potential to master the Spirit Bomb. Could it be that my Spirit Bomb and Kaioken are destined to be passed down? Ha! Is my joke truly that powerful? The aftereffects linger on. Brother, who is he? Xiao Wukong asked, glancing at the North Kai, who was inexplicably chuckling. He is Lord North Kai. From now on, we shall follow him to train and learn some formidable techniques. Sun Wukong whispered to Xiao Wukong. Here, take this book of jokes. When Lord North Kai asks you to tell a joke, read from it. Only by making him laugh can we train with him. Xiao Wukong, puzzled, replied, but isn't he always laughing? As expected, using the book, Wukong managed to amuse Lord North Kai, allowing him to remain and train. However, due to Xiao Wukong's lower battle power compared to Sun Wuyuan, and since North Kai needed to focus on training Sun Wuyuan first, he equipped Xiao Wukong with a gravity device, initially set to 3 times the gravity, which, considering that the North Kai's planet is but a tenth the size of Earth yet 10 times its gravity, translated to 30 times Earth's gravity. However, after enduring training under 50 times gravity, Sun Wukong found 30 times insufficient. The North Kai, surprised, continued to increase the gravity, and it was only at 6 times the North Kai's gravity that Sun Wukong began to struggle, his movements becoming hindered. Finally, at 7 times the North Kai's gravity, Sun Wukong found himself laboring to move, prompting the North Kai to assign him his first training task, to capture Baburus, instead of immediately teaching Sun Win the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. North Kai first instructed him in various foundational practices to enhance his physique. While Sun Wuyuan's physical qualities have been significantly improved through the spirit, he still lagged behind Sun Wukong, who had honed his body through relentless training in the gravity chamber. Once Sun Wuyuan's physical training was nearly complete, Sun Wukong began the next training task, striking Gregor with a hammer. Your control over your body has improved sufficiently. Now we shall begin teaching you the Kaioken. First, you must master the energy within your body, then amplify it exponentially. Sun Wuyuan's rapid mastery of the Kaioken astonished North Kai, who solemnly cautioned, You must remember, never exceed 3 times the Kaioken, or your body will collapse. During his time training on the North Kai's planet, his battle power surged to 400,000. Holding a celestial being in his mouth, Sun Wuyuan shouted and activated the twofold Kaioken, boosting his battle power to 800,000. He then forcibly activated the fourfold Kaioken, raising his battle power to 1,600,000. The North Kai urgently shouted, Stop! Your body will collapse. Sun Win indeed felt excruciating pain throughout his body, and the moment he exited the Kaioken state, he collapsed to the ground. The sensation of pain intensified, and he struggled to swallow the celestial being. Did I not just warn you against exceeding 3 times the Kaioken? The North Kai exclaimed in exasperation. In the next moment, Sun Win was fully revitalized. The North Kai was taken aback and began to examine him, exclaiming, You're completely fine? Impossible. Sun Win produced a celestial being to explain, and the North Kai replied, I had no idea such wondrous items existed on Earth, but when you truly must exercise more caution. A resounding slap landed firmly on Sun Wuyuan's nape, causing him to wince in pain. What chaos was this? I was fully prepared. The original Wukong was the true embodiment of chaos, often leaving himself battered and bruised, collapsing to the ground with no strength left to raise a hand. However, it was indeed under his mastery that the Kaioken technique flourished, while the North Ko had estimated the limit to be 3 times. Sun Wukong had unleashed it to an astounding 20 times during his battle with Frisia on Namek. Brother, was that the Kaioken you just employed? How impressive. I must learn this. Chapter 25. The difficulty of mastering the Spirit Bomb. Sun Win did not respond to Wukong's inquiry, for it was the North Ko who would be teaching Wukong the art of cultivation, not him. Wukong, can you strike Gregor with a hammer yet? Sun Wukong shook his head. Not yet. His speed is too swift. I need to grow even stronger. It appears you have fully grasped the Kaioken. You may now train in my next ultimate technique. The Spirit Bomb. The North Ko exclaimed with excitement. Not only was the North Ko thrilled, but Sun Wuyuan was equally exhilarated. The primary purpose of his journey was to learn this technique, for the Spirit Bomb was the essence of his strength. While the Kaioken was commendable, the methodology of mastering the Spirit Bomb held far greater significance. The Kaioken was akin to martial arts moves, whereas the Spirit Bomb encompassed a path to enhance one's power. As the saying goes, without cultivating one's power, martial practice amounts to nothing. Martial arts represent the moves, while power signifies strength. Techniques devoid of power are no different from mere flamboyant displays. The North Ko awaited Sun Wuyuan to inquire about the Spirit Bomb. But after what felt like an eternity, he still had not received the question. It seems you are no longer interested in the Spirit Bomb. In truth, it was but a brief pause in conversation, as Sun Wuyuan was simply waiting for the North Ko to continue to his surprise. The North Ko was rather impatient. After all, he had come here for this very purpose. How could he not be intrigued? North Ko, may I ask what the Spirit Bomb is? With great pride, the North Ko replied. The Spirit Bomb is a formidable technique of my own invention. It gathers energy from flora, fauna, humans, and even the atmosphere to create a white energy sphere. It possesses no lethality against those with righteous hearts, yet its power intensifies in proportion to the malevolence of the opponent's heart. Sun Wukong listened intently as the North KO elaborated on the spirit bomb, which he did for quite some time, concluding with a crucial note. The conditions for mastering the spirit bomb are exceedingly strict. Only those with pure hearts may cultivate it. Even I have not fully mastered it. And as for whether you and Sun Wukong can succeed, I cannot say for certain. All I can offer is hope. Do not lose confidence in the face of adversity. What are you doing? Sun Wukong replied earnestly, I am attempting to gather energy as you instructed to see if I can condense the spirit bomb. When cultivation requires taking one step at a time, grounded in reality, one cannot aim too high. I just finished saying that. And even if you are exceptionally gifted, it is impossible to condense the spirit bomb so quickly. Yet at that moment, Sun Wukong was entirely absorbed in the process of communication and energy gathering. Less than half an hour later, Sun Wuyuan suddenly exclaimed, I've got it. The North KO was taken aback, puzzled. What do you mean, I've got it? He was left speechless with astonishment as he felt the energy converging towards Sun Wuyuan from all directions. After all, as the creator of this technique, how could he not sense the immense energy being gathered? Impossible. Even with extraordinary talent, one cannot learn the spirit bomb from a single explanation. What kind of prodigy have I taught? The North KO trembled, unsure whether it was from shock or from the excitement of seeing his technique carried on. Yes, just like that. Now, slowly try to condense the energy in your palm, the North KO urged, bursting with excitement as if he were the one learning to condense the spirit bomb, rather than Sun Wukong. Upon hearing the North KO's guidance, Sun Wukong corrected some minor details and successfully condensed a white energy sphere with a diameter of approximately half a meter. Wuyuan, you are incredible. I never imagined you would be able to condense the spirit bomb on your first attempt. You are truly a genius. The North KO exclaimed joyfully, bouncing around with unrestrained exuberance, showing none of the calm and composure expected from a deity overseeing the North Galaxy. Though Sun Wuyuan felt just as elated, he maintained a demeanor of nonchalance, replying, It's merely a standard operation. North KO, please, remain composed. Smack. What are you pretending for? You should express your joy through laughter. Suppressing your emotions is not a virtue. Indeed, indeed. As expected of the North KO, I still have much to learn from you regarding the cultivation of one's mindset. Ha ha. Let us bring something out to celebrate. The North KO extended his hand towards Sun Wukong. What? Bring me that treasured collection of 100,000 jokes, and those spicy strips you made. I want to enjoy the jokes while savoring the spicy strips. For reasons unknown, the North KO had once sampled a spicy strip when he saw little Wukong enjoying one. And from that moment, he was hooked. Sun Wukong had very few spicy strips left. Made from dinosaur tendons in his universal capsule, it was risky for the North KO to eat while watching 100,000 jokes, as it could lead to choking and was not conducive to his health. I'm the highest deity presiding over the entire North Galaxy. There is no way I could suffer from poor health as you suggest. It's just an occasional choke. What's the big deal? The North KO responded dismissively. Sun Wukong rummaged through his universal capsule and produced a pack of spicy strips, causing the North KO's eyes to light up. Sun Wukong then painstakingly selected the shortest strip from the pack and reluctantly placed it into the North KO's plump hands. The North KO stiffened. Are you this stingy? Does her grandfather know? Sun Wukong replied with mock seriousness. He probably doesn't know. In my grandfather's eyes, I am quite generous. One strip is too little. Surely I deserve at least 10. After all, I have taught you all my ultimate techniques. The North KO insisted, striving for more .2 strips. One for each technique, .9 spicy strips. No less. Flat rate. 4 spicy strips. Then 8 strips, 4 for each technique. Ha! Hand them over. All the spicy strips belong to me. The North KO snatched the entire pack and dashed back in his quarters, slamming the door behind him. Sun Wukong, in a token gesture, chased after him and knocked on the door before returning to his training. It was always like this, yet he never seemed to tire of it. Could the North KO not exhibit a bit of dignity? For instance, when spicy strips were presented, he could feign reluctance and require multiple invitations before begrudgingly accepting a bite. This would lend him an air of divinity. reflecting on how the North KO frequently entertained his pet gorilla. Baburus, with jokes, and counted the blades of grass on KO's star. Sun Wuyuan could not fathom just how exceedingly dull the North KO must be. Just moments ago, while condensing the spirit bomb, Sun Wuyuan felt some peculiar transformations occurring within his body. He was convinced that utilizing the method of the spirit bomb could accelerate his body's absorption of energy and, in turn, enhance his combat abilities. Chapter 26. Wukong, you must believe in me. Piccolo's rapture. Sun Wuyuan was not the slightest bit surprised that he could learn the spirit bomb. After all, his strength had been bolstered by energy. To claim he could not master the spirit bomb would be a jest even he could not believe. What he did not anticipate were the unexpected gains. He could not articulate the specifics of the changes. But his body's sensitivity to energy had become remarkably clearer, unlike before when he sensed energy vaguely, like seeing through a fog. Moreover, his ability to absorb energy had significantly increased. He was confident he could elevate his combat power to 1 million within 10 days. With approximately 3 years remaining until the release of the Demon King Piccolo, if the Demon King Piccolo were to lay an egg, the new Piccolo would likely emerge in about 6 years. And how many years were left until his biological brother Raditz arrived on Earth? He needed to calculate. After the battle between Wukong and the new Piccolo, Wukong would marry Chi-Chi the following year, and they would have a son, Gohan. When Gohan turned 4, Raditz would come to Earth to capture him, threatening Wukong to kill Earthlings. Thus, there were still 11 years remaining to end these 11 years. His combat power must reach at least 1 billion. Otherwise, the subsequent adversaries would be increasingly monstrous in strength. Wukong's own prowess would continue to soar during this time, becoming unstoppable. In the original tale, Krillin's demise ultimately triggered Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Yet now, young Wukong had the best relationship with his elder brother. Would he have to sacrifice himself to trigger Wukong's transformation at a combat power of 3 million? It is inconceivable. He cannot afford to lose that individual. However, despite Wukong's lively and active demeanor, his exceptionally amiable nature makes it a formidable task to provoke him. He must conduct thorough research in advance. Furthermore, regarding his elder brother Raditz, should he be eliminated outright or merely placed under house arrest? Perhaps it would be best to spare his life. Confinement seems overly troublesome. One brother should suffice. Time has swiftly passed, and 3 years have gone by in the blink of an eye. The 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament is soon approaching, and Demon King Piccolo should be on the verge of release. Even from the North Kai's planet, Sun Wuyuan can already sense the malevolent aura emanating from Earth. Little Wukong's strength has also seen remarkable improvement, escalating from a battle power of 10,000 to an impressive 180,000. However, Sun Wuyuan finds it challenging to ascertain his limits after employing the Kaioken technique, as he is unaware of how many times little Wukong can amplify it. Moreover, little Wukong remains the same as he was 3 years prior, having shown little growth in stature, which remains nearly unchanged from 3 years ago. It will require another 3 years for him to experience significant growth. Indeed, Saiyans are quite the peculiar race. Wukong, it has been 3 years. It is time for us to return, but I wish to continue training under Lord Kai. Little Wukong gazes longingly at North Kai. Feeling a shiver run down his spine, North Kai exclaims, "Wukong, you rascal, I have imparted all I can teach you. Do not think you can continue to mooch off my hospitality. My supplies are nearly depleted. Should you return, be sure to bring your own provisions. Farewell, Lord Kai. We shall visit you again when time permits. Off you go. With your departure, I shall enjoy a period of tranquility." "Elder brother, do we still need to traverse Snake Way to return?" inquires Sun Wukong. "And oh need. We can teleport back." Sun Wuyuan responds with confidence. "Let's hope we do not end up in the ladies' restroom again." Wukong recalls the previous incident during the World Martial Arts Tournament, where the women proved quite troublesome. "Fear not. Although I have not utilized teleportation in 3 years, I have diligently studied it," Sun Wuyuan reassures. Thumping his chest, "Hold on tight. We are returning." As the two brothers vanish in an instant, North Kai observes the desolate stillness enveloping the planet, muttering to himself, "Their sudden departure has left me somewhat unaccustomed. Somewhere on Earth, see, Brother did not deceive you. We have indeed avoided the ladies' restroom this time. Little Wukong points at a group of girls bathing and asks, then, brother, where are we? Why are there so many girls bathing together? He has gradually learned to distinguish between genders, noticing the prominent features on their chest that signify they are indeed girls. Sun Wuyuan calmly surveys the scene and advises, Wukong, remain calm. Do not panic. In the next moment, he teleports away, leaving little Wukong bewildered. What on earth? How can such a pure and righteous person like me continuously find himself in places strictly forbidden to men? Yet, I must admit, the sight was quite spectacular. It was a first in 2 lifetimes. Perhaps the heavens are hinting that I should consider marriage. No, it is not yet time for that a transmigrator with a background and aspirations must wait until Android 18 emerges before making such decisions. Little Wukong scratches his head, pondering, where has brother gone again? I must learn to teleport as well. A cacophony of shrill screams suddenly erupts from a group of exuberant young girls. Little Wukong, puzzled, mutters, why are they screaming again? Before promptly vanishing, leaving behind a chaotic scene of flying undergarments, in a distant corner of the sky, Pilaf and his companions huddle together, trembling in fear as they sit before the very being they had unwittingly released, the green-skinned Demon King Piccolo. Now aged like the Supreme Kai, Demon King Piccolo commands his minions to search for the Dragon Balls, hoping to wish for the restoration of his youth while also scouting for formidable martial artists on Earth. Akin to the Master Matedo who had sealed him away 3 centuries ago. Yet the Dragon Balls remain elusive, testing Piccolo's patience. Have you found any news regarding the Dragon Balls? Pilaf and his companions, heart racing, hurriedly check their devices upon hearing Piccolo's inquiry. To their astonishment, they discover the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, exclaiming in delight, yes, we have news. Upon closer inspection, Pilaf realizes that 7 Dragon Balls have appeared in one location. Congratulations, Demon King. 7 Dragon Balls have gathered in one place. Demon King Piccolo is overjoyed, disregarding the martial artists entirely. He desires the Dragon Balls to regain his youth, promptly commanding Pilaf and his companions to pilot their aircraft toward the Dragon Balls location. He intends to take matters into his own hands, summoning Shenron to make his wish, bringing the demon race's dominion over the world within reach. Ha! Demon King Piccolo laughs heartily. The location where the 7 Dragon Balls have gathered is none other than Baozi Mountain, where Sun Wuyuan had previously dismantled the Red Ribbon Army, obtaining 5 Dragon Balls, alongside 2 others he had collected himself, which he had kept on his person without utilizing previously while on a North Kai's planet. The devices created by Pilaf and his companions could only detect the general vicinity of the Dragon Balls on Earth, hence their prior lack of response. They had meticulously checked and repaired their equipment multiple times. Chapter 27. Delivery at your doorstep. Piccolo, hurry up and lay your egg. Sun Wuyuan, atop Baozi Mountain, had long sensed the presence of Demon King Piccolo, but had no immediate intention of confronting him. What he did not expect was that Demon King Piccolo seemed to be flying toward his direction, delivering himself right to his doorstep. Demon King Piccolo, why are you in such a hurry? I'm not yet prepared for how to handle you. You have arrived too soon. Sun Wuyuan mused internally. His interest lies not in Demon King Piccolo, but rather in the newly reborn Piccolo. Firstly, the new Piccolo does not possess the pure malice of the Demon King and has potential as a martial artist. Secondly, Piccolo is destined to become a personal caretaker and martial arts instructor for the Sun family, not only tending to Wukong's son, Sun Wufan, but also looking after his granddaughter, Xiaofeng. The best part is that this caretaker requires no salary, merely some water to drink. A free personal caretaker is too good to pass up. The question remains, should Sun Wuyuan take action himself or allow little Wukong to handle it? He feels disinclined to intervene, deciding to leave the task to his younger brother, Wukong, while he simply enjoys some spicy snacks from the sidelines. And my trusty little stool as well. With everything prepared, Sun Wuyuan senses that Demon King Piccolo is nearing and pulls Wukong out of the gravity chamber where he had been training. Bulma and Dr. Briefs have developed a gravity chamber capable of simulating up to 300 times Earth's gravity, and Wukong has dived right in to train. Elder brother, I have only trained for a short while. Do not continue just yet. Someone will be arriving shortly, and you will need to handle them. But you could simply take care of it. Little Wukong struggles to comprehend why his elder brother insists on allowing such weak opponents to disrupt his training. When will he ever catch up to his brother? You will understand soon enough. You will be quite astonished. Before Piccolo's minions even arrive, the ominous voice of Demon King Piccolo echoes. Ha! I, Demon King Piccolo, have come. Mortals, hand over your Dragon Balls, and if I am in a good mood, I may spare your lives. Little Wukong's eyes widen as he gazes at the green-skinned figure, akin to a deity, and exclaims in surprise, Supreme Kai. No, wait, the energy is wrong. The Supreme Kai does not exude such a chilling malevolence. That moment. The Supreme Kai's voice reaches Sun Wukong. I implore you to eliminate Demon King Piccolo once and for all. Surprised by the Supreme Kai's concern for Piccolo, Sun Wuyuan inquires, are you certain you wish for me to eradicate Demon King Piccolo? Would that not affect you as well? Not at all. Demon King Piccolo is merely the embodiment of my evil side. Eliminating him will not impact me. The Supreme Kai replies, albeit with a hint of unease. Sun Wuyuan remains skeptical of the Supreme Kai's words and counters, but the Supreme Kai and Demon King Piccolo are two halves of the same entity. If one were to perish, would the other not also face demise? Thus, I lean toward the notion that your fates are intertwined. Should one fall, the other will follow. Am I not correct, Supreme Kai? The Supreme Kai falls silent for a moment. And little Wukong, puzzled, wonders, why does he resemble the Supreme Kai so closely? Wukong, did I not mention before? Sun Wukong shook his head, having forgotten he had previously mentioned to Kaelin the dream he had about the Demon King Piccolo. A conversation that little Wukong was not privy to. Initially, he and the celestial deity were one entity, later divided into two beings, one good and one evil. Sun Wuyuan quickly elucidated this to Sun Wukong. While little Wukong was astonished, he also struggled to comprehend how a person could transform into two distinct embodiments of good and evil. It was quite a perplexing conundrum. Meanwhile, the Demon King Piccolo, feeling both angered and shocked at being ignored by the two, was incensed that these two insignificant beings dared to disregard him, and astonished at how one of them understood the genesis of his existence so well. Not understanding is of no consequence. You merely need to be aware that Sun Wuyuan suddenly paused, pondering what if the Demon King Piccolo refuses to divulge any information upon his demise. Wuyuan, eliminate him, proclaimed the celestial deity with a tinge of melancholy and self-reproach. The earth must not suffer destruction once more because of me, that I am an unworthy celestial deity. Thus, after my demise, I wish for you to inherit my position. Life is so beautiful. Why do you yearn for death so fervently? That cannot be. Celestial deity, communicate to Wukong, instructing him to severely injure the Demon King Piccolo. Do not concern yourself with the reasons for now. I shall explain later. Upon receiving the celestial deity's message, little Wukong too felt perplexed. Why not simply allow for a swift demise? Why prolong the suffering of the Demon King Piccolo? At that moment, Piccolo, incensed by the disregard shown by the two, unleashed two waves of energy directed at Sun Wuyuan and little Wukong. Sun Wuyuan dodged away, while little Wukong stood steadfast, allowing the energy waves to strike him. Unaware of their impending doom. How could this be? I remained completely unscathed. Sun Wuyuan facepalmed, wondering what bravado Wukong was displaying. Clothes cost money. He'll need to change outfits after this. Wukong, remember what the celestial deity instructed. Sun Wukong nodded before engaging in an intense battle with the Demon King Piccolo, clashing for 300 rounds, forcing the aged Piccolo to resort to secret techniques to briefly regain his peak strength. Atop the summit of Baozi Mountain, Sun Wuyuan sat on a small stool, watching the fierce duel while savoring spicy strips. When it comes to letting things slide, you excel, dear brother, and oh wonder during the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super. Krillin could hold his own against you in your Super Saiyan Blue form, as the Atlantic Ocean was nearly overflowing from your leniency. Over an hour later, the energy of the Demon King Piccolo waned to a critical low. Oh no, could there be an unforeseen outcome? Observing that Piccolo was beginning to inhale less and exhale more, Sun Wuyuan worriedly thought, surely he cannot actually perish now. What the egg I anticipated. What of our future caretaker, Demon King Piccolo? You must endure and lay that egg. Suddenly, Piccolo's neck began to swell as he prepared to open his mouth at "It's coming. It's about to emerge." "Hold on, Demon King Piccolo. Hold on." Piccolo expelled his last breath and succumbed to death. What a so-called Demon King, taking so long to lay an egg, when I once captured a hen in my previous life. It merely flapped its wings and laid an egg instantaneously. How simple. The Demon King Piccolo is nowhere near as efficient as the hen from my past. Brother, I fear I have made a grave error. He appears to have passed away. The celestial deity cannot have perished alongside him. Can he? Little Wukong voiced his unease, having been cautious in controlling his power during the confrontation with Piccolo. Chapter 28. The Tiny Egg. Seeking the celestial deity to incubate it. Calm yourself, dear brother. Let me inquire first. Celestial deity, are you still alive? Strange, why have I not perished yet? Wasn't the Demon King Piccolo already dead? The celestial deity responded. Sun Wukong gazed at the lifeless body of Piccolo, his swollen neck still harboring the unhatched egg. Please hold on, celestial deity. We shall soon discern the outcome. Wukong, fetch me a knife from the kitchen. I have need of it. Though little Wukong was confused, he complied and retrieved a kitchen knife. Sun Wuyuan felt a sense of incredulity. Using a kitchen knife for surgery on the Demon King Piccolo, will it even be suitable for cutting vegetables afterward? It is akin to using a surgical scalpel from an operating table to slice an apple. Could one still consume the apple after knowing this? While others might not mind, he certainly was among those who could not accept such a notion. Wukong returned the kitchen knife to the kitchen. It is inappropriate. With no other options, Sun Wuyuan condensed his energy into a blade, swiftly severing the tumor from Piccolo's neck. Satisfied with his clean and decisive technique, he proclaimed, "For tumor excision expertise, seek out Wuyuan atop Baozi Mountain. I am indeed a surgical genius. Did you see that, celestial deity? I have rescued your other half." The celestial deity, after careful consideration, expressed concern if this is not resolved thoroughly. It remains a significant threat, still capable of jeopardizing Earth's peace. Hold on, celestial deity. I believe this is a new life, no longer the past harbinger of chaos, known as the Demon King Piccolo. It is simply a progeny, and who can predict how it may evolve? Besides, with both Wukong and myself present, how could it possibly wreak havoc? Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly. Then I entrust everything to you and Wukong. After concluding the conversation with the celestial deity, Sun Wukong examined the small egg in his hand. That it was diminutive, even smaller than a volleyball. Could Piccolo have met his end? He contemplated the reasons leading to this predicament. The Demon King Piccolo's failure to regain his youth seemed the primary cause for the egg's diminutive size. Additionally, the prolonged battle with little Wukong may have depleted his life force, resulting in not only a shrunken egg, but also a lack of vigor to produce it. Ultimately, he was uncertain if this egg could still hatch into Piccolo. It was certainly lacking from the outset. What could be provided to supplement Piccolo's deficiencies? However, the Namekians seemed to eschew hearty soups. They only drank pure water, which posed a significant challenge. He also contemplated utilizing the Dragon Balls at his disposal to summon Shenron to rectify Piccolo's congenital shortcomings. However, excessive use of the Dragon Balls was ill-advised, as it could lead to unforeseen consequences. An immature idea struck Sun Wukong. Could he possibly implant this egg within the celestial deity's body, allowing it to be nurtured anew through the deity's essence? This might rectify its inherent deficiencies. However, he first needed to ascertain whether the celestial deity could still lay eggs. If not, the idea of reintegration would be moot. If the celestial deity was capable of incubation, then perhaps it was feasible that, in an instant, Sun Wukong appeared beside the celestial deity. What brings you here, celestial deity? I have an urgent question I wish to pose. Speak. The Demon King Piccolo can create demonic entities through egg-laying. Can you do the same, celestial deity? Alas, I cannot. When I was separated from the Demon King Piccolo, we each acquired distinct abilities that he obtained that capability, while I retained the power to create Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong sighed regretfully as he concluded his dialogue with the celestial deity. He recalled another potential avenue, the deity's homeland, Namek. He could seek out beings with a similar essence and teleport to Namek to entrust the egg to the Grand Elder of the Namekians. possibly resolving Piccolo's early malevolence as well. Returning to Baozi Mountain, he pulled little Wukong from the gravity chamber. "Brother, what now? I was just beginning to train. Cease your complaints. I am taking you to a place that may hold unexpected delights. Are you going to use instant transmission again? Will there be unforeseen incidents? What unforeseen incidents could possibly occur? At most, a minor spatial deviation. Do you not trust your brother?" Sun Wuyuan delivers sharp. Crisp tap to his younger sibling's head. Point 1 must discipline their brother early. Otherwise, he might grow too formidable to handle, which was a somber thought. This time, they were headed to Namek, a place of androgyny, where there was no need to worry about inadvertently teleporting to a female-dominated area. Sun Wuyuan and little Wukong vanished from Baozi Mountain, while their father, Sun Wufan, glanced at the two brothers disappearing. Feeling both joy and nostalgia as time seemed to rush by, the two little ones he had once cradled had now grown. The two emerged in an Namekian village, and little Wukong exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, big brother, where are we? So many demon kings." Sun Wuyuan felt a sense of exasperation. "Wukong, sense their energy. There is none of the malevolent aura associated with the demon king Piccolo. Indeed, they truly resemble the celestial deity." Little Wukong is unable to distinguish the Namekians apart from one another. As he can only recognize their differences in height and build, he then teleports with Sun Wukong to the elder's position. Nailu, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the two, inquires warily, "Who are you?" "Outsiders. If there's nothing urgent, I kindly ask you to leave." "Greetings. We come bearing important matters and seek an audience with the elder. We would appreciate it if you could relay our request." Sun Wuyuan replied politely. "Nailu, let them in. I can sense no trace of malevolence in them." The elder's voice resonated from the oddly shaped house, just as Sun Wuyuan finished speaking. "Yes, elder, please follow me," Nailu responded. Upon entering the house, Sun Wuyuan gazed at the elder before him, exclaiming, how grand! This Piccolo is indeed quite a large figure." Little Wukong blurted out. Nailu reprimanded little Wukong for his impolite remark. Yet the elder dismissed the reprimand and motioned for him to step aside. As the two brothers scrutinized the elder, he too assessed them, easily discerning little Wukong's thoughts and gleaning much useful information. However, when attempting to read Sun Wuyuan's mind, he found it utterly futile. Not only was there no trace of evil, but he also felt a certain warmth emanating from him, leaving even the well-traveled elder perplexed. "Dear friend from afar, what brings you to seek me?" Chapter 29. Unlocking Potential. Wukong's power surged. "Dear friend from afar, what brings you to seek me?" the elder asked calmly. Without hesitation, Sun Wuyuan produced the egg. The moment the elder laid eyes upon it, he sensed a familiar aura akin to that of the Namekians, but with a faint hint of malevolence. "We hail from the distant planet Earth. Hundreds of years ago, a Namekian child arrived there, later chosen by the previous Supreme Kai as a candidate for succession." Sun Wuyuan succinctly recounted the events. He must have been one of the gifted children sent away during the great calamity that befell Namek centuries ago. It is surprising to discover that apart from Namek, there are still surviving Kaelin, as you mentioned. The Supreme Kai Piccolo was initially a versatile genius. In his quest to become the Supreme Kai, he forcibly divided himself, consequently having his innate talents, which explains his current weakness. "Thank you for returning our kin. I have grasped the situation well, and it is not overly difficult to resolve that moment." Sun Wuyuan appeared to recall something and said, somewhat sheepishly, "Elder, I heard from Lord Northkai that Namekians possess some rather extraordinary abilities, such as creating Dragon Balls and unlocking potential. I would like to request your assistance in unlocking our potential, if possible." Just as Nyla was about to intervene, the elder spoke up. "It is quite all right, Nyla. You mentioned the esteemed Lord Northkai, did you not? I am pleasantly surprised to have caught the attention of a high deity. Indeed, I can unlock a portion of your potential. You are warriors of righteous hearts, so it poses no issue at all." "Thank you. Wukong, you may go first," Sun Wuyuan encouraged. "Big brother, what does unlocking potential mean?" Little Wukong, who had been quietly listening to their conversation for quite some time, still seemed confused, which was quite typical of him. "Simply put, it means to rapidly enhance your strength. You understand?" Sun Wuyuan explained. Little Wukong's excitement surged upon hearing this, and he eagerly approached the elder, asking, "Elder, what must I do?" The elder gestured for him to step forward, and Wukong obediently made his way to him, where a hand larger than a fan rested upon his head. I didn't expect you to be so powerful at such a young age. Your energy is several times that of Nailu, the elder remarked. Nailu, taken aback by the elder's words, realized that he was not only the elder's attendant, but also the strongest combatant on Namek at that moment. It was astonishing to discover that the seemingly childlike Sun Wukong possessed several times his strength. One could only imagine how formidable Sun Wuyuan must be. This was a warrior capable of associating with a deity of such caliber. Truly impressive. Yet, even at such strength, did he still require unlocking his potential to grow stronger? The elder was merely referring to the foundational strength of Sun Wukong, who had yet to adapt to his King Kai fist. His ultimate battle power would undoubtedly exceed mere multiples of Nailu's strength. Your potential is unfathomable, an endless reservoir of vitality. I can only unlock a fraction of it, the elder stated. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's energy began to surge, with white flames erupting around him, and Sun Wuyuan could sense his brother's strength multiplying tenfold in mere moments. Wow, what an overwhelming sensation. Big brother, I can hardly contain my urge to spar with you. Little Wukong exclaimed, trembling with excitement. Very well, Sun Wuyuan agreed. But brother, you just boosted your power and already wish to challenge me. Allow me to remind you that your big brother remains your big brother. Even with your newfound strength, do not let it cloud your judgment. Understand? Elder, Wukong, and I will return shortly. Sun Wuyuan announced as he and little Wukong departed from the elder's residence, levitating into the air. The two brothers locked eyes, and it felt as though sparks were flying in the charged atmosphere. Little Wukong dashed forward, but before he could strike, Sun Wuyuan swiftly slapped his forehead. You still play around with probing your big brother. Let me teach you a lesson. Little Wukong rocketed in the ground. Emerging from the crater, his clothes tattered. Big brother, do you not warm up before a fight? He whined. How many times must I teach you? When faced with a formidable opponent, do not test the waters. Unleash 200% of your strength immediately, or you may find yourself swiftly defeated. I understand. Understand, do you? Sun Wuyuan replied, somewhat exasperated. You have said that countless times. Knowing is one thing, but comprehending is another. If you repeat this mistake, I might just give up on you. Sun Wuyuan let it go, allowing his brother to learn from experience. Little Wukong unleashed his full power, causing beads of sweat to drip from Nailu, while other Namekians sensed the overwhelming aura and halted their activities. Concerned for the elder's safety, many Namekians rushed toward that direction after the initial shock. Sun Wuyuan refrained from releasing his own aura. In battles of this magnitude, he could maintain control of his energy and unleash it at the moment of engagement, significantly conserving energy and prolonging the fight. Big brother, be careful. I've become immensely powerful, little Wukong declared. Indeed, you have grown stronger, but it is still insufficient, Sun Wuyuan replied. Let's fight. Little Wukong shouted as he launched a relentless assault, his words spilling forth incessantly. If this is all you can muster, then it may be time to conclude, Sun Wuyuan proclaimed with an air of superiority. After all, strength is fleeting, but style is everlasting, and he was keenly aware of the distinction. This is just the beginning. Little Wukong hurriedly interjected, fearing his brother might deliver another swift blow to his head, rendering him unconscious. This is merely the outset. Threefold King Kai fist, A red transparent aura enveloped little Wukong entirely. Kamehameha wave. Another energy wave? I too am a member of the Sun family. Do you think your big brother fears you? Sun Wuyuan lifted his right hand and mirrored the Kamehameha wave, easily overpowering little Wukong's attack. Fourfold King Kai fist. Fivefold King Kai fist. Tenfold King Kai fist. At this point, he had exceeded the limits of his physical capacity. What a conundrum. I'm not your enemy, so why push yourself so hard? It seems I will need to consume another Senzu bean. Once again, little Wukong exhausted his energy and plummeted from the sky, and as Sun Wuyuan caught him, he continued to lament, Ouch! 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 Big brother, you are indeed formidable. Despite my significant increase in strength and my excessive use of the King Kai fist, I still cannot surpass you, of course. Just remember who is the elder brother and who is the younger. I've said it countless times. Your big brother remains your big brother, no matter how strong you become. Sun Wuyuan bantered with his younger sibling. Big brother, for some reason, seeing that expression on your face makes me want to punch you. Little Wukong said, his big innocent eyes sparkling with mirth. Nonsense. That expression, paired with your brother's handsome face, is simply too cool. It is indeed impossible for you to express such a vexing demeanor. Some consequences are indeed self-inflicted. My younger brother lacks discernment. Perhaps we should preserve that miraculous being, as it still holds the ability to alleviate pain, suggesting that the issue may not be overly grave. In Chapter 30, the potential of Sun Wukong. He wished to enhance Earth. Upon Sun Wukong's return to the residence of the Elder with little Wukong in his embrace, he was met with a throng of Namekians gathered together, leaving him somewhat bewildered. A sea of verdant figures stood at the entrance, their hue deepening with age. Truly a remarkable race. As the elder brother of little Wukong, he displayed considerable kindness, although he refrained from using the miraculous beam for an instantaneous recovery. He did summon a healing Namekian to tend to Wukong's injuries. Subsequently, the elder began to unlock Sun Wuyuan's potential, yet this process proved far less effortless than when unlocking Wukong's. Your physique is exceedingly peculiar. I have never encountered a case such as yours. By the standards of Earthlings, you should not possess such immense potential. Yet at times, your potential resembles the boundless expanse of the starry sky. At other moments, it appears akin to a well on the verge of running dry, having reached its limit. Your lineage is remarkably complex, and I find myself perplexed. You are evidently of Earthling descent, yet could it be a result of lineage evolution? The elder seemed to converse with Sun Wukong while also musing aloud. Sun Wukong was acutely aware of the distinctions between himself and other Earthlings. He was not merely a soul, nor was his body of this world. He was an Earthling, yet not entirely so. What truly eluded him was whether his physique's capacity to absorb vital energy was a legacy from his ancestors or a transformation that occurred during his crossing over, a change beyond his comprehension. For how else could his body have regressed to that of an infant? The elder, drenched in perspiration, labored for an extensive period to unlock Sun Wuyuan's potential, causing great concern for Nailu regarding the elder's well-being, who was eager to halt the process. At a certain moment, it felt as if Sun Wuyuan's body had unshackled a hidden restraint, and the suppressed energy began to surge forth. The aura soared skyward, sweeping outward like a tidal wave of overwhelming force. Intensifying with each subsequent surge, the assembly of Namekians was left utterly astonished. Even Nailu, the mightiest among them, trembled uncontrollably, questioning whether such power could truly belong to a mere mortal. Little Wukong, too, quivered uncontrollably. Unlike Nailu's fear, he was inexplicably exhilarated. Is this the full extent of my brother's aura? It surpasses my wildest imaginings. When will I finally engage him in a fierce battle? Had Sun Wukong been aware of his younger brother's thoughts at that moment, he would have been inclined to indulge the pain-immune sibling, who, after a brief recovery from his previous plight, was once again itching for a challenge from his elder brother. As Sun Wukong sensed the transformation of his strength, approximately tripling that prior to unlocking his potential, he acknowledged that while the increase was not as exaggerated as tenfold, it was nonetheless impressive. Moreover, he pondered whether the elder's assertions about his vast potential held any truth. Should he consider seeking out the old Kai to further develop his capabilities, given that the elder's abilities were significantly lacking in comparison? He harbored some apprehension regarding the old Kai's possible recognition of his status as an outsider, for the old Kai had been sealed away within the Kai sword for 75 million years, making it uncertain whether his identity would remain undetected. Most crucially, he was uncertain of the Supreme God's stance on outsiders, who would relish the feeling of having their fate in another's hands. It was a thought that strayed too far. One must tackle matters piece by piece, and there remained one final task on Namek before he could conclude his journey satisfactorily. Elder, there is indeed another matter for which I have come to Namek. I wish to use your Dragon Balls to make a wish. May I? Sun Wukong inquired candidly. You are all noble-hearted warriors. The Dragon Balls may be lent to you for a single use. Ordinarily, wishing with the Dragon Balls requires a trial, yet it seems that none among my children can stand against you. So the trial is unnecessary, the elder replied in a calm tone. The elder then instructed the village elders to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Wow, the Dragon Balls on Namek are enormous. Does that mean they can fulfill even grander wishes? Little Wukong gazed curiously at the 7 Dragon Balls before him. That is indeed the case. The larger the Dragon Ball, the greater the wish it can grant. Point 1 Namekian stepped forward and recited an incantation in a strange tongue that Sun Wuyuan could not comprehend. As the 7 Dragon Balls resonated in unison, their light illuminating the darkened sky, soon, a peculiar dragon materialized in the heavens. Unlike the dragon from Earth, reminiscent of the mythical dragons of Chinese folklore. This dragon, named Purunga, the god of dreams, was entirely dissimilar. Elder brother, look, this dragon is so thick, so long, and so oddly shaped. It bears no resemblance to the dragons of Earth. Elder Muley, the successor to the elder's position after his death, inquired of Sun Wuyuan what 3 wishes he desired. Little Wukong was again taken aback. 3. Is it not customary to grant only 1 wish? Elder Muley explained, the dragon on Namek can indeed grant 3 wishes. Now, speak your wishes, and Purunga will fulfill them. Sun Wuyuan looked to his brother and declared, my first wish is to strengthen Earth as much as possible. Elder Muley looked upward and said, the dragon's eyes glowed red, and the wish was granted. My second wish is for Wukong and me to possess the ability to survive in the void. However, he was informed that a wish could not be granted for both of them simultaneously. So he had to adjust it to apply solely to himself, and his genetic makeup remained unchanged. Nevertheless, he gained the ability to replace the energy required for his body's metabolism with the vital energy within him. As long as he possessed energy, he would not need to rely on oxygen for respiration. That my third wish is to acquire the ability to teleport anywhere. Elder Muley once again relayed Sun Wuyuan's words to Purunga. But this wish could not be fulfilled. The ability to teleport was limited to this universe. And having already learned the teleportation technique of the Yard Rats, Sun Wuyuan found it somewhat lacking, as he was not particularly interested in places devoid of life energy. Since he deemed the wish of little significance to him, Sun Wuyuan decided to offer this wish to Wukong, who had yet to make a single wish. Wukong, you may make the remaining wish. Little Wukong once again requested the dragon to elevate his strength to match that of Sun Wuyuan. Yet he was met with disappointment once more, as the dragon could not fulfill wishes that defied the laws of nature. After some contemplation, Sun Wuyuan pulled Elder Muley aside to a secluded corner, instructing Wukong not to follow. Elder Muley, for the third wish, you must say thus and so. Do you understand? Muley replied, how could I possibly comprehend? I'm utterly lost. Nevertheless, he nodded and discreetly glanced at little Wukong before articulating the third wish to the dragon. In Chapter 31, Wuyuan becomes the unruly brother in the eyes of the Namekians. The gathered Namekians collectively expressed their bafflement. They were not Wukong, unable to hear the exchange between Sun Wuyuan and Elder Muley. Their hearing was exceptionally keen. Is this truly how you treat your younger brother? Is he not your flesh and blood? This wish is quite simple. The dragon's crimson gaze fell upon little Wukong, who scratched his head in confusion, looking at his elder brother. The wish was accomplished, and the dragon transformed back into the 7 scattered Dragon Balls across Namek. All present among the Namekians were aware of the wish made, yet only little Wukong found it strange that everyone was staring at him. Brother, what wish did you make for me? I feel nothing at all. How could the dragon declare that the wish was fulfilled? Nothing of consequence. You will come to know in due time. Would I truly deceive you? Dear brother, Sun Wuyuan asked with utmost seriousness. Little Wukong shook his head, asserting, I trust that my brother would never deceive me. The surrounding Namekians thought, what a wonderful child. He is being thoroughly hoodwinked by that unscrupulous elder brother of his. Expressions of sympathy and pity adorned the green faces around them, and Nailu could hardly contain himself but was restrained by the elder, despite his esteemed position as the elder of Namek. Well-versed and knowledgeable, he struggled to comprehend the intricacies of Sun Wuyuan's actions. Though perplexed, he assumed there must be reasons unknown to him and resolved not to let Nyla disrupt Sun Wuyuan's plans. After the 2 brothers departed Namek and returned to Earth, Nailu inquired of the elder why he had expended such effort to assist Sun Wuyuan and his sibling. Nera believed that sending back a fellow kin to Namek as a gesture of gratitude and utilizing the Dragon Balls was justifiable. However, He found it incomprehensible that the elder had expended considerable effort to unlock the potential of the two. In his eyes, the elder's health and safety were of paramount importance. Neru, upon seeing Son Goku. I was suddenly forewarned of an impending calamity that Namek would face. That I also witnessed a golden warrior named Son Goku battling a formidable evil adversary, which must surely be the grown-up Son Goku. In that vision, I observed the destruction of Namek. Neru incredulously remarked, "How could there be such a powerful enemy? The current Son Goku is already overwhelmingly strong. Who could possibly rival him in adulthood? Moreover, he has an even more terrifying elder brother, Sun Wuyuan." In that catastrophic vision, I did not see Sun Wuyuan. I could only glimpse a fragment of the future. Perhaps, aside from the formidable enemy Son Goku is destined to confront, Sun Wuyuan might also be engaged in restraining an even mightier foe elsewhere on the Baozi Mountain. As he watched Goku's voracious eating, Sun Wuyuan contemplated whether to hire a chef to prepare meals specifically for little Goku, whose appetite was insatiable. It is worth noting that prior to their training on King Kai's planet, Sun Wuyuan had provided ample resources for his grandfather to construct a spacious villa, alleviating the need for the three of them to squeeze into a small wooden cabin. By the way, it seemed the World Martial Arts Tournament was upon them once again. After the tournament, Krillin would be killed by one of the minions of the Demon King Piccolo. Sun Wuyuan suddenly recalled this during his meal. Although the Demon King Piccolo was no more, several of his minions still roamed free. Could it be that little bald Krillin would fall victim to that creature named Damblin? With this thought, Sun Wuyuan instantaneously teleported to Papaya Island, the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, and upon spotting Master Roshi and others, he approached them to Greetings, everyone. It has been quite a while. Master Roshi, the delightful Oolong, Krillin, and look, our enchanting Miss Bulma is here too. 3 years had passed, and Bulma had blossomed into a figure of remarkable voluptuousness, akin to a perfectly ripe peach, her exaggerated curves capable of captivating all women of her age. This woman was also exceedingly unreasonable. Upon seeing Sun Wuyuan, she charged at him, taking advantage without hesitation. Fortunately, he was mentally reciting Android 18, which ultimately helped him resist her allure. It's Wuyuan. It has truly been ages. Have you and Goku been secretly training together over the last 3 years? Krillin and I haven't seen you even once on Kame House. Master Roshi chatted with Sun Wuyuan while observing the matches taking place on the arena. Master Roshi had not entered the tournament. The second semi-final was currently underway, with Yamcha facing off against Tien Shinhan. However, it appeared that Yamcha was on the verge of defeat. 3 years prior, he had also become a disciple of Master Roshi, significantly enhancing his strength, while Krillin had already triumphed in the semi-finals, poised to face Tien Shinhan in the final match, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, Master Wuyuan, you and Goku must have grown even stronger. Krillin eagerly inquired, still recalling the ultimate battle between Sun Wuyuan and little Goku at the last World Martial Arts Tournament 3 years ago. Even now, he felt he had improved considerably, yet he still regarded himself as nowhere near the level of either Sun Wuyuan or Goku from 3 years prior. 3 years had elapsed, and he had no inkling of how much stronger those two brothers had become. Did Krillin remember Master Wuyuan's words? Surely, he hasn't taken to secretly dating and thereby slowed his training. Sun Wuyuan teased, "You are a monk devoid of desires. Your focus should be on cultivation. Besides, monks cannot marry, so do not let anything distract you from your path. Master Wuyuan, you can't fool me. While I did hail from the Dueling Temple, I am now a disciple of Master Roshi and can marry." Krillin had a retort on the tip of his tongue, but he held back, thinking, "Master Wuyuan, you are already involved with Bulma. Are you trying to make me remain single for life?" Noticing the situation, Sun Wuyuan thought, "It seems the plan to have Krillin remain a monk without marriage has failed. I must resort to plan B to assist him in finding a wife soon." His first girlfriend was seemingly named Marin. Thinking of her brought a touch of wistfulness to Krillin, who later named his daughter with Android 18 after his former love, Marin. The outcome of the match on the arena was announced. Yamcha was defeated, possibly due to Tien Shinhan being unaware that Tao Pai Pai had been slain by little Goku. In reality, Goku had not so much as touched a hair on Tao Pai Pai. He had merely kicked away a bomb that was thrown by him. In any case, Tien Shinhan bore no ill will towards their group and did not resort to extreme measures to break Yamcha's leg. Ultimately, Krillin faced off against Tien Shinhan for the championship, but alas, despite Krillin's commendable strength, he was still no match for Tien Shinhan. Turtle Hermit laughed heartily, calling him an old pervert, which incensed Master Roshi. Prompting a scuffle between the two, the revered martial arts master, Master Roshi, managed to hold his ground against the Crane Hermit. Realizing he was outmatched, he called upon Tien Shinhan to join him in taking down Master Roshi. But Tien Shinhan, adhering to his principles, refused. At this moment, two green figures descended from the sky, one lean and one portly, who were none other than the eldest son Dambalin and the unnamed younger son of the Demon King Piccolo. The two demons, with an air of arrogance, held a martial arts tournament roster in their hands. Dambalin disdainfully addressed Tien Shinhan. "So, you're the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. And who are you?" The two demons ignored the question and turned their attention to Krillin, stating, "Ah, so you are the runner-up Krillin. Now allow us to inform you, be careful not to soil yourselves in fear. We are the illustrious sons of the great Demon King Piccolo. And soon we shall be the harbingers of your demise." All spectators, including Krillin and the others, were left in a state of bewilderment. After 300 years, who among them still remembered the Demon King Piccolo? The audience murmured among themselves, speculating on who the Demon King Piccolo was, and the panic, fear, and chaos the two demons anticipated failed to materialize. The Crane Hermit, frightened, turned pale and discreetly blended into the crowd to escape. While Master Roshi, upon hearing the news of the Demon King Piccolo's return, felt a fleeting moment of fear. However, he quickly recalled Sun Wukong and Son Goku, comparing them with the Demon King Piccolo he had witnessed 3 centuries ago, concluding that it was highly unlikely that the Demon King would pose a threat to either of the brothers. He then calmly recounted the history of the Demon King Piccolo to Krillin and the others. Seeing that someone was aware of their father's greatness, Dambalin and his brother did not interrupt Master Roshi's narration. They were determined to instill fear in the world under the rule of the demon race. Master Roshi's words were broadcasted globally, with most people expressing disbelief, yet some managed to uncover relevant records. Some audience members, sensing danger, began to flee. Dambalin, noticing that Master Roshi's tale was reaching its conclusion, proclaimed, "All right, it is time for us to send you on your way." The tournament's announcer interjected, "Please hold on a moment. To our viewers at home, you have just heard that the evil Demon King Piccolo has returned and is poised to disrupt the peace of the world. Will these world's mightiest martial artists manage to defeat this malevolent foe and safeguard world peace? Let us stay tuned." Sun Wuyuan was taken aback to see a mere ordinary referee daring to interrupt the two demons. Thinking, goodness, this is a life-threatening commentary. His audacity is extraordinary. Enough of this. You two demons needn't frighten us with your threats. The Demon King Piccolo has already been vanquished by my brother, Son Goku. Sun Wuyuan made a striking entrance onto the arena, speaking with an air of nonchalance as if discussing a trivial matter. Naturally handsome, Sun Wuyuan appeared even more striking standing alongside the two non-human demons, captivating many females in the audience with his charm. Wow, that man is so handsome. I feel like I've fallen in love at first sight again. Dambalin could not fathom Sun Wuyuan's assertion, but in his understanding, the Demon King Piccolo was the mightiest being on Earth and would never be defeated by the brother of a mere human. Impossible. No one knows the Demon King better than I do. He is the strongest in the world. There can be no being on this earth capable of defeating him. You, boy, have insulted the great Demon King. Prepare to face the judgment of the demon race, Krillin murmured softly. This demon clan, named Dambalin, is quite audacious. It seems he has never endured the harsh realities of society. Ah, how time flies. I shall refrain from elaborating, for it brings forth tears. I was too young back then, and under the relentless guidance of my senior brother, I grew to be more mature and composed. One must never provoke the ire of a senior brother. A little bald head, striking a pose of false gravitas, appears rather comical. Sun Wuyuan coolly addressed the camera. The upcoming scenes are unsuitable for children. The referee, recognizing Sun Wuyuan's identity, exclaimed with excitement, "Ladies and gentlemen, I just remembered. He is none other than Mr. Sun Wuyuan, the the champion of the last martial arts tournament, whose prowess is exceedingly formidable. He is the prized disciple of the martial arts deity, Master Wu Tian. Ignoring the incessant chatter of the referee, Sun Wuyuan swiftly dispatched 2 demons with a single slap, sending them soaring into the sky. 2 energy waves obliterated Dambelin's minions, leaving naught but ash. Krillin wore a peculiar expression, pondering how his senior brother had developed a penchant for slapping others. His own bald head had been subject to such treatment on numerous occasions. Such strength. This was Tianjin fans' impression of Sun Wuyuan. Even though he was the current champion, he felt the immense disparity between himself and Sun Wuyuan. Was the Turtle Hermit School truly that powerful? Sun Wuyuan and the others made their way out of the tournament arena. Master Wu Tian remarked to Tianjin fan, "You are not like Crane, who harbors ulterior motives. You are a true martial artist." By the way, did the malevolent Demon King Piccolo really fall to the hands of little Wukong? To say he was killed is somewhat inaccurate. Piccolo was simply too weak, and Wukong inadvertently dispatched him. Sun Wuyuan replied nonchalantly. Master Wu Tian sighed deeply, reflecting on the days when his own master, Master Wu Taidu, sacrificed his life to seal away the Demon King Piccolo, only for his own disciple to inadvertently bring about Piccolo's demise. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable, and one cannot resist aging. Suddenly feeling a peculiar and bouncy sensation on his arm, Sun Wuyuan wore an expression of great loss and said, "Bulma has taken advantage of me again." To his surprise, she not only did not release her grip, but tightened it further. Krillin, curious, inquired, "Master Wuyuan, you have grown increasingly powerful. Where have you been training these past 3 years?" Krillin, your strength has sadly diminished. 3 years have passed, and your battle power barely exceeds 100. You must strive harder. Krillin responded helplessly, "I've been working diligently. What is this battle power all about?" Sun Wuyuan produced a battle power detector. This device measures the battle power of martial artists. It was crafted by Dr. Briefs at my request. I had no idea such a thing existed. "What are your and Wukong's battle powers?" Krillin asked. "Guess. It should be over 1,000. Krillin thought he was being generous, estimating his own battle power at 10 times less. Jiaozi displayed a blank expression, while Tianjin fan was utterly astonished. He was stronger than Krillin, but only to a limited extent. "Krillin, I've always advised you to train diligently and not to dwell on marriage. Look at you now, so worried even about guessing. Your strength has confined your perspective." A reference. 3 years ago, Wukong's battle power exceeded 10,000, and in these 3 years our strengths have experienced a remarkable leap. While stating the facts, Sun Wuyuan couldn't help but tease Krillin habitually. Chapter 33. Bulma's sister, who has not returned for over a decade. Upon hearing that Wukong's battle power had surpassed 10,000 3 years ago, everyone was nearly rendered speechless. Bulma snatched the battle power detector from Sun Wuyuan and put it on, only to see Sun Wuyuan's battle power display a mere 10. What? Is this thing accurate? Wuyuan, how come her battle power is only 10? Krillin is 106. Old Turtle is 137, and Tianjin fan is 136. The detector is functioning correctly. I merely suppress my energy, which is why it shows only 10. If I were to unleash my full power, the detector would explode due to my strength exceeding its limits. Sun Wuyuan explained flatly. Krillin trembled as he asked, "What is the upper limit of this device?" "Not much, only 1 million. If battle power exceeds 1 million, the detector goes bang and explodes. Therefore, it can no longer measure my and Wukong's battle power." "What? Wukong also exceeds 1 million in battle power. You two brothers are truly monsters." Krillin had initially been satisfied with his strength gained over the past 3 years, but upon learning that Wukong's battle power surpassed 1 million, while he himself was at 106, the disparity felt at least 10,000 times greater. Tianjin fan was also dumbfounded, realizing that the supposed champion of the martial arts tournament was swimming in a sea of disparity. The gap was so vast that he felt utterly demotivated to chase after it. One might feel discontent when someone is slightly stronger, but what of someone who is a million times stronger? "I truly wonder how you have trained." "Krillin, I believe you've learned nearly all that Master Wu Tian has to offer. If you wish to grow stronger, you could challenge the Kaelin Tower, pass the tests of Master Kaelin, and then train in the Heavenly Temple. In fact, aside from you, Yamcha, Tianjin fan, and Baozi, you three could also undertake training at the Kaelin Tower and the Heavenly Temple. Sun Wukong shared the details of the Heavenly Temple and Kaelin Tower, although he withheld certain truths, such as the fact that Master Kaelin's super sacred water was a deception and that the Heavenly God and Demon King Piccolo were, in fact, one and the same. Tianjin Fan and Yamcha clenched their fists, resolute in their determination to pass Master Kaelin's tests, drink the super sacred water, and seek training at the Heavenly Temple. Baozi remained silent, following Tianjin Fan wherever he went. Is there really a Heavenly God in the Heavenly Temple? Bulma expressed her heightened curiosity. Sun Wuyuan looked at Bulma with an expression of disbelief, as if questioning where her supposed high intelligence had vanished. The latter, feeling unreasonable, angrily pinched Sun Wuyuan's side. My body is far beyond what it used to be. How could a mere weakling like you possibly pinch me? Just wait. Though it didn't hurt, I have noted this down in my little book. One day, when you enter my house, you shall understand how I will settle the score with you, leaving you unable to rise from bed for quite some time. The Heavenly Temple serves as the residence of the earthly god and his servants. And it is also where the Dragon Balls were created. Bulma exclaimed in surprise. The Dragon Balls were created by the Heavenly God? When can we go directly to the Heavenly God to make a wish? No. While the Heavenly God possesses many mysterious abilities and can create the Dragon Balls that summon Shenron, he does not have the ability to grant wishes. Sun Wuyuan shook his head and explained. By the way, you really are something to... I am your girlfriend, yet you left me in West City for 3 years without a word. Tomorrow, you must accompany me shopping, and the day after, to the amusement park. Sun Wukong felt a chill run down his spine as Bulma outlined his schedule for the next month. Indeed, a wealthy lady is not so easily courted, yet he could begrudgingly accept her request, as she only asked for his company for a month without complaints. Wuyuan, could you share where you and Wukong trained these past 3 years? I have searched the Baozi Mountain countless times without finding you. Bulma inquired. I requested the Heavenly God to take Wukong and me to the underworld, where we encountered the imposing King Yama, traversed the Snake Way, and trained under the King of Worlds for 3 years. Not long after returning, I encountered the Demon King Piccolo, and I let Wukong handle it. The underworld, King Yama, the King of Worlds, do such things truly exist in this world? Observing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Sun Wuyuan patiently explained, you must have heard of the underworld. It is where souls reincarnate after death. King Yama is responsible for judging the good and evil of souls, determining whether they ascend to heaven or descend to hell for punishment. The Heavenly God governs the earth, while the King of Worlds oversees the galaxy. With that said, you should understand that if you're interested in training under the North King in the future, I could take you there. But whether the North King is willing to teach you depends on your own abilities. After bidding farewell to the group, Sun Wuyuan was pulled by Bulma to her grand villa in West City. Krillin and the others found the influx of information overwhelming and spent some time digesting it before deciding to emulate the training path of Sun Wuyuan and Wukong. Krillin departed from the Turtle Hermit's island and headed to the Kaelin Tower, where he unexpectedly ran into Yamcha at its base. Yamcha, did you not have a date with a girl today? Krillin jestingly remarked that since Yamcha had spent a year training under Master Roshi on Kame House, he subsequently moved to West City. Each time he returned to Kame House, he brought along a young and beautiful girlfriend, and notably, none were ever the same. Krillin had envied this for quite some time, but he eventually learned to let it go. Haven't you come as well? He continued. Master Wuyuan and the others are exceptionally strong. Initially, I believed I had nearly reached the limits of my potential, but upon witnessing their battle prowess, I realized that a power level of over 100 is far from the ceiling. It might just be the beginning of my journey. Thus, I'm determined to grow stronger. Krillin stated earnestly. I also wish to become stronger. Although I am currently a bit weaker than you, I believe I can surpass you. He exclaimed. Let's see who can reach the Kaelin Tower first and complete the trials set by the great Kaelin. Let the competition begin. On the count of 3, we start climbing. 1, 2, 3. On Kame House, Master Roshi looked on in surprise as Tianjin Fan and Baozi sought him out for training at Bulma's residence in West City. Dr. Briefs and Mrs. Briefs greeted them warmly. Long time no see. How have you been? Mrs. Brief smiled, holding Bulma with one hand and Sun Wuyuan with the other. Wuyuan, you become even more handsome. Bulma has been dreaming of you for 3 years, calling your name in her sleep. Would you like a snack? Thank you, Wuyuan replied as he accepted the treat. Has your sister not returned yet? Bulma inquired. Dr. Brief sighed. Your sister has been away from Earth for over a decade, journeying through the cosmos, and has yet to come back. Mrs. Briefs feigned tears, lamenting, both my daughters have grown up and prefer to roam the world rather than keep me company. Bulma, if you don't like coming home. That's all right, but when will you and Wuyuan give me a grandchild to play with? Bulma blushed fiercely, retorting, Mom, Wuyuan and I aren't even married yet. Besides, I'm only 20, and Wuyuan is just 19. She had never truly considered marrying so early. After all, she was merely a sophomore in college to that moment. Sun Wukong did his utmost to diminish his presence. He too was not inclined to marry and start a family just yet. Over the course of a month, Sun Wuyuan sighed deeply, reflecting on how he had spent this time. Daily excursions for shopping, amusement parks, and indulging in gourmet cuisine had taken him through every corner of West City. Bulma had purchased him a universal capsule containing a lavish villa, and while vacationing at sea, she unveiled a luxury cruise ship larger than an aircraft carrier. In this short span, he had been exposed to the daily life of the affluent. Merely contemplating the idea of having intelligent robots attend to his every need made him nearly forget his humble beginnings that on King Kai's planet. The North Kai inadvertently noticed that several life-sustaining planets within his jurisdiction had been gradually transforming into desolate wastelands. Could that dreadful thing have returned? Cursed be it! Wasn't he supposed to have been eradicated? He also thought of the self-proclaimed Universe Emperor, Frisia, who led his minions in relentless destruction, lamenting the misfortunes plaguing his North Galaxy. The North Kai was filled with urgency as he paced in circles on his small planet, scratching his head in frustration. Though he was powerless against Frisia, he sought assistance to deal with the group responsible for the devastation of several life-sustaining planets. Saiyans, I never expected that after the destruction of planet Vegeta, apart from a few Saiyans under Frisia and Goku, there were still others at large that seems their nature is hard to change. And they are back to wreak havoc. Who can I enlist to handle them? If left unchecked, who knows how many more life-sustaining planets they will destroy. The first names that sprang to the North Kai's mind were that of the miserly Wuyuan, who had previously fought him over spicy strips, followed closely by the simple-minded yet gluttonous Goku. By the time they returned, their powers would have already surpassed that troublesome group. Wuyuan and Goku would have no issue dealing with them. In the skies above a certain life-sustaining planet within the North Galaxy, 6 figures appeared. Those were the very individuals the North Kai wished to enlist Wuyuan's help against. The leader, a low-class Saiyan named Dales, was flanked by his 5 alien subordinates, Kakao, Doe-Eyes, Amando, and the Lacoste brothers. Dales bore a striking resemblance to a grown-up Goku, his features betraying a malevolent intent as he smirked. This planet's vitality surpasses that of the previous few combined. Surely it can yield even better fruits. Boss, let's make our move. I can hardly wait to taste the fruits of the divine tree. Foolish child. Once we harvest this batch of fruit, we can recruit more members and use the fruits of the divine tree to forge a powerful army to rule the universe. Ha ha! Dales harbored grand ambitions. As a low-class Saiyan warrior who once looked down upon himself, his strength began to soar after inadvertently obtaining a divine tree seed, and his ambitions grew commensurately until he now dreamed of conquering the cosmos. The North Kai twitched his antenna-like appendages. Wuyuan, can you hear me? Ah, is that you, North Kai? Wuyuan responded, Oh, you have a moment. I find myself in a rather tricky situation and could use your assistance. Come with Goku. I need to discuss this in person. Upon hearing Wuyuan's cryptic words, Bulma was momentarily perplexed and asked, Wuyuan, who are you talking to? It's the North Kai. He needs my help, but I guarantee he's stronger than the gods. Why would he need your assistance? Bulma queried, bewildered. The North Kai situation was akin to that of the gods. While he managed all life-sustaining planets in the North Galaxy, he did not personally handle the disruptions caused by others. In truth, his combat prowess was not particularly formidable. Wuyuan's strength had already surpassed his own. It seems you'll be leaving again. When will you be back? Bulma said, her tone tinged with disappointment. I'm not sure. If the enemy is weak, I can handle it swiftly with my instant transmission. But if they are strong, it may take longer that I can't predict if those aliens will possess any peculiar abilities. I'll return with Goku to the North Kai's planet to assess the situation. Wuyuan replied candidly, be careful, and don't force yourself if you can't handle it. Bulma admonished seriously, of course. Safety first. If things go awry. I'll just use instant transmission to escape with Goku that I can't say much else. But instant transmission is incredibly useful. Wuyuan chuckled. Alright, I should return to Baozi Mountain and find Goku. Goodbye, after bidding farewell to Bulma and her family. Wuyuan instantaneously transported back to the gravity chamber on Baozi Mountain, where he found Goku diligently training, performing one-handed push-ups while drenched in sweat. Goku, pause your training. I'm taking you to see the North Kai. He has something he needs our help with. With a puzzled expression on his face, Goku followed Wuyuan after exchanging a few words with his grandfather, heading to King Kai's planet. Upon seeing Wuyuan and Goku, the North Kai, who had previously worn a worried expression, instantly brightened. Wuyuan, Goku, you've arrived. King Kai, what is it you need from us? Wuyuan inquired directly. The matter is this. A group has been wreaking havoc on the life-sustaining planets within my jurisdiction. Their current strength is not very formidable, so you can rest easy in confronting them, the North Kai explained. There are 6 of them, led by a Saiyan named Dales, who seeks to plant divine trees on life-sustaining planets throughout the universe. Wuyuan recalled Dales, realizing he was not particularly strong, and surmised that Goku could handle him alone without issue. Goku, catching on to the key term, asked curiously, King Kai, what exactly is a divine tree? The divine tree is a type of tree that grows in the realm of the gods. Once it takes root on a life-sustaining planet in the lower realm, it rapidly absorbs the planet's vitality to grow, eventually bearing divine tree fruits. These fruits contain immense energy. Consuming them can temporarily boost one's strength significantly. However, most of that power diminishes over time, leaving only a minuscule fraction absorbed to enhance one's abilities. Moreover, the planet that bears the divine tree will be destroyed as the tree grows, and it may take hundreds of years to recover. And that's the situation we're facing, the North Kai elaborated for Goku. Lord Kai, do you know the current battle power of Dales and his men? Sun Wuyuan inquired. I have investigated this matter thoroughly. According to the values indicated by your battle power detector, the mightiest Saiyan, Dales, possesses a battle power of 430,000, while his 5 subordinates' powers are relatively similar, ranging between 60,000 to 100,000, replied the North Kai. Although Goku's battle power of 180,000 is no match for Dales, he can certainly assist you in dealing with Dale subordinates. I recall that your strength exceeds 1 million. It was evident that the North Kai had overlooked the fact that both Sun Wuyuan and Sun Wukong had ventured to Namek and significantly enhanced their powers. Otherwise, he would not have made such a statement. Goku, initially looking forward to a fight, felt somewhat disheartened upon hearing that the strongest only had 430,000 in battle power. Lord Kai, if that is the extent of their strength, then collectively they cannot even contend with Goku alone. What? When you left, wasn't Goku's battle power only 180,000? Although a month has passed, it shouldn't have increased so rapidly to surpass 430,000. The North Kai expressed his astonishment. Could it be that during this time, the two brothers encountered some fortuitous event that led to such a surge in strength? Indeed, Sun Wuyuan briefly explained upon returning. Namek, they do possess certain extraordinary abilities that I never anticipated your powers would increase so dramatically. Thus, confronting Dales and his group will pose no issue. The North Kai had yet to voice a thought. Perhaps soon they would have the means to confront the nefarious Frisia. With this contemplation, the North Kai felt elated, stifling a laugh behind his hand. Sun Wuyuan was puzzled. Why was there such exuberance over merely assisting in dealing with Dales? Moreover, even without Dale's emergence, Sun Wuyuan had planned to seek out some opponents in the universe for Goku. Goku had been sequestered in the gravity chamber for training, and while his power had increased, he felt that Goku now lacked considerable battle experience, which could lead to significant losses in future confrontations. Wuyuan, I'm feeling quite jubilant. Quickly, bring out your spicy strips to liven the mood. Sun Wuyuan reluctantly retrieved a pack of spicy strips and said, Lord Kai, you must consume them sparingly. The preparation of these spicy strips is no simple task. Acquiring dragon tendons from a single dinosaur yields little. It requires me to meticulously break down the tendons, proportionally mix in chili oil, peanut powder, soy sauce, and aged vinegar to marinate, and finally coat it in flour before frying it to achieve a crispy exterior and tender interior. I have noticed that the number of dinosaurs in my family's Baozi Mountain has significantly dwindled. If this continues, they may face extinction. The North Kai accepted the spicy strips and replied, "No worries. I know there are numerous planets in the universe that harbor dinosaurs, some even being 10 times larger than those on Earth. I can guide you to their locations for you to capture them yourself." Lord Kai, since the fruit of the spirit tree is said to be fit for divine consumption, it must possess more than just the meager enhancement to battle power, for that would be a grievous waste of a life-bearing planet. Sun Wukong opined, pondering the immense vitality inherent to a life-bearing planet. With Dale's destructive capacity only yielding 430,000 in strength, the spirit tree fruit seemed rather trivial. The spirit tree fruit contains vast energy. They simply cannot absorb it, leading to waste. In truth, the life force within the fruit can also be absorbed by humans to extend their lifespan. However, I am not entirely certain how much it can augment. The North Kai responded, "Extend lifespan? What a splendid prospect!" Sun Wuyuan's eyes lit up. As a handsome young man, he could not allow himself to age prematurely. If possible, he would seek out the eternal dragon to wish for immortality, not aging, not dying, not perishing. Lord Kai, is there a way for you to guide me to Dale's energy signature? Otherwise, I cannot execute instant transmission. Place your hand upon my back, the North Kai instructed. Subsequently, both Sun Wuyuan and little Goku rested their hands on the North Kai's back and closed their eyes. Soon, Sun Wukong envisioned a Saiyan strikingly similar to Goku, his aura brimming with cruelty and malevolence. That moment, they observed a seed of the spirit tree being planted on a planet. Sun Wukong beheld a towering tree piercing through the clouds, reaching into outer space, adorned with clusters of unripe green fruits. The massive roots of the spirit tree wriggled through the soil of the planet like sentient beings, causing the flora to wither rapidly in their wake, while the planet's fauna scattered in a state of panic. "Wow, big brother, that tree is enormous. If we cut it down, we won't need to gather firewood for a long time," Goku exclaimed excitedly, though they now had a new house. Cooking in the kitchen was still somewhat cumbersome. Preparing such a vast quantity of food required considerable time, primarily leading to barbecuing large dinosaurs outside or stewing meat in a specially designed large pot, consuming quite a bit of firewood. "You're absolutely right. Bringing it back would mean we wouldn't have to chop wood for ages." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. The North Kai was somewhat speechless, was chopping with the main concern. That planet was on the verge of being drained of its vitality by the spirit tree. Vanquishing Dales and his cohorts and obliterating the spirit tree was the priority. "Lord Kai, leave this matter to us. Goku and I shall return shortly," Sun Wukong declared as he removed his hand from the North Kai's back and opened his eyes, speaking with an air of calm. "Then I entrust this task to you." Sun Wukong and little Goku nodded, raising their right index and middle fingers together to their foreheads, diligently searching for the energy signature belonging to the Saiyan Dales. "Found it. Goku, hold on to me. We're off to gather firewood." "Ha ha!" Goku exclaimed, seizing Sun Wukong's left hand as they instantly vanished, reappearing on the planet where Dales and his entourage resided. The North Kai mused, "I have this lingering feeling that Wukong is intentionally flaunting his prowess in front of me. Yet I cannot find any evidence. Do not question why the North Kai would use the term flaunting. He learned it during his 3 years with Sun Wukong. Dales and his group had gathered together. Excellent. The spirit tree fruit will soon mature, even faster than I anticipated. Perhaps this planet's life force is considerably stronger than before. Shortly, our power will surpass Frisia's 53,000. At that time, we shall vanquish Frisia and establish the mightiest army in the universe. The Dale's Legion, ruling over all creation." Dale's eyes gleamed with fervor as he fixated on the fruit of the spirit tree, eagerly anticipating the moment he could consume it. His 5 subordinates, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter, for if their leader was amused, how could they remain indifferent? Chapter 36. Dales, the Saiyan who resembles Goku, hello there. Feel free to laugh, but please keep your distance from my tree. We intend to chop it down for firewood. Sun Wuyuan and little Goku suddenly appeared less than 100 meters from Dales and his 5 companions, who were laughing foolishly, and they politely greeted them. Although Sun Wuyuan planned to eliminate them shortly, he believed in extending courtesy before engaging in battle. He was a well-mannered and amiable young man. "Big brother, didn't you always say that if we identify an enemy, we should act without hesitation?" Goku questioned, perplexed, recalling how his brother had consistently advised him since he began training. Why was he now hesitating to strike? It was quite confusing. His brother's thoughts were truly inscrutable. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Sun Wuyuan replied, "That I am currently seeking to maximize our benefits, that if we swiftly eliminate them, what then? Cut down the spirit tree. The fruits are nearly ripe. It would be a shame to waste them now. First, let us engage in some banter with Dales and his men, then gradually test our skills. If we obliterate them at once, where shall we find numerous opponents to enhance our combat experience?" Goku seemed utterly oblivious to the nuances of resource management. Their grandfather was no longer young. Without the spirit tree fruit to extend his life, he might soon pass on to the 5 Elements Mountain to accompany Shinrin, also known as Taishang Laojun, in guarding the 8 trigrams furnace. The laughter of Dale's group abruptly ceased. When had these two appeared? They had been careless, failing to notice someone approaching them, that if these intruders were to steal the spirit tree fruit, would they remain ignorant? Dales hastily activated his battle power detector, only to be met with a look of disdain. "Pa, you startled me. I thought we had encountered a formidable opponent. It turns out you are merely 2 worthless beings with a battle power of only 100. How dare you approach the spirit tree? You are courting death. One of you 5, dispose of these 2 eyesores." Kakao coldly remarked, "I have no interest in such weak adversaries." The Rockcase brothers also expressed their disinterest, while Detsi grinned mischievously and said, "Amando, since the spirit tree fruit has yet to mature, waiting here is rather dull. Let us both take action, one against each, and see who can scare them into wetting their pants first, with a spirit tree fruit as the wager. What do you say?" Amando chuckled and said, "All right, but I shall choose first. That little brat is mine, and the bigger one is yours. Amando, you are truly cunning. Who doesn't know that children are more prone to wetting their pants?" Dales remarked nonchalantly. "Keep your distance from the spirit tree, and be careful not to harm the fruits during your brawl. Otherwise, your share will be halved." Kakao cast several glances at Wukong, a strange flutter in his heart, before turning to his boss again. The more he looked, the more they resembled each other. That little brat was practically a miniature version of his leader. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "Haven't you noticed how much that little brat over there looks like our boss?" Upon hearing Kakao's observation, the others began to scrutinize Wukong, and indeed, the resemblance was striking. The 5 of them simultaneously directed their gazes at the leader, seemingly questioning whether that little brat was his illegitimate child. Cold sweat trickled down Amando's back. "No, it couldn't be. Did I almost strike down the boss's illegitimate son?" Although the boss was ruthless, he couldn't be certain that the boss would treat his own son with the same coldness, that a single misstep could lead to him being in hot water. Or worse, being eliminated. Dales, noticing Kakao's remark, also focused on Sun Wukong. It seemed that he indeed bore a striking resemblance, yet he was certain he had no such son, that he recalled someone from the past. During his time on Vegeta, there was a low-class warrior whose potential had been forcefully elevated to rival that of higher-class fighters. His name was Bardock, due to his uncanny resemblance to Bardock. He was often mocked. Thus, it was highly likely that this little brat before him was Bardock's son. But why did this child lack a tail? Dale spoke up. "Amando, hold off on the fighting for a moment. Little brat, tell me, are you a Saiyan?" Little Wukong's face lit up with confusion at the mention of Saiyan. "Saiyan? What's that? I've never heard my brother mention it. I'm from Earth, and my name is Sun Wukong." "Earthling? No. He must be related to Bardock. The resemblance is too uncanny. Let me ask you again, did you once have a tail? Where is it? You even know that. My brother said tails are useless, so he had the deity remove mine. And it never grew back." At that moment, Sun Wukong noticed the tail of a monkey-like appearance wrapped around Dale's waist. "Very well. You are indeed Bardock's son, a Saiyan. I offer you an opportunity. Join my Dale's Corps, and we shall spare your life. Although your strength is currently weak, with our Saiyan potential, your power will rise swiftly." Dales proclaimed, as though bestowing a favor. Little Wukong replied, "Is my strength truly that weak? But you seem to be much weaker than me." "Brother, he says I'm Bardak's son. Is our father Bardak?" Wukong had always believed his brother to be his biological sibling, thus assuming they shared the same father. "Wukong, if you want to know, I'll explain in detail when we return. For now, let us defeat these ruffians who are wreaking havoc on the planet and chop down the spirit tree to take home as firewood." "Oh, I understand now, brother," Dales coldly remarked, unappreciative. "I was going to spare your life out of respect for our shared Saiyan heritage, but you seem intent on courting death. Des Amondo, attack! Kill him!" "Yes, boss. Too hot. A little brat is just a little brat. Ungrateful and audacious enough to refuse our boss's invitation. Prepare to die." Amondo laughed heartily, stepping closer to Sun Wukong. Des, not to be outdone, also advanced toward Wukong, relishing the terror on their opponent's face as they drew nearer. Savoring the delightful pleas for mercy, as he approached Wukong, Des cackled maniacally. "Are you stunned by my overwhelming aura? You, hopelessly despairing. I don't want to fight you, but your arrogance is suffocating me, so I'll reluctantly grant you a slap." "Don't thank me too much," Sun Wukong beamed, revealing his pearly white teeth. Des was met with a resounding slap across the face, a tremendous force propelling him away, crashing against the massive trunk of the spirit tree, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 37. Harvesting the fruits and cutting down the fruit tree. Cacao exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible! His combat power is only 100. How could he have sent Des flying?" He repeatedly checked Wukong's power level with a scouter, confirming several times that it remained at 100, which was insufficient to knock Des, who boasted 70,000 combat power, off his feet, even accounting for Des's lack of preparedness. Dales felt perplexed as well. "Des, how long do you intend to remain stuck in that tree? Have you died up there?" Cacao, equally puzzled, flew up to pat Des on the shoulder, causing Des's body to slide down the trunk and fall to the ground, his face grotesquely deformed. Cacao reached under Des's nose and found no breath, his voice trembling as he said, "Be boss, Des has stopped breathing. He is dead." Dales coldly replied, "That good-for-nothing Des wasted so many of my spirit tree fruits, only to be killed by a single slap. Good riddance. At least now I won't have to waste more of my spirit tree fruits on him." Sun Wukong yawned and said, "Wukong, I've finished my part. The rest of the 5 are all yours. Our fruits are ripening, so don't let them disturb me while I gather them to bring back for Grandpa to taste." With that, Wukong swiftly flew up the spirit tree and plucked a ripe red fruit, which was the size of a fist, feeling the immense energy contained within. "What? Such speed? You bastard, put down the spirit tree fruit, or I will make you suffer terribly." Dales, no longer indifferent, grew anxious and slightly angry upon witnessing Wukong plucking a spirit tree fruit. Cacao and the Rockace brothers attempted to intercept Wukong to reclaim the fruit, but upon hearing his brother's warning, Wukong unleashed a fraction of his power. Yet, even this minuscule display of strength left Dales and the others in shock. Their specially designed scouters, with a high power detection limit, indicated a reading that surpassed even Dale's current strength point 600,000 combat power. How is that possible? He is just a little Saiyan brat who hasn't even entered his growth phase. Dales began to panic, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Attack together and quickly deal with this little brat." The 5 surrounded Sun Wukong. "You guys go first," but aside from Dales, the other 4 were swiftly taken down by a single punch from Wukong, though he intentionally avoided delivering fatal blows. Realizing they were outmatched, Dales' gaze shifted toward a red fruit on the spirit tree. His only chance for a comeback, he unleashed a ki blast towards Wukong. Utilizing one of his ultimate techniques, a combination of high-speed movement and evasive maneuvers, he aimed to seize that spirit tree fruit first, as he approached within half a meter of the fruit. Sun Wukong appeared above him, delivering a whip kick that sent Dales crashing into the ground. His brother had instructed him not to let anyone disturb his fruit gathering. Thus, he took care to adhere to this directive, as he feared that if his brother were displeased, he might not be treated to delicious food in the future or allowed to train in the gravity chamber, which would have dire consequences. Dales muttered to himself, "Damn it, so close, so very close to obtaining the spirit tree fruit. If I could just consume it, My power would soar past 1 million in a short time. How could this little brat stand a chance against me then? Energy ring. Similar to Key Wave / Dales unleashed another of his ultimate techniques at Wukong, who dodged to the side, causing the energy ring to fly toward a fruit on the spirit tree. Successfully severing it, a sly smile crept across his face. He had succeeded. Little brats were simply too young and naive, but in the next instant, his smile froze in place as a hand suddenly appeared, grasping the spirit tree fruit. Hey, you there, Dales. If you dare reach for my fruit again, believe me, I'll chop off both your hands right now. Behave yourself and play nicely with Wukong. Dales gritted his teeth. Since obtaining the spirit tree seeds, he had never endured such humiliation. Shameless. Treating the spirit tree we painstakingly cultivated as your own. Wukong, take him further away. Once you familiarize yourself with his moves, send him straight to hell. All right, I understand, brother. With no hesitation, Sun Wukong struck, appearing before Dales in a flash. Before Dales could react, he was sent flying with a single punch. Regaining his footing, Dales once again executed his high-speed movement towards the spirit tree. But a diminutive figure, even faster than he, appeared before him, delivering another punch that sent him hurtling away. As Dales struggled to rise, he bellowed in frustration. High-speed movement. How could you possibly master my ultimate technique? Well, it's called high-speed movement. Is it so surprising that I learned such a simple technique with just one glance? Sun Wukong replied sincerely. Dales, bewildered, muttered, "What on earth is this creature?" Sun Wukong's martial arts talent was exceptionally high, causing even Sun Wuyuan to feel overshadowed. Dale's high-speed movement was not particularly sophisticated. With his profound understanding of martial arts, Wukong learned it effortlessly, posing little challenge. Meanwhile, Sun Wuyuan finally awaited the ripening of the last spirit tree fruit. Having gathered a total of 168 fruits, now that the fruits are collected, it's time to chop down the tree, he declared. The spirit tree, exclaiming in dismay, "What a heartless act!" Sun Wuyuan conjured a colossal 40-meter-long sword, swinging it against the trunk, only to hear a resounding crack as the sword shattered. It appears the sword is ineffective. Perhaps I should resort to energy blasts? He contemplated, but quickly dismissed the idea. I vowed to cut it down for firewood, and I shall do just that. With his current mastery of energy, he realized he was no longer confined to forming energy into spheres. He could shape it into a great sword as well. Come forward, sword. In no time, Sun Wuyuan truly conjured a sword several hundred meters long, striking the spirit tree's trunk with fervor. Sun Wukong, startled by his elder brother's enormous sword, realized he and Dales were still within its striking range. Phew, fortunately, I was quick-witted and dodged just in time. Otherwise, I would have been the unfortunate one, he remarked, glancing at the dismembered Dales with lingering trepidation. Dales, cut in two along with his hands, struggled for a long while before succumbing. The Saiyans' resilience was indeed formidable. With a thunderous crash, the spirit tree fell, shaking the earth as if a great earthquake had occurred. Upon witnessing Dale's gruesome demise, Sun Wuyuan thought, "How tragic. This doesn't seem like Wukong's handiwork. Has my prolonged guidance led him to develop a propensity for violence? Wukong, you should finish off those fallen extraterrestrials as well. Otherwise, if they find Earth and harm innocent people in the future, it would be disastrous. Remember, cut the grass, but do not uproot it, and it will grow back with the spring breeze. They are not virtuous beings. If you spare them today, who knows how many innocent lives may be lost at their hands in the future." Sun Wukong appeared hesitant. Striking down those who could not resist was a difficult decision for him. Yet considering his elder brother's wise words, he ultimately bore the burden of delivering the fatal blow to Kakarot and the others. Perhaps it was due to his lack of wishing for others' revival from the dragon, leading him to feel that the dragon was not as formidable as he once thought. Chapter 38. Frisia. Slag, Gula, Wukong. Do not just stand there in shock. The spirit tree has been felled, and life energy, along with vitality, is returning to this planet. T1TB long before the planet flourishes once more. We have accomplished the tasks entrusted to us by Lord Kai. Sun Wuyuan urged. There are still our own matters left unfinished. Come help me with chopping wood. The spirit tree is too large to carry. And even if I could, there isn't sufficient space on Baozi Mountain to place it. Once the wood is chopped, I'll store it in the universal capsule, even if it is quite large. It should be fine. After all, the spirit tree is a divine tree, and it will be splendid to use it to craft high-end furniture. After a considerable time, the spirit tree was finally tidied up. Sun Wuyuan rubbed his bleary eyes and remarked, Wukong, you did well, and swiftly too. I hadn't even completed my nap, and you managed to finish everything. When we return, let me know what you wish to eat. The North Kai, somewhat bewildered, gazed at the planet where the two were situated. Good heavens, they truly went to chop wood. Sun Wukong only utilized a combat power of 600,000 against Dales. Yet when Sun Wuyuan instructed him to chop wood, he unleashed over 180,000 combat power, even complaining about the sluggish pace and resorting to a five-fold Kaioken to hasten it. He found himself speechless. The proud technique of the North Kai had been reduced to mere wood chopping, a most undignified fate. Moreover, that scoundrel Sun Wuyuan transformed a perfectly good energy blast into a lumberjack sword, contrary to his advice to reserve such technique for dire circumstances. The North Kai sighed, this generation of students is exceedingly difficult to teach. The previous one, King Yama, was far easier. Time to return and report to Lord Kai. This venture has indeed gone smoothly, with no unforeseen incidents. Sun Wuyuan and Wukong instantaneously transported back to the KO's planet. Lord Kai, that scoundrel has been dealt with, and if there are no further matters, Wukong and I shall take our leave. Shortly after Sun Wuyuan and Wukong departed the planet, several mutant robots appeared, reporting to Dr. Mew. The spirit tree has been chopped down, leaving only a stump. Additionally, we discovered several corpses at the site. They must be the 6 who planted the spirit tree, on an unknown planet. An elderly man, referred to as Dr. Mew, observed the footage transmitted by his mutant robots. Upon seeing Dale's corpse, he noticed the tail protruding from behind. A Saiyan, that brutal race that annihilated the Zephyrans, known as the strongest fighting nation in the universe. Bring back that corpse with a monkey tail and collect samples of the spirit tree. I need to conduct research. Who knows what unexpected surprises may arise. Dr. Mew clenched his fists, declaring, Saiyans, wait for my revenge. The wrath of the Zephyrans will obliterate your entire race. After the mutant robots departed, a group of individuals arrived, led by Slag. The planet ahead is where the spirit tree once thrived, but investigations reveal an unexpected situation. The spirit tree has been chopped down, leaving only a massive stump. Who dares to thwart my plans? I will ensure you are ground to dust. Issue a command to spare no effort in locating that individual. I must regain my youth. The speaker was a Namekian, one of the gifted children sent away from Namek centuries ago. Slag was among the most extraordinary of those gifted, a super Namekian rarely seen in centuries, with immense combat power. Yet he had grown old, desperately seeking the spirit tree fruits to restore his youth and extend his lifespan. After Slag departed, 2 more groups arrived, searching for the spirit tree. The mechanical army under the Frost Demon Gula and the Jinyu force under Frisia. Unfortunately for them, they found nothing. Sun Wuyuan's instantaneous movement left no trace for them to follow. Believing everything to be smooth and without incident, Sun Wuyuan had unwittingly stirred a hornet's nest and fled, leaving innocent bystanders to suffer the consequences. The North Kai lamented quietly. What a predicament! 1 Frisia is already enough to give me headaches. And now 2 others of equal might, Gula and Slag, have emerged. Who can manage them? He once again thought of the brothers Sun Wuyuan and Wukong, muttering, this one do, even with Wukong using the 5-fold Kaioken. His combat power barely exceeds 900,000, while those 3 possess at least 100 million. Sun Wuyuan's power likely exceeds 100 million as well. After a bout of frustration, the North Kai resigned to a calm demeanor. Sulking on a recliner on Baozi Mountain, Sun Wuyuan presented a spirit tree fruit to his grandfather, Sun Gohan. The latter, receiving the fruit, inquired Wuyuan, what is this fruit? I have never seen anything like it. This is a spirit tree fruit, said to be a delicacy reserved for the divine beings of the heavens. Consuming it can enhance your strength and extend your lifespan. Sun Wuyuan explained. Enhancing strength and lifespan? I never imagined such things existed in this world. Where did you obtain it? Did the gods bestow it upon you? Sun Wufan has grown indifferent to the notions of strength and longevity. Instead, he yearns to witness the flourishing growth of his 2 grandsons whom he has nurtured. The essence of the spirit tree, which we acquired on a distant planet during our cosmic journey, was recounted by Wukong to his grandfather. Impressive. I never anticipated that you both would develop to the extent of assisting Lord Kai, exclaimed Sun Wufan as he beckoned Wuyuan and Wukong closer. Come here. Let me check if you have sustained any injuries. As he examined them, patting and probing, he felt relieved upon discovering they were indeed unscathed. Grandfather, you needn't worry excessively about our safety. I can teleport, and if I encounter enemies that are too formidable, I will promptly bring Wukong back. Even if we do get injured, I can consume a senza bean from Krilin, which will heal me instantly, regardless of the severity of the wounds, as long as I am not dead. Wuyuan said with a cheerful grin. That's reassuring, Sun Wufan replied. I am nearly finished preparing the meal. Please wait here while we dined. Yes, they gathered for the meal. Sun Wufan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Wukong eating. Wukong, do take your time. There's plenty to go around. You must eat well to grow strong. Your brother had already transformed into a dashing young man by your age, yet you remain so petite and adorable. You must eat. Our family has no shortage of food. Wuyuan felt a bit embarrassed at that remark, for Wukong's appetite was anything but small. In fact, the combined amount of food consumed by both him and his grandfather paled in comparison to what Wukong devoured alone. Chapter 39. The Three Great Evils at the headquarters of the Frisia Force in the North Galaxy. King Frisia received alarming news from his subordinates. The fruits of the spirit tree had been seized by a mysterious individual, and the tree itself had been felled, with the group that previously acquired the seeds now annihilated. Oh, how delightful! It seems there are unknown figures who have pilfered the spirit tree fruits from right under my nose. This is becoming quite entertaining. Shambo, do we have any further updates? Frisia inquired from his infantile throne. Your Majesty, we have discovered that the one who planted the spirit tree is a Saiyan named Dales, a low-ranking warrior who survived the explosion of Vegeta by mere chance. However, we found no trace of Dales' body on that planet, so we cannot confirm his fate. Furthermore, King Cooler's mechanical troops have recently been active within our territory, and we've even detected the presence of Slug, Shambo reported candidly. Dales, a pitiful, homeless monkey, has stumbled upon such fortune as to obtain the spirit tree seeds. As for Slug, that old fool must be nearing the end of his lifespan, hence his desperate search for the spirit tree fruits. Why, dear brother need not concern himself with them, as long as they do not interfere with our plans for conquering other planets. Yes, my king. And how have Vegeta and the other Saiyans fared? Vegeta's strength is rapidly increasing, nearing 12,000. The other two Saiyans possess negligible combat power, yet their arrogance is insufferable. However, their transformation into great apes poses a potential threat. Shall we eliminate them to prevent future complications? Shambo voiced his concerns. Worry not, Shambo. The Saiyans are merely a band of savage monkeys. That legendary golden warrior is nothing more than a myth, Frisia scoffed. Brimming with confidence in his own prowess, a prodigy of the frost demon race, he believed that even if such a golden warrior existed, they would not stand a chance against him. The only reason he permitted Vegeta and the others to remain was due to his interest in Vegeta's talent, hoping to see if this Saiyan could become the fabled Golden Warrior, the Super Saiyan that instilled fear in his kind. Alas, the current circumstances seem bleak. Allowing them to grow will not elevate them to a level where they can challenge him. After all these years, Vegeta's might remain stagnant at 12,000, a disappointing revelation for one deemed to have the greatest potential among the Saiyans. Investigate the identity of the mysterious individual who intercepted the spirit tree fruits. Such a rare treasure cannot be easily disregarded. The belongings of me, the Cosmic Emperor Frisia, are not so easily claimed. Shawiza, Nez Dre, did the three of you fail to secure the spirit tree fruits despite your personal involvement? I grant you an opportunity to explain. Cooler questioned. Report, my king. Our ship detected several exceedingly powerful energies before we reached the planet housing the spirit tree. The initial 6 energies we identified included 5 with combat powers below 100,000, formidable in the cosmos but not particularly concerning to us. However, the 6th energy registered at 430,000, which was not the peak. As we drew closer, we encountered an energy reading of 600,000, and the most alarming was a staggering 9 million combat power. "Is that why you fled in fright?" Cooler inquired, his tone neutral, yet piercing as he scrutinized Shuiza. Dre interjected hastily, "My king, we did not flee. We pressed onward. However, just before arriving, we detected an utterly terrifying energy exceeding 50 million, causing our detection equipment to explode. Upon our arrival, we found only 5 corpses and the stump of the spirit tree, which leads us to believe that the individuals who planted the tree were slaughtered. It is likely that the fruits were taken by the owner of the energies that appeared afterward, but whether it was the 600,000, the 9 million, or even the one exceeding 50 million remains under investigation. When did such powerful beings emerge in the North Galaxy? It appears the failure of your mission is not entirely your fault. Based on your accounts, the 9 million energy appeared suddenly, causing the 600,000 to vanish. Thus, the truth seems clear. The 600,000 energy eliminated the group that planted the tree, only to be swiftly dispatched by the one with 9 million, but the final entity with combat power exceeding 50 million likely missed their opportunity. Slug is probably that formidable being, Cooler asserted confidently. Little Wukong. Goodness, did I just kill myself? Truly. King Cooler, you have my utmost admiration. Slug, in his fury, berated his subordinates. Incompetent fools. After all these days, you have yet to bring me any news of the spirit tree? His 5 loyal minions, Ankara, Doradebo, Kixiu, Jigu, and Big Eyes, dared not respond, fearing for their lives as Slug's temper reached new heights. Meanwhile, the North Kai wiped the sweat from his brow, grateful that Wuyuan and Wukong had departed ahead of time. Otherwise, the situation would have been dire. However, he couldn't shake the worry as he recalled Wuyuan leisurely napping and using his ultimate technique to fell the tree, while Wukong busily chopped wood with his Kaioken. What mischief could those 2 rascals be up to? Honestly, they seem unfazed while I am in a state of panic. The North Kai fell into a deep contemplation. You are remarkably swift this time. Bulma remarked with surprise that, I feel I've been rather slow. All depends on my desire. Should I wish to accelerate, I could do so even more. Slowing down allows my body to rest. And the process feels quite pleasant. Chapter 40. The delighted North Kai and the floating Yamcha, how could it be uncomfortable? Wuyuan had merely swatted days and chopped down the spirit tree, leaving the most laborious task of wood chopping to Wukong, while he enjoyed a comfortable nap. Upon awakening, he and Wukong returned to the capsule mountain. By the way, Bulma, have you completed the modifications I requested for the power level detector? The previous model's limit of 100,000 was far too low. Several have exploded, and I am uncertain of my current power level, Wuyuan said, his anticipation evident as he gazed at Bulma. Bulma retrieved a new power level detector from her capsule and handed it to him. I put in a great deal of effort to create this. The new limit is 100 times greater than before, allowing for a maximum power level of 100 million. It should suffice for quite some time, especially considering Krillin and the others only reached just over 100 a month ago. As Sun Wukong donned the battle power detector, he contemplated unleashing his energy, but hesitated, realizing it might not be prudent. What if his presence were detected by some apparatus of Frisia's army? Bulma, please wait a moment. I shall visit Lord North Kai to assess my current battle power. Inquisitively, Bulma queried, isn't it possible to measure your power here? Why must you go all the way to North Kai? That seems rather troublesome. Indeed, I would prefer not to, but there exists a formidable evil faction in our universe, and I am uncertain whether I can contend with them. Recklessly unleashing my strength could lead to unnecessary complications if they were to detect my presence. Sun Wukong replied, candidly, I see. How about I accompany you to Lord North Kai? I have yet to meet the Kai, and I have never even seen the god on Earth that I am quite curious to see what North Kai looks like. Had North Kai's planet been a typical celestial body, Sun Wuyuan would have readily agreed. However, the gravity of the Kai's planet was tenfold that of Earth, posing a significant risk for someone like Bulma, whose battle power was below 5.it is out of the question. The gravity of Kai's planet is 10 times that of Earth, and your body simply cannot endure it. Ah, what a pity. Please wait for me. I shall return from North Kai with a gift. With that, Sun Wukong departed for the Kai's planet, not pausing for Bulma's response. Hello, Lord Kai. It's been a while. The sudden appearance of Sun Wuyuan startled North Kai. Wuyuan, You could at least announce your presence. Your ghostly arrivals are rather alarming. I fear I might develop a heart condition at this rate. Lord North Kai, I believe your statement is rather inaccurate. Being a deity, how could you be frightened by such apparitions? Even if you were, heart disease is hardly a concern for you. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Just step aside and allow me to bask in the sun. But there is no sun around Kai's planet. You are increasingly devoid of humor. So, what brings you here today? Nothing of great importance. Please continue enjoying the sun without regard for me. Upon hearing this, North Kai indeed ignored him, reclining in his chair, wearing sunglasses, with his hands resting on his belly. Sun Wukong ceased to restrain his energy, and a white aura erupted around him, radiating outward in all directions. Caught unprepared, North Kai was swept away by the force. Why are you unleashing such immense power? Wait, hold on. You possess such formidable strength. How astonishing. North Kai was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He had always known Sun Wuyuan was strong, even surpassing Goku, but he had not anticipated such a significant increase in power. Wuyuan had concealed his true capabilities far too well, and North Kai had failed to notice. As Sun Wuyuan observed the data on the battle power detector skyrocketing, he felt a surge of joy upon seeing it stabilize. Goodness, what a remarkable figure. 6,666,000 battle power. With the Kaioken technique, defeating Frieza shall be a trivial matter. Splendid. To think then is this powerful. Once Gula and Shrag leave the North Galaxy, I can send Wuyuan to eliminate Frieza, allowing my North Galaxy to gradually restore peace. North Kai's notion of peace was, however, relative. Without the large-scale devastation wrought by Frieza's army, how could absolute peace ever exist in the universe? The frustration of recent days vanished, and North Kai joyfully dashed around his planet several times. Meanwhile, in the gravity room of Baozi Mountain, Goku sensed it too. Has my brother gone to visit Lord North Kai again? His power is incredible. Even from such a distance, I can feel an inexplicable pressure. My brother's true strength is formidable. All right, I must strive even harder. At the Heavenly Temple, Krillin and Yamcha completed their training point 10 days prior. They had passed Master Karen's test and sought the guidance of the god. They could feel their strength had increased significantly, bolstering their confidence in their training. Yamcha exclaimed joyfully, Krillin, at this rate, it won't be long before we catch up to Goku and Wuyuan. We might even surpass them. Krillin, upon hearing this, felt a dryness in his throat and swallowed nervously. Yamcha, you might be getting ahead of yourself. Though our power has grown rapidly, it's likely still below 200. I recall Goku exceeding 10,000 battle power years ago. And now the detector cannot measure beyond 1 million. He truly could not fathom where Yamcha's confidence in surpassing Wuyuan and Goku, both extraordinary fighters, originated. Yamcha, if it brings you joy, so be it, but don't take it too seriously. On Kai's planet, Sun Wukong was contemplating whether to employ the Kaioken technique. However, considering the detector's limit of 100 million, using the Kaioken at double strength would cause it to explode, he resolved to have Bulma enhance it upon his return. Ideally to detect powers exceeding 180 billion after bidding farewell to North Kai, Sun Wukong instantaneously transported back to Bulma's side. She immediately inquired, how did it go? What is your total battle power now? Not much, merely 6,666,000. What? At this rate, the battle power detector may soon be rendered useless, Bulma remarked. Actually, I have yet to unleash my full strength, otherwise it would surely break, Sun Wukong replied with a sigh. Can Bulma enhance it further? Bulma frowned, replying, it's quite challenging. The detector is nearing its limit. Further enhancements would either compromise its accuracy or increase its size, unless we achieve a breakthrough in materials. Oh, what do you mean? The detector's accuracy is currently 1. If we modify it to 1,000, we can significantly enhance the strength of its most crucial yet fragile components, thereby increasing its detection limit. Chapter 41. Bulma, is there truly such a tedious race in existence? Then let us set it to 1,000 units. After all, discrepancies for powers below 1,000 are inconsequential. Sun Wukong decided to the Heavenly Temple. Krillin and Yamcha suddenly sneezed in unison. Achoo! Achoo! Krillin, rubbing his increasingly shiny head, pondered, how peculiar. Why are we sneezing all of a sudden? Is someone plotting against us? Sun Wuyuan exclaimed. Oh dear, I've been discovered. Yamcha, hands on his hips, chuckled. It must be that some beautiful women are missing me. Alas, I am currently so engrossed in training that I cannot indulge. I am destined to be a man they cannot have. At that moment, Bulma's thoughts drifted to the gift Sun Wuyuan had mentioned previously. What could it be? Oh, how exciting. After all this time knowing him, he has never given me a gift. Could it be a gemstone necklace or something similar? Should I take the opportunity to kiss him? It seems like quite a while since I last did. Has he finally come to understand the significance of gift-giving to please his girlfriend? If he were to propose with a ring, would I accept or decline? Thoughts raced through Bulma's mind, and her face inexplicably flushed. Sun Wukong, noticing her reddened complexion, glanced at the bright sun. Of course, a delicate girl like her might fall ill from prolonged exposure to the sun. He reached out, touching Bulma's forehead and then his own, muttering, her temperature seems normal. Women are truly peculiar. Their complexions change so swiftly. Meanwhile, Bulma, waiting for the gift that Sun Wuyuan had promised, found it rather odd that he was now inexplicably touching his own forehead. Wuyuan, why are you touching my forehead? Haha, it's nothing, Bulma remarked. You wouldn't forget, would you? It seems I must take the initiative. Wuyuan, didn't you say you had a gift for me? Bulma paused, her tone trailing off. Sun Wuyuan slapped his forehead. Oh, yes. How could I forget? It's time I present you with that item. Bulma's excitement surged at his words, and in a daze, she imagined Sun Wuyuan kneeling before her with a ring. Asking her to marry him. I do. What did you say? LLL. Sun Wuyuan's hand, extending the spirit tree fruit, froze. Bulma snapped back to reality, noticing that Sun Wuyuan was offering her a fruit. She blurted, where is the ring? What? This spirit tree fruit is the gift I intended for you. Sun Wuyuan sensed something was amiss with Bulma, as her gaze seemed to glimmer with an unsettling intensity, reminiscent of a wolf's eyes during a hunt. Can someone explain what is happening with this girl? It's just a fruit. Alas, it seems that I have been led astray in my expectations, as Bulma's spirits have plummeted, leaving her rather disinterested. What is this? Is the fruit of the spirit tree truly so inferior? Many desire it, but lack the opportunity to obtain it. Were you even listening to me a moment ago, with no other recourse? Sun Wukong had to reiterate. This is the fruit of the spirit tree. It is exceedingly rare, and consuming it can enhance your strength and longevity. Oh, how disheartening. Bulma remains unenthused. Of course, that is not the crux of the matter. Consuming it can also enhance one's beauty and prolong life. Upon hearing the words beauty and longevity, Bulma's eyes sparkled. Really? More genuine than pearls. And furthermore, women who consume the white rabbit can become firmer and defy gravity. Sun Wukong whispered into Bulma's ear, oh, how intolerable. How peculiar the thoughts of women. Surely, gaining strength and extending life are far more significant, are they not? Bulma, seizing the fruit, prepared to consume it, but Sun Wukong interjected, not just yet. Allow me to take you somewhere. Where to? The homeland of the current deity, Namek. Ah, the deity is an extraterrestrial. Bulma inquired in astonishment. One could say that, as I once accompanied Goku there. Hold on tightly to me. We shall traverse in an instant. Ahem, Bulma, might you exhibit a touch more grace? Sun Wukong began to ponder whether his decision to pursue Bulma had been somewhat hasty. You did instruct me to hold on tightly. Did you not? Bulma replied with a cheerful grin. This woman clung to him like an octopus, her long legs wrapped around his waist, her face restlessly nuzzling against his chest, leaving him feeling somewhat outmatched. I must protest. This woman is playing with fire, and Sun Wukong's little brother was stirred into action, ready to respond. He noted down Bulma's name in his little book, confident that one day he would collect both principal and interest. Upon locating Nail's energy, Sun Wukong materialized on Namek. Hey Nail, long time no see. Is that you, Sun Wukong? And who is she? This is Bulma. My girlfriend. What does girlfriend mean? Nail asked, puzzled. Bulma gazed at the green-skinned being before her. A girlfriend is the female counterpart in a romantic relationship. How can someone of your age have never experienced love? Sun Wukong and Nail exchanged incredulous glances. Sun Wukong exclaimed, what love could he possibly have? Nail echoed, what love could I have? Bulma, Their kind does not distinguish between genders, hence they do not require romantic relationships. Sun Wukong promptly clarified this for her. Oh, how perplexing. If there is no distinction between genders, how do you reproduce? Bulma inquired. Her curiosity piqued. We reproduce through a method akin to laying eggs via the mouth. And as for the inhabitants of Namek, aside from the one Sun Wukong sent previously, all are offspring of the Grand Elder. Nail explained. Bulma was taken aback. Your Grand Elder is quite prolific, isn't he? Remarkable that one individual can populate an entire planet. She mused inwardly. How dull it is to belong to such a species. Unable to engage in romance or partake in the pleasures of intimacy. Sun Wukong felt a headache coming on. Bulma, do not be overly astonished. There are countless species within the universe, each with their own means of existence. There are even races that emerge from trees. The reproductive methods of the Namekians are not so strange. Moreover, the Grand Elder is not as fecund as you might imagine. There are merely a little over 100 of them. Far fewer than the population on Earth. Bulma replied earnestly. Over 100 is still considerable. I surely could not bear that many children in the future. Children? How many does he wish Bulma to bear? Too many would be difficult to manage, causing headaches, while too few might suggest a lack of capability that a compromise of 8 or 10 would suffice. Nail wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. It seems these two visitors from Earth are rather peculiar. Sun Wukong, are you here to see the Grand Elder? If there is no pressing matter, I would prefer not to disturb his rest. Do you understand what I mean? Nail said, looking somewhat troubled. Understood. How could I not? Rest assured, my visit to the Grand Elder will not be for ill purpose. Sun Wukong assured him with a firm pat on his chest. That is reassuring. The Grand Elder is aware of your arrival. Please follow me inside. Upon encountering the Grand Elder, Bulma lost her composure once more. No wonder he is called the Grand Elder. He truly is quite grand. Greetings, Grand Elder. It has been a month, and I have missed you dearly. How has your health been? Sun Wukong politely engaged in small talk with the Grand Elder, casually inquiring if Piccolo had hatched yet. After all, he had come to request the Grand Elder's assistance in unlocking Bulma's potential, and it would be remiss to dive straight into the matter, which might leave a poor impression. The Grand Elder recognized the fruit at once. Sun Wukong produced a spirit tree fruit, teasingly asking the Grand Elder about it. The Grand Elder smiled warmly. This must be the fabled spirit tree fruit, said to be consumable only by deities. Sun Wukong chuckled. The Grand Elder is indeed well-informed and knowledgeable. I stumbled upon this by chance, and I have come primarily to present it to you. Grand Elder, I wish for you to unlock the potential of this young lady beside me. Nail, please accept the spirit tree fruit. With it, I may even extend my lifespan by several decades. The Grand Elder stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Nail carefully accepted the spirit tree fruit, appearing to regard Sun Wukong with newfound respect. Truly, a wise elder who instantly grasped his intentions. Sun Wukong urged Bulma to step forward. Wukong, what is the purpose of this? Bulma queried, perplexed. The Grand Elder possesses extraordinary abilities, capable of guiding the potential within your body to enhance your strength. Afterwards, I shall teach you the art of flight. It is always beneficial to have some martial prowess. As Bulma advanced, she inquired, will I be as formidable as you once my potential is unlocked? Her question rendered Sun Wukong, Nail, and even the Grand Elder momentarily speechless, enveloping the atmosphere in an awkward silence. Ahem, how shall I put this? It largely depends on your innate potential. If you possess exceptional martial talent and immense potential, it is indeed possible to become quite powerful, and results will manifest shortly. Bulma, being an ordinary individual with a combat power of less than 5, might only find her aspirations realized by seeking out the Super Dragon. Wow, Wukong, I feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through me. I seem to have become incredibly strong. Bulma exclaimed with excitement. Sun Wukong inwardly muttered, it seems there is not much difference. Let me check my combat power with the detector. Bulma quickly observed her combat power to be 80. Her lovely countenance immediately falling. How can it be only 80? Bulma, what is your combat power? A mere 80. How scant. I thought I might catch up to you. The gap between us is so vast. Well, it is merely a slight gap, isn't it? The detector she fashioned could measure a combat power cap of 1 billion, yet it could not gauge Sun Wukong's might at full strength. Sun Wukong patiently reassured her. You have done remarkably well. You have never trained in martial arts before, yet you're already stronger than 99.999 of people on Earth, and many seasoned martial artists would no longer pose a challenge to you. As for me, I began training with my grandfather at the age of 3, enduring the harshest of conditions, and have trained under martial heaven, Krilin, the deity, and King Kai for many years with the Grand Elder's assistance. I have attained my current strength. For us Earthlings, enhancing our power is no simple endeavor. As matters drew to a close, Sun Wukong bid farewell to the Grand Elder and returned to Earth with Bulma. Wukong, should I consume the spirit tree fruit now? Bulma inquired. For though she was a scientific genius, her knowledge of martial arts was limited. Train with me for a while. Once you have fully grasped the power within your body, then consume the spirit tree fruit. It is unwise to merely seek strength without a solid martial foundation, Sun Wukong said with earnest seriousness, for she was someone he genuinely cared for. Wukong, will it be arduous? It should be manageable. Initially, you may experience some discomfort, but after the pain, it will become quite pleasant. Fear not, I shall endeavor to keep the pace slow, allowing your body to acclimate before accelerating, aiming to complete the training in the shortest time possible. For the following 6 months, Sun Wukong imparted fundamental martial knowledge to Bulma, teaching her the afterimage fist, the art of flight, and the Kamehameha wave. Bulma also consumed a spirit tree fruit, and upon ingestion, her combat power skyrocketed to a staggering 80,000. However, as the energy waned, it ultimately stabilized at just over 2,000, which left much to be desired. Sun Wuyuan ultimately reached a conclusion. Bulma lacks the heart for martial arts. Although he had been diligently teaching her during this period, Bulma simply could not endure even slightly intensified training. Initially, she was quite enthusiastic, fueled by the novelty of the experience, but soon her motivation waned, and even his encouragement could not spur her on. Reluctantly, he announced the end of their training, reasoning that a battle power of 2,000 was sufficient for her needs. Instead, she resorted to teasing him in various ways. Had it not been for Sun Wuyuan reciting the calming mantra, at teen 18, he might have succumbed to Bulma's advances. He felt that over the past 6 months, his temper had been steadily rising, and it was only a matter of time before he and Bulma ignited a passionate blaze that would be impossible to contain. It is said that the only difference between 0 and countless attempts is the propensity for addiction, leading one to neglect sleep and food, becoming ensnared in a cycle from which escape is nearly impossible. He had to resist. A true man should not hang himself from a single tree. Even if he could not possess an entire forest, it would be wise to dangle from 2 trees instead. Suddenly, Krillin in the heavenly palace felt a shiver run down his spine, as though he were on the verge of losing something of great importance. Tenshinhan and Dumpling had successfully completed their training under Master Mateto and Kaelin, ascending to the heavenly palace for further instruction. Yamcha, impatient as ever, sought to spar with Tenshinhan, eager to reclaim his pride after having been defeated by him at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Seizing the opportunity before Tenshinhan began his training in the heavenly palace, he aimed to deliver a decisive blow. Otherwise, he feared he might never have another chance. In the end, he indeed managed to overpower Tenshinhan. Finishing with a dramatic wolf Fong fist, Krillin shook his head, feeling that Yamcha's victory was somewhat unearned. Upon returning to Baozi Mountain, Sun Wuyuan contemplated his next steps in training, sensing that his progress was not quite sufficient. At this rate, it was likely that his foundational battle power would not reach 100 million before the next World Martial Arts Tournament, which was a little over 2 years away. In fact, he was beginning to wish that Goku could join him in the time chamber for 2 years of training, though Goku had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, each individual could only enter the time chamber for 2 years, and entering too early would diminish the potential benefits. Sun Wuyuan had consumed 3 spirit tree fruits, leaving him with 165. Chapter 43. High absorption efficiency, 2 million battle power per fruit, having consumed 3 spirit tree fruits. Sun Wuyuan had 165 remaining, which he intended to utilize to enhance his strength. The spirit tree fruits contained immense energy, yet while the consumer could gain a slight increase in power, The majority of the energy would dissipate due to the consumer's inability to absorb it. Furthermore, the capacity for energy absorption varied significantly among individuals. Dales, possessing a pure Saiyan lineage, could absorb energy from the spirit tree fruits far more effectively than the universe beings under his command. Those universe beings, in turn, could absorb energy more efficiently than Bulma, who was of Earthling descent. Sun Wukong pondered his own absorption capacity, reflecting that as an Earthling, he might surpass Bulma, but likely fall short of the Saiyan-blooded Dales. I'll try one and see how it affects me. If a single fruit doesn't enhance my battle power by at least 100,000, then I won't waste any more spirit tree fruits. Sun Wukong declared, retrieving a fruit and swiftly consuming it. Not bad, he remarked, savoring its delightful flavor, truly befitting a divine delicacy. Suddenly, he recalled a scene of a certain purple, emaciated cat ravenously devouring instant noodles. Realizing that divine food might not always be delectable, a surge of energy coursed through him, and he could distinctly perceive his aura expanding. He had underestimated the spirit tree fruit. Its energy was not only vast, but also easily absorbable by his body, far surpassing the speed of absorbing qi. After consuming one fruit, Sun Wuyuan felt an overwhelming sensation, not from his stomach, but as if every cell in his body had gorged on excess energy. He had never encountered this feeling during his previous qi absorption training. It seemed his vitality was overflowing, akin to having received a shot of adrenaline. He needed to release this excess energy, or he would struggle to sleep that night. Strangely enough, the thought of expending such energy conjured an image of Bulma bathing in his mind. Calm down, he reassured himself. That incident was merely a minor mishap during his instant transmission. No need to dwell on it. Truth be told, Bulma was quite a handful, and most individuals would find it utterly bewildering. Goku, let's take a trip to North Kai's planet, Sun Wukong declared, switching off the gravity chamber and approaching Goku. After half a year, Goku had finally resumed growing taller, leaving behind the stagnant height of 1.20 meters and entering a phase of rapid growth. Brother, what are we going to do at North Kai's? Is there another villain that needs our intervention? Goku asked, puzzled. Not quite yet. I believe it's unwise for you to remain cooped up in the gravity chamber. Training requires not only formidable power, but also abundant combat experience to become an excellent warrior. Therefore, I plan to take you to North Kai's planet for some sparring to enhance your battle experience. Sun Wuyuan replied, unwavering in his resolve that Goku's excitement nearly propelled him off the ground. Brother, it's been ages since we last sparred. The last time was on Namek. This is fantastic. Please don't hold back during training. I want to see just how great the gap between us is, Sun Wuyuan chuckled. It's amusing that you're the only one who has ever requested such a thing. I shall grant you this small request. Rest assured, I know my limits. Place your hands on my shoulders. I'll take you to North Kai's planet. Let's go. All right. Why are you two back here again? North Kai inquired. Bewildered? And oh worries. We're not here to mooch off your food. You can rest easy, North Kai, Goku exclaimed as they prepared to begin. Simultaneously, the two launched themselves towards one another, their fists colliding with a resounding thud that echoed through the air. Sun Wuyuan quickly executed a left kick, while Goku raised his knee to block, sending him flying backward. Seizing the moment, Sun Wuyuan unleashed a ki blast towards Goku as he spiraled away. Just as the blast was about to connect, Goku forcefully swung his arm, redirecting it away from North Kai's planet. In that instant, Sun Wukong teleported behind Goku and delivered a swift slap to his forehead. Like a bullet, Goku was driven into the ground of North Kai's planet. Raising a cloud of dust, the battle was far from over. Sun Wukong felt an intense energy rapidly rising. This must be Goku's full power in his normal state. Goku was indeed effective. The rate at which his body absorbed the energy from the spirit tree fruit had accelerated. As their battle continued, North Kai's planet became riddled with craters, while North Kai and his pet gorilla, Barbarous, sought refuge from the chaos. Occasionally, a stray ki blast would detonate nearby, sending shockwaves in their direction. Stop it, you two! If this continues, my planet will be destroyed, North Kai shouted in exasperation. However, Sun Wuyuan and Goku were engrossed in their fierce exchange, unwilling to halt. After all, North Kai had the ability to restore his planet. As long as it remained intact, tenfold Kaioken, Goku's aura shifted from white to a fiery red. North Kai was taken aback. How powerful! Goku had actually mastered the tenfold Kaioken, far exceeding his expectations. He had thought the triple Kaioken was the limit of human endurance. Perhaps my Kaioken will truly flourish in the hands of this foolish child, he chuckled to himself. Yet, Sun Wuyuan's strength was such that he could effortlessly withstand Goku's onslaught without even resorting to the Kaioken technique. If he were to utilize the tenfold Kaioken, even Frieza, Slug, and the formidable Cooler would stand no chance against him. However, Sun Wukong lacked Goku's robust Saiyan physique, making it impossible for him to employ the tenfold Kaioken. As Sun Wukong neared the end of the energy absorption from the Spirit Tree fruit, he called out, "Goku, it's time to wrap this up." "But brother, I'm not finished yet," Goku protested, but just as he uttered the last word, a familiar hand landed on his forehead, and he promptly fell unconscious. "Apologies, Goku. I know you still want to fight, but I need to consume a Spirit Tree fruit and see how much battle power this one grants me. Don't worry, I'll wake you up shortly and continue our sparring until you can't get back up. After all, there's nothing quite like the satisfaction of sparring with my own brother," Sun Wukong mused. Activating Bulma's upgraded power detector, to his astonishment, he discovered that he had gained an additional 2 million in battle power. Goodness, how absurd. The energy contained in a single Spirit Tree fruit is so immense. How much energy did Dales and the others waste consuming their Spirit Tree fruits? Though the energy emanating from the Spirit Tree's fruit exceeded his expectations, the thought that such fruit was born from the life force of an entire planet, coupled with his remarkably high absorption efficiency, left him pondering whether his body might exhibit any rejection, thereby diminishing the fruit's effects. Chapter 44. Wukong in the Pit. Telling jokes half an hour later. Wukong awoke from his stupor, rubbing the spot on his head where he had been struck. "Big brother, could you refrain from hitting the back of my head next time? Grandpa said that hitting there could make a person foolish." I'll try to be more mindful next time. Don't worry, I won't let you down," he replied, preparing himself. "Wukong, do you wish to continue? This time, big brother, you absolutely must not strike me on the back of my head again," Wukong said with concern. Sun Wukong assured him he would avoid slapping him on the back of the head, considering that controlling his strength and using a fist instead was also viable. This time, Sun Wukong did not gradually increase his strength in a collision with Sun Wuyuan, but directly employed the tenfold Kaioken. Seeing the situation escalate, the North KO exclaimed, "You two, cease immediately. If you continue, my KO planet will be dismantled." His little house had lost its roof, leaving only about a meter of wall, and the soul fruit tree on KO planet had also toppled. His voice was loud. Yet the ferocious sound waves generated by the intense battle between Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong drowned out his words. They were wholly absorbed in their combat, completely disregarding the North KO's pleas. By the end of the day, Sun Wuyuan had consumed a total of 5 Spirit Tree fruits, and Wukong bore the marks of their clash, his face bruised to the point where his own brother could hardly recognize him. Wukong lay in a pit, battered and unable to rise. "You've struck too hard at this rate. It will take him at least a month to recover. The IT was merely a sparring session. Why so serious? And why hit so hard?" The North KO expressed his complex feelings, lamenting the state of his home while worrying about them. Sun Wukong shrugged, appearing innocent and helpless. "Lord KO, you know Wukong's character. He is quite stubborn and a born fighter, never one to back down easily. Although he's gravely injured and unconscious now, it's not a major issue. Saiyans are remarkably resilient. They can take a beating. You're not worried at all that Wukong is in such a state? Whether it's fortunate or unfortunate for him to have you as a brother is debatable. Are you sending Wukong to Namek to recuperate or back to Earth?" asked the North KO. "Having me as a big brother is undoubtedly good luck for Wukong. I've always looked out for him since childhood. We plan to train here under your guidance for quite some time, so we won't be leaving KO planet just YETAS for Wukong's injuries. It's a trivial matter. Have you forgotten that I possess sins of beings?" Sun Wukong grinned at that moment. Wukong remained in the pit, still unconscious. "Wukong, you reminded me. I had completely forgotten that such precious sins of beings exist on Earth. However, Wukong is truly unique that I've governed the North Galaxy for many years. Yet this is the first time I've encountered a Saiyan as kind-hearted and composed as Wukong. Brutality is typically the norm among Saiyans. The North KO sighed. Sun Wukong curiously replied, "Did I not mention it to you? Before he turned 1 year old, Wukong was quite volatile and had a penchant for biting point one day after his first birthday. While our grandfather was taking us through the mountains and we passed a cliff, he crawled out of the basket and fell, striking his head on a rock. It took a long time for him to recover. And after that, his temperament improved. Wukong remained in the pit, still unresponsive. Oh, that's how it is. I wonder how much you know about the Saiyan race, Lord KO." Sun Wukong mused, eager to hear any secrets he might not already know. "Saiyans? I don't know much. The planet Vegeta was once known as Planet Zephyr, inhabited by two races, the Zephyrians and the Saiyans. The Zephyrians were technologically advanced, whereas the Saiyans were rather primitive and savage. Yet, in the wars between the two, the Saiyans emerged victorious, annihilating all Zephyrians and renaming Planet Zephyr to Planet Vegeta." Wukong lay in the pit for another half hour, still unconscious, while the North KO shared what he knew with Sun Wuyuan. In truth, Sun Wuyuan was already aware of all this, including how the destruction of Planet Vegeta was brought about not by divine retribution, but by Frieza's hand. Sun Wuyuan thought to himself, "It seems the North KO's understanding of the Saiyans is quite limited, and he is unaware that Planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza, not by the gods." Suddenly, the North KO exclaimed, "Have we forgotten something? It feels as though something is missing. Wukong. Oh, it seems we neglected to attend to Wukong's injuries." Sun Wukong sighed inwardly. "Wukong, it appears in critical moments, I am indeed the reliable one. Only I remembered your injuries, while the North KO has entirely overlooked it. You're truly unreliable. You can forget about your own little brother lying in a pit. Poor Wukong is stuck with such a negligent big brother. Lord KO, you are also Wukong's mentor. How could you forget him so easily while I still remember?" Wukong's fingers twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. Struggling to crawl out of the pit, he spotted his big brother engaged in an argument with the North KO, and he staggered over. "Wow, my adorable little brother, you're awake. Here, take this senza bean and eat it." As a senza bean entered his stomach, he declared, "Your life is in your hands, not in the heavens." Sun Wukong observed Wukong's face, which resembled that of a pig, and felt somewhat guilty as he spoke. Once Wukong consumed a senza bean, he instantly revived, joyously gesturing in the air. "Gurgle, gurgle, I'm so hungry. Big brother, does Lord KO have anything to eat?" Wukong looked eagerly at Sun Wukong and the North KO. "Lord KO, I entrust you with the matter of our meal." "What?" "Wuyuan, you two are wreaking havoc on my KO planet, and now you're hungry. You didn't bring any food with you," the North KO responded, visibly displeased. "Well, Wukong and I arrived in such haste that there was no time to prepare food. Lord KO, you are so generous and amiable. You wouldn't let us go hungry, would you? However, my food reserves are rather low, and Wukong's appetite is rather large. How about this? For one meal, I will tell you a joke, if that is acceptable." Sun Wuyuan said with a pained expression. "Deal. Quickly tell me a joke while I prepare food. My sense of humor is quite discerning. Do not attempt to amuse me with mediocre jokes." Sun Wuyuan could only suppress his laughter. "I have never encountered anyone with a lower sense of humor than you." North KO, listen closely, Lord KO. Once there was a eunuch, the North KO, puzzled, interjected, "That's just 7 words. Where's the joke? So, what's next?" "Nothing follows." "What?" "That's all there is. Not funny at all." The North KO felt Sun Wukong was pulling his leg. "Lord KO, think about it. Once there was a eunuch, so what could possibly follow?" Upon hearing Sun Wuyuan's reminder, the North KO was stunned for a long moment before bursting into laughter. Chapter 45. Surge in Power. A glimpse of a new beginning with Piccolo, ha ha. That's it. The North KO's laughter echoed throughout the planet as he rolled on the ground, kicking his legs and slapping the earth with his hands. "Big brother, when will Lord KO finish laughing? I'm so hungry. Do you have anything to eat? How can he still be laughing? At this rate, when will we get to eat? Look over there, a Frieza has appeared in the sky." Sun Wukong exclaimed dramatically. The laughter of the North Kai suddenly caught in his throat, halted abruptly, his expression changing dramatically as he followed the direction pointed by Sun Wukong. All he could see was the tail of the snake path and the resplendent golden clouds. There was no trace of Frisia, of course. This was his domain, King Kai's planet, a place where not just anyone could appear. How could Frisia possibly show up here? What kind of joke was Wuyuan playing? Nearly giving a god a heart attack. The North Kai's breathing grew slightly erratic, his right hand instinctively brushing against his chest as he exhaled a long breath. Sun Wuyuan teased, "Isn't it just a little squirt from the Frost Demon clan? Our esteemed King Kai, the high deity presiding over the northern galaxy, is nervous. How peculiar, truly peculiar." He pulled out a packet of spicy strips and offered them. "Here, my Lord Kai, have a packet of spicy strips to calm your nerves. With me and Wukong around, even if Frisia were to show up now, we wouldn't be afraid. Let us see if we can't deal with him," Sun Wuyuan declared with bravado, relishing the sense of authority he felt in front of a deity. As for Frisia, that was merely a growth challenge for Wukong, an experience to be had, and had little to do with him. Naturally, if Frisia truly came to Earth to stir up trouble, there would be no need for discussion. This old coin that resorts to underhanded tactics would simply be obliterated. Sun Wuyuan couldn't help but envy the longevity of the Frost Demon clan. Frisia was already several centuries old and often lounged in a baby carriage, his lifespan rivaling that of Tortoise. After finishing the spicy strips, the North Kai's mood stabilized, showing no signs of alarm or excitement. "Wuyuan, you rascal, refrain from such jokes in the future. I fear one day you might scare me into a heart attack." He chuckled, "I've never heard of a god suffering from heart disease. Gurgle, gurgle, Lord North Kai. I made you laugh, and Wukong is starving. Look." After the meal, Wukong lay contentedly on the grass, surrounded by a pile of empty bowls. While the North Kai was diligently constructing a wall brick by brick. "Lord Kai, why not simply use your powers to build it quickly? Why go through all this trouble? You're still young and don't understand the joy in such endeavors." "Daunting, understand? It seems to me that you're simply idling away your time, finding trivial tasks to occupy yourself. What joy can there be in that?" Sun Wuyuan and the North Kai did not train for long. After the North Kai consumed 160 spirit tree fruits and trained for over 10 days, they took their leave. During this period, his power increased rapidly, totaling an increase of over 200 million. With his combat strength measured at over 316 million, the spirit tree fruits did not uniformly grant him a 2 million boost in power. He suspected two possible reasons. 1. His body developed resistance, akin to drug resistance, causing certain energy-carrying substances in the fruits to be expelled. 2. The fruits possessed a small, mysterious energy that could enhance and improve his physique, with the human body viewed as an energy container. Enhancing the physique would expand the capacity of this container. And as his strength grew, so did the difficulty of expanding that capacity. Of course, the true reason remained elusive. It appeared that his plan to rapidly enhance his strength through the spirit tree fruits had failed. He even considered making a wish to the eternal dragon for an endless supply of spirit tree fruits, with a combat power of over 316 million, not even including the Kaioken technique. He believed this strength would suffice for a considerable time. In the year 756 of the Age of Peace, Wukong's power growth became increasingly sluggish, yet he was nearing a steady combat strength of 3 million. As for Sun Wuyuan, his power elevation remained relatively stable, without encountering any bottlenecks, though he also did not experience any explosive increases in strength. In April, Sun Wuyuan made a trip to Namek to check on how the elder son of the Sun family, Piccolo, was growing. Was he contemplating a return to Earth? This was something he needed to keep an eye on. Should Piccolo become too enamored with life on Namek, the caretaker issue would be rendered moot. Piccolo's father, King Piccolo, had perished at the hands of Sun Wukong, and King Piccolo had transferred much of his memories and hatred to Piccolo. Even if Piccolo had shed his demonic nature on Namek, he would still desire a spar with Wukong. "Sun Wuyuan, what brings you to Namek?" inquired Nail, stationed outside the elder's chamber. "Nothing urgent. Just came to visit the elder and see how that little rascal Piccolo is faring. It's been years, and I've missed him," Wuyuan replied. "Thought be why the way, Nail. His name is Piccolo, right?" Nail nodded and guided Sun Wuyuan to meet the elder. He soon beheld the elder, as steady as a mountain, sitting in his large chair, alongside a green-skinned Namekian towering over 2 meters. Piccolo had grown remarkably. In 3 years, Wukong had shot up from a height of 1 meter 10 to nearly 1 meter 80. Meanwhile, Piccolo had transformed from an egg to 2 meters 20. One could only wonder what kind of hormones he had been fed to grow so swiftly. Wasn't it said that Namekians could photosynthesize just by drinking water? Did hydration promote such rapid growth? Greetings, Elder. Sun Wukong smiled as he greeted. I trust your health remains robust. Wuyuan, you've arrived. Thanks to you, my health is excellent, the Elder replied with a twinkle in his eye. Just then, Piccolo stepped forward and said, Your energy feels remarkably familiar. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes. I held you for quite some time when you were just a deficient egg and brought you to Namek to complete your development. Chapter 46. Patiently guiding Piccolo, you truly sense my energy as familiar? Sun Wukong asked earnestly, to which Piccolo nodded, but he pondered, This must be because we share a kinship. You Namekians are a very amiable race. And I too am quite kind-hearted, hence the feeling of DJVU.I in our native tongue. It's akin to finding one's organization. He was unsure how much Piccolo believed, but after this exchange, Sun Wukong felt undeniably benevolent, as if he walked with the utmost care not to crush an ant, cherishing moths drawn to flames. Indeed, when traveling, I employ instant transmission or flight, never stepping on ants. At home, I use electric lights, sparing moths from their fiery demise. I am indeed virtuous. The Navi Piccolo was left momentarily dazed by his reasoning, feeling it to be quite logical, though sensing something amiss without being able to pinpoint it. By the way, Piccolo, are you training and learning alongside the Elder? Sun Wuyuan inquired. Piccolo, with a cool demeanor, replied, I've been studying and training under the Elder since shortly after my birth. Piccolo was a highly talented and martial-hearted warrior of the Namekian race. If he could reunite with the gods of Earth, he would once again possess the aptitude of a super Namekian, significantly amplifying his strength. Piccolo, why not accompany him to Earth this time? I know you're eager for a match with Sun Wukong. The Elder sighed. Piccolo felt a bit conflicted. Namek was his homeland, and the Elders had been exceedingly kind to him, providing him with a sense of belonging and familiarity. Over 3 years, he had fully integrated into life on Namek. The desire to go to Earth stemmed from the obsession left by his father, King Piccolo. A yearning for revenge and dominance over Earth had long been set aside, but he was determined to fight Wukong, regardless of the outcome. Otherwise, he felt an insurmountable barrier within himself. Piccolo nodded silently, and the Elder turned to Sun Wukong, saying, I entrust this child's affairs to you. Going to Earth is a trivial matter. I've built a villa with plenty of rooms. Just let Piccolo choose one to stay in, Sun Wukong assured, patting his chest. Ha! The Sun family's caretaker is now in position. Next, I'll have Grandpa urge Wukong to marry, as he has been preparing for it for years. Wukong has grown up and is due to wed Chi-Chi. Soon, I'll find a way to encourage him to have several children. So when the time comes, a bunch of nephews and nieces will emerge, ensuring there are enough righteous Saiyans to help Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan god. Also, I must nurture Wukong's firstborn well. After bidding farewell to the Elder of Namek, Sun Wukong instantly teleported back to Baozi Mountain. Piccolo stood with his arms crossed, his body erect, scanning his surroundings. Is this your home? I forgot to ask. What is your name? Piccolo inquired. I am Win, derived from the phrase, the way of understanding is the path to elevation. Oh, and one more thing. My surname is Sunday, Sun Wuyuan said with a smile. Bick murmured to himself. Wuyuan. Sun Wukong, wait a minute. That name sounds quite similar to Sun Wukong. Could it be that an ominous premonition is rising within him? This journey to Earth seems rather hasty. Oh, you know Sun Wukong? Bick asked nervously. You mean Wukong? He is my younger brother, and his strength far surpasses yours. However, you are quite formidable as well. In just 3 short years, you have attained such immense power. I remember when I was 3 years old. My strength was not even a fraction of yours, Sun Wukong said with a half-smile. Upon hearing this, Bick felt as though his heart was about to leap into his throat, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. I knew his aura felt so familiar. Sun Wukong was present when my father was slain, claiming to be a kind-hearted person. What a deceiver. I was so young and naive, observing Bick's tense demeanor, his energy escalating as if he might strike at any moment. Sun Wukong nearly burst into laughter. Oh, not be anxious. We are not enemies. The Elder entrusted you to me, even if you do not trust me. Can you doubt the wisdom of the Elder? who has guided you and helped you overcome your innate deficiencies. Do you truly believe the elder would wish to harm you? Sun Wuyuan inquired. Gazing into Bik's eyes, Bik instinctively shook his head. Even if he were to believe the universe was ending, he could not accept that the elder would intend him harm. The elder's decision to entrust you to me is for good reason. So your trust in me is akin to your trust in the elder. Calm yourself. I have no intention of causing you harm. The most crucial point is that my strength far exceeds yours. If I truly harbored such intentions, your resistance would be futile. As he spoke, Sun Wukong deliberately emitted a portion of his aura, leaving Bik speechless, drenched in sweat. Once Sun Wuyuan retracted his energy, Bik seemed utterly drained. Gasping for breath, Sun Wukong glanced at him. Noting how profusely he was sweating that it has only been a short while. Is that Mike Shan being made of water? It is indeed possible, considering Bik has only consumed water and has grown over 2 meters tall in just 3 years. He resembles something made of water. Meanwhile, Wukong was training in the gravity chamber. Bik, do you wish to go find Wukong and take a beating? Sun Wukong thought to himself. Wukong, I've already brought back the future caretaker for your child. Whether you keep him depends on your abilities. Bik's strength was not insignificant. The elder had not only rectified his innate deficiencies, but had also unlocked some of his potential. Sun Wukong observed that Bik's combat power had reached 380,000. Upon hearing the words "take a beating," Bik turned his face away in a haughty manner, a fierce determination rising within him, vowing that one day, when he surpassed these two brothers, he would deliver a thorough thrashing. However, that moment was not now. At present, he was no match for either of them. He could sense Wukong's formidable aura not far away. While not as vast and powerful as Sun Wuyuan's, it was still significantly stronger than his own full power. Moreover, he could not ascertain whether that was Wukong's full strength. The only certainty was that he could not defeat him. Wukong, training in the gravity chamber, had indeed not unleashed his aura. He simply allowed it to emanate naturally without restraint. No rush, no rush. First, choose a room to settle in. When you have time, you can find Wukong to spar, and I will ensure he controls his power so that you can engage on equal footing. Training is not solely about quiet meditation to enhance strength. Combat skills and experience are equally important. Also, if you have the opportunity, you might want to learn about Earth's cultural knowledge, the commonalities and differences between our two civilizations. This should elevate your mindset. What Sun Wuyuan truly wanted to convey was, as the future caretaker of our family, it is essential not only to possess formidable strength, but also to avoid becoming a casualty of the 9-year compulsory education system. Bik, seeing the logic in Sun Wuyuan's words, and out of respect and trust for the elder, gradually began to lower his guard against Sun Wuyuan. Chapter 47. Arrangements for Wukong and Chi-Chi's marriage in the Heavenly Palace. Yamcha exclaimed with great excitement. It has been 3 years. The World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence again. Tianjin fan, this time, securing the championship will not be so easy for you. Haha. Tianjin fan, not one to share Yamcha's exuberance, remained reticent and focused on martial arts. His pride too strong for words, yet he clenched his fists in silence. Yamcha, you're getting ahead of yourself. Not forget about Wukong and Master Wing. Our strength has indeed seen a remarkable leap, but do you recall how many times stronger their power was compared to ours 3 years ago? At least 10,000 times. After 3 years. Do you believe our strength has increased 10,000 times? Moreover, that was 3 years ago. I do not believe Wuyuan and the others have stagnated. Seeing Yamcha's enthusiasm, Krillin could not help but interject. Yamcha's smile faltered 10,000 times. There cannot be such a drastic increase. I estimate that through relentless training over the past 3 years, our gains might be around 10 times. They likely have lost interest in the World Martial Arts Tournament. They did not participate 3 years ago, so the championship should be contested among the 4 of us, Yamcha said sheepishly. Notably, during Tianjin Fan's training with Master Wu Tian, he caught the attention of the blonde Lanchi, who frequently robbed him to buy delicious food to nourish his body. Even after Tianjin Fan ascended to the Krilin Tower with Dumpling, Lanchi persistently camped at the base, but unfortunately, Tianjin Fan was a martial arts fanatic, deliberately avoiding her company on Baozi Mountain. For a month, Bik had frequently challenged Wukong to spar, leading him to a clearer understanding of the vast gap in strength between himself and Sun Wukong. He also trained alongside Wukong in the gravity chamber, but the results were of no concern to Sun Wukong. He had left all of Bic's affairs to Wukong, allowing their complex relationship to develop freely. On the morning of May 6th, during breakfast, Sun Wuyuan asked Wukong, "Wukong, today marks the opening day of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Are you interested in participating? Are you marrying me?" Wukong replied with his cheeks stuffed full. His words somewhat garbled. "Wukong, swallow your food before speaking. There are hardly any experts on Earth. It would be a bit unfair for me to participate." Sun Wuyuan rubbed his temples. "Then I won't go either." Wukong replied decisively that if Wukong did not participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, he and Chi-Chi would not have the chance to meet on the arena. "When will my dear nephew be born?" After finishing breakfast, Sun Wuyuan sought out his grandfather, Sun Wufan. Upon hearing this, his grandfather eagerly agreed, and under Wukong's oblivion, the two of them went to discuss Wukong and Chi-Chi's marriage with the Ox Demon King. When Chi-Chi heard she was to meet Wukong, she immediately agreed, though her expression was quite peculiar, filled with surprise, anger, and a deep sense of resentment, as if she were trying to convey a multitude of complex emotions all at once. The quartet soon arrived at Baozi Mountain, where Sun Wuyuan shouted at the top of his lungs, "Wukong, stop your training for a moment. Come out. I have a grand surprise for you, a surprise. Did Big Brother whip up some delicious food again?" Wukong speculated. Upon exiting, Wukong saw no sign of food, and Bic followed him out from the gravity chamber. "Big Brother, what is it that you need from me?" Wukong asked, puzzled. "Chi-Chi, you, and Wukong can catch up. We shall step aside for a moment and not disturb you. My grandfather and I will prepare, and tomorrow we shall hold your wedding. Bic, you should leave with us. Wukong, you stay behind and chat with Chi-Chi. Do not bully her, understood?" Wukong scratched his head in confusion. "Why am I the one left behind? Is it truly all right for us to leave like this?" "Do not worry, grandfather. There will be no issues. I shall wait patiently." Sun Wuyuan, Bic the Ox Demon King, and grandfather Sun Wufan peeked over the wall at Wukong and Chi-Chi outside. Before long, they saw Chi-Chi shyly approaching Wukong, smiling as she said, "Sun Wukong." Wukong blinked his innocent, wide eyes and asked, "Who are you?" The unscrupulous celestial lord, it seems, has truly caused Wukong to forget entirely about his future bride. One cannot help but wonder if this will lead to unforeseen consequences, as Sun Wuyuan finds himself somewhat uncertain. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Chi-Chi's brows shot up, her silver teeth gritted tightly. Even from a distance, Sun Wuyuan could sense the fury emanating from her, with a roar reminiscent of a lion from the east. She exclaimed, "Baka!" Even someone as formidable as Wukong was taken aback, instinctively leaning backward. Truly, she is a woman capable of subduing Wukong. Bored, Piccolo muttered, casting aside those two words and leaving the three of them with a frosty silhouette. Wukong, sweating profusely, sincerely stated, "But I truly do not know you." Chi-Chi nearly erupted, yet she noticed three heads peering over the wall and managed to restrain herself. "I am Chi-Chi. You remember the incident at Flame Mountain, right?" Only then did Wukong recall, his astonishment palpable as he exclaimed, "Chi-Chi, I remember you as a boy. But how did you transform into a girl? Those ample bosoms were not present before. Can a boy truly become a girl? Yet my elder brother never mentioned this. It is quite perplexing. Bakayalu, you fool Sun Wukong. I was just a child back then," Chi-Chi shouted, her cheeks flushed. Sun Wuyuan, Grandpa Sun Wufan, and the Bull Demon King nearly fell off the wall from shock upon hearing Wukong's remarks. At that moment, Sun Wuyuan inquired of his grandfather, "Grandpa, did you not educate Wukong on such matters?" Sun Wuyuan, why did Wukong and Chi-Chi suddenly begin to quarrel? Should we intervene? Grandpa Sun Wufan expressed his concern. "No need, Grandpa. They're merely a bit emotional after not seeing each other for a long time, and Wukong is exercising restraint. A minor misunderstanding has arisen between the young couple. They will resolve it soon. As the saying goes, a couple may quarrel at the head of the bed, yet reconcile at the foot. It is best we do not meddle, lest we complicate matters." With that, Sun Wuyuan confidently stepped beyond the wall, retrieving 3 small stools and a tea table, preparing a pot of tea, and arranging an assortment of watermelon, cantaloupe, peanuts, and sunflower seeds. "Grandpa and Uncle Bull Demon, do come down from the wall." let us enjoy some tea and snacks, and perhaps discuss the upcoming union of these two young souls, Sun Wuyuan said, his tone mature and dignified. Chapter 48. Snacking and notifications to Krillin and others observing Wukong being pursued and struck by Chi-Chi, who was not holding back. Sun Wuyuan mused. Wukong seems to lack resolve. Even before marriage, he dares not retaliate. Once married, his status within the family is destined to diminish. How tragic! After the birth of his nephew, he will undoubtedly be relegated further. He must learn from his elder brother. The position of a family leader is not easily attained. After a considerable time, Chi-Chi, panting heavily, could no longer continue the battle, while Wukong remained composed, not even breaking a sweat. With such a petite frame, it would take 10 or 8 kikis to even make him perspire. Although Wukong had thought of marriage merely as an opportunity for a meal, he had agreed to marry Chi-Chi when they grew up, a decision made rather hazily. However, upon realizing that marriage signified a union between two individuals, differing from his initial thoughts, he resolved to fulfill his promise. See, Grandpa, despite some minor setbacks, everything has progressed smoothly. Wukong and Chi-Chi are done with their quarrel. We can now prepare for their wedding, Sun Wuyuan remarked, observing Chi-Chi linking her arm with Wukong, both sporting radiant smiles. Grandpa Sun Wufan beamed with satisfaction, taking a sip of tea and inquiring, Sun Wuyuan, with Wukong's marriage now settled, when do you and that girl named Bulma plan to wed? Sun Wuyuan's hand froze mid-motion. A sunflower seed poised to enter his mouth. Why must we shift the focus to me? Can't we simply discuss Wukong's marriage? He noticed Wukong, Chi-Chi, and the Bull Demon King simultaneously cracking sunflower seeds. Grandpa, while my relationship with Bulma is quite good, I feel we are not yet at the stage of discussing marriage. Like fine wine, it requires further aging. This matter is one where haste leads to delay. Relationships cannot be hurried. Rest assured, I am mindful of it. Sun Wuyuan replied, skillfully evading the topic. Though uncertain of Sun Wuyuan's thoughts, Grandpa perceived that the girl harbored genuine affection for him. During your years of training away from home, she often ventured to Baozi Mountain to inquire about your well-being. Since you have intentions, I hope you marry her soon. After all, you are Wukong's elder brother, he advised earnestly. Sun Wuyuan nodded repeatedly, akin to a chick pecking at rice. Realizing that his grandfather was indeed quite eloquent. Elder brother, we've finished the sunflower seeds. They hardly suffice for a meal. When shall we dine? Wukong, clutching his growling stomach, asked after conversing with his elder brother and grandfather. Sun Wuyuan first visited Master Roshi, pondering, is Wukong truly getting married so soon? Who is the fortunate bride? The daughter of the Bull Demon King, Chi-Chi. Master Roshi, taken aback, recalled the spirited girl from years past, hoping that her temperament would be something Wukong could endure. The wedding date was set for May 8th, just 2 days away. Sun Wuyuan assured Master Roshi that he would come to fetch him. Master Roshi sighed. This boy truly appears and disappears like a wisp of smoke. He then reclined on his lounge chair, pulling out a magazine and chuckling heartily. Upon arriving at the Celestial Palace, Krillin, Yamcha and Shinhan, and Kaiatsu were startled by Sun Wuyuan's sudden appearance. Hello, everyone. It has been a while. Lord Kai, Mr. Popo. Sun Wuyuan greeted them warmly. Brother Wuyuan, have you come to train at the Celestial Palace? Krillin inquired excitedly. Not quite. Wukong is to be wed the day after tomorrow. If you are available, you are all welcome to join the wedding at Baozi Mountain. Sun Wuyuan smiled. What? Krillin and Yamcha were taken aback. The seemingly simple-minded Wukong was getting married so soon? Had they underestimated him all along? Brother Wuyuan, how strong are you and Wukong now? Krillin could no longer contain his curiosity. Yamcha and Tan Shinhan leaned in, equally eager to learn more. Krillin, it may be better if you remain unaware. I fear it might shatter your confidence. Are you certain you wish to know? Sun Wuyuan raised an eyebrow. Gulp. Krillin swallowed hard, his determination wavering. Yes, I truly want to know how much stronger we are. Very well, since you asked, Wukong's battle power is nearly 3 million, while mine exceeds 300 million. Sun Wuyuan stated nonchalantly. What? X3 Yamcha, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan were utterly shaken, realizing the vast chasm between their strengths. Yamcha, still unwilling to concede, asked Brother Wuyuan. "Could you measure our current power levels?" "Of course, here. Take this battle power detector and check for yourselves." Sun Wuyuan handed one to Krillin. Krillin donned the detector. It registered 0. "Is this thing broken? Why does it show 0? Sun Wuyuan smacked his forehead. "My apologies. I forgot that this model is incompatible with your levels. Here, use this one instead." He retrieved a different detector calibrated for lower levels. Krillin eyed Sun Wuyuan skeptically, unsure if he had genuinely forgotten or was merely teasing that "I recall your memory being quite sharp. You wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. Point 1357. Is this my current power level?" "So, Brother Wuyuan's strength is not merely 1,000 times stronger than mine," Krillin remarked, somewhat despondent. "Krillin, do check your power levels as well." "Oh, Yamcha." 1246. Tien Shinon. 1487. Kaiatsu. 876. Krillin instinctively looked to Sun Wuyuan, but the detector exploded with a bang. "Krillin, that was an outdated model. Its limit was 1 million, and exceeding it causes an explosion. Why would you even bother measuring me?" "Huh. What a surprise. It was merely a reflex," Krillin, stroking his glistening bald head, hastily explained himself. However, he soon realized that Master Wuyuan typically concealed his entire aura. The combat power detector should theoretically be incapable of detecting power, much less exploding. Krillin glanced at Sun Wuyuan, noticing the ambiguous smile on his face. And a familiar memory swiftly surged forth. That smile reminded him of the times when Master Wuyuan found various excuses to tap his forehead during their early training with Master Wutian. Reflexively, he took a few steps back, leaving Sun Wuyuan momentarily taken aback. "Why are you retreating, Krillin? My smile is so radiant and heartwarming." Chapter 49. Drinking and playing rock, paper, scissors, unexpected events after leaving the Divine Temple. Sun Wuyuan hesitated before visiting Bulma's residence, hoping that the events he dreaded would not unfold at Wuyuan, are you here to see Bulma? Mrs. Brief warmly pulled Sun Wuyuan in. "Would you like some snacks?" "Wow, Wuyuan, you've come." Bulma exclaimed, rushing forward to tightly embrace his arm. The remarkable elasticity of her presence enveloped him, and the unique fragrance of femininity filled his nostrils, stimulating his sensitive nerves. "Bulma, here's the thing. My brother Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi are getting married the day after tomorrow, and I came to invite you to attend," Sun Wuyuan said, a touch of anxiety evident in his tone. Dr. Brief displayed no unusual expression, while Mrs. Brief maintained her graceful, composed smile. However, Bulma's reaction was rather pronounced. "What? Wukong is getting married the day after tomorrow?" Bulma was utterly astonished. She had been in a relationship with Sun Wuyuan for over 7 years, during which they had taken considerable liberties with one another, yet had never taken the final step. She had worried about whether Wuyuan had any undisclosed health issues, but after personally checking several times, he appeared robust and full of vitality. Why had she hinted countless times? Yet Lan still had not made a move. It left her perplexed. Sun Wuyuan detected the gaze of Bulma, which resembled that of a woman who had languished in solitude for 20 years. Filled with unfulfilled longing, he immediately understood. Perhaps he had indeed overstepped. It seemed prudent to take action soon, lest she continue to be tempted by his presence. "Indeed, Bulma, do you remember the girl we encountered 7 years ago while searching for the Dragon Balls of Flame Mountain? Weren't they engaged back then? I thought they were just playing around, but it seems they're truly getting married now," Bulma remarked, a mix of amusement and disbelief in her tone. Wuyuan, Bulma called out with utmost tenderness. Sun Wuyuan felt goosebumps rise all over his body. When had Bulma become so gentle and soft, it took him considerable effort to extricate himself from her embrace. He realized he was not cut out to be a scoundrel. He was simply too kind and sincere. It took immense effort just to soothe Bulma. How did those industrious little bees manage to flit about among the flowers so effortlessly? Regrettably, had he known he would traverse into this world, he would have memorized the Playboy's handbook. Now, navigating these complexities felt daunting. On May 7, the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced as scheduled. Sun Wuyuan, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo did not participate, while Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, Krillin, and Yamcha advanced to the semifinals. Tragically, Yamcha once again faced Tianjin Fan in the semifinals and lost to him yet again. Fortunately, Yamcha managed to outsmart Tianjin Fan on his first entry into the Divine Temple, securing a victory. Otherwise, he would have faced continuous defeats. Krillin's strength far surpassed that of Baozi, allowing him to easily reach the finals, where he battled Tianjin Fan for 300 rounds but ultimately fell short. Finishing in second place. On May 8, Wukong and Chi-Chi tied the knot. Apart from mysteriously absent sister ties, the brief family was present. Krilin, Tianjin Fan, and others also attended, and unexpectedly, the god who had been stationed at the Divine Temple came down to participate in the wedding. Piccolo and the god exchanged meaningful glances for a long time. Piccolo, I never thought the malevolence that once surrounded you has vanished completely over the past 3 years. Humph. Piccolo, clad in a flowing white cloak, turned his face away with a proud huff. Bulma gazed at Chi-Chi, who was adorned in her wedding gown, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Sun Wuyuan, Yamcha, Krilin, and others gathered around a table, drinking and playing rock, paper, scissors. Initially, they were unfamiliar with the game, but after one round, they found it hard to stop. Tianjin Fan and Piccolo began with reluctance, but soon became fiercely competitive, each losing to Yamcha and Krilin, respectively, escalating the situation uncontrollably. As Krilin and Yamcha felt the tension rise, Yamcha suddenly clutched his stomach, claiming he needed to use the restroom. Krilin quickly followed suit, eager to escape. This left Tianjin Fan and Piccolo to face off against one another, their rock, paper, scissors yielding mixed results. However, their proud natures and competitive spirits only fueled their determination. Sun Wuyuan lost track of how much they had drunk. All he knew was that they began to speak incoherently, and Krilin and Yamcha struggled to separate them. Tianjin Fan reeked of alcohol, while Piccolo's emerald green complexion surprisingly flushed with color. Sun Wuyuan watched in astonishment, wondering how Piccolo, whose skin and blood were not red, managed to appear so as the group descended into drunken chaos. Sun Wuyuan arranged for them to stay the night, planning to leave the following day. Weddings are such a hassle, he mused internally, relieved to finally have time to rest. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. When Sun Wuyuan opened the door, he found Bulma in her pajamas, the scent of alcohol wafting near her flushed face, leaving him uncertain whether her rosy cheeks were from drink or some other less innocent thought. Bulma, why are you looking for me instead of sleeping in your room? Sun Wuyuan asked, suppressing his own restless impulses and maintaining a calm demeanor. Wuyuan, let me in first, Bulma urged, glancing around like a thief. Shouldn't it be you asking me to come in? Ugh. No time for wild thoughts. In an instant, Sun Wuyuan's mind raced, nearly overwhelming him, but he peeked outside, quickly pulled Bulma into the room, and locked the door behind them. Before Sun Wuyuan could act, he heard Wukong's astonished voice. Chi-Chi, why are you taking off my clothes while we're just trying to sleep? Is this what one does after getting married? But I don't understand. Sun Wuyuan buried his face in his hands, torn between laughter and tears at his younger brother's naive antics. Hey, as for that, big brother, I'm of no help. It's something you're born knowing, and I can't teach you. In another room, their grandfather Sun Wufan remained awake, his expression dark. He had always thought Wukong was innocent, but now he sensed a hint of foolishness. Wuyuan was not fulfilling his duties as an elder brother, neglecting to teach Wukong about such important matters that Mrs. Brief stifled a laugh. Live demonstrations. Today's youth certainly have an open-minded approach. Bulma regarded Sun Wuyuan with a peculiar expression, suspecting he might have undisclosed flaws. Nevertheless, pressing matters took precedence. Just as Sun Wuyuan and Bulma prepared to delve into adult topics, Wukong's furious roar reverberated throughout the villa, startling both of them. Something's off with Wukong. I need to check on him. His power level seems to have skyrocketed to 3 million. Bulma, hurry and get dressed. Sun Wuyuan's expression turned grave. This is a disaster. I never anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. Bulma stood in stunned silence. What did you say? I've risked everything, and you tell me this? Chapter 50. Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan. As Sun Wuyuan sensed the surge of determination emanating from Bulma, he quickly clarified. Get dressed quickly. I fear that if we delay, Wukong might demolish the villa. Bulma's mind was racing with questions. Why would Wukong destroy the villa? But as she recalled his abnormal voice, she realized it might not be without cause. You killed my brother. I will never let you go. A chilling voice echoed throughout the villa, sending vibrations across the entire Baozi Mountain. Sun Wuyuan had made a wish to strengthen the earth with the Namekian dragon. Yet he had no idea whether the entire planet was now trembling. The night sky, already dark, grew even more oppressive, enhancing the sense of foreboding, as flashes of lightning illuminated the heavens. People in the villa were jolted awake, rushing outside in confusion, glancing toward Wukong's room. Many ordinary folks, still groggy from sleep, mistakenly believe an earthquake had struck. Some fled outside, others scrambled under beds, while some leaped from the 5th floor. Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission to appear in Wukong's room. But his expression was grim. What on earth is going on with the dragon? Wasn't it supposed to incite Wukong's fury once his power level reached 3 million? Why is he shouting about being killed? In the blink of an eye, Wukong unleashed a torrent of golden light, his aura surging upwards with relentless intensity, crashing against the ceiling of the house, which vanished with a resounding boom. Sun Wukong rubbed his temples. Lamenting, Wukong, we haven't even had a chance to celebrate your wedding night, and yet you've already demolished most of the roof of this new house and the villa. Noticing that Chi-Chi was left in a state of shock, Sun Wukong executed a swift instant transmission, appearing behind Wukong, and delivered a sharp kick to his backside, sending the still howling Wukong soaring into the sky. Alas, the Shenlong Palunga seemed to have ensnared Wukong within a carefully woven illusion, where he was to be sacrificed to the heavens, a role meant for Krillin, not him. Sun Wukong couldn't help but silently curse Palunga for his excesses. With a thunderous shout, he called out, "Wukong, snap out of it! Wake up!" The sound waves were palpable, causing the elder Sun Wufan and others below to feel a ringing in their ears. Bulma muttered, "When did Wuyuan's voice become so powerful?" Yet, Wukong remained oblivious, his strength spiraling out of control. His eyes devoid of their usual innocence, now filled with anger and rage as he glared at Sun Wukong. "What is the matter? Do you wish to fight your elder brother?" Sun Wukong rolled up his sleeves, seemingly ready to strike Wukong. "That I will kill you. I swear I will." Krillin, Yamcha, and the others were puzzled, questioning what had happened to Wukong, whose aura surged terrifyingly, dazzling golden light blinding them, and why his black hair had turned blonde. "Bulma, do you know what's going on?" Krillin inquired. Bulma shook her head, replying, "I have no idea. Perhaps only Wuyuan knows the reason behind this." After attending Wukong's wedding, the Supreme Kai returned to the Kai's palace. Having skipped the banquet entirely, P.S. The Namekians can survive on water alone, but based on Piccolo's deductions, they are also capable of consuming food. What has happened to Wukong? Such terrifying power! I hope Wuyuan can subdue him. The Supreme Kai thought, beads of sweat trickling down his green skin. Meanwhile, the North Kai, far away on Planet King, began to take notice of the events unfolding on Earth, recalling a legend about the Golden Warriors of the Saiyans. Indeed, Wukong's current state indicates the emergence of a Super Saiyan, a being that is said to appear only once every 1,000 years among the Saiyans. The legend of the Golden Warrior among the Frozen Demon Clan is, after all, true. Wukong's power now eclipsed that of Frieza at full strength, which was simply marvelous. The North Kai laughed heartily, while his pet gorilla, Babulus, looked on in bewilderment. Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong were locked in a fierce battle, their rapid clashes creating afterimages in the sky, leaving the onlookers below unable to discern the details of their combat. Piccolo gritted his teeth, muttering, "Damn it, I never anticipated the gap would be this vast." For Tien Shinhan, who was obsessed with martial arts, this was a significant blow, while Krillin had long since grown accustomed to the shocks, remaining notably calmer than the others. Chi-Chi watched Wukong with deep concern, and Sun Wufan shared her worry, but he knew that Wuyuan and Wukong were far beyond his capability to assist. He could only hope that Wuyuan could stabilize the situation. The ground shook with continuous rumblings, as Wukong unleashed frenzied attacks, while Wuyuan countered them effortlessly. Kamehameha wave, Hamahamaha. Initially, Sun Wukong paid it little heed, but the next instant, Wukong had teleported to a position just behind his head. What the heck? When did Wukong learn instant transmission? If it were someone weaker, they would have been obliterated by you, Sun Wuyuan exclaimed. Nevertheless, he was still Wukong's elder brother, with a release of over 300 million units of energy. Sun Wukong effortlessly pushed back Wukong's Kamehameha wave. The explosion sent Wukong flying. Sun Wukong promptly closed the distance, not holding back as he unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Wukong. "You think you could stay up all night?" You think you can skip your wedding night? You think you can avoid giving me a nephew? You think you can disturb my and Bulma's sleep? You think you can demolish the villa without consequence? Sun Wuyuan's attacks grew increasingly fluid, his mood uplifting as he utilized the correct approach to discipline his younger brother, a lesson he had perfected over the years. After a considerable time, Wukong finally could not hold back. "Brother, please stop. I concede." He loved fighting, but this battle, where he couldn't even touch the hem of Sun Wuyuan's clothes, was exceedingly frustrating, especially since the strikes from his elder brother were particularly painful. "Patience, Wukong. I believe you still possess untapped potential for punishment." Sun Wuyuan laughed heartily, having long realized that Wukong had regained his senses. However, Wukong, in his newfound strength, sought to challenge his elder brother's authority, feigning ignorance and failing to speak up even after awakening. Eventually, they had unknowingly drifted far from the vicinity of Baozi Mountain. At one point, Sun noticed he might have been a touch too vigorous, having left Wukong's face bruised and swollen to the point where even his biological brother would struggle to recognize him. "Ahem, Wukong, we've been out for quite a while. Here, have a Senza bean to recover, and then we should head back, lest Grandpa starts to worry," Sun Wuyuan said, offering Wukong a bean. Though Wukong felt somewhat disgruntled from the beating, he swallowed the Senza bean without further thought, his injuries mending, and his swollen face returning to normal. Seeing this, Sun Wuyuan wore a satisfied smile, knowing that Grandpa would no longer think he had been too harsh on his younger brother. Chapter 51. The cell-collecting insect. As they prepared to return to Baozi Mountain, Sun Wuyuan noticed a seemingly lifeless flying insect. Without a second thought, he seized it and examined it closely. It was a mechanical insect designed to mimic organic life. Interesting. Has Dr. Gero begun his research on that monster cell? If that's the case, he must have completed androids 17 and 18. Sun Wuyuan pondered. I wonder if he witnessed Wukong in my battle and whether he would dare to show himself again. In his thoughts, Sun Wuyuan realized that Dr. Gero was a troubling adversary who needed to be dealt with promptly, as his threat was considerable. But Dr. Gero was a scientific madman, meticulous and cautious. 17 years had passed since the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army and his transformation into the android, known as Android 20. His investigations into Wukong's martial arts, power growth, and more were thorough, but his only critical oversight was the lack of surveillance during the battle on Namek, which led to a miscalculation of Wukong and his companion's strength, forcing him to hastily activate androids 17 and 18. Now, having discovered the overwhelming power of Wuyuan and Wukong, Dr. Gero's character would likely lead him to patiently cultivate Cell, waiting until he could absorb androids 17 and 18, evolving into perfect Cell before he would unleash havoc in a subterranean research facility beneath the northern glaciers. An elderly man with white hair and a gaunt face was observing the footage transmitted back from his mechanical insects sent to scout and collect the cells of powerful martial artists. Damn it, has Wukong grown so powerful? How can he transform into that golden-haired state? Such strength. And his older brother, Sun Wuyuan, is even more formidable than Wukong. This old man was Dr. Gero, fixated on the dormant chambers of androids 17 and 18 for a long, while before his gaze shifted to the chamber containing android 16. After much contemplation, he finally stowed away the remote control device he had been holding as Sun Wuyuan and Wukong returned to Baozi Mountain. They were greeted by a throng of people who rushed toward them, two familiar figures leaping into their embrace. "Wuyuan, are you hurt?" Bulma asked, her eyes filled with concern. Sun Wuyuan shook his head. After all, he had several Senza beans on hand and was more than twice as powerful as Wukong. Those words should have been directed at Wukong. "Wukong, are you all right?" Chi-Chi inquired, as Wukong smiled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head while Chi-Chi examined his body from top to bottom. "Chi-Chi, we're fine," Wuyuan interjected loudly before Wukong could finish a sentence. "Rest assured, my strikes are always measured. Grandpa, just look at how energetic Wukong is. Does he appear to be injured or lethargic?" "He is in peak condition." Sun Wufan stroked his white mustache, smiling as he said, "Wuyuan, you've always been exceptionally clever, taking such good care of Wukong. I have complete faith in your abilities. However, a troubling matter had arisen." Sun Wuyuan's expression grew serious, as if facing a formidable foe. "Wuyuan, what trouble have you encountered?" Krillin and the others asked anxiously, realizing that if someone as powerful as Sun Wuyuan spoke of trouble, it could only mean an enemy even stronger than he had emerged. What a terrifying adversary it must be, causing Krillin and several Earth warriors to feel a sense of trepidation. Old Sun Wukong could not help but inquire, "Is the situation dire?" Sun Wuyuan nodded solemnly, pointing at the dilapidated villa with all seriousness, and declared, "Grandfather, our haven has been lost, and it appears that the arrival of your great-grandson must be postponed." The concerned group nearly stumbled at this revelation. And old Sun Wukong, caught between laughter and tears, remarked, "You are being mischievous again, but indeed, this is a pressing issue. Alas, you remain oblivious to the intricacies involved, merely perceiving it as a trifling matter. The speed at which my nephew is born directly influences the rate at which Goku will transform into a Super Saiyan God in the future." Sun Wuyuan had already devised a feasible plan, urging Goku to produce 5 nephews or nieces within 5 years. Not too difficult, right? One each year would suffice, and if twins were to arrive, that could expedite the process. Moreover, Goku is now a Saiyan, making it significantly easier for the offspring to attain Super Saiyan status. Would 5 be somewhat insufficient? A few more would indeed offer greater assurance. Yes, that shall be the course of action. Bulma stepped forward with great enthusiasm, stating, "Leave the villa matter to me. I will have my company's employees deliver several capsules containing villas." How many would be appropriate? Accepting several villas from Bulma might not seem entirely proper, especially with a crowd watching. Directly accepting them could imply a dependence on others, which he is not inclined to be. Thus, he responded nonchalantly, "These minor matters, Bulma, you may handle as you see fit. Furthermore, I am not well versed in villa layouts, interior designs, or furniture arrangements. You decide." Krillin remarked, "Truly impressive. Master Win, you promised to cultivate your spirit free of distractions, yet this presents quite a dilemma for me." With the villa destroyed, none of the group found sleep easily. Krillin, Yamcha, Tenshinhan, Kaiatsu, Master Roshi, and Oolong returned to their respective abodes. Sun Wukong escorted the Bull Demon King back to his residence in the original Fire Mountain, while Bulma prepared to pilot a plane to return her parents to West City. Initially, Sun Wuyuan intended to use the instant transmission technique to accompany Bulma in escorting Dr. Briefs and his wife, but her parents preferred the airplane. "Bulma, I have a small object for you to investigate." Sun Wuyuan unveiled a mechanical flying insect he had captured before returning. As he opened his palm, the little creature attempted to take flight. Sun Wuyuan pinched one of its legs, feeling a slight chill as the creature fluttered its wings. At first glance, Bulma perceived it as merely a small bug, but upon reflection, she realized that Wuyuan would not be so bored as to have her study an ordinary insect. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was an artificial mechanical insect. This must be a means to trace the origins of such creatures or to incapacitate them entirely. Noticing Bulma's lingering confusion, he elaborated, "There may be many of these little things. Who knows, one day during an intimate moment, we might be observed live by some perverted old man lurking in the shadows. Wouldn't that be a significant issue? What? Does that mean there could have been such insects while I was bathing before? Which shameless individual developed such a thing?" Bulma instinctively crossed her arms, her emotions heightened. As for that, Sun Wuyuan could not ascertain whether Dr. Gero shared similar interests with Master Roshi, perhaps out of boredom during his extensive research. He resorted to spying through flying insects. It seemed the situation was more severe than he initially imagined, and Dr. Gero's danger level warranted an elevation by several tiers. He mused whether 18 might be involved with these creatures. But he knew better than to dwell on such thoughts, lest he perceive everything as suspicious, not dismiss the possibility. In any case, Bulma, please expedite your research and be cautious while bathing, Sun Wuyuan insisted earnestly. Bulma clearly recognized the gravity of the situation. Unaware that Dr. Gero was the mastermind behind the mechanical insects, she had equated him with a voyeuristic fiend. "And I must expose this pervert at all costs. Regrettably, I have no time to spend with you now." Bulma seized the insect, and whether due to excessive force or an oversight, it exploded in her hands. Chapter 52. Dr. Gero and the Androids. Sun Wuyuan possessed incredible strength and an unconventional approach to his endeavors. exhibiting keen insight that made acquiring his cells exceedingly challenging. Dr. Gero spoke gravely, having commanded the mechanical insect to self-destruct if captured. He was familiar with Bulma, the daughter of Dr. Briefs, whose technological prowess was said to surpass even her father's. Aware of his disadvantages, he could not afford to be careless. No amount of caution would be excessive. However, successfully obtaining Goku's cells would be a significant achievement, advancing my ultimate android project. I have nearly collected the cells of the most powerful martial artists on Earth. Yet the only regret remains the absence of Sun Wuyuan's cells, that Dr. Gero chose not to create androids like Android 17 and 18. Instead, he aimed to manufacture an android capable of continuous evolution, merging the cells of the strong to create an embryo, which would then undergo gradual cultivation, featuring growth potential far exceeding that of other android types. He recognized that this plan's flaw lay in its excessive time consumption. The mere fusion of strong cells posed a monumental challenge, requiring prolonged periods for gradual merging. Furthermore, there was a substantial risk of fusion failure during the process, compounded by the complexities of embryo cultivation and how to further modify it to ensure it developed as intended. Even he lacked confidence in his ability to create the ultimate android cell, yet the combined strength of Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong was overwhelming, and none of the three most powerful androids, 16, 17, or 18, would obey his commands. Android 16 was a purely mechanical creation modeled after his deceased son, possessing strength far surpassing that of androids 17 and 18, characterized by a gentle and peaceful demeanor, a love for nature and small creatures, but a disinclination for combat, rendering him useless for world conquest. Androids 17 and 18 were indeed powerful, yet disobedient and harboring animosity towards him, posing a constant threat to his existence. This predicament left him in an awkward situation, with obedient androids lacking strength, and the formidable ones either pacifists or potential assassins. How vexing to be surrounded by failures. Regrettably, the number of permanent energy cores that could be produced was limited to 2. Otherwise, I could continue my research, refining and developing successful permanent androids. The permanent energy cores within Android 17 and 18 could not be extracted either. The core material for manufacturing the energy furnace was obtained only after an exhaustive search across the entire Earth, where he discovered a peculiar substance capable of infinitely absorbing and converting energy. However, due to failures during the manufacturing process, a portion of this material was wasted. Ultimately, he succeeded in creating only 2 units. During the process of live transplantation, a significant number of individuals were captured for experimentation. Dr. Gallo identified 2 primary reasons for the failures. First, the necessity of a robust shell to withstand the minimum energy output of the perpetual energy furnace. And second, the requirement for a physique that harmonizes with the energy furnace, where a higher degree of compatibility reduces the physical strength demands and allows for continuous enhancement through the energy furnace. He spent a considerable amount of time meticulously screening a group of individuals from the vast population of Earth for a certain degree of compatibility, followed by discrete observations to assess their compatibility levels, before ultimately selecting a pair of siblings with the highest compatibility as the vessel for the energy furnace. Nonetheless, achieving the fusion with the perpetual energy furnace proved exceedingly challenging. Dr. Gallo commenced modifications when they were merely 8 years old, implanting the perpetual energy furnace, explosives, control devices, and so forth. Subsequently, to expedite the integration of the perpetual energy furnace with their cellular structure, he induced a prolonged state of deep sleep lasting over a decade, during which even the essential nutrients for the growth of the children, designated as number 17 and number 18, were administered via intravenous injection, years after the obliteration of the Red Ribbon Army. The fusion of the perpetual energy furnace was completed. However, when Dr. Gallo attempted to awaken number 17, he discovered that the subject was unresponsive to commands and even attempted to attack him. Left with no other choice, he hastily activated the remote control. That was the moment he came closest to death. Had he pressed the button just 0.01 seconds slower, he would have been killed. In desperation, he conceived the ambitious and time-consuming ultimate android project. Had he not witnessed the strength of his adversaries today, he might have abandoned this project, allowing the computer to autonomously control the development of the next absorption-type android that, if the cell project successfully fused the cells of number 17. Number 18, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and others. Not only would it achieve a high degree of compatibility, but it would also possess an extraordinarily powerful physique, thereby increasing the upper limit of energy furnace capacity. Moreover, it would grant the ability to absorb the ultimate techniques of numerous martial artists. If the perpetual energy furnace were to be eliminated, it would enable Cell, having reached a certain stage of growth, to devour number 17 and number 18, directly acquiring the developed perpetual energy furnace humans, thus saving the considerable time required for Cell to fuse with the perpetual energy furnace that Dr. Gallo swiftly refined the Cell project, and the next step involved enduring experiments and awaiting results. Additionally, he was aware that Sun Wuyuan and Bulma were searching for his whereabouts, even preparing to flee on Baozi Mountain. Upon witnessing the explosion of the mechanical flying insect, Sun Wuyuan disdainfully muttered, "This old man is more cunning than he appears. He is exceedingly cautious. It's merely a small insect. What clues could it possibly uncover?" And as for the self-destruction program, Bulma, startled by the sudden explosion, inquired, "Did your hand get hurt? Do you need a Senzabine?" "No, my combat power is not to be underestimated. Such feeble explosive force cannot harm me." That voyeuristic old man is overly meticulous to be by the way. "Are there many of these flying insects?" Bulma asked, her frustration evident. "They exist globally. I have no idea how many there might be. Once we return to West City, I'll hire someone at a high price to capture them. I want to see if they can all explode. Otherwise, Bulma, will certainly track him down." After Bulma departed, Sun Wuyuan informed his grandfather of his intention to head out and then took off towards the northern glaciers, determined to locate Dr. Gallo's lair and eliminate the old voyeur. Sun Wufan had grown accustomed to his grandson's habit of roaming about rather than staying home, saying little more than to remind him to return for dinner. The difference between my two grandsons is indeed striking. One loves to roam, while the other remains cooped up in the gravity chamber. Only emerging for meals, a mischievous smile crept across Sun Wuyuan's lips. "Do you think that just because the mechanical flying insect exploded, everything is fine? While I may not know your exact location, having a general sense is sufficient. T worst, I can search the northern glaciers for a day. If one day proves insufficient, then two it shall be. You, the troublesome old man, had better hide well. Otherwise, you'll find yourself reporting to the King of Hell." Chapter 53. Summoning the dragon in the presence of dinosaurs. Has Sun Wuyuan taken any action? His layers of surveillance revealed that Sun Wuyuan was rapidly approaching the northern glaciers. The northern glaciers are sparsely populated. He wouldn't come here aimlessly. Additionally, Dr. Gallo's years of prudent experience prompted a growing sense of unease as he sensed impending danger. After a brief moment of distraction, he suddenly spotted Sun Wuyuan appearing at the northern glaciers, his heart racing as he immediately decided to strategically retreat to avoid an encounter with Sun Wuyuan, who was undoubtedly coming for him. In his decision to flee, he didn't even contemplate how Sun Wuyuan could have suddenly materialized in the northern glaciers. He quickly packed crucial data into a universal capsule and prepared to leave with the precious cells he had painstakingly gathered. Regrettably, he could not take number 17 and number 18, as they were not purely mechanical and could not fit inside the universal capsule. Dr. Gallo took number 16 and boarded a spacecraft. After a series of operations, he glanced back at the cryogenic pods labeled number 17 and number 18, declaring, "Wait for me. Dr. Gallo shall surely return." Dr. Gallo closed his eyes within the spacecraft, entering a state of simulated death, suppressing all his presence. He had conducted extensive research on martial artist techniques and had even developed a device capable of absorbing their energy, yet he had not yet applied it to the androids. Thus, he was aware that an adept martial artist could sense his presence through their energy. To completely eliminate the risk of detection by Sun Wuyuan, he not only masked his own energy, but also navigated the spacecraft along the most secure and concealed route, distancing himself from Sun Wuyuan until he was safely away before ascending into space. As time moved forward, Sun Wuyuan departed from Baozi Mountain. During his flight, he pondered whether his conspicuous trajectory toward the northern glaciers would alert the cunning Dr. Gallo. Therefore, he attentively sensed the energy in the northern direction. Although the northern glaciers were vast and sparsely populated, many humans still inhabited the expansive region. Sun Wuyuan executed 2 instantaneous movements to reach the northern glaciers, not out of desire for haste, but due to the lack of familiar faces and uncertainty about the distances involved. Even in the desolate north, there were small towns where humans gathered. Sun Wuyuan prioritized avoiding areas with dense energy signatures, seeking out locations with solitary energies for his instantaneous travel. After over 100 jumps, he still failed to locate the old man, instead frightening the ordinary citizens. Was it merely bad luck? It seemed improbable. He had just instantly appeared beside a woman bathing in a hot spring in such a sparsely populated area. Evidently, his luck was indeed lacking. Was it possible that Dr. Gallo had transformed into an insensible android? It appeared he would need to retrieve his long-stored Dragon Balls, which had been idle since his training on King Kai's planet, safely hidden away to avoid detection by Dragon Ball radar. Sun Wukong contemplated, where did I stash those Dragon Balls? Ah, that's right. During a hunting trip in the mountains, I fed the 7 Dragon Balls to a large carnivorous dinosaur. Over the years, he had only used the Earth's dragon once. Carrying the Dragon Balls was inconvenient. The universal capsule, which operated via particle compression and restoration, could not encapsulate the Dragon Balls, either due to their hardness or the peculiar energy they contained. Storing them at home felt precarious. While it was manageable with Wukong around, the risk of someone launching a missile and obliterating Baozi Mountain was ever present. Even if he remained at home, he could not guard against an unexpected missile attack while asleep. Casualties mattered little. The real concern was the destruction of the house and Baozi Mountain. The combined strength of the 3 generations of their family was undeniable. They were not dealing with the kind of bomb Dr. Gallo produced, capable of obliterating the Earth. It was difficult to sustain even minor injuries. Upon locating the energy signature of the dinosaur, he instantly teleported to it. The dinosaur, which had been sprinting after its prey, was startled. After letting out a roar, it recognized Sun Wukong. Memories of a rather unfortunate past flooding back. It was a sorrowful tale on a sunny morning, when it and a female dragon were engaged in a rather intimate encounter, only for this scrawny biped to suddenly slap its forehead, rendering it unconscious atop the female dragon's back, after which she never paid it any mind again. Moreover, it had lost its teeth, and its digestion and appetite had suffered immensely, leading to frequent hunger pangs despite feeling painfully full. The allure of food has waned, and the maternal dragons pay me no heed. What exactly have you done to me? Could it be that this creature has lost its wits? Its vitality appears commendable, albeit rather gaunt. Perhaps it aspires to slim down. I can see each rib on this foolish dragon. What a peculiar sight, the dinosaur interjects. I cannot comprehend. Your volume is excessive. Recline first before we converse. Swiftly, Sun Wukong delivers a resounding slap, and the dinosaur, sensing an eerie familiarity in the scene, collapses. After a couple of claps, Sun Wukong shouts into the void, "Come forth, divine dragon." After a considerable pause, the skies remain unchanged. Is it true? The Earth's divine dragon is so feeble as to be subdued by this foolish dinosaur, unable to emerge. My apologies, dear dinosaur, but it seems I must escort you to the realm of Yama. Do mention my name. Perhaps, given our shared lineage, the King of Worlds once taught you. Yama may grant you a reincarnation near Baozi Mountain, and after 18 years, you shall rise as a noble dragon once more. Sun Wukong continues to comfort the dinosaur with words, while his hands remain busy, deftly severing the dragon's head, thus ending its nefarious existence and bestowing blessings upon the myriad creatures of Baozi Mountain. My merits are immeasurable. With a swift stroke, he slices into the dinosaur's swollen belly, and 7 smooth stones roll forth. Did the stone I once used to encase the 7 Dragon Balls possess such size? Surely not. At the time, it seemed rather modest. After shattering the foolish dragon's teeth, it slid in effortlessly. Come forth, divine dragon. The dinosaur that oppressed you has been vanquished, unbeknownst to Sun Wukong, after vanishing from the northern glaciers. Gero's diminutive spacecraft took off, swiftly departing from Earth and soaring into the vast cosmos. As he gazes at the sky, dark clouds loom ominously, enveloping the surroundings in a pitch-black shroud, reminiscent of nightfall. with thunderous flashes of lightning illuminating the gloom. The divine dragon, with its penchant for theatricality, should ideally make a grand entrance and exit without a trace. Impatiently, Sun Wukong muses aloud. State your desire. Bring Dr. Gero before me. Without hesitation, he declares, Chapter 54. Android 18 with a devilish grin. Sun Wukong contemplates the timeline. According to the original narrative, Dr. Gero's transformation into Android 20 is still 11 years away. He finds it implausible that Dr. Gero could have undergone such a change prematurely. If that were the case, why wait another 11 years? At this juncture, Raditz would not appear for another 4 to 5 years, and Sun Wukong's power remains insufficient to thwart his vengeance and ambitions of world domination. Thus, aside from sheer misfortune and his countless teleportations, another possibility arises. Dr. Gero may possess a method to conceal his aura. Though the specifics elude him, it is clear he cannot fathom the technological advancements of this realm. However, as long as Dr. Gero remains a powerless ordinary man, he cannot resist the divine dragon's might. Whether he consents or declines, he will be summoned before me, and the choice of his fate shall rest in my hands. Dr. Gero's spacecraft, traveling at remarkable speed, has already exited the solar system, hurtling into the depths of space. At a certain moment, Dr. Gero's eyelids flutter, and the divine dragon's voice resonates through his corporeal form, reaching the depths of his soul. Return to Earth? What a jest! He had painstakingly contrived his escape. His soul howls in protest. No, no, I refuse to return to Earth. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong observes the dragon above him, which stirs slightly before finally speaking. This wish is quite simple. Soon, he would behold Dr. Gero, the renowned scientist, and a sense of anticipation brews within him. In this late-stage universe of Saiyans, frozen demons, destroyers, and angels, the androids crafted by Dr. Gero may represent the last vestige of dignity for humanity. The divine dragon's eyes flicker with crimson light, and Sun Wukong soon perceives an elderly man with white hair and a white beard, peacefully reclining before him. Your wish has been granted, the dragon proclaims, vanishing with a whoosh as the 7 Dragon Balls scatter across the globe. After assessing Dr. Gero's condition, no breath, no heartbeat, Sun Wukong wonders, did the dragon inadvertently cause the old man's demise during the summoning? How shall I handle this venerable figure? Desecrate his remains? That seems improper. I'm not one to act thus. Honoring the deceased is paramount. Thus, Sun Wukong meticulously removes all of Dr. Gero's clothing, exclaiming, how unsightly, how shocking. He discovers a universal capsule in one of the tattered pockets and wraps Dr. Gero in the ragged attire. After all, he is a distinguished scientist, and even in death, one must maintain dignity. Upon opening the capsule, he finds a cryogenic chamber marked with the number 16 that this piques his curiosity. 16 should be housed within Dr. Gero's secret laboratory alongside androids 17 and 18. Why, then, has Dr. Gero brought 16 with him? Perhaps he mourns a deceased son? As Sun Wukong ponders over Dr. Gero's lifeless form, he contemplates the possibility of dismembering him for burial. Retrieving the cryogenic chamber into the universal capsule, he teleports Dr. Gero's body back to the northern glaciers. After spending over an hour searching, he finally locates a cave sealed by a thick iron door and suddenly senses a flicker of life from Dr. Gero. Could it be? Is he reviving? Allow me to assist you, Doctor. Do not hesitate. A series of crisp, rhythmic claps resound, and Dr. Gero awakens, feeling as though his face no longer belongs to him. Greetings, esteemed scientist Dr. Gero. You should recognize me. Yes, Sun Wukong beams brightly. ITSU. Sun Wukong. My plans were flawless. How did you uncover them and bring me back? Dr. Gero exclaims, both astonished and furious, feeling not only physical pain, but also an acute frustration. How could such a perfect scheme be so easily unraveled by Sun Wukong? Moreover, he vaguely recalls a voice in his delirium asking if he wished to return to Earth, a dreamlike whisper that piqued his suspicions. Why should I explain? You can guess, Sun Wukong retorts, smashing through the iron door and lifting Dr. Gero by the throat. Floating effortlessly into the cave, Dr. Gero frantically searches his person. Realizing, stop looking, Such a dangerous android would never be left in my possession. You seem well acquainted with me. Dr. Gero sweats profusely, his expression shifting to one of dread. He has lost all chances for a comeback. Chief Scientist of the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero, are you not also quite familiar with me and Wukong? Sun Wukong replies evenly. Suddenly, Dr. Gero exclaims, I understand. It's the Dragon Balls. After Sun Wukong obliterated the Red Ribbon Army, he took all her Dragon Balls. What do you intend to do? Cease at once. Those are failures that could obliterate everyone on Earth. Best remain silent. Sun Wukong retorts, losing interest in Dr. Gero's protests, delivering a sharp blow to his forehead. Dr. Gero collapses face first into the ground, and as consciousness fades, a final thought crosses his mind. What kind of person is this? Unable to wait until I finish speaking, with Android 17 and 18's cryogenic chambers intact, he muses, I suppose I am the hero rescuing the damsel in distress. Just wait, dear sister. I shall save you first. Sun Wukong opens the chamber containing Android 18, revealing a stunning woman with azure eyes and shoulder-length golden hair peacefully lying within. His gaze inadvertently drifts to her chest, still prominent even when lying on her back. Should I conduct a thorough examination of Android 18 to check for any malfunctions? After a brief hesitation, she awakens, rising gracefully from the chamber. Her peripheral gaze lands on the prostrate Gero. It is this man who has brought endless darkness and suffering to her and her brother. Gero not only abducted them as children for experimentation, transforming them into androids, but also shattered their once happy family. The desire to exact vengeance upon him has never left her thoughts, with a frosty demeanor. Android 18 states, Sun Wukong, you're listed in Dr. Gero's records as one of the targets to be eliminated. Your strength may be commendable, but killing me is no simple endeavor, Sun Wuyuan nonchalantly remarked. Moreover, to speak earnestly, I am not only not your adversary, but also your savior. You truly intend to fulfill the task of your enemies and slay your benefactor? Chapter 55, The Defeat of Galore and the Confrontation with Number 17. Number 18 stood silently, her expression remaining cold and inscrutable. Sun Wuyuan approached the stasis chamber of Number 17 and opened it, causing Number 17 to awaken swiftly. Sun Wuyuan, I never expected it would be you who freed me and Number 18. What a surprise! Number 17 noticed the motionless Dr. Galore lying on the ground and, in a flash, appeared beside him, delivering a ruthless kick to the top of his head. The unconscious Dr. Galore's skull was instantly crushed, emitting a chilling crack, and he did not utter a single sound before meeting his demise. Observing this scene, Sun Wuyuan silently reflected, Old Galore, your death is quite gruesome and unsightly. My apologies. I shall mourn for you for 3 seconds. No need to thank me. He then turned to Number 17, stating, Our purpose for being created is to defeat you and Sun Wukong. Given that you released us from Dr. Galore's grasp, we shall only kill Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong is my brother. Surely you are aware of that. Number 17, of course, you are the individuals Dr. Galore most wished to eliminate. Our files contain extensive information about you, including combat data, interpersonal relationships, and growth rates of power. Overthrowing you is our mission and significance. Number 17, with a hint of skepticism, replied, Your calculations seem flawed. I saved both you and Number 18 and even handed Dr. Galore over to you. Then there's nothing to be done. My power exceeds your imagination. You cannot stop me from killing Sun Wukong. Number 17 declared confidently, his tone akin to stating a fact. Sun Wuyuan's lips curled slightly as he replied, How can you know I am not your match without trying? There cannot exist anyone in this world more powerful than us. The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping the scene as if a pin could be heard falling. Upon witnessing the escalating hostility between the two, Number 18, with an unruffled tone, interjected, Number 17, he saved our lives. I merely said to defeat him, not to kill him. Number 17 responded while advancing toward Sun Wukong. He halted 2 punches away, wearing a peculiar smile, and suddenly launched a swift and forceful punch aimed at Sun Wuyuan's abdomen. A muffled, painful sound involuntarily escaped from his lips as Number 17's fist made contact with Sun Wuyuan's midsection. Yet it did not penetrate further, frozen in mid-air. In truth, I rather enjoy subduing others through strength, Sun Wukong remarked with a smile, adding, though, when facing beings like the angels and destroyers of the seventh universe. Culinary persuasion also proves effective, depending on the circumstances. Number 18 was taken aback, realizing that Sun Wuyuan's strength far exceeded what Dr. Galore's files had indicated. Number 17, grasping the fist pressed against his abdomen, concluded, "It seems I should take you seriously. Your power indeed surpasses expectations, but you are still no match for me. You have no idea how terrifying my strength truly is. I await your demonstration." Although in his previous life he had watched numerous Dragon Ball anime, where power levels were often exaggerated, he recalled that when Frieza first appeared, his final form's power level was merely 1 million, which later inexplicably rose to 120 million. Thus, he pondered, what could be the power level of this living embodiment of number 17 before him? It was unclear how much strength number 17 had exerted. Nonetheless, his punch aimed at Sun Wuyuan's abdomen was deftly intercepted. "Nanny, you managed to catch it?" Both number 17 and Sun Wuyuan seemed to be locked in a contest, continuously amplifying their powers. The white aura around them intensified, shaking the cave as rocks fell from the ceiling. Sun Wuyuan sensed that number 17's full strength surpassed 275 million, though it was slightly weaker than his own, likely around 300 million, for combat power is not constant and has a range of fluctuation. Even if your strength is comparable to mine, you will not prevail. My stamina is infinite, whereas you will weaken as the battle progresses. Despite his astonishment at Sun Wuyuan's formidable power, number 17 remained confident in his ability to defeat him. Sun Wuyuan nodded in agreement, yet mused, but during battle, who can truly predict the outcome? I may not match you in number 18 in stamina, but why must I compete with you in that regard? One strike is all it takes to bring you down. If facing an enemy like Frieza, Sun Wuyuan would not bother expending such effort. He could either let Wukong accumulate combat experience or unleash his power for an instant defeat. Ha! Number 17 clearly did not believe Sun Wuyuan could eliminate him in a single blow. Unbelievable. Care for a wager. The notion of betting was not unfamiliar, yet Sun Wuyuan remained unfazed by its commonality. As long as the opponent fell for it, that sufficed. Interesting, with Dr. Galore dead, number 17's mood seemed quite pleasant, and he was not averse to spending time playing with Sun Wukong. What shall we wager? Number 17 inquired, raising an eyebrow. If we are to wager, let us make it substantial. Should I lose, I will ensure you have a comfortable living arrangement. How sinful. I, Sun Wukong, have never indulged in gambling before. Should I stray from this path, let my good mate Krillin remain single for another 30 years. And what would my cost be? How about I claim your sister, number 18? This is outrageous, as ancient wisdom states. Beauty brings disaster. Allow me to bear this burden alone. Spare the innocent Krillin. At this moment, Sun Wukong's thoughts were vividly animated. He certainly did not expect number 17 to acquiesce to such a proposition, for that was not his intent. Bakiyaru, what did you just say? Before number 17 could respond, number 18 interjected vehemently. You may wager, but what does it have to do with me? Do you see? I merely sought to test my luck. Should I succeed, I would gain immensely. Number 18, did you notice? Sun Wukong, upon our first meeting, already has his sights set on you, to ISE blind, given your notoriously fiery temper. Number 17, repeat that. Number 18's fierce gaze bore into him, issuing a stern warning. You see, she is indeed this volatile. You must find another way. Number 17's expression remained largely unchanged. How about this? I shall concede slightly. If I lose, I will prepare a villa for you and devise a method to dismantle the bombs within you. However, should you lose, you must refrain from harming anyone other than yourselves, excluding the extraterrestrials. Upon hearing the term bomb, number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances, their previous composure evaporating. Sun Wukong seemed to know far too much. The two fixed their gazes on him, akin to leopards poised to pounce on their prey, ready to strike at any moment. Why the tension? If I intended to kill you, would I have let you out? Sun Wuyuan casually remarked, there are 7 Dragon Balls on Earth capable of granting wishes. While I cannot restore you to humanity, dismantling a bomb should pose no challenge. Surely you do not wish to harbor a ticking time bomb within yourselves. Chapter 56. A resounding slap. The king explodes again. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged looks and nodded in agreement to the wager. Winning would alleviate a significant threat to their safety, while losing would not be a disaster, for they were not compelled to kill, nor did they revel in it. At the headquarters of Frisia's army, a lizard man rushed before Frisia in a state of panic, reporting, "Bad news, Lord Frisia." "Speak." Frisia maintained an air of elegance and composure. "Our headquarters life-form power detection device has exploded. I recall the last explosion coincided with the emergence of the spirit tree's fruit, after which we raised the upper limit of our specialized large power detector to 100 million. My dear brother Cooler has also left my sphere of influence. Have you gone to assess the power of Shrag?" Frisia inquired nonchalantly that no, Lord Frisia, I have always remembered your orders to refrain from provoking Shrag. But this alarming energy signature has appeared in a remote area of the North Galaxy. The lizard man lowered his head, unwilling to meet Frisia's gaze. Immediately activate the backup large power detector with a 200 million limit. I wish to see just how powerful this newly emerged mysterious entity is. Frisia's expression darkened. And master, it has registered a power level of 150 million. The lizard man was taken aback by this power level. Many within the army were unaware of Frisia's true strength, but he understood, being responsible for power metrics, that it surpassed even Frisia's 120 million. 150 million, you say, stronger than my current abilities? How could such a formidable warrior suddenly appear in the remote regions of the Northern Galaxy? Relay the order to the troops there to temporarily halt their conquest of the planets. Your Majesty, what is it now? Frisia's irritation was palpable. The lizard man trembled, stuttering. Another even more powerful force has emerged, and the instruments have exploded again. Nanny, activate the largest detector immediately. Frisia's tone grew urgent. Yes, the results are in. 310 million. Your Majesty, the newly emerged energy measures 310 million. Frisia, upon hearing this, broke into a sweat. IT was overwhelmingly powerful, far surpassing his own strength. But why does it all occur in the remote areas of the Northern Galaxy? Could there be something extraordinary hidden there? Maintain close surveillance on those two forces. Meanwhile, Shrag, on the other side, received the report from his subordinates. Lacking the advanced technological capabilities of Frisia's forces, he could only speculate that the two mysterious newcomers possessed power exceeding 100 million. If only I could obtain the Tree of Might, I would regain enough vitality to unleash my full potential during my prime. Damn it, who has stolen my Tree of Might? On the northern glaciers of Earth. Sun Wukong and Android 17 faced each other from a distance. That I am curious. What gives you the confidence to defeat me in a single strike when our powers are comparable? According to the data, you are not an arrogant person, so you must have a trump card. Android 17 replied coolly, but you're not the only one with a trump card. Shield, a greenish-blue spherical shield enveloped Android 17. He unleashed his strongest defensive technique, as he could not afford to underestimate the situation of dismantling the bomb within him. Since you are prepared, I shall not keep you waiting. Double Kaioken. After employing the double Kaioken, Android 17's shield appeared remarkably robust. Sun Wuyuan felt it was insufficiently secure and escalated to triple Kaioken, the crimson aura intensifying in the blink of an eye. He was no longer 100 meters away, but had appeared behind Android 17. A precise and practiced slap struck the back of Android 17's head, shattering the shield like glass and maintaining its momentum. Sensing the impending danger, Sun Wukong hastily retracted most of his power. In the moment the shield shattered, Android 17 attempted to turn around and raise his hand to block. However, before he could act on that thought, Sun Wuyuan's palm landed solidly on the back of his head, rendering him unconscious and crashing into the ground. Sun Wukong murmured, "Thankfully, I restrained my power. Otherwise, my future brother-in-law might have to rely on the Namekian dragon to revive him." Android 18 anxiously called out. 17. She flew into the pit created by his body. You need not worry. Did I not say? I harbor no intent to kill you. 17 merely fainted from my strike. Sun Wukong replied, nonchalantly, at worst. He might have a mild concussion. He is certainly not dead. I maintain a careful restraint. Your Majesty, upon hearing this voice, Frisia's heart inexplicably tightened. What bad news could this fellow bring now? Your Majesty, there has been another explosion. What do you mean another explosion? Are you saying the largest power detector has exploded as well? Frisia initially reacted with anger, followed by disbelief. The lizard man nodded vigorously. Yes, in that remote area of the northern galaxy. There was an energy response exceeding 500 million, and the instruments exploded again. Immediately investigate this matter. I don't care what methods you employ, but you must uncover the cause. Otherwise, you should be aware of the consequences. In the remote regions of the northern galaxy, where even a lowly soldier's power was exceedingly rare, such formidable warriors emerging consecutively could only mean that something extraordinary was unfolding, something I am unaware of. Could it be that these powerful beings are simply bored and looking for a challenge? Conduct a secret investigation, maintain your anonymity, and absolutely do not provoke those strong individuals. Frisia pondered, adding further instructions. This aura is terrifying. Sun Wuyuan's energy. I never imagined he had not even unleashed his full power during the battle with Sun Wukong. Is it possible for human strength to reach such an unimaginable level? Beneath a large tree on Baozi Mountain, Piccolo muttered to himself, feeling somewhat disheartened. Master Wind typically restrains his energy. Perhaps he's engaged in battle and unable to sense the opposing force's aura. What kind of enemy is he facing? Alas, my strength is too weak to be of assistance. Krillin, on Turtle Island, clenched his fists and glanced back at the turtle hermit, who remained unfazed while perusing a magazine. Shaking his head in resignation, Android 18 discovered the unconscious Android 17 in the pit, and Sun Wukong approached to check on him, confirming that 17 still had a pulse and heartbeat. However, there was a bump on the back of his head. Concealed by his hair. Wukong, what brings you here? Were you not supposed to return Uncle Ox King home? I took him back, but I discovered that fire has erupted again. I tried finding the banana fan to extinguish the flames. But I heard later that the fire originated from the 8-god temple in the underworld. That I was on my way to Five Elements Mountain when I noticed something was amiss here and decided to investigate. Sun Wukong recounted the events. Who are they? Did they battle with my elder brother? They must be quite strong, Sun Wukong asked excitedly. Chapter 57. Wukong versus Android 18. Indeed, they are formidable, possessing strength that surpasses yours. Even if you transform, you would not be able to contend with any of them. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled as he looked at the conscious Android 18. Those who understood Wukong knew that this was merely his thirst for battle. They would not suspect him of being a lecher when he was, in fact, entirely ignorant of matters between men and women. That he approached Android 18, bowed, and with hands clasped together, said, "Let us engage in combat." Android 18 glanced at the lying Android 17, then cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wuyuan before responding coldly. Very well. Sun Wuyuan also noticed Android 18's fleeting glance towards him. Why did she look at me before agreeing? Android 18 and Sun Wukong distanced themselves, ascending into the air, locking gazes for a few seconds before Sun Wukong shouted and launched the first attack. As his fist approached Android 18, he struck, landing a punch squarely on Wukong's abdomen, causing him to double over like a shrimp. Saliva is spilling from his mouth. Sun Wuyuan observed the battle between Android 18 and Wukong, feeling an eerie sense of familiarity, and turned to glance at the still-lying Android 17. After a moment of silent contemplation, he thought, Wukong, do not be too stubborn or obstinate in this battle. The confrontation in the sky continued, with Sun Wukong gradually exerting his full power against Android 18. To be precise, it was a one-sided beating. Wukong was on the receiving end. You are indeed powerful. I must give it my all now. I apologize. This transformation is new to me, so I am not very adept at it. Wukong scratched the back of his head with a smile. Is this truly your full power? Android 18 suddenly inquired. Things are becoming increasingly dire. Sun Wuyuan attempted to interject. Wukong, it seems you have sparred enough. Perhaps we should call it a day. Alas, Wukong has grown up and no longer listens to advice. Let him be. After all, with him watching over, it is unlikely Android 18 would kill him, that he would merely receive a beating, which is not a major issue. Brother, it is rare to encounter such a formidable opponent. I want to engage in a full-scale battle. With that, Wukong instantaneously teleported behind Android 18, delivering a powerful straight punch. Android 18 swiftly turned, firmly grasping his wrist. With a forceful tug, Wukong lost control and leaned forward. Android 18 sidestepped, raising her leg to deliver a knee strike to Wukong's abdomen, followed by an elbow strike that sent him crashing to the ground. Wukong never conceded defeat. As time passed, his strength waned. Although he did not suffer any severe injuries, his head was increasingly swollen, and his face bore numerous bruises. Goodness, she could have knocked Wukong out with a single strike, but chose to prolong the fight, mercilessly beating him for so long. Android 18 is exacting revenge, intending to leave Wukong unrecognizable to me, his brother. As the battle reached its conclusion, Hami, Sun Wukong unleashed his final energy attack, the Kamehameha, but Android 18's speed allowed her to evade. She swiftly moved behind him and delivered a heavy slap to the back of his head. In the moment before losing consciousness, Wukong felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Recalling his elder brother, Sun Wukong, lost in thought, pondered, is Android 18 truly this vengeful? I merely struck her brother Android 17 a couple of times, and she retaliated against my brother Wukong for such an extended duration. I only landed a single punch on 17's head, resulting in a bump. Meanwhile, she battered Wukong to a pulp, leaving him bruised and swollen. That my poor brother. On the 18th, I cast a glance at the pit where Sun Wuyuan had swiftly entered to retrieve someone, his frigid visage betraying little emotion, yet the corners of his mouth subtly curved into a barely perceptible arc, unnoticed by outsiders. As he approached the 17th once more, Sun Wuyuan emerged from the pit, cradling the unconscious Wukong, exclaiming, 18, have you been too harsh on my brother? Do you intend to beat me up to vent your frustrations on him? Beat you up? Perhaps it's best not to die. I typically reserve my strike for those I genuinely detest. Sun Wuyuan continued, Wukong has endured far more than just a few blows. I've lost count of how many times I've struck him. As he spoke, he administered a magical beam to Wukong, who slowly opened his eyes the moment his injuries healed. Seeing Wukong restored, he raised an eyebrow at 18, implying, my brother is fully recovered, while your brother still lies on the ground. Wukong, do you wish to engage in another bout? 18 inquired, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear, her tone remarkably calm. Having just endured a severe beating, surely your skin is not so sensitive. However, to prevent any erratic behavior from Wukong, Sun Wuyuan interjected. Wukong, aren't you supposed to locate the octagonal eggshell of the fire-eating bird and the honey from the bees residing in the octagonal hive to repair the bagua furnace? Wukong won't be fighting you again. Let us not forget our wager. You and 17 have lost. Wukong awkwardly chuckled. I would have forgotten if you hadn't reminded me. Grandpa and Chi-Chi are still waiting atop the 5 Elements Mountain for me to gather the materials to fix the bagua furnace. Shortly after Wukong departed, 17 began to regain consciousness. What was that technique of yours, Sun Wuyuan? I could feel your power surge immensely at that moment. A few years ago, I trained with Wukong under the North Kai and learned much about martial arts theory along with 2 of the Kai's signature techniques. What I used against you was the Kai Fist, which amplifies strength exponentially. I employed a triple Kai Fist when I struck you. Suddenly, Sun Wuyuan slapped his forehead. You have an intriguing companion, one whose power surpasses yours. Sun Wuyuan, although I may not be able to defeat you, we have never heard of any artificial beings aside from ourselves. I, 17, am the strongest android created by Dr. Gero. No, you are mistaken, 17. I possess a deeper understanding of Dr. Gero. He indeed crafted androids more powerful than you, but they share your disobedience to his commands. Sun Wuyuan produced a universal capsule and, with a press, tossed it onto the adjacent ground. With a bang, a stasis pod materialized, prompting 17 to express mild astonishment. So there truly are other androids. This one is 16. He is indeed a more formidable android than you. But unlike you, he is not a half-human. Half-machine. He is purely mechanical. As 17 approached to open the pod and release 16, Sun Wuyuan grasped his hand firmly, stating matter-of-factly, I merely wish to show you. I never said I would hand him over to you. At least not now. What exactly are you planning? 17 asked, addressing potential hazards. Although 16 is deemed a failure by Dr. Gero, he was designed specifically to kill me and Wukong. That I've said enough to you. I have pressing matters to attend to. With that, Sun Wuyuan secured 16 and ventured into a cave, discovering a passageway extending deep underground. Without hesitation, he unleashed a ki blast, swiftly exiting the cave. In the next instant, a mushroom cloud erupted behind him, obliterating the cave's location. Regardless of whether Dr. Gero had cultivated the embryo of Cell, this excursion had concluded satisfactorily. Yet he felt an odd sensation, as if he had overlooked something. Chapter 58. Repairing the Bagua Furnace. Almond 16, like you, is a powerful android. Your KINIT would be inappropriate to keep him here. Once repaired, he will be sent to you. Farewell, my two friends, until we meet again. After Sun Wuyuan vanished, 18 proposed, shall we return to our former village for a visit? Returning sounds agreeable. Our enemies are dead, and Sun Wuyuan and Wukong need not be dealt with anymore. We ought to find a place to settle. 17 jested, if you find yourself without a destination, you might seek out that Sun Wuyuan fellow. He may be the only one on Earth willing to take you in. 17, are you looking for a fight? 18 retorted with a cold huff, casting a murderous glare at 17. She harbored gratitude towards Sun Wuyuan for saving both herself and 17, yet had not reached the point where she would offer herself in return, especially knowing he had a romantic relationship with Bulma. Along their journey, they exchanged little, remaining silent for a considerable time until 18 broke the tranquility. I need to buy some clothes first. Will you accompany me? Do you have any money? None. But they have plenty. 18 pointed at the trio of animal men fleeing, led by one with a bare head, with police cars in hot pursuit. That weren't we supposed to promise Sun Wuyuan not to harm others? 17 picked up a large bag of cash from the ground, eyeing the fallen animal men and the police. I only knocked out 2. You took down the rest, and besides, we haven't committed murder, so it doesn't violate our agreement. At Bulma's laboratory in West City, Sun Wuyuan appeared beside Bulma. Wuyuan, what brings you here? I came to check on your progress, and to present you with something you might find intriguing. It's a dangerous item that requires your attention. I've discovered 2 types of mechanical flying insects. One detonates upon capture, similar to what you showed me before. The other is still under study, with no results yet. What is this dangerous item you wish to handle? Upon seeing the explosive mechanical insect, Sun Wuyuan lost hope of Bulma uncovering Dr. Gero's whereabouts. He knew that aside from Dr. Gero's mechanical insect, there existed a smaller insect used for surveillance and gathering information about Earth. Said to be one of the 10,000 flies that contained a reconnaissance rocket from the Galactic Patrol. He pressed the capsule containing 16, explaining, I summoned the Eternal Dragon with the Dragon Balls to bring the one controlling the flying insects before me. That voyeur is the world-renowned scientist, Dr. Gero, whom you surely know. I never imagined it would be him. Upon seeing the stasis pod containing 16, Bulma asked, is this what you consider a dangerous item? Indeed, he is an android doctor. Gero engineered to eliminate me and Wukong, possessing strength far exceeding that of Wukong. Destroying him would be a waste, so I wish for you to examine him to see if you can alter his programming slightly, changing his directive from killing me and Wukong to protecting Earth instead, while disregarding the rest. Hearing the term android instantly piqued Bulma's interest. She was utterly captivated by technology, much like Wukong was enamored with martial arts. Before long, Sun Wuyuan found himself sidelined as Bulma became completely engrossed in 16. That he cautioned her, be careful not to wake him while you research. I'm off to see Wukong, that if you need anything, just call for me. Bulma, absorbed in her work, merely gestured in response, her focus entirely on 16, deftly juggling a wrench and a screwdriver with fluidity. Surely she is not going to dismantle 16 into individual parts. He dismissed the thought, unable to comprehend her actions. Wukong, what happened to your face? I can hardly recognize you. I was stung while gathering honey from the bees in the octagonal hive. Wukong sheepishly scratched the back of his head. No way. Can those bees truly harm you? Are there really such ferocious bees on Earth? Sun Wuyuan found it hard to believe and had no desire to inquire further. He spotted Grandpa and Chi-Chi, along with the now towering Almond. Wukong, are you truly going to enter the Bagua furnace? Wukong nodded without hesitation, prompting Almond to continue. Very well. Let me explain how to repair the Bagua furnace. You already have the necessary materials, and I've brought the banana fan. When I open the Bagua furnace, Wukong, use the fan to fan the flames, revealing a passageway leading to the furnace's central base. You must quickly descend through the passage. Locate the leak and repair it before the passage vanishes. The time is limited, and the space within the furnace is quite vast. Observing Wukong entering the Bagua furnace, Sun Wuyuan felt no concern, instead focusing on this being named Almond, who appeared quite youthful yet was an ancient being, having lived for thousands of years. You seem to be straining. Would you like me to carry this large pot? The gigantic Almond stood, towering over Sun Wuyuan, whose height barely reached her ankles, beads of sweat as large as saucers cascading down her face. Do you possess such strength? The Almond, seemingly diminutive, inquired of Sun Wuyuan. I still believe my strength is considerable. Ascending into the air, Sun Wuyuan took the place of the Almond, lifting a pot as if it were akin to carrying a flying ant. Your grandson is indeed impressive, Sun Wufan. Earlier, Sun Wukong had effortlessly vanquished her with a single move, and the strength of the one before them was equally formidable. Indeed, my esteemed Almond, they have diligently trained from a young age, cultivating immense power. In mere moments, Sun Wukong had repaired the 8 trigrams furnace and teleported out. Just as they prepared to depart, the Almond suddenly asked Sun Wufan, I wish to appoint you as the guardian of the 5 Elements Mountain. Would you be willing? Oh, are we really doing this? Sun Wuyuan gazed with keen interest. Grandfather, will you accept? I am willing. However, the atmosphere felt rather peculiar, resembling a proposal without any terms discussed before agreeing to work for someone. Grandfather seemed rather unconvincing. Sun Wuyuan understood that his grandfather lacked the myriad trivial thoughts he possessed. The 5 Elements Mountain served as a nexus between the mortal realm and the underworld, making it susceptible to the emergence of demons, souls of the deceased, and malevolent spirits from hell. Agreeing to stay was his grandfather's intention to contribute to the stability of the mortal realm. That said, if a relationship were to develop between grandfather and Almond, who would be the one to pursue the younger? Judging solely by height and appearance, grandfather would seem to have the advantage. Yet in terms of age, Almond had managed the 5 Elements Mountain for nearly 5,000 years, while grandfather was merely 98. Old Sun Wufan bestowed some instructions upon the 2 brothers, and thus they resided at the 5 Elements Mountain. Sun Wuyuan respected his grandfather's decision without a hint of dissent. Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi returned to Dumpling Mountain. But Sun Wuyuan, not wishing to intrude upon his brother's newlywed bliss, opted to give them some space. This also spared him the risk of encountering romantic moments, so he first sought out Krillin at Kame House. Followed by Yamcha, Tien, and Dumpling, that it was time for these 5 Earth warriors to embark on their next phase of training. Chapter 59. Sending Krillin and others to King Kai's planet Sun Wuyuan. Where are you taking us for training? Krillin queried, perplexed. Bick, are you unaware? Master Wuyuan has previously trained at King Kai's place, though I am not familiar with who King Kai is, as he never disclosed that to me. Bick felt a jolt of realization. Shortly after his emergence, he had trained and learned under the Grand Elder, understanding that King Kai was a deity of considerable stature. Observing the expressions of Krillin and the others, it was clear they had no comprehension of the significance of the words King Kai, yet they stood with arms crossed, silent. Sun Wuyuan glanced at the somewhat proud Bick, who lacked the wisdom and composure of a deity post-fusion, still bearing a weighty burden. Hold on tight. We are off to King Kai's planet. In an instant, the 6 found themselves soaring above King Kai's planet. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Dumpling felt their bodies plummet rapidly as they adjusted to their surroundings, quickly stabilizing their descent. Bick, however, was not so fortunate. His weighted gears suddenly intensified tenfold, crashing down like a meteorite upon the Earth, causing the entire King Kai's planet to tremble. Ouch! That looks painful. Bick seemed unable to rise. The weight of his headband considerable, but fortunately he sustained minimal injury. Sun Wuyuan hovered in the air, observing Bick's unfortunate tumble. Struggling, Bick managed to shed his burdens and leapt from the crater, panting heavily. Sun Wuyuan, why have you brought so many people here? I thought it would be rather dull for you to be alone on King Kai's planet, so I brought them along to liven things up and perhaps learn some martial arts basics. Besides, I believe they will have no trouble passing the Snake Way trials, should I take them to the starting point of the Snake Way. Traversing the Snake Way presents an opportunity for them to receive my guidance and training. However, I am not entirely devoid of compassion. And as long as each of them tells me a joke that makes me laugh, I shall consider them to have passed the trial. King Kai spoke leisurely. You all heard that, right? King Kai is a deity with a wealth of martial knowledge and possesses many formidable techniques. Make sure to take the trial seriously. The group exchanged glances, bewildered. We came here to train. Why is the trial about telling jokes? Krillin promptly leaned toward Sun Wuyuan and whispered, did Master Wuyuan and Wukong really train here? And why do I feel so heavy? Of course, make the most of your time learning from King Kai. Every bit of knowledge is gained at AS for the heaviness. It is because the gravity on King Kai's planet is 10 times that of Earth. Krillin, 10, and Big felt somewhat burdened, as they were not particularly adept at telling jokes. Only Yamcha confidently approached King Kai, stating, I have a joke. A quilt on my back. King Kai's lips curled into a broad smile, his pudgy hands unable to contain his mirth. Hee hee ha ha. Yamcha successfully delivered 2 jokes, while Sun Wuyuan felt little amusement from them. However, King Kai was in fits of laughter, making it impossible for anyone to feel disgruntled. Krillin and Dumpling managed reasonably well. But Bick and Tien struggled, unable to conjure even a single joke, until Yamcha provided them with suggestions to pass. Several times, Bick contemplated abandoning the trial to train independently, yet having experienced Sun Wuyuan's terrifying aura on sight, he was unwilling to accept his own weakness. King Kai, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke steadily. Now we shall commence our training. But let me warn you, my regimen is quite rigorous. Oh, hee hee, I'm cracking jokes again. Bick and the others stared in disbelief at King Kai's inexplicable laughter. King Kai chuckled to the point of awkwardness and then abruptly turned to say, You may leave. Lacking talent and humor. Ha! Ha! Ha ha! Yamcha clutched his stomach, laughing so hard that tears streamed from his eyes, appearing genuinely amused. Krillin, Tien, and Dumpling, however, were merely forced smiles, with Tien's bald head glistening with sweat, and Bick managed only a slight grin. Unable to express any laughter, King Kai proceeded with his usual training regimen, first capturing Barbarous, then hammering Griegoli. Due to Bick's overwhelming strength and his accustomed training with weights, King Kai equipped him with training gear on his limbs, allowing him to walk while struggling with each step. Meanwhile, Sun Wuyuan had already made his way to the opposite side of King Kai's planet to train in solitude, aiming to develop a technique of even greater power. King Kai Fist, he refrained from utilizing double or greater King Kai fists, focusing instead on a complete control of his energy, which could also be referred to as a single King Kai Fist. A single King Kai Fist did not cause an immediate surge of energy within him, yet it allowed him to reach a pinnacle in his energy control. The Kamehameha wave was the culmination of energy concentrated and compressed within his palm, released after a brief moment to strike at foes, significantly enhancing its offensive capabilities. The advantages were evident, yet so were the drawbacks. Gathering energy required time, during which an opponent could strike first out of course. There was another method, combining it with instantaneous movement for initial evasion, and then closing in for the final blow. Sun Wuyuan, possessing an inherent mastery over energy, coupled with a single King Kai Fist, could almost instantaneously unleash a Kamehameha wave of equal potency. Logically, he should have been able to effortlessly unleash a Kamehameha wave at 2 or 3 times his normal capacity. Yet, remarkably, he had not succeeded. The normal King Kai Fist compressed energy within, exponentially enhancing its power. However, as the energy's force increased, the strain on the body correspondingly intensified, potentially leading to injury. Nevertheless, the brilliance of the King Kai Fist lay in its dual enhancement of energy potency and the body's speed, attack power, and defense. Yet the higher the multiplier of the King Kai Fist, the quicker and greater the energy leakage, making it suitable for short bursts of combat. His physique, though stronger than Krillin's, was not as well suited for training with the King Kai Fist as Wukong's. Simply put, he aimed to leverage the unique energy control of the King Kai Fist to exponentially amplify his techniques when executed externally and the headquarters of the Frisia Force, Frisia, in a state of ennui. Listen to reports from his subordinates regarding the conquest of various planets. Sabo, what is the current status of those Saiyans, including Vegeta? Reporting to you, Lord Frisia. Since 3 years ago, I assigned them higher-level missions. They have sustained severe injuries multiple times, but have successfully completed their tasks, and their strength has significantly increased. Sabo respectfully replied. Send them to the remote area where a powerful energy response has been detected. Should they perish as a result, it would save me the trouble of dealing with those Saiyan monkeys myself. If they survive, even better. Perhaps I can obtain the information I desire. Frieza smirked insidiously. In Chapter 60, Vegeta and his companions, the Sons of the Sun, on an unnamed planet, Raditz presented charred meat to Vegeta and Nappa. Nappa took a bite and remarked, "Raditz, after all this time, your grilling skills Haven Tea improved a bit. Just as lacking as your combat prowess. This is still utterly unpalatable." Raditz remained silent, while Vegeta retorted, "Nappa, be grateful. If you were the one grilling, you wouldn't even be able to stomach it." Nappa, stroking his shiny bald head, bellowed, "Your Highness Vegeta, my battle power far exceeds that of Raditz. If his combat capability is so low that he can't even grill properly, I sent Teehee just a waste." Raditz, accustomed to such remarks, showed little reaction as if it were expected, prompting a dismissive scoff for Vegeta. "Nappa, you were saying something about Frieza." Vegeta's piercing gaze silenced Nappa, who pointed to the power detector on his ear and then switched it off. Nappa and Raditz followed suit. "Nappa, mind your words. The power detector is equipped with a listening device. If you seek death, don't drag me down with you." "I understand, Vegeta, but don't you think that bastard Frieza is trying to kill us? For the past 3 years, he has assigned us combat missions far beyond our level. We've been gravely injured several times, even resorting to great ape transformations." Nappa's frustration grew, his voice rising. "I believe planet Vegeta wasn't destroyed by a meteorite, but rather obliterated by Frieza." "Silence, you fool. Do you think I'm unaware of this? Our current strength is insufficient to combat Frieza. He has always feared us Saiyans, worried about the emergence of Super Saiyans. Only by becoming Super Saiyans do we stand a chance to defeat Frieza. That I will undoubtedly become a Super Saiyan and slay Frieza, annihilating his legion." After a lengthy pause, they activated their power detectors once more, receiving the next combat mission from Zebon. "How peculiar. This mission is surprisingly simple. Could it be that our previous successful tasks have earned us a lighter assignment as a reward?" Nappa voiced his confusion. Vegeta coldly scoffed. "Who knows what schemes Frieza is concocting? Regardless, it can't be anything good. Those low-level planets are places where we Saiyans use to send newborn infants that is he attempting to humiliate us? Your Highness Vegeta, among those low-level planets, there is one alarmingly close to us. The nearest one is planet M871, which requires a 9-month journey. After we fill our bellies, we can set the ship's destination and sleep for 9 months. Mr. Zebon, have the missions been assigned to Vegeta and the others?" "My subordinate has already delivered the task." Zebon bowed, placing his hand on his chest. "Excellent. Recently, there have been more powerful beings appearing in our territory. I plan to train for an hour daily over the next year, which amounts to 1 day of training each month." A pig-headed subordinate interjected, "My lord, 1 hour a day for a month totals 30 hours. But there are only 24 hours in a day. We're still short by 6 hours. A death beam pierced through the pig-headed subordinate's forehead. "Did I permit you to speak? Who raised such a subordinate devoid of discipline?" A red-skinned, rotund figure panicked. "He is a new recruit under my command. Rather dim-witted, and yet to learn the rules, I sincerely apologize. Dodoria, eliminate the fool who recruited this incompetent. My Frieza force shall not harbor trash." Zebon harbored disdain, thinking, "What a fool. Frieza merely seeks to reduce his training time, and he truly believes he miscalculated. Nevertheless, he is indeed brave. I followed Frieza for many years without daring to speak so freely. Even Frieza feels the pressure and is beginning to train to enhance his power. For Frieza, he never considered training before. Even in his weakest form, he could dominate the galaxy. He believed that training to increase his strength was unnecessary. Yet, the emergence of these new powers, each stronger than the last, has instilled a sense of crisis within him, prompting this training regimen. Once completed, he will remain the indomitable emperor of the universe. Frieza's eerie laughter echoed throughout the headquarters of his legion. A month later, on King Kai's planet, Sun Wuyuan divided his training into 3 segments, studying the Kaioken in the morning, developing new techniques at noon, and absorbing energy in the afternoon. During this time, he inquired of North Kai about the origins of the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. delving into the details of when North Kai conceived the ideas, how he crafted, improved, and perfected them until success, even questioning the insights gained during each step of the process. Big brother, you're so cunning, secretly bringing people to train under North Kai, without inviting me. Oh, Goku. In just a month, why aren't you at Baozi Mountain, keeping Kiki company? Sun Wuyuan hoped that Goku wouldn't create any troubles. His nephew was still unaccounted for, and training could wait until Kiki was pregnant. There is nothing to worry about with Kiki. She just insists on being atop me every night. Sun Wuyuan quickly covered Goku's mouth. Goku, that is a private matter between you and Kiki. It cannot be shared with outsiders. But big brother, you're not an outsider. Regardless, that matter cannot be disclosed to anyone outside the two of you. Otherwise, Kiki will be furious. Goku chuckled awkwardly. Kiki treats me well and hasn't been angry. She mentioned she is pregnant, and at night, she won't let me sleep with her. The training effects of the 300-fold gravity chamber have diminished. So I came to see you, feeling your energy. What? So soon? Goku, you're remarkable. Our Sun family continues, but don't get complacent. Keep up the hard work. Sun Wuyuan spoke earnestly. Goku, you could temporarily set aside training. First, go tell Grandpa the good news, then return home to take care of Kiki as for training. Once your child is born, I'll take you to a suitable place for your cultivation. That place would be the hyperbolic time chamber, which he had previously refrained from allowing Goku to enter, as he was too young to endure the tedium of the chamber. Furthermore, one could only spend 2 years inside for a lifetime, equating to 2 days outside, making the benefits of entering after becoming a Super Saiyan far greater. Big brother, can't we go train there now? No, your wife is pregnant. How can you leave her unattended at home? Honestly, do you wish to have more children? Do you still aspire to become a Super Saiyan god? Goku had no choice but to comply with Sun Wuyuan's advice and inform his grandfather, Sun Wufan, of Kiki's pregnancy. Upon hearing the news, old Sun Wufan was overjoyed but quickly recalled that his grandson Goku was not adept at caring for others, and his eldest grandson Sun Wuyuan had reportedly gone to King Kai's planet, prompting him to request leave from his superior, Almond, to return to Baozi Mountain to assist his daughter Dash in Dash Law. In Chapter 61. The birth of my nephew, Frisia's news, a potent and fierce energy signaled that Win was on the brink of success. The speaker was North Kai, who had endured numerous inquiries from Sun Wuyuan over the past 10 months, finding some particularly challenging questions quite taxing on one occasion. He found Wuyuan's inquiries so advanced that he could not simply gloss over them. The student proved to be exceedingly difficult to teach, compelling him to consult the Grand Kai for answers. Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kairatsu paused their training, attentively gazing in Sun Wuyuan's direction. Gulp, is that the Kamehameha, the first no? Krillin swallowed hard. That red Kamehameha, just now. Goku suddenly appeared right in front of him, startling Sun Wuyuan, who quickly adjusted his direction, causing the energy wave to veer slightly and singe some of Goku's hair. Wow, that was close. Big brother, that technique is incredible. Goku, are you unhurt? Goodness, I just perfected my technique, and you rush in seeking to offer yourself as a sacrifice. You nearly made me kill my brother to prove a point. Goku shrugged nonchalantly. Big brother, Kiki is about to give birth, so I came to bring you back. Ah, your sister-in-law is about to give birth, and instead of seeking a midwife, you come looking for me? I can't assist with childbirth. Goku, you ought to find a midwife. Sun Wuyuan replied helplessly. Who is the midwife? Where is she? Where is Grandpa? Because I'm fast, Grandpa sent me to find someone, and I immediately thought of you. Big brother. Krillin and the others nearby slipped and fell, utterly impressed by Goku's antics. I shall inquire whether Bulma is capable of assisting with childbirth, as Chi-Chi is about to give birth. However, I lack experience in such matters. My mother likely possesses the requisite knowledge. Sun Wukong swiftly escorted Bulma and Mrs. Briefs to the Baozi Mountain. Bulma and Mrs. Briefs entered to assist with the delivery. The three of them outside exchanged wide-eyed glances. Old Sun Wufan, feeling somewhat anxious, paced restlessly, while Wukong remained as calm as a seasoned veteran, perhaps oblivious to the risks associated with childbirth. A resounding cry shattered the tranquility. A rhythmic and sonorous wail of a newborn. Wukong, congratulations on your ascension to fatherhood. Soon, The door swung open, and the trio entered to find Mrs. Briefs bathing a newborn. Bulma, intrigued by the monkey tail adorning the infant's bottom, queried, "How peculiar! Why does the baby possess a tail? Not so strange. I had a tail in my youth, but my elder brother had the heavens sealed away from me. However, did you and Grandpa ever have tails?" Wukong recalled asking his elder brother and grandfather about their tails during his training at the Heavenly Temple, only to remember that his elder brother had also been a novice there. Bulma turned to Sun Wuyuan, pondering if he too had once possessed a tail. "Certainly not. We are both orphans taken in by grandfather. Only you were born with a tail. As for why yours needed sealing, it was not merely a weakness. There was also the matter of the full moon. Wukong, gazing upon the moon would transform you into a rampaging great ape." Wukong recalled the tale his grandfather and elder brother had shared, advising him to avoid the moon, though he had once stolen a glance, scratching his head in embarrassment. "That fellow Dales claimed you are a Saiyan, and you even inquired if Bardock was our father after returning to Earth. You never brought it up again, which is why I remained silent." Bulma interjected, "Are you implying that Wukong is an extraterrestrial?" "Indeed. Wukong arrived aboard a spherical spacecraft. I consulted King Kai regarding information on the Saiyans. They inhabit planet Vegeta, a warrior race that revels in battle and destruction, serving under Frisia's army. How could such a brutal race exist?" Bulma remarked, a shiver of unease coursing through her. "Thus," the Dales mentioned, "Bardock is indeed your father. Planet Vegeta was annihilated at Frisia's hands, and only a handful of Saiyans survived. You are one of the fortunate few. By the way, that golden transformation of yours is the legendary Super Saiyan, a phenomenon that occurs once every millennium. How do you feel, Wukong? You have now become a prodigy among the Saiyan race, a rarity of 1,000 years." Sensing the atmosphere growing somber, Sun Wukong jestingly inquired, "To be honest, I am truly astonished. It turns out you're not my biological elder brother. How can you speak in such a manner? It sounds as if I often lead you astray." Wen retorted, "Elder brother, I raise you with utmost care and affection." He playfully smacked Wukong on the back of his head. "You only have one elder brother, and that is me. Even if your biological elder brother were to arrive, he would still be second in line." Wukong winced, taking a sharp breath, realizing that over time, his defenses had improved, rendering the pain less severe than before. He gazed at the infant, whose tiny face bore a frown, and remarked, "He truly is quite small, isn't he?" Shortly after giving birth, Chi-Chi was able to rise from her bed. Sun Wukong marveled at the remarkable physical resilience of martial artists, who do not even require confinement post-delivery. He then escorted Bulma and Mrs. Briefs back to West City, while old Sun Wufan resolved to wait until the grandchild's first month before visiting Wuxing Mountain. "Wukong, your Saiyan kin served Frisia only to be obliterated by him. Do you not wish to exact vengeance on him for your fallen brethren?" "I am uncertain whether I should." Wukong hesitated. Having lived on Earth since childhood, he felt little connection to the inhabitants of planet Vegeta and harbored disdain for the Saiyans' brutality. "Wukong, let me tell you, while the Saiyans may not be virtuous, they pale in comparison to Frisia's treachery and cruelty. His minions are not limited to your Saiyan kin. Countless civilizations have perished at his hands. For the sake of universal peace and the harmonious development of human civilization," Sun Wuyuan earnestly reasoned. Though Wukong initially grasped his point, he found himself increasingly perplexed. Suddenly, he heard King Kai's telepathic voice. "Wukong, I can hear everything you say." "Wait, King Kai, have you been spying on us? Did you watch us while we were in the restroom? I am the deity governing the northern galaxy, burdened with responsibilities. I have neither the interest nor the time to observe your private moments." King Kai retorted in exasperation, "I was merely jesting. Your composure requires refinement, my lord." Sun Wukong replied, nonchalantly though, "Is that so? Allow me to share some news. Due to Frisia's relentless destruction in the northern galaxy, I have been monitoring his activities. Shortly after your encounter with the artificial beings on Earth, he seemingly began training. Although he only trains once a month, over the past 10 months, he has trained for a mere 10 days. Yet his power has surged, and I can no longer gauge his strength." Sun Wukong gasped, nearly leaping to his feet. "Your composure training is lacking." Chapter 62. Gula and Sherlag make their early entrance. There's another matter. Frisia appears to be particularly interested in your region, dispatching many subordinates to gather information about your Earth. Once Frisia completes his year-long training regimen, which amounts to 12 days, I suspect he will make his way to your location. As Sun Wukong listened, his eyelids twitched. The lazy Frisia had indeed begun to train. Fortunately, he truly was a lazy individual, training only once a month, having completed a mere 10 days thus far, without intense hatred driving him. Frisia's training results would likely be significantly diminished. This thought led him to a rather immature idea. Find Frisia's lair and teleport there to unleash a full-power energy wave upon his planet. The technique he wished for from the dragon on Namek, which allowed him to survive in a vacuum for a brief period, would serve him well. After the destruction of Frisia's headquarters, even if he did not perish, he would be severely injured. To that point, he could reap the rewards of a weakened foe. After all, Frisia relished witnessing the spectacle of planets exploding. This could be described as following Frisia's path, leaving him with no options. However, feeling somewhat improper, he pondered changing into a different outfit and concealing his identity, lest some nefarious individuals attempt to strike Earth. King Kai, for such crucial matters, you must inform me in advance. Otherwise, one day, your exceptional student may find himself in peril. Young man, do not be so agitated. I merely stated that I cannot discern Frisia's strength. I did not claim he was invincible. If you do not unleash your full power, I too cannot gauge your strength. Wuyuan laughed. When did King Kai begin to exhibit a playful side? Today, he sensed something was off with the deity. Perhaps he was yet another individual led astray by Wukong. Nonetheless, Wuyuan, do not let your guard down. Frisia's talent is formidable, though he is overly confident. His lack of training since birth has hindered his ability to harness his full potential, and he will require time to master his newfound strength. Sun Wuyuan and Sun Wukong instantaneously teleported to King Kai's planet, where it was easier to sense Frisia's energy, as Earth's location was rather remote. During this period, the northern galaxy harbored few powerful beings, and even fewer were wicked. He effortlessly detected for distinctly malevolent energies. 0.3 of the energies bore a resemblance to one another. If his instincts were correct, they belonged to Frisia, King Cold, and Gula. The fourth energy was exceedingly sinister, subtly akin to the demonic aura of the demon King Piccolo. Had he not felt a sense of familiarity with that energy, and if it weren't for its pure malevolence, he might have overlooked it, as it seemed feeble compared to that of Frisia's family. Sun Wukong felt perplexed. The newborn nephew had only just entered the world, yet the malevolent Sherlag was already headed for Earth. This was rather premature. One of the energies was moving towards Namek, while the remaining two remained stationary. Who was journeying to Namek? Something felt amiss. King Kai, I beseech you to lend me your back. Wuyuan, what on earth are you planning? Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words. The North Kai was a rather lackadaisical figure, showing little concern for his duties and neglecting the collection of intelligence. If circumstances permitted, he would have considered lodging a complaint against the Kai's superior. Nevertheless, it seemed there were few reliable deities. The North Kai was already established. The Grand Kai was preoccupied with rock music and dancing. The East Kai was inattentive to his responsibilities. The Old Kai was infamous for his lecherous tendencies, and the god of destruction, Beerus, was known for his insatiable appetite and propensity for slumber. The North Kai sensed a formidable and malevolent aura emanating from the direction of Namek and felt compelled to investigate. Indeed, there was something noteworthy. It was Frisia's elder brother, Cooler, a curious case, as he had previously departed from the North Galaxy. When had he returned? The North Kai wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing he had focused too intently on Frisia and neglected to monitor the situation on other planets. These ruffians, why do they always come to wreak havoc in the North Galaxy? When Goku, this time, you must eliminate this band of miscreants. The North Kai exclaimed in frustration. Sun Wukong rubbed his temples, exclaiming, everything's in disarray. If the boss isn't sending Goku one by one to gain experience, then let us just take them all out at once. Wow, big brother, your perception is remarkably keen. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have sensed the approaching evil aura at all. It's only just barely perceptible now. Sun Wukong remarked, I'll leave that evil Namekian, Shrag, to you. resolve the battle swiftly, and ensure he doesn't cause damage to Earth. Sun Wukong advised. For the time being, they could not head to Frisia's headquarters. They would first deal with Cooler and Shrag. Cooler had an additional transformation compared to Frisia, making him a formidable opponent for Goku at present. Although Shrag was an evil-hearted Super Namekian, he was already advanced in age, and the Dragon Balls on Earth had yet to be restored. Goku should be more than capable of handling them. Master Win, is Earth in danger? Krillin inquired, having since addressed Sun Wuyuan as Master ever since the latter requested it. What is the matter? Krillin, do you wish to return and have some fun? Krillin nodded seriously, saying, we've trained for so many years without battling these extraterrestrial beings. All right, you've trained sufficiently under the North Kai, and constant rigorous training isn't ideal. Those who wish to return should accompany Goku. Shrag has a few competent subordinates alongside a horde of weaklings. Suddenly, the usually quiet Piccolo interjected, I want to return to Namek. No problem. Cooler is mine, and his subordinates belong to you. At that moment, Cooler's spaceship had already landed. Go. You have 10 minutes to collect all 7 Dragon Balls. That fool Cooler doesn't even realize he's a Namekian. How could the Dragon Balls on Earth possibly compare to those of his homeland? Years ago, when the Tree of Might was intercepted, he discreetly arranged for his subordinates to investigate its whereabouts. Last year, reports indicated the discovery of a new and powerful energy response in the remote regions of the North Galaxy. Cooler immediately deduced that the mysterious individual who acquired the Tree of Might must have planted it in the North Galaxy's secluded area to secretly enhance their strength, fearing discovery by a formidable opponent like himself. Upon discovering that the energy response surpassed his own, he lamented the potency of the tree's fruit, realizing that the mysterious individual's strength had exceeded his own in just a few short years. Yet he still dispatched subordinates to probe the situation. Eventually, some of his subordinates gathered information about Earth and uncovered the legend of the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder of Namek slowly opened his eyes and remarked, the future has shifted. The enemy is no longer Frisia, but Cooler. Why can I not discern who the powerful warrior battling Cooler is? However, it is thanks to him that Namek may avoid its fate of destruction. Chapter 63. Instantaneous defeat of Cooler as Cooler's subordinates emerged from their spaceship. Sun Wuyuan and Piccolo appeared above them. Hey, you there with the blue skin and yellow hair, summon your Lord Cooler to face his demise. And then you may take your own life, Sun Wuyuan stated in a calm tone, addressing Suiza. Suiza, Nez, Dre, and a gaggle of weaklings erupted in laughter. You insolent brat! I, Suiza, shall see just how formidable your power of 5,250 truly is. Oh, it's not too shabby, but still merely trash. Let us see if you can match the green-skinned Piccolo. With that, Sun Wukong instantaneously teleported into the spaceship, and Piccolo nodded in response as he elevated his energy. Suiza's power detector promptly exploded, as did those of Nez, Dre, and the swarm of weaklings, all staring aghast at Piccolo. The Namekian realm is not a place for you. All of you shall descend into the abyss. Piccolo declared coldly that in an instant, he delivered a high-speed kick, sending Suiza, whose power was 170,000, flying at a single energy wave obliterated him into mere fragments. Nez, with a power level of 163,000, and Dre, at 185,000, were drenched in cold sweat. Their mouths agape. The weaklings scattered chaotically like flies fleeing from a cow's behind. With your white and purple, unclad race, you must be Cooler, Frisia's elder brother. Who are you? Have you come to seize the Dragon Balls? Before Sun Wuyuan could respond, Cooler's eyes suddenly emitted 2 violet beams of destructive energy aimed at him. Having anticipated this, Sun Wuyuan deftly evaded the attack, inwardly acknowledging Cooler's treachery. Interesting, you managed to evade my attack. That's quite impressive. You must be the one who stole the Tree of Might's fruit a few years back, Cooler said, his gaze fixed warily on Sun Wuyuan. In a flash, Sun Wuyuan teleported before Cooler and delivered a straight punch to his forehead. It was only fair. Cooler had initiated the ambush, and Sun Wuyuan was entitled to retaliate. Cooler's body crashed into the spaceship, carving a wide trench into the earth, kicking up dust and obscuring his figure. Remarkably resilient, he emerged unscathed despite the extensive damage he had caused As the dust settled, Cooler transformed into his fourth form, his most powerful state, boasting a power level of 470 million that although Sun Wuyuan had trained on King Kai's planet for 10 months. Deepening his understanding of energy, he had only increased his power from 310 million to 400 million, a gap exceeding 70 million, making victory in a typical encounter unlikely. Perfect timing. Sun Wukong soared into the sky, intending to use Cooler as a test subject for his newly developed Super Kamehameha, which was equivalent to a Kamehameha unleashed at maximum power while in a threefold Kaioken state. As Sun Wukong ascended higher, Cooler followed suit, unleashing energy blasts at his back, which seemed destined to hit in an instant. Sun Wuyuan teleported behind Cooler and unleashed the threefold Kamehameha. The energy wave propelled Cooler away, detonating him into oblivion. As Sun Wuyuan had flown upward to avoid collateral damage to Namek, Cooler was utterly annihilated, leaving no trace of his remaining consciousness. You won't be transforming into Metal Cooler anytime soon. Sun Wukong clapped his hands, satisfied as he observed the remnants of Cooler dissipating. Piccolo's battle was remarkably straightforward, akin to swatting away a child. Cooler's strongest subordinate, Dre, had only a power level of 185,000, while Piccolo had boasted a power level of 400,000 prior to his training on King Kai's planet. Although Piccolo's power increase wasn't as pronounced as Krillin's, Sun Wukong estimated it to be at least 1 million, rendering Piccolo's encounters less of a battle and more akin to squashing errant flying insects. Upon witnessing Piccolo eliminate the last foe, Sun Wuyuan inquired, "Piccolo, do you wish to remain on Namek or return to Earth? By the way, the adversaries we face on Earth are Namekians, my kin. Indeed, much like the situation with the Supreme Kai, they are children who were sent away from Namek centuries ago. They are rare super Namekians but possess an evil heart." After exchanging pleasantries with the Grand Elder, Sun Wukong teleported away, astonished at his own strength and Piccolo's considerable enhancement. The Grand Elder muttered to himself, "I hadn't expected Wuyuan to grow so powerful." Piccolo has also become significantly stronger, while Nail silently stood by. The North Kai observed the unfolding battle with relief. Wuyuan had dispatched Cooler with little effort, and Piccolo had obliterated the mechanized troops. However, Goku's pace seemed somewhat sluggish, as if he aimed to force Shrag to reveal all of his ultimate techniques. Goku returned to Earth alongside Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaelin. "Report to Lord Shrag. It seems our movements have been exposed. We have detected no excessively strong energy responses. Then there is no need for concealment. Set course for Earth at full speed and prepare to collide with it. Scientists on Earth have also observed a celestial body hurtling towards our planet." And upon the revelation of this news, a wave of panic swept across the globe. As the starship approached Earth, Wukong and his companions unleashed a powerful energy wave to forcibly alter its trajectory, allowing the celestial body to narrowly miss our planet. Subsequently, a spacecraft descended upon Earth, where Yamcha jested, "I must say this slag is quite ostentatious, daring to pilot a celestial body to Earth." Slag commanded his subordinates to transform Earth into a habitat suitable for the demon race. And then, accompanied by a throng of followers, he disembarked from the ship. As the spacecraft ascended into the atmosphere, ominous clouds rapidly spread, attempting to envelop the entire planet. "Eliminate them," Slag's 5 henchmen, Enkaira, Doladebo, Kixikigu, and Big Eye, charged ferociously towards Wukong and his comrades. Wukong swiftly dispatched Enkaira with a single punch, declaring, "Slag, they are no match for me. Let us engage in combat." Slag's formidable subordinates were not particularly strong, each possessing around 10,000 battle power. Krillin and Tien Shinhan easily handled their opponents, while Chaos found himself struggling. Yamcha, overly complacent, fell victim to Doladebo's ultimate technique, which manifested 4 small clones to ensnare him and relentlessly siphon his energy. By the time Yamcha managed to extricate himself, the majority of his energy had already been drained. Tien Shinhan and Krillin simultaneously vanquished their foes. Big Eye, who had been overpowering Chaos, was struck down by Tien Shinhan, while Doladebo was cleaved in two by Krillin's energy blade. Only Wukong and Slag remained locked in a fierce exchange, pushing Slag to unleash his giant form. While Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, matching Slag blow for blow. Upon his return, Sun Wuyuan was left in awe, remarking, "Brother, you are truly remarkable, progressing ever further along this path of parity." Chapter 64. Assimilation, Stewing Slag. In his giant form, Slag unleashed a barrage of punches toward Wukong, yet despite his increased size and strength, he remained weaker than Wukong, whose defenses absorbed all his attacks. Slag opened his mouth wide and fired a massive energy blast. Wukong, unwavering, countered with a Kamehameha wave. "Wukong, if you do not defeat Slag promptly, I may have to intervene." Sun Wuyuan did not wish for Wukong to force Slag into a corner, potentially using energy blast to obliterate Earth. Although he had empowered the planet with the Namekian Dragon Balls, he was uncertain how much force Earth could endure. "Brother, please refrain from intervening. Allow me a moment longer." Sun Wuyuan, somewhat exasperated, turned to Piccolo, inquiring, "What are your thoughts on this Namekian, Slag? He is formidable, a true demon with an evil heart." Piccolo replied that, "I did not inquire about that. I meant to ask if you feel any attraction toward Slag." Sun Wuyuan teased. Misunderstanding his intent, Piccolo replied flatly, "Namekians do not require two beings for reproduction. You must be aware of this. Sun Wuyuan, you seem quite proper, yet I did not expect you to be so unorthodox. Piccolo, are you seeking a boyfriend or a girlfriend?" Sun Wuyuan joked. "Humph." Piccolo turned away, evidently disinterested in further conversation. Had he possessed greater strength, his fist would have undoubtedly struck Sun Wuyuan with great force. I recall that Namekians possess a unique ability to assimilate with one another. I am curious, upon assimilation, do two personalities merge, or is one personality entirely eradicated? Sun Wuyuan inquired, genuinely perplexed, remembering only that Namekians could assimilate and that the personality of the Dragon God seemed to merge with Piccolo's. Assimilation is our ultimate trump card against insurmountable foes, rapidly enhancing our combat prowess. IT is led by one individual, while the other voluntarily acts as a conduit for energy without affecting the dominant personality. Piccolo elucidated. From Piccolo's explanation, Sun Wuyuan gleaned both good news and bad news. The good news was that if Piccolo were to assimilate with Slag, he would not be tainted by Slag's malevolent heart and would not revert to a demon. The bad news was that they could not forcibly subdue Slag for Piccolo to assimilate. What a pity! Someone like Slag would never willingly allow himself to be assimilated, thus robbing us of a grand opportunity to enhance our strength. Sun Wuyuan lamented. Hearing this, Piccolo was genuinely intrigued. Should he successfully assimilate Slag's energy, he might surpass both Sun Wuyuan brothers, relishing the chance to deliver a sound thrashing to Wukong, especially to Sun Wuyuan, whom he would relish punishing further. At that moment, Slag's strength dwindled, and he lay injured on the ground, lacking even the energy to heal himself. Wukong reverted from his Super Saiyan state, refraining from delivering the final blow to Slag. However, there remained a glimmer of hope. Perhaps they could still attempt something. Sun Wuyuan grasped Piccolo and instantaneously teleported away, then spoke to Piccolo, "Let us proceed thus and so, and then we shall return." They quickly teleported back. "Brother, should we send Slag to Namek for the Elder to handle, or simply eliminate him?" "I will take care of it," Sun Wuyuan declared, producing a senza bean and advancing towards Slag. Since they were considering the possibility of Piccolo assimilating with Slag, he could not allow Slag to perish just yet. Krillin, confused, whispered to Yamcha, "Hey, Krillin, do you think Wuyuan intends to heal this evil and terrifying creature, allowing him to escape? Brother, are you really going to let him go?" Slag, lying on the ground, felt a surge of hope. "Foolish mortals! Once I, King Slag, regain my youth, I shall ensure your demise, along with every soul on this planet." And the Dragon Balls, Sun Wuyuan fed the near-death Slag a senza bean, restoring him to full health. Slag rose cautiously, eyeing Sun Wuyuan and the formidable Wukong. "You do not intend to kill me?" Slag asked uneasily. "You could view it that way. Your injuries should be healed." Sun Wuyuan replied with a broad smile. Slag's face lit up with joy, and he turned to flee, but Sun Wuyuan intercepted him, stating, "I never said I would let you leave. Are you mocking me?" Slag felt like a jester in this moment. He had once reveled in toying with his foes, relishing their terror and despair. "Do not look at me like that. I am not a villain. I have other matters to attend to, so let us not converse further." Sun Wuyuan calmly retrieved a rice cooker. Brother, are you preparing a meal? After such a lengthy battle, I am indeed rather hungry, Wukong remarked, patting his belly. Sun Wuyuan nonchalantly replied, Indeed, I plan to simmer this slag into a hearty pork rib soup to replenish your strength. Brother, surely that is not edible. We shall stew it first, and whether it is edible will be determined later, Sun Wuyuan stated earnestly. Krillin and the others quickly distanced themselves from Sun Wuyuan, casting peculiar glances at Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Slag felt his heart race with fear, exclaiming, You vile creature! How dare you treat me as food? Stay back. I shall take my own life. Scream all you wish, even if you cry out until your throat is raw. No one will come to your aid. Suicide is perfect. Your body will be fresh for the pot. Accept your fate, King Slag. Sun Wuyuan grinned as he slowly approached Slag, who was drenched in cold sweat. Retreating step by step. What an evil grin. Even as a demon, he had never worn such a sinister expression. Come, willingly into the pot. Demon seal wave. A green whirlwind ensnared Slag, compelling him to enter in a swift motion. Slag was tossed into the rice cooker. The lid was secured, and seals were affixed. Wuyuan, Master Brother, are you truly going to make soup out of him? Krillin trembled, asking. Sun Wuyuan replied ominously, Did you not see? I will soon ignite the fire and brew the soup, nourishing you, Krillin, for you seem to lack nutrition and have not grown taller. That's your elder brother. I must take care of you. Teach, I was merely jesting. It is just a demon stew, a trivial matter point one day. I shall stew a purple cat, and it would surely frighten you. Krillin and the others exhaled in relief. Master Brother, what was that demon seal wave technique you just used? I have never seen you employ it before. It is a secret technique from Master Roshi, specifically designed to seal powerful enemies. Krillin, after all these years of training with Master Roshi, how could you be unaware of it? Chapter 65, Frisia S. Legion, Ice Planet. With matters here concluded, I am preparing to embark on a journey across the cosmos to eliminate a certain group of individuals that if you wish to join. Now is the time to declare your intent. Sun Wuyuan has temporarily shelved his plan to obliterate the planet and severely injure Frisia, opting instead to first gauge Frisia's strength. If he proves formidable, he will be annihilated. If not, the Mafu wave will be employed, and if that fails, a swift escape will be executed, ultimately resorting to the planet's destruction. Goku and Piccolo unreservedly expressed their intent to join, while Krillin hesitated momentarily before deciding to accompany them. Yamcha, however, was reluctant, having narrowly escaped disaster in his previous battle. Tien Shinhan was eager to join and, glancing at Kaz, declared, Tien, I shall await your return on Earth. Very well, Wien. I too shall fight alongside you in the cosmos. Krillin suddenly interjected, Let us depart swiftly. It will be troublesome if the press encircled us. The press? A boon. Let us seize this opportunity to engage with the media and publicize this event. There is no need for martial artists to remain concealed. It is beneficial for the people of Earth to understand the truth of our world. Sun Wuyuan aimed to elevate the stature of martial artists on Earth, as it would facilitate the swifter gathering of energy for future Genkidama attacks. The group looked at Sun Wuyuan with puzzlement. Do not gaze at me so. I am merely planning for the future. You are aware that the Genkidama technique requires the accumulation of energy. While this technique can gather energy from flora, fauna, and even celestial bodies, the time required is still excessively long. The most optimal sources for energy collection are advanced life forms such as humans. However, if one is unknown, they may be unwilling to lend their energy for the creation of a Genkidama. Goku and I, being so low profile, are certainly unsuitable as representatives of martial artists, and Piccolo's green visage is likely to instill fear in the audience. Krillin's stature does not convey strength, making Yamcha the most fitting choice, as his height, appearance, and demeanor are all appropriate. Sun Wuyuan inadvertently praised Yamcha, acknowledging that his height and looks were quite decent, as evidenced by Bulma's infatuation with him in the original narrative. Yamcha, buoyed by the compliment, responded, Fear not, Wuyuan. I shall take on this task. In an instant, Sun Wuyuan, Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan teleported to the Frisia Force headquarters, leaving Yamcha behind. A throng of police, reporters, and onlookers quickly surrounded Yamcha. Greetings, I am a reporter from Triple X. May I ask how you would like to be addressed? Hello, everyone. My name is Yamcha, and I am a formidable martial artist. Mr. Yamcha, are you aware of the events that transpired? Were the deceased extraterrestrials you're doing? What of the planet that was on a collision course with Earth? Meanwhile, the 5 of them appeared on the icy planet of Frisia's headquarters, immediately attracting attention. Who are you? Before the soldier could finish, Sun Wukong dispatched him with a ki blast and turned to the other soldiers, saying, I am here to cause a ruckus. Do not claim I have not given you a chance. Summon all your Frisia Force members within 3 minutes. Goku, Krillin, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan felt the sweat bead on their foreheads. Despite their mission to uphold justice and eradicate evil, it appeared that Wuyuan resembled the antagonist more. While they seemed to be the accomplices, Lord Frisia, we have a situation. 5 powerful individuals have arrived, one of whom possesses a battle power exceeding 1 million. Oh ho ho, how intriguing. Is there truly someone daring enough to invade my Frisia force? The Ginyu force promptly assembled, unashamedly performing an elaborate dance for Frisia, chanting, Ginyu force, ha. Ginyu force, yeah. Frisia, Zarbin, and Dodoria exchanged awkward glances, their expressions laden with embarrassment. Lord Frisia, the Ginyu force requests to engage in battle. Frisia, reclining in his hovering infant pod, responded, very well, Ginyu, you shall lead the charge. On the other side, Sun Wukong addressed Piccolo and the others. This planet is home to 2 frozen demons, Frisia and King Cold, both of whom are exceptionally powerful. Leave them to Goku and me. The Ginyu force consists of 5 members, their strength surpassing that of Krillin and Tien Shinhan. So Piccolo, do be cautious. Additionally, while the Ginyu force may not be particularly formidable, their leader Ginyu possesses a technique that allows him to swap bodies with his opponent. It is best to eliminate him swiftly. The reclusive King Cold was roused from his slumber. There was no denying that Sun Wuyuan and his companions had invaded his lair. Soon, King Cold and Frisia emerged, flanked by a multitude of minions, casting a shadow over Sun Wuyuan and his allies. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Piccolo, you can handle that horde. Yes? Sun Wukong heard no reply. Piccolo wore a disdainful expression, while Krillin and Tien Shinhan were rendered speechless in shock. Krillin, do not be afraid. How many are there on the other side? Countless, at least 7,000 to 8,000, if not 10,000. And how many of you? 3. Then what are you afraid of? Deal with them. Should you unfortunately fall, I shall use the Dragon Balls to resurrect you. Piccolo scoffed, you merely need to handle the significantly weaker foes. Leave the rest to me. Has the battle power been assessed? Which one exceeds 1 million? Lord Frisia, it is the one entirely adorned in green. King Cold remarked, such battle power is rare. Frisia, see if you can recruit him. Understood. Father, Goku, transform into a Super Saiyan. It seems we have been overlooked. Sun Wukong observed Frisia and King Cold staring intently at Piccolo, noting how his striking green complexion drew attention wherever he went. Brother, are we not going to strike first before transforming? Goku questioned, scratching his cheek uncertainly. No time for games. My nephew has just been born, and there are many matters to attend to at home. Let us finish this quickly and return for dinner. The mention of food made Goku's stomach grumble. Do you have anything to eat? I'm famished after my skirmish with Slug. I cannot indulge you now. We must engage in battle. There is no time for instant noodles. Here, take this senza bean. Goku consumed the senza bean, initially wishing to warm up against King Cold, but under Sun Wuyuan's watchful gaze, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Simultaneously, Sun Wuyuan unleashed his full power, redirecting Frisia and King Cold's attention from Piccolo to himself and Goku. What are their battle powers? Lord Frisia. One is at 180 million, and the other at 400 million. Chapter 66. Call me Daddy. King Cold found it difficult to believe his ears. Are you certain those figures are 180 million and 400 million? The equipment isn't malfunctioning, is it? And no, it's functioning properly. Having retreated for many years, King Cold had entrusted his forces to his son Frisia, wondering when such powerful beings had emerged in the universe. Despite being the father of Cooler and Frisia, his own battle power fell short of 120 million, weaker than both of his sons. In stark contrast to King Cold's disbelief, Frisia appeared remarkably composed. After rigorous training, His strength had multiplied several times over, far exceeding 120 million. He was confident he could defeat them, with a haughty demeanor. King Cold inquired, "What are your names?" Goku readily proclaimed his name, and Sun Wukong reluctantly followed suit. "Ha ha ha! Splendid! Goku and Sun Wukong, I, King Cold, the patriarch of the Ice Demon Clan, wish to adopt you as my sons. Call me Daddy." Sun Wukong's expression darkened. How amusing it was that Frieza, who claimed to be the Cosmic Emperor, and King Cold both shared a penchant for familial titles. Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Yet King Cold, of all individuals, had to take advantage of this situation. What more was there to be said? "Goku, keep King Cold at a distance. Fight him however you wish, or I fear I might inadvertently slay him with a mere slap, leaving you without an opponent." Upon hearing this, Goku teleported behind King Cold, who had yet to react, placing a hand on his shoulder and instantly teleporting away from Sun Wuyuan. It was no joke. If his brother threatened to strike down King Cold, it was entirely plausible. Even he had been on the receiving end of such slaps, let alone an enemy. Frieza spoke with an air of gentlemanly elegance. "Mr. Sun Wuyuan, it is indeed an honor to encounter you. The formidable energy signatures that emerged from the remote regions of the northern galaxy last year must surely have included you and Mr. Sun Wukong, correct? I never anticipated that you and your brother would draw the attention of Lord Frieza. Given your prowess, I wonder why you remain so unperturbed. Oh, Mr. Sun Wukong, you are indeed powerful, yet with a battle power of merely 400 million. You are still no match for me. Why not join us and become one of my subordinates?" Frieza's enigmatic smile extended as he extended an invitation to Sun Wuyuan. "To be frank, my brother and I have come with the intent to either eliminate you and King Cold or to be vanquished by you." Sun Wukong shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, how regrettable. Must I only eliminate you, Mr. Sun Wuyuan?" Sun Wukong inquired curiously. "Lord Frieza, since you are aware of our capabilities, you must realize that your father, King Cold, stands no chance against my brother. If you delay any further, King Cold will soon meet his demise at my brother's hands. Are you not the least bit concerned for your father? His death would be a blessing, with such feeble abilities. He constantly tries to impose his will upon me. Once he is gone, the Frieza force will heed only my commands. After my brother dispatches him, I shall express my gratitude by ensuring you meet a rather gruesome end, as it would be an act of vengeance for my beloved father," Frieza said, his voice dripping with malice. Meanwhile, the Ginyu Force was putting on a flawless display of their entrance in front of Krillin and Tien, creating an oddly tense atmosphere for both sides, while the Ginyu Force earnestly completed their grandiose entrance ritual. Unable to bear it any longer, Piccolo exclaimed, "Super explosive demon wave," before the Ginyu Force could finish their performance. A mushroom cloud erupted from their position, engulfing them in billowing smoke. As the haze cleared, the Ginyu Force was nowhere to be seen. Such an awkward display. Sun Wukong reminded Piccolo to finish Ginyu off with a single strike. And Piccolo more than obliged, obliterating the entire Ginyu Force in one fell swoop. Krillin and Tien exchanged embarrassed glances. Their greatest concern among the foes had been so easily dispatched by Piccolo. Meanwhile, King Cold was locked in an intense struggle with Wukong, who was forcing a stalemate, delivering severe blows that left King Cold covered in superficial wounds and considerably weakened. Yet, Wukong refrained from delivering the final blow. Continuing their high-speed exchange of attacks, "Oh dear, Lord Frieza, it seems your most favored subordinates, the Ginyu Force, have inadvertently been sent to the underworld by Piccolo. The battle with your father, King Cold, appears to be ongoing for the moment. But if you delay further, your dear subordinates may soon meet the same fate. A bunch of worthless fools. If they perish, I shall simply recruit more." Frieza's patience began to wane, and a crimson beam of death shot forth from his fingertip, aimed at Piccolo's back. Observing that the attack was not aimed at Piccolo's head, Sun Wukong chose not to intervene and instantly teleported behind Frieza, delivering a swift and forceful slap to the back of his head. "Lord Frieza, ambushes are not a commendable habit. Nanny." Frieza was momentarily caught off guard. His arm failed to block the slap, which landed squarely on his skull with a resounding crack. Frieza was sent flying, crashing into multiple buildings before regaining his balance. Such is the resilience of the frost demon race. Even after colliding with so many structures, his head remained unscathed and impeccably smooth. Frisia's fury ignited, his previous poise evaporating, replaced by a sinister visage. Such treachery. While chastising me for ambushing, you resort to the same tactic. Piccolo, having been struck by Frisia's sudden death beam, felt a piercing pain as a small hole formed in his chest, emitting wisps of smoke without a drop of blood. Curse Sun Wuyuan! Did he not claim he would handle Frisia, leaving the rest to Krillin, Tien, and me? What is this nonsense about being shot through the chest? Sun Wuyuan, must you be so unreliable? If that had been my head instead of my chest, I would truly be dead. Frisia, why not eliminate Sun Wuyuan first before turning your attention to me? Piccolo seethed with frustration. Despite being outmatched, he regained some energy to heal his wounds, charging at the massive enemies with relentless fury. The elite warriors of the Frisia force were paralyzed with fear, none daring to confront Piccolo. Krillin and Tien, bewildered, found themselves suddenly abandoned by their numerous attackers. Tien, what just happened? Krillin, look over there. Krillin followed Tien's gaze, his senses barely registering a blurred green figure, muttering, Piccolo, he was supposed to engage the foes equal to or stronger than us, leaving the rest for us to deal with. Why does he seem so furious? Which fool from the Frisia force dared provoke Piccolo? Magic flash, magic void wave, magic light flash. With arms crossed, Piccolo gathered a massive amount of energy, unleashing it in a single wave, sweeping in all directions and indiscriminately striking the soldiers. The Frisia force soldiers were consumed in screams, reduced to ash, while those fortunate enough to survive had managed to maintain a safe distance. Humph! Piccolo surveyed the devastation with cold disdain, standing proudly with his arms crossed, his white cape billowing in the wind. Krillin, witnessing the obliteration of everything within a radius of several kilometers, patted his chest in relief. Thank goodness we were far enough away from Piccolo. Otherwise, we would have been the unfortunate ones. From now on, I must keep a safe distance when he fights. Tien nodded numbly. He wondered what kind of monsters he had encountered. While Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong were formidable, now another powerhouse. Piccolo had emerged. When would he ever catch up to them? Unlike Tien, Krillin felt indifferent. The focus was on his own growth, no longer fixated on matching the prowess of Sun Wuyuan and the others. Those small fry, Tien, Krillin, you handle them. I have lost interest in dealing with them further. King cooled. I have seen all your techniques. It is time to end this. Kamehameha wave. King Cooled's eyes widened in terror as he was engulfed in the Kamehameha wave, his body trembling. Sun Wuyuan sensed the energy of King Cooled vanishing and was somewhat surprised by Wukong's decisiveness in eliminating his foe. Good brother, your training has truly paid off. Frisia, as you wished. King Cooled has descended to the underworld, and your Frisia force soldiers have perished. Now you find yourself as a mere hollow shell, so why not reveal your full power? Mr. Sun Wuyuan, I had intended to enjoy this encounter. For warriors of your caliber are a rare find in the universe. Alas, your eagerness for death shall be fulfilled. As Frisia continued his incessant chatter, Sun Wuyuan delivered a solid punch to his abdomen. Lord Frisia, in battle, one must maintain vigilance and awareness. Your words have become excessive. As Frisia's words were abruptly cut off, irritation surged through him. Cursed ambush, you have truly riled me. With a surge of purple energy erupting forth, the earth trembled and shattered, rocks flying in every direction. Krillin and Tien, pursuing the remnants of the enemy, were startled, their bodies coming to a halt mid-air. This energy is incredible, even surpassing Master Wuyuan's triple Kaioken. Sun Wuyuan's aura rose once more, overpowering Frisia. Though still limited in strength, 10 days of training have yielded this level of power. Frisia's strength must be around 1 billion. Sometimes, hard work pales in comparison to innate talent. Frisia pointed a single finger at Sun Wuyuan, unleashing a purple beam of death. Sun Wuyuan sidestepped, narrowly avoiding it as the rock beside him was left with a smoking hole, followed by a torrential onslaught of death beams raining down upon him. In a flash of movement, Sun Wuyuan appeared behind Frisia, standing back-to-back with him and forcefully comparing their heights. The diminutive king, measuring a mere 1.5 meters, was instantly overshadowed. Frisia, what grade are you in this year? Nanny, Little Frisia, you really ought to eat more. It seemed you're not growing at all. You seek death. Sun Wukong grasped Frisia's tail with one hand, swinging it around and smashing it against the ground repeatedly, creating an ever-deepening pit with dust swirling around. Krillin, at a loss for words, remarked, "This battle is quite unlike the grand showdown I had imagined, lasting 300 rounds. Let go. Not a chance. Can't you try a different move? Sun Wukong, do you dare to send me down? How shameless of you, holding onto my tail and refusing to let go. Do you have any idea how many times I've hit the ground? One move is sufficient to deal with you. Why bother switching tactics?" Frisia, forced to unleash 2 slicing energy discs, found Sun Wukong immediately releasing his grip to evade swiftly. The battle remained tense for an extended period, during which Sun Wukong managed to surreptitiously learn Frisia's 2 signature techniques, the death beam and the cutting discs. Frisia, since you have no other tricks up your sleeve, it's time for you to reunite with King Cold. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, your dear elder brother, Cooler, has already descended to hell. Now, you're the only one remaining. With that, Sun Wukong produced a senza bean, placing it in his mouth, but refraining from swallowing it just yet. 4 times Kaioken, Kamehameha. Frisia, already at a disadvantage in strength compared to Sun Wuyuan, found himself further weakened by the latter's consumption of the senza bean during their struggle, his stamina now at its peak. With the Kaioken multiplied fourfold, Sun Wuyuan's power surged dramatically. After a prolonged battle, Frisia's strength had dwindled considerably, and facing the now vastly stronger Sun Wukong, he was obliterated by the Kamehameha, with no chance to destroy a planet. Upon Frisia's demise, the moment the Kaioken was released, backlash hit Sun Wukong, who promptly swallowed the senza bean, feeling the pain dissipate and his energy fully restored. With Frisia dead and the desired techniques acquired, it was now time to deal with Slug. Sun Wukong retrieved the rice cooker containing Slug, while Krillin, Tien, and Goku gathered around in confusion. "Brother, are you really going to stew Slug? Just watch. Don't speak a word." As he opened a rice cooker's lid, Slug emerged, drenched in sweat and gasping heavily. "Slug, I shall grant you a swift death by merging with Piccolo." "What do you mean by merging?" Sun Wukong pointed at Piccolo, saying, "Don't you think he resembles you quite a bit? Indeed, he is of your kind. It's a pity you've lived for so long without realizing you are a Namekian. Impossible. Even in death. I shall not merge with him." Slug roared in a fit of rage. "To be honest, I never expected you to comply willingly." Chapter 68. Merging, Piccolo's confidence surges. Sun Wuyuan whistled, and Slug experienced an intense pain in his head. While Piccolo clutched his own dada. "I forgot. Piccolo, you fear this too. Let us try another method. Slug will not surrender easily. I shall grow larger. Growing larger won't help. You'll merely become a larger target." Sun Wukong scoffed at Slug before turning to Goku, Krillin, and Tien. "The upcoming events may be unsuitable for children. Goku, please escort them back to Earth. Brother, what do you intend to do with Slug? Hurry back to care for your younger siblings and nephew." "Why ask so much?" Sun Wuyuan urged. After Goku and the others departed, anguished cries echoed from the ice planet. Slug, will not yield. Kill me. I beg you for a swift end." After more than 3 hours of torment, Slug's consciousness became muddled. Thoughts of suicide and self-detonation were thwarted at every turn. "Wait a moment. Sun Wukong, is the merging of Namekians truly the fusion of their powers and souls?" "Of course. No one understands merging better than I do. When 2 Namekians merge, their power can increase several-fold, even 10-fold. If it were merely a matter of adding their strengths, such a significant enhancement wouldn't be possible. The fusion of their energies and spiritual wills is what triggers a transcendence of the soul, breaking the shackles of the body and unlocking potential." Slug found himself caught between skepticism and belief. His words made sense, and merging didn't seem so unacceptable. His own strength far surpassed that of the youthful Namekian beside him, and once their spiritual essences merged, he would surely take the lead. Moreover, being aged, merging with a younger body could restore his youth. Better to cling to a glimmer of life than face certain death. "How do we go about merging? However, I am reluctant to let you merge with Piccolo. Your strength exceeds us by too much, and upon merging, you might dominate, growing stronger and opposing me. To kill you would be simpler. I wouldn't want to face the consequences from the Grand Elder of Namek. If I let you live, who knows what trouble you might cause me. Slug, perhaps it's best if I just kill you outright. Piccolo, standing nearby, was speechless. Sunwin, what exactly are you plotting? After all this effort to torment Slug, you finally have him convinced, yet now you're reconsidering. Are you afraid I might surpass you? Upon hearing this, Slug's last shred of doubt evaporated as he immediately declared, I promise, after merging, I will never be your enemy. Haha. Even if your power multiplies several times after the merge, you still won't be my match. Do you think I would allow you to merge with Piccolo simply because I am invincible? Even Frieza, the so-called Emperor of the Universe, has been defeated. Being invincible is such a lonely existence. You wouldn't understand my solitude. Thus, I sought to create a rival for myself. Slug, in a daze, listened intently, while Piccolo covered his face, tilting his head toward the sky in despair. Sunwin, please stop talking. If Slug regains his senses, our plan will fall apart. Slug, do you prefer Piccolo's youthful body, or do you want to remain in your aging form? I want to be young, Slug replied without hesitation. Nice. For the merging, Piccolo must place his hands upon you. Just lie back and relax. Leave it to Piccolo. It will be over quickly. Piccolo, commence. I want to be young. A brilliant light erupted, and Slug completely vanished, merging with Piccolo into a single entity. Piccolo took a few heavy breaths. Success! This power is simply magnificent. I am invincible. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, North Kai had been observing the battle closely. This kid, Sunwin, is no ordinary opponent. It's peculiar. The spirit bomb I created requires a warrior of pure heart and kindness to learn it. Yet, watching him torment and deceive Slug, he hardly seems pure of heart. Still, he learns the spirit bomb at a speed 10 times faster than Goku. This is astonishing. Piccolo, how do you feel? Sun Wuyuan approached, checking Piccolo's condition. Piccolo clenched his fists and rotated his neck before unexpectedly delivering a punch to Sun Wuyuan's abdomen. Caught off guard, Sun Wuyuan was sent flying, crashing into several mountains, his clothes tattered. Piccolo, what's wrong with you? Why attack me? You bastard, Sun Wuyuan. I devised a plan to help you grow stronger, and now you turn on me. Could it be that the merging has led to unexpected consequences, with Slug's personality disrupting the usual merging process, truly melding with Piccolo's identity, possibly even taking the lead? If that is the case, trouble awaits. Perhaps I should summon the Supreme Kai to merge with Piccolo and neutralize his darker side. Sun Wuyuan, today is your day of reckoning. That I've long wanted to beat you up, and now I finally have the chance. Stay still, and you might endure less pain. I will let you experience my newfound invincible power. At that moment, Piccolo's confidence soared to unprecedented heights, excitement bubbling beneath the surface. Such immense power could not possibly allow Sun Wuyuan to bully him again. Ha! I have awaited this moment for far too long. Sun Wuyuan, I shall turn you into a pig's head, beating you every 3 days. Thus, it became clear, from a combat power of over 1 million to a staggering increase into the billions. The dramatic enhancement in strength led him to a grand illusion. I am invincible. 2 hours later, Piccolo lay on the ground, utterly despondent. This is impossible. With such immense power, how could I possibly lose to Sun Wuyuan? Compared to physical injuries, the wounds of the soul run deeper. To assimilate with a being as powerful as Shalagu, who is 100-fold stronger, could be considered a shortcut. Yet, why is it that I still cannot defeat this seemingly mediocre Earthling? I cannot even fathom how long it would take to cultivate my current strength if I were to advance step by step, and yet I still face defeat. Piccolo, you truly need not take this to heart. Reflect on your age. Are you even 5 years old yet? Here on Earth, you are but a child, at an age where one should charm and playfully seek affection from parents and elders. Thus, do not hold yourself to such stringent standards. I have trained for many years, traversing more paths than you have walked. Look ahead. When I was your age, I was far inferior to you. Piccolo sat at the dining table with a sullen expression, exuding an aura of despondency and indifference. Sun Wukong leaned in and whispered to Sun Wuyuan, Brother, what is wrong with Piccolo? I have no idea. He seems downcast. Perhaps he's been affected by someone. The conversation between the two brothers reached Piccolo's ears. provoking an annoyed grunt as he buried himself in his meal. Although they spoke softly, the proximity ensured that even Sun Wufan and Chi-Chi could hear. Not to mention the exceptionally keen hearing of the Namekian Piccolo. Brother, Piccolo has suddenly become incredibly powerful. I feel he is much stronger than me. Has Shalagu truly assimilated with him? Sun Wukong, unusually distracted from his meal, curiously inquired, as only matters related to battle could divert his appetite. It was evident. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Piccolo's power to surpass yours so swiftly. However, how did you convince Shalagu, who was previously unyielding, to agree to the assimilation with Piccolo? The process was somewhat complex. To put simply, it involved 8 words: appeal to emotion and reason. Suddenly, Piccolo coughed violently, spewing food toward Sun Wuyuan. Sun Wuyuan, seemingly prepared, deftly dodged. Hey, Bulma. Wuyuan, come here for a moment. I've repaired the android number 16 you entrusted to me last time. Sun Wuyuan lazily, replying, it's quite late now. I'll come by tomorrow, after several battles today. I am truly exhausted. What a pity. I just finished my bath, and my parents are not home tonight. They had to deal with something at the company and won't return until tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. In a heartbeat, his drowsiness vanished. Give me 10 seconds. I'll be right there. Sun Wuyuan instantly teleported to Bulma's side, glancing at her in her pajamas, and noticed that he was in her laboratory. Wuyuan, your speed is commendable that I've thoroughly studied the data on number 16. Much of it pertains to you and Wukong. Your combat styles, habits, and special moves that can be said that number 16 was specifically designed to counter you and Wukong. But fear not, I've modified certain aspects of his programming, removing the directive to eliminate you and Wukong. Additionally, I discovered a bomb within him capable of destroying the entire Earth. It was exceedingly dangerous. So, I have disarmed it. Moreover, I studied a flying insect resembling a fly and unexpectedly made contact with the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Turns out that insect is called a reconnaissance rocket, sent by the Galactic Patrol to gather information about Earth. Bulma, do you have a close relationship with the Galactic Patrol? Not really. When I was 5, I met a Galactic Patrol officer named Jack. And then my sister went on an adventure with him in space to seek inspiration for her writing. Bulma recounted the events to Sun Wuyuan, marveling at her sister Tai Si's audacity, a mere 16-year-old Earth girl daring to accompany Jack on cosmic escapades. Bulma, are we getting off topic? Sun Wuyuan reminded her. Let's play a one-on-one duel game. ISNT, it's somewhat inappropriate to play games in the lab. Oh well, you can play wherever you like. I must declare that I am incredibly powerful. I will not hold back in our duel. The game commenced with the system announcing, you have initiated a duel against Bulma, who has accepted. You activated the warrior skill Armor Break. Bulma retaliated, using Armor Break against you. Both parties' armor values dropped to 0. You executed the skill control and capture, leaving Bulma unable to counter. You pressed the advantage and launched a combo against Bulma. You unleashed your ultimate move, Dragon Shot, inflicting -1 health on Bulma. Congratulations, you've drawn first blood. Unwilling to concede, Bulma countered with enchantment, causing your enchantment resistance to decrease as you entered a berserk state. You unleashed a Shadow Strike with a staggering 6,666 hits. Bulma submitted her surrender, but you decisively rejected her request and unleashed a further Shadow Strike with 998 hits. Bulma again submitted her surrender, but you cruelly refused once more, launching a flurry of attacks that utterly overwhelmed her. Congratulations, player Sun Wuyuan. You are victorious. With lingering excitement, Sun Wuyuan asked, Bulma, would you like to engage in another one-on-one duel? This game is addictive. Once you start, it's hard to escape. Games are enjoyable, but be wary of losing yourself in them. Let us not forget our health. The sun is rising. Let us return to our rooms for some rest. A vibrant green leaf fluttered down, landing squarely atop Vegeta's head. He impatiently brushed the broad green leaf away. Why would a leaf suddenly fall upon my head? What is the next planet we are heading to? Vegeta. It is a lowly planet known as Earth, Nappa replied earnestly. Raditz suddenly recalled his brother Kakarot, who was deemed a low-level warrior at birth due to his power level of only 2, and he had been sent to conquer that very planet. Earth. Vegeta. My brother Kakarot seems to be on Earth. Perhaps he has already annihilated all its inhabitants. Could we allow him to join us? Are you referring to your brother who was born with a power level of only 2? A low-level warrior. Weaker than you. Having him join us would only be a detriment. Nappa scoffed. However, Vegeta was indifferent, stating, although his power is low, he could still be of assistance in his Great Ape form. I can allow him to join. After all, there are so few of us Saiyans left. Vegeta and his companions had already exterminated the inhabitants of several planets, unaware that Frisia's headquarters had been thoroughly dismantled by Sun Wuyuan and his team, who were diligently fulfilling Frisia's mission to conquer planets, with no one left to inform them otherwise. Those who could have notified them held positions of certain authority within Frisia's army, and now most had met their demise, leaving only the soldiers burdened with tasks to survive. Chapter 70. Naming on Baozi Mountain. Sun Wukong woke up in the morning, excitedly running toward Sun Wuyuan's room, only to find it empty. Grandpa, have you seen Big Brother? Sun Wukong was still preoccupied with Sun Wuyuan's promise to take him training, but due to Chi-Chi's pregnancy, Big Brother had asked him to wait until the child was born. Yet he had waited day after day. And now that the child had finally been born yesterday, he was determined to have Big Brother take him to train today. I haven't seen Wuyuan either. He may have gone out for something. Wukong, please find him. The Ox King is coming over, and we need to name the child. All right, I'll search for Big Brother's presence. Found him within a grand villa in the West City. Sun Wuyuan and Bulma had just reclined in their chamber, not yet succumbed to slumber, when Sun Wukong instantaneously appeared in the room. With a somewhat bewildered expression, he gazed at the sleeping figures of Sun Wuyuan and Bulma, scratching the back of his head in confusion. It was already dawn. Why had his elder brother not yet risen? Without further contemplation, he called out, Big Brother, it's time to get up. Startled, Sun Wuyuan jolted awake, his heart racing as if he had been caught in a compromising situation, feeling a rush of anxiety. What a close call. Thankfully, he had the habit of covering himself with a blanket while sleeping. Otherwise, he would have been in quite the predicament today. Alas, his unfortunate younger brother was already a father, yet remained blissfully unaware of when discretion was necessary. Bulma, resting her head upon Sun Wuyuan's arm, burrowed deeper into the covers, her soft and delicate form pressed closely against him, causing his mind to drift into a haze. Wukong, you should step outside for a moment. Huh? Oh, don't forget to close the door behind you. Bulma, please rest well. I'll inquire what Wukong needs. Wukong, why are you here so early instead of sleeping? Is there something urgent you require? And in the future, please refrain from using instant transmission to pop into my room while I'm asleep, no matter how significant the matter may be. Sun Wukong lowered his head like a child caught misbehaving, accepting his elder brother's reprimand. Once Sun Wuyuan finished speaking, he responded, Grandpa sent me to fetch you. He wishes to name the child. Naming my nephew. Sun Wuyuan, his brow furrowed. This presented a bit of a conundrum. With grandfather Sun Wufan still alive, naming his nephew after himself would be rather inappropriate. However, considering it was not his responsibility to worry about such matters, with grandfather, the child's maternal grandfather, the Ox Demon King, his father Wukong, and mother Chi-Chi present, if they could not decide, they could always call upon Piccolo as well. The task of naming certainly should not fall upon him as the uncle, and his brow immediately relaxed. I seem to have noticed a minor issue. Grandpa and the Ox Demon King are of the same generation, while Chi-Chi is one generation above Wukong. Therefore, my nephew and his father are of the same generation. Wukong, you may return first. I shall join you shortly. Oh, all right. After Wukong departed, Bulma slowly emerged from beneath the covers. Has Wukong left? With a sigh of relief, Bulma found herself wide awake, attempting to dress as her bones felt as if they were dislocated. Observing this, Sun Wuyuan remarked with a smirk, Bulma, are you able to rise from bed? It's all your fault. I've already surrendered, yet you continue. Bulma's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her voice dwindling to a whisper, her subsequent words barely audible. Sun Wuyuan found them difficult to discern. This isn't my fault. It was you who used to provoke my temper without reason, and over time, it has become a volcano that might erupt at any moment, beyond my control. I've kept a record of your past mischief, and you've only settled one bill, with dozens still outstanding. But there is plenty of time ahead. There is no rush. Bulma sprawled on the bed, and Sun Wuyuan fed her a senza bean, revitalizing her instantly, causing her to leap at him playfully. Truly forgetful, I had intended to take my time, yet Bulma initiated the repayment, and I graciously accepted. Albeit at the cost of another sins of being at the peak of Baozi Mountain, the Ox Demon King had arrived, and several were awaiting Sun Wuyuan's return. Wukong, didn't T go to call Wuyuan? Why hasn't he returned yet? Big brother said he would be here shortly. I'm unsure why he hasn't arrived. Did you see what Wuyuan was doing at Bulma's home? No, nothing in particular. When I went, I saw Big Brother and Bulma sleeping. Sun Wukong replied candidly. I see. The elderly Sun Wufan mused, a pleased smile spreading across his face. Wuyuan has finally come to his senses. Apologies for my tardiness. Big Brother, you're finally back. I'm starving, Grandpa. Shall we have breakfast? Wukong exclaimed, his excitement palpable as his stomach had been growling for quite some time, and the moment to eat had finally arrived. After breakfast, the elderly Sun Wufan cradled his great-grandchild and announced, "We now need to name this child." Wukong, Chi-Chi, have you thought of a name? Chi-Chi raised a finger, her expression earnest as she declared, I have already thought of a name for this child. The Ox Demon King twirled his fingers in disbelief, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. He had prepared for this moment, but hadn't anticipated that Chi-Chi would already have a name in mind. You've already thought of a name? Let us name him Einstein. Einstein? Echoed four voices in unison. Only Sun Wuyuan appeared unfazed. Bulma questioned curiously. Chi-Chi, Einstein is the name of a great scientist, yet you are all distinguished martial artists. Should this child not have a name befitting a warrior? Bulma, as you've pointed out, our family is already filled with martial artists. It is more than sufficient. I want him to become a renowned scientist in the future. And I want to prohibit him from practicing martial arts. Currently, Chi-Chi's standard of living was quite satisfactory, thanks to the pirate treasure Sun Wuyuan had acquired years prior, of which he had generously shared the majority with Wukong. Wukong had little interest in such matters and entrusted all to Chi-Chi, who had no notions of the futility of a martial artist's path. Wah wah wah. Sun Wuyuan witnessed his nephew weeping profusely, tears cascading down. There, don't cry. Sun Wufan hastily soothed the great-grandchild in his embrace. Chi-Chi, it seems the little one does not favor this name. Let us try another. How about Alakimi? Does that sound good? Alakimi? Chi-Chi leaned close to the child, addressing him softly. Wah wah wah. That won't do either. Daddy, what name do you think is suitable? The Ox Demon King beamed and turned to unveil a bundle, declaring, I've thought of many names for him. Ha ha ha. He unfurled a scroll, and upon glancing at it, Sun Wuyuan exclaimed, Goodness, there are at least several hundred names, all beginning with Ox Demon. Prepare yourselves. I shall read them. Ox Demon Taro, Ox Demon Gero, Ox Demon Saburo, Ox Demon Hiko, Ox Demon Doctor. Wow, Dad, those names won't do either. Won't do. The Ox Demon King appeared slightly disheartened. Sun Wufan could no longer console the child, so Chi-Chi took him and, after a while of comforting, managed to halt his tears. Grandpa, both my name and Wukong's were chosen by you. Why not name this little one as well? Sun Wuyuan proposed. Then, let us name him Wuqian. Wah, I suppose that won't work either. Why don't you give him a name? Sun Wuyuan racked his brain for a long time. Naming is quite difficult. How about Wuning? No sooner had he spoken than the little one began to cry once more. Perhaps this dilemma was best left to his father. Sun Wuyuan promptly utilized instant transmission to summon Piccolo. Since you're idle, why not join us in naming this little one? Piccolo, with his green visage, looked somewhat perplexed. He had been contemplating life when interrupted solely to name this tiny creature. But the little one appeared rather adorable. He begrudgingly resolved to devise an appealing name. How about Beautiful Demon King? Sun Wuyuan burst into laughter. Piccolo, how on earth did you come up with that name? Instantly, Piccolo's green face turned even greener. If this father wants to do, let us try another. Wukong, we've all agreed. It's your turn to name the little one. All eyes turned towards Sun Wukong in unison. I'm about to starve. Can we eat lunch now? The group fell silent, yet the little one beamed. Clearly pleased with his father, Chi-Chi scolded, Wukong, this isn't the time to eat. Besides, haven't we just had breakfast? But I'm truly hungry. Only after we name the child can we eat lunch. Sun Wuyuan observed the little one's bright smile and remarked, Look, The moment lunch is mentioned, he beams with joy. The Ox Demon King also noticed this and tentatively suggested, "Time for lunch. Ha ha. Lunch. Ha ha ha." Chi-Chi, see, it's genuine. Wukong turned to Chi-Chi. "Is it permissible to say lunch?" Chi-Chi decisively shook her head, insisting that the name would only lead to ridicule at school and could not be lunch. At that moment, Sun Wufan remarked, "Since the child likes this name, let's change Wu to Marshall and call him Wufan." Chapter 71. Goku's Fatal Weakness. Tai Si returns. The nephew ceased his crying, and the name was thus established, although Chi-Chi was not particularly fond of Wufan. She refrained from further objections. The Ox Demon King held steadfast to his opinion, asserting that Wufan was far less melodious than Neo Emo Taro. Humph. Piccolo withheld his comments, observing that this group was utterly inept at naming. Squandering the opportunity to bestow a charming name upon a child he found rather delightful. How splendid it would have been to name him De-Mo Wong, inheriting the first two characters of our Namekian heritage. De-Mo Wong is a title belonging to my father, Wufan. That name lacks both elegance and might. It conveys a sense of inadequacy. Unacceptable. Sun Wuyuan also felt a pang of regret, lamenting that Wuning was a far superior name, one that would teach his nephew about capabilities and limitations. While becoming a scholar through study is commendable, this world still reveres strength above all. He mused silently. I observe that my nephew possesses martial talents surpassing those of his father Goku. Perhaps even the potential to transcend the god of destruction, that if I cannot guide him toward the path of divinity, it would be a profound regret for me as an uncle. Feeling a gentle poke on his body, Sun Wuyuan turned in confusion, only to see Goku eagerly rubbing his palms together. "Brother, where is that place suitable for cultivation you mentioned?" Goku inquired. "Even if I tell you, you cannot go there now." Sun Wuyuan replied helplessly, gesturing for Goku to glance back at the irate Chi-Chi, signaling that they need not rush. "Brother, are your eyes unwell? Why can't I go?" Goku questioned, oblivious to Chi-Chi's increasingly stormy demeanor. The Ox Demon King and Sun Wufan continued to amuse the little one, eliciting peals of laughter, while Piccolo observed with a smirk, reveling in the unfolding drama. "This brother is unmanageable. Perhaps we should sell him off." Goku exclaimed, "It's not that I wish to scold you, but Chi-Chi endured 10 months of pregnancy and gave birth just yesterday. It is indeed inappropriate for you to start cultivating today, at the very least. Wait until Wufan is a month old, and then I might take you for a few days of training." Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi accepted that they would only venture out for a couple of days after a month. Her expression shifting from cloudy to brighter. 2 days. That is far too little. Brother, what can be accomplished in just 2 days? It will pass in the blink of an eye. How long do you wish to be gone? Chi-Chi suddenly asked. At least a year. 2 years of cultivation would be even better. Goku instinctively replied. Goku, you are not permitted to leave until the child is a month old. Otherwise, I shall no longer prepare your meals. Chi-Chi declared, staring down at Goku, her brows furrowed. Chi-Chi's brows took on a fierce arch, her eyes narrowing sharply. Goku cast a pleading glance at his elder brother. Sun Wuyuan wore an expression of helplessness. It is not that I do not wish to assist you, but your opponent's strength is rather formidable, and you have revealed your critical weakness, your appetite. Chi-Chi was an excellent cook, and Goku was a voracious eater. It is said that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. This tactic had been perfected by his sister-in-law, that I can help you momentarily, but not indefinitely. You must take care of yourself. Fear not. After the child's first month, I shall take you to the time chamber of the heavenly realm to enhance your powers. Suddenly, Sun Wuyuan recalled that should Goku complete his training in the time chamber, he might very well surpass him, making it difficult for him to maintain his status as the older brother. Thus, while Goku remained at home to accompany Chi-Chi during her postpartum period, he resolved to enter the time chamber for 2 years of cultivation, ensuring that his strength and martial prowess did not lag behind. Despite their power far exceeding that of Master Wu Tian, their martial realm might not necessarily be superior to his. Sun Wuyuan spent 5 days at Bulma's residence. Wuyuan, wake up! My sister will be back soon. Upon opening his drowsy eyes and stretching his fatigued body, he realized that he had been unusually tired these past few days. This fatigue was not due to youthful lack of vitality, but rather the unexpected fervor Bulma exhibited regarding their intimate encounters. Naturally, he would have no qualms in a fair fight, confident that he could manage two Bulmas without issue. However, women, in their peculiar ways, often bend the rules. She insisted on consuming the senzu beans to replenish her energy while denying him the same. He vaguely recalled Bulma gazing at him with admiration, passionately declaring, "Wuyuan, your physique is so robust, and your combat power is immense. You don't need senzu beans, do you?" He, of course, affirmed without hesitation. For how could a man admit to weakness? Faced with a woman whose battle power barely reached 2,000 and who had only managed to enhance it through external means, he could not afford to appear inferior. The outcome was that senzu beans, a strategic resource, should not be underestimated, and neither should the capabilities of women. As Sun Wuyuan, while brushing his teeth and washing his face, the cool tap water invigorated him somewhat. If this continued, his limited supply of senzu beans would surely fall short against Bulma's demands. He resolved to visit Namek someday, to wish for 3 senzu beans from the Eternal Dragon. Alternatively, perhaps in the future, he might venture to the Kaishin realm to explore the possibility of cultivating senzu beans on a larger scale. It should be feasible, given that it is the Kaishin realm, an environment conducive to the growth of the Tree of Might. Imagine planting thousands of acres of senzu beans. At that point, not only could he dispense with the notion of splitting them for use, but he could also establish a senzu bean-themed soy milk and tofu shop, ensuring Bulma enjoyed soy milk daily without worrying about supply shortages. Sun Wuyuan, Bulma, and the Brief's family awaited Tai Ci's return in the spacious courtyard. "Bulma, why did your sister Tai C suddenly decide to come back?" Tai C had left when Bulma was just 5 years old, wandering through the cosmos ever since. It had been ages since she had even contacted home. This all relates to the mechanical insect you provided me for research. Later, I discovered another type of flying insect, and after extensive study, I realized it was a reconnaissance rocket sent by the Galactic Patrol. That I improved the communication device and managed to contact one of the Galactic Patrol officers. Jike did I inform my sister about the happenings here on Earth, and since she happened to be nearby, she decided to return and gather material for her writing. Soon, a beetle-shaped spacecraft descended, and Sun Wuyuan beheld a figure resembling Ultraman emerging from it, followed closely by a mature, blonde beauty. Sun Wuyuan recognized her as Tai C, Bulma's elder sister, a writer who had been away for years in search of creative inspiration. Chapter 72. Jike, choose anyone you like. Bulma rushed forward to embrace Tai C. "Sister, it's been so long. I missed you so much." Leaning close to Tai C's ear, she whispered, "But sister, it seems like your chest has shrunk. It doesn't feel the same as when I hugged you as a child." Her voice was barely audible, yet the physically robust Sun Wuyuan caught every word. Goodness, sisters meet again, and Bulma wastes no time in throwing playful jabs, though perhaps it was more of a light-hearted clash. What a sight! A dignified gentleman such as myself shall avert his gaze and remain unperturbed. After all, it is merely a glance at beauty. Surely that is not a crime. "All right, Bulma, you are no longer a child." After greeting their parents, Tai C turned her gaze to Sun Wuyuan, noting that her sister had indeed chosen a handsome partner. She confidently approached him, saying, "You must be Bulma's boyfriend?" "Hello, I am Tai C, Bulma's elder sister and a writer. That I am Sun Wuyuan. I presume Bulma has mentioned me, that I am a martial artist of decent standing, and the gentleman beside you must be your companion." Leaning against the spaceship, Jike, upon hearing his name mentioned, performed an ostentatious pose, proclaiming, "I am a defender of galactic peace, a rare elite of the Galactic Patrol." Jike. The Briefs remained unfazed, while Tai C had long grown accustomed to such antics. Only Sun Wuyuan and Bulma exchanged awkward glances. "Bulma, don't you feel a bit embarrassed by all this?" Bulma crossed her arms and shrank back, replying, "I'm covered in goosebumps. It's been a struggle for my sister all these years." Jike's mouth twitched slightly. "You two truly possess no sense of aesthetics. Jike, are you wearing a bodysuit or are you simply undressed? Forgive my poor eyesight. I cannot discern." Sun Wuyuan tugged at Jike's attire. "Mr. Sun Wuyuan, I'm a member of the Galactic Patrol. That I know. Your name is Jike. The elite of the Galactic Patrol that you, like Lord Frisia, are merely in your natural state. Without clothing, its Jike, not Jike." "Ah, Zack, What an intriguing question. How is it that you find yourself in close proximity to Earth? Sun Wuyuan smiled as he regarded Gak. The selection process of the Galactic Patrol is indeed peculiar. Gak's stature barely surpasses that of an upper-grade elementary student, yet he ranks among the top 3 in the patrol. Gak had perused the files concerning Sun Wukong and concluded that his counterpart was not a paragon of righteousness, but rather somewhat cunning, enjoying the misfortune of others while exhibiting a penchant for violence, a rather brutish Earthling. Although their Galactic Patrol headquarters did not boast exceptional combat prowess, they excelled in intelligence gathering across the galaxy. Gak had witnessed several of Sun Wuyuan's battles, especially the merciless torment he inflicted on Shura-Lag on Ice Star. It was nothing short of inhumane. The suffering endured by Shura-Lag was profound, culminating in a deceptive assimilation with Bik, leaving even Gak as an elite tasked with maintaining galactic peace, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the notorious villain. Thus, upon seeing Sun Wuyuan smile, Gak felt a chill creep down his spine. It was a familiar grin, reminiscent of the one detailed in the files right before Sun Wukong was about to ensnare someone. Sweat, as large as beans, cascaded down his brow, and the more he pondered, the more fear gripped him, his body trembling like an elderly candle flickering in the wind. Zach, is this question truly so difficult to answer? Just look at you, sweating and shaking. Are you cold or feverish? The girls laughed, their smiles demure and toothy, while Sun Wuyuan's hearty laughter revealed a full set of gleaming white teeth. Gak, Earth lies within my patrol jurisdiction, that I have received word that 3 Saiyans under Friesia's command are active in this region and have already annihilated human life on several planets. Given the timeline, they are due to arrive on Earth today. Gak stammered through his explanation. Saiyans? How fascinating. My brother's kin is coming. Sun Wuyuan grinned, his mind racing as Gak realized that Sun Wuyuan's brother, Sun Wukong, was indeed a Saiyan. This immediately reminded Gak of the Saiyan he had been tasked to eliminate over a decade. Though his dismay, due to his own blunder, that Saiyan had not only survived but had grown exceedingly powerful. Should the Galactic King learn of this, Gak's expulsion would be almost certain. Yet he could hardly be blamed. His ship had malfunctioned, and by the time he reached the landing site of Sun Wukong, there had been no sign of him. Gak considered that Sun Wukong seemed less brutal than other Saiyans, perhaps even more righteous than the current Sun Wukong, leading him to believe he might have a chance to redeem himself. Sun Wukong sensed 3 powerful auras rapidly approaching Earth. They must be Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. They had arrived a bit early. His nephew had only just been born a few days prior, still not even 4 years old. They likely remained unaware that Friesia's headquarters had been destroyed. However, the pressing question was whether to eliminate them outright or to spare their lives. Eradicating them seemed the safest option at the moment. But what if, in the future, Wukong faltered, and there weren't enough nephews or nieces to ensure the emergence of the Super Saiyan God? Who else in the universe would care for his brother as deeply as he did? The term good brother was practically tailored for him. Given that Vegeta and his companions possessed relatively low combat power at the moment, they posed little threat, and he was also keen to witness Nappa's Super Saiyan transformation, as well as whether Raditz transformed into a Super Saiyan 3 immediately. Bulma, would you care to join me in observing those 3 Saiyans? Me? Is it all right if I go with you? There's no significant issue. One of the Saiyans might not even be a match for you. And besides, with my presence, they won't be able to harm you in the least at this. Bulma playfully pecked Sun Wuyuan on the left cheek. Bulma, you sneaky one. What about the right side? It's not symmetrical. Instead of receiving another kiss, Sun Wuyuan was met with a flurry of playful punches to the chest. I want to go too. Is that okay? Taisi suddenly inquired. Of course. We shall first return to Baozi Mountain to find Wukong. How could we possibly go without our Super Saiyan? Gak, maintaining peace on Earth requires the expertise of elites like you from the Galactic Patrol. Once those 3 Saiyans arrive, you shall take the lead, and I trust you won't decline, will you? Gak was at a loss for words. If it were possible, I would certainly refuse. Not to mention Vegeta, but I couldn't possibly contend with Nappa. However, I could handle Raditz without issue. Mr. Win, may I be assigned to confront just one of them? Gak's heart raced, hoping to face Raditz. Granted. Upon hearing Sun Wuyuan's response, Gak felt a wave of relief wash over him. You may choose either Vegeta or Nappa. If you can confront both, that would be even better. Chapter 73. Saving the Weak. The title of elder brother's mind Gak was now convinced that the files on Sun Wuyuan were indeed reliable. He was clearly one of their own, while the three incoming Saiyans were the true adversaries. If Sun Wuyuan was willing to ensnare even him, it was imperative to maintain a safe distance, 2 stars apart. To be precise, Sun Wuyuan, Bulma, Tai Si, and Gak materialized at Baozi Mountain, where Wukong was busy tending to the child. Observing Wukong's approach to childcare, Sun Wuyuan was inclined to believe he was merely playing with the infant, tossing him into the air with abandon. Remarkably, his nephew did not cry, which struck him as rather peculiar. "Big nephew, your uncle has returned." Regardless of whether the child could comprehend, Sun Wuyuan shouted joyfully, with the innocent, untainted laughter characteristic of a newborn. Little Wufan leaped into Sun Wuyuan's embrace, leaving Bulma and the others astonished that the infant, having only just been born a few days prior, could already fly. Gak, noticing the monkey tail protruding from little Wufan's backside, instinctively drew his gun and aimed. "Zack, he is my nephew. Put your weapon away. If you harm even a single hair on him, you shall face dire consequences." Sun Wuyuan remarked with a dispassionate tone, recognizing Gak's occupational habits. Sun Wuyuan perceived 2 professional quirks in Gak. First, his tendency to draw his weapon. Second, his penchant for striking ostentatious poses. Recovering from a shock, Gak began to sweat profusely. When did Zack's face become so similar in hue to Bix? I haven't even threatened him. In just a matter of days, little Wufan had learned to fly. What astonishing martial prowess. Wukong, your genes are truly exceptional. You should consider having a few more with Chi-Chi. Sun Wuyuan chuckled, cradling little Wufan joyfully. "Big brother, I want to train. Training is no match for the joy of raising children." The 2 brothers glared at each other for a moment, but Sun Wuyuan soon sensed the presence of Vegeta and the others arriving on Earth, prompting him to speak up. "Wukong, come with me to meet a few individuals." "What about Wufan? Bring him along." In a pastoral area, 3 spacecraft pierced the Earth's atmosphere. Crashing into the ground, a middle-aged man, armed with a hunting rifle, approached to investigate the situation. "Vegeta, I never anticipated this lowly planet, with its pitiful combat power, would possess such a splendid environment. The gravity here is merely a tenth of that on planet Vegeta. This could fetch a handsome price." Nappa chuckled, stroking his bald head, bellowing loudly enough to startle the middle-aged man. What are you? Why are you on my ranch?" The man trembled, gripping his rifle. While Vegeta's stature did not exude a strong sense of danger, the imposing presence of Nappa and Raditz was overwhelmingly oppressive. Noticing the small ant nearby, Nappa cast a dismissive glance, losing interest entirely. Raditz activated his power-level scouter. Combat power 5. Utterly pathetic, startled, the middle-aged man pulled the trigger, and with a bang, the bullet soared forth. Raditz effortlessly caught it in his palm. Perish! Just then, Sun Wuyuan and his companions appeared, and Raditz's flick of the finger sent the bullet hurtling towards Sun Wuyuan, who caught it with ease. "Fear not. Even the weak have their worth. Ah, how could you faint from fright? At your age, how could you still wet your pants?" Vegeta and the others stood dumbfounded. Where had these individuals come from? They had appeared in the blink of an eye. Were their eyes deceiving them? "Vegeta, do you have any idea what's going on?" Nappa inquired, as Vegeta, being not only the strongest among them, but also the most astute, remained silent while scanning Sun Wuyuan's power level. The scouter emitted a series of explosive beeps. What on earth? The scouter, capable of measuring over 20,000, just exploded. That handsome fellow exceeds the measuring limit. Impossible. Such strength cannot possibly exist on a lowly planet. "Brother, are you bringing me to meet them?" "Indeed, just look at their tails." "Tails? What's so fascinating about tails?" Wukong questioned, puzzled as he sought the answer. "That a tail. 3 individuals possess tails, much like myself, for we are Saiyans." At that moment, Raditz's gaze shifted from Sun Wuyuan to Sun Wukong. Dismissing the reason behind the explosion of the scanner, he considered it normal after years of neglect. That it was uncanny, strikingly similar to his father Bardock. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that he looked just like him. Therefore, he must be his brother, Kakarot. "Kakarot, you are indeed Kakarot. Although we have not met in many years, I recognize you at first glance," Raditz exclaimed, his emotions surging. Wukong pointed to himself, questioning, "Are you speaking to me?" Kakarot, what are you pretending for? I am your elder brother Raditz, and why are there still so many people alive on this planet? Raditz replied, a hint of anger in his voice. Kakarot was disappointingly ineffective. After all these years, he had not eradicated the inhabitants of Earth, proving to be even more useless than himself. Nappa and Vegeta then turned their attention to Sun Wukong. Nappa boomed. So he is your brother Kakarot? He resembles Lord Bardock, but like Raditz, he is a worthless native with a battle power of only 5 that after all these years, he still cannot conquer this planet. Even if he joins us, he would merely be a lackey like Raditz. Wukong, do you have another name called Kakarot? Bulma inquired at this moment. Sun Wukong was filled with confusion that I have another name. I have never heard of it. My brother never mentioned it. What do they mean by saying my battle power is weak? Aren't they all significantly weaker than me? Brother, do I possess the name Kakarot? If I have questions, I should ask my brother. If he doesn't know either, then there is no need to dwell on it. It is too mentally exhausting. Sun Wuyuan pretended to ponder. Wukong, Kakarot is likely the Saiyan name given to you by your biological father Bardock. That individual named Raditz is indeed your brother. Sun Wukong contemplated briefly. Hey, I don't know what you mean by exterminating the people of Earth, but I will not commit such a cruel act. If you intend to kill the inhabitants of Earth, I will stop you. Also, I am not Kakarot. I am Sun Wukong. Nanny. 3 Kakarot, has your mind gone awry? How could you forget your own identity and mission? No matter, I will remind you. Remember, we are the Saiyan warrior race from the universe, tasked with finding habitable planets and exterminating their native inhabitants, selling the planets to other extraterrestrial beings. Your mission on Earth is to annihilate the Earthlings, and I am your elder brother Raditz. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. These Saiyans were indeed, as he had learned, savage beings. Hey Raditz, do you seek a fight? Who do you think you are? I have only one elder brother, and that is Sun Wuyuan. If you disagree, we can settle in combat. I can make sure you leave with broken limbs. Initially prepared to take out a sunflower seed and stool, Sun Wuyuan was incensed upon hearing Raditz's intention to usurp his brother's position. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. There cannot be 2 elder brothers. He cast aside the seeds and directly challenged Raditz. Chapter 74. Vegeta's great ape transformation at this moment. Jack was tempted to say, Boss, please don't joke around. Let Raditz have his way. The other 2 Saiyans seem quite fierce, and with my small stature, I might not stand a chance. Kakarot, join us. It will be enjoyable, after killing a few humans on various planets. You will come to love the feeling. Raditz continued to extend an invitation to Sun Wukong. Sun Wuyuan found it both amusing and exasperating. Goodness, does Raditz think I am a mere weakling? He completely disregarded me. I just caught a bullet with my bare hands, and he still failed to notice anything amiss. Not only is his battle power low, but his intelligence is also below the average of Earthlings. Let Jack handle it. I can't be bothered to bully him. Jack, I have seen your commendable performance along the way. You will certainly receive a reward. Reward? Jack's spirits instantly lifted. Raditz has decided to reward you with a warm-up exercise. Defeat him. Jack felt a pang of anxiety, realizing he should not have expected anything from Sun Wukong. If he does not betray me, I will count myself fortunate. Forcing a smile, he said, I should thank you. Jack, the reward is indeed yours, but if you cannot defeat Raditz in one blow, I will have to punish you. You will also be responsible for dealing with the other 2 that go on, young man. I have faith in you. Come on, Raditz. If you cannot even handle this peculiar-looking little fellow, then you might as well not eat today. Nappa sneered. Humph, such weaklings I, Raditz, can slay as many as come. Raditz, although the weakest among the 3, was not someone any random fool could defeat. Vegeta had sensed that something was amiss. The one named Sun Wuyuan seemed to possess considerable knowledge about their Saiyan race. He not only knew about Saiyans, but was also aware of Bardock. It was as if they had anticipated the arrival of the 3 of them on Earth. While confident in his own power, he was not foolish enough to believe himself a mere brawler. If the other party understood their strength yet remained unperturbed, it indicated that Sun Wuyuan's power was at least on par with his own, perhaps even surpassing it by a significant margin. Therefore, the destruction of the battle scanner was not a malfunction, but rather a result of his strength exceeding the detection limit. Raditz swaggered over to Jack, intending to deliver a few harsh words, only to be met with a fierce punch to the abdomen, followed by a kick to the head, knocking him unconscious. Jack raised 2 fingers to the sky, lifted 1 foot onto his toes, and posed in a flamboyant manner. Raditz had utterly disgraced the Saiyan name, being instantaneously defeated by a mere child, unable to retaliate, and now it would be up to Nappa to personally deal with these nuisances. Nappa, be careful. They are not simple, Vegeta coldly warned. Nappa immediately complied, adopting a respectful demeanor. Rest assured, Prince Vegeta, I am aware of the situation and will eliminate them all. I am not like that useless Raditz. Once again, the unconscious Raditz was subjected to Nappa's verbal onslaught. Jack trembled slightly as Nappa approached, realizing that in a head-on clash, he was no match for Nappa. However, if this big oaf were let his guard down, perhaps victory was not entirely out of reach. Brother, is this truly all right? Jack's power was significantly weaker than Nappa's. He should not stand a chance. Do not worry. Jack is quite cunning, although his battle power is average. The Galactic Patrol Headquarters has equipped its officers with plenty of good gear. If Nappa treats him seriously, it would be one thing, but underestimating Jack could lead to dire consequences. Sun Wuyuan recalled that the Galactic Patrol had weapons capable of incapacitating non-transformed Super Saiyan Wukong and Vegeta with a single shot. As Sun Wuyuan had anticipated, upon seeing Jack pull out a gun, Nappa mocked, I have never seen anyone so foolish. With my battle power, do you think your toy gun can harm me? Jack smirked. With that attitude, I feel reassured. You better not come any closer. If you do, I might have to pull the trigger. Feigning terror, he taunted, Go ahead, shoot. Nappa, grinning wickedly, did not dodge or evade and took the shot from Jack, his smile freezing as he collapsed instantly. Wukong C. In battles against foes, do not rely on your body to absorb unknown attacks. Even if the enemy appears weak, being careless can lead to severe consequences. Jack, since you seem to be having so much fun, why not let Vegeta reward you as well? Jack, who had been striking a pose with his toy gun, quickly pleaded, Mr. Sun Wuyuan, Vegeta is far more powerful than Nappa, and he can be ruthless. If I face Vegeta, I might be killed in one hit. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Vegeta is indeed not someone you can contend with. Vegeta launched an energy ball into the sky. Aside from Sun Wuyuan, the others could not comprehend Vegeta's actions. Wukong, cover your nephew's eyes. Do not let him see that energy ball, or Gohan will transform into a great ape. An artificial moon. Sun Wuyuan was somewhat taken aback. Vegeta's decisive creation of an artificial moon to transform was far more intelligent than Raditz and Nappa combined. Sun Wukong quickly covered Gohan's eyes. Bulma was somewhat aware of Saiyan matters, while Tais was puzzled, rapidly taking notes on her laptop while asking, what is that newly appeared glowing sphere in the sky? An artificial moon, a special technique created by Saiyans to transform into great apes. Furthermore, the Saiyan Great Ape transformation temporarily amplifies their strength tenfold. As the last words faded, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted. Vegeta swiftly transformed into a colossal ape towering 19 meters high. Sun Wukong, if I'm not mistaken, your strength should indeed surpass mine in a normal state. However, my current power is tenfold that of my ordinary form. And no matter how formidable you may be, you cannot hope to rival me. It is evident that you have researched our Saiyan lineage. But I doubt you could foresee my ability to create an artificial moon. The surging power instilled Vegeta with immense confidence. Sun Wukong casually cleared his ear. Vegeta, your voice is exceedingly loud. That contraption in the sky you can conjure. I can certainly obliterate it. Frankly, this tactic is rather futile that if one can defeat an opponent, there is no need to resort to such measures. And if one cannot, it requires the opponent to be foolish enough to grant you the opportunity to create an artificial moon, allowing you to transform without attempting to destroy it. Moreover, Prince Vegeta, are you so certain that after becoming a giant ape, you will be my equal? Vegeta's excessive pride led Sun Wuyuan to believe that only by effortlessly overpowering him in his strongest state could he bring him to heel. Chapter 75. A thorough beating for Vegeta. While the option to merely knock him down existed, Sun Wuyuan felt that such a defeat would not leave a lasting impression on Vegeta. Thus, a thorough beating would be more effective. Sun Wuyuan, Given your investigation into our Saiyan heritage, you should know that my current strength rivals that of Frieza himself. Hey, Vegeta, you truly are naive, arrogant, and ignorant. After being subservient to Frieza for so long, you still fail to grasp the extent of your enemy's power. Even if your strength were to multiply by 10, or even 100, you would still not match Frieza. Sun Wuyuan smirked. How pitiful you truly are. How strange, Son Goku thought. His brother usually preferred to dispatch foes quickly and efficiently. Today, however, he seemed to be relishing this weak adversary, expressing himself with far too many words. Wow, oh. My Wuyuan smile is so mischievous and charming. I absolutely adore it. Bulma gazed dreamily, while the nearby Jack and Ties were left speechless, wondering how anyone could find such an irritating grin appealing. Sun Wuyuan's words struck a sensitive nerve within Vegeta, and the insolent smile only fueled his rage. You will pay for this. The behemoth that was Vegeta's giant ape form proved surprisingly agile, raising a massive foot to stomp down upon Sun Wukong. He dodged hastily, not out of fear of being crushed, but rather concerned about the potential odor emanating from such a large foot. The ground trembled as rubble scattered, and Sun Wukong soared into the air. Pursued by the colossal ape, Vegeta's fists rained down like a torrential downpour, each strike missing its mark. Growing increasingly frantic, Vegeta's attacks became more erratic. With a furious roar, he unleashed a massive energy wave from his mouth. Impressive in its grandeur, it appeared quite intimidating. However, its power was too dispersed to inflict any real damage upon me. Sun Wukong redirected the energy wave back into the mouth of the giant ape. Sending it back whence it came, the energy wave detonated within Vegeta's mouth. But fortunately, his transformed physique was resilient enough to withstand it, merely emitting a plume of black smoke without damaging his massive jaws. Yet it was not without consequence. Sun Wuyuan could even detect the scent of charred flesh. Curse you. If you have the ability, then don't evade. Sun Wuyuan retorted, I could easily reduce you to a state of disarray if I chose not to evade. Furthermore, Prince of Saiyans, if you cannot land a hit, you cannot blame me. However, since you relish the sensation of fists meeting flesh, I shall graciously indulge your desire. With a playful shout, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches upon Vegeta's chest. Instantly, Vegeta lost his balance, toppling backward as he plummeted from the sky. During his descent, Sun Wuyuan continued to pound his chest. The earth quaked violently as Vegeta's massive form was gradually forced into the ground. Yet, Sun Wuyuan showed no signs of relenting. The giant ape created a vast pit, growing deeper and larger, while Vegeta was utterly powerless to retaliate, unable even to rise out of course. This was all due to Sun Wukong's restraint. Had he chosen to strike with greater force, he could have easily eviscerated the giant T this moment. Vegeta felt the intense pain in his chest morph into a numbness, as if it no longer belonged to him. A Bakayero! Sun Wukong, you dare challenge me to rise. Rise? What of it? Another volley of strikes ensued, causing the ground to tremble rhythmically. Jack observed with trepidation, realizing as an elite of the Galactic Patrol, he had wisely avoided provoking Sun Wukong. Otherwise, it could have easily been him lying in that pit. It not finished yet. That fellow named Vegeta does not seem particularly strong, Bulma mused, perplexed, for she believed Sun Wukong should have concluded the battle by now. Regardless of how others perceived the situation, Sun Wukong felt an inexplicable exhilaration. The sensation of each punch connecting was delightful, a feeling he had not experienced in some time. This was reminiscent of the times he trained little Goku. Though now his target was the giant ape Vegeta, that I let you be arrogant, I let you be proud, I let you come to Earth, I let you harbor intentions of annihilating the Earthlings, and I let you follow Frieza to wreak havoc. With each statement, Sun Wukong struck Vegeta for a minute, though he had lost track of how long it had been. Jack curiously leaned over the edge of the pit, peering into the darkness below, unable to see the bottom where Sun Wuyuan and Vegeta were. It's quite dark, and this pit has grown rather deep. Let us change positions. Sun Wukong hurled the giant ape Vegeta out of the pit. When he emerged, he noticed that Vegeta lay still, and given the previous darkness of the pit, he worried he might have inadvertently beaten him to death. Approaching to check, Sun Wukong found that Vegeta had reverted to his human form. appearing close to unconsciousness. Yet he seemed to be in no grave danger. Although 24 of his ribs were fractured, he could be revived with a sense of being, which would not only heal him, but potentially enhance his power. After administering a sense of being, Vegeta's injuries healed, and Sun Wukong sensed a dramatic surge in his energy. Upon opening his eyes, Vegeta regarded Sun Wuyuan warily, while Raditz and Nappa, who had fainted, quickly regained consciousness. Sun Wuyuan chuckled. "Ah, all three of you are awake. So what now? Do you still intend to exterminate us Earthlings?" Vegeta, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, replied, "Sun Wukong, what do you truly want? I, Vegeta, will never sit idly by if you aim to kill us. Even if I cannot defeat you, I will self-destruct and obliterate this planet. Shall I interpret your words as a threat, Prince? Hee, a commendable thought. But even if you were to self-destruct, I could instantaneously teleport to another planet before Earth meets its demise. Your strength is simply too weak. You scoundrel, no one shall insult our illustrious Saiyan race." Nappa, ever brash, despite knowing he was no match for Sun Wuyuan, still postured as if ready to charge forward. Though he was dutifully obedient to Vegeta's commands, were Vegeta to order him to attack Frieza, he would dare to engage. "Nappa, stand down. I am indeed no match for him, even in my giant ape form." Sun Wuyuan, you are undeniably formidable. I even sense that you may surpass the cosmic tyrant Frieza. However, should I manage to transform into a Super Saiyan, you would undoubtedly be no match for me. Even at this juncture, Vegeta remained prideful, stubbornly refusing to concede. Chapter 76. Vegeta weeps. Vegeta, it is not that I look down upon you, but with your current strength, the prospect of becoming a Super Saiyan is a distant dream. Perhaps you might achieve the status of a Super Saiyan in your next life. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins, his fists clenched tightly. Yet akin to his encounters with Frieza, he chose to endure, though his expression was a clear testament to his indignation. Unfazed, Sun Wuyuan continued, "You don't even understand the conditions necessary to become a Super Saiyan. To think you could achieve such a transformation is akin to chasing a fantasy. You know how to become a Super Saiyan?" Vegeta exclaimed, his excitement palpable, his voice trembling. "I do. But why would I share that knowledge with you? Moreover, Vegeta, I not only know how you transform into a Super Saiyan, but I also understand the transformations that follow." Nanny, for these are not just Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz who are astonished. Even Sun Wukong is taken aback, simultaneously recalling his own transformation and realizing that his metamorphosis that day was no mere coincidence. He vividly remembers witnessing his elder brother's tragic demise, only to discover that it was merely an illusion. Reflecting on the wish his brother made for him on Namek, everything suddenly becomes clear. "Impossible! How could you know a secret that we Saiyans are oblivious to?" Nappa questioned skeptically. "Whether or not I choose to speak is my prerogative. Whether you believe it is yours, isn't there already a Super Saiyan?" Sun Wuyuan replied, gesturing towards Sun Wukong. "What did you say? Kakarot can transform into a Super Saiyan. That is absolutely inconceivable. He is merely a low-class warrior with a power level of only 2. The potential to become a Super Saiyan lies solely within me, Vegeta, as I possess the greatest talent among Saiyans." Vegeta felt his pride being trampled upon. What potential could an insignificant low-class warrior possess to become a Super Saiyan? To further exacerbate Vegeta's arrogance, Sun Wuyuan continued to taunt. "No, Vegeta, your talent is not the best among Saiyans. There's one with greater potential. Born with a power level exceeding 10,000, he is the truly gifted Saiyan. As for Wukong's abilities, you underestimate his potential and martial prowess." Wukong eagerly interjected, "Brother, can you tell me about the transformations beyond Super Saiyan?" He was desperate for answers, convinced that his brother must know. "I will certainly inform you, but first, transform." With a fierce shout, Sun Wukong's hair stood on end, turning golden as a brilliant light erupted from his transformation, nearly blinding Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. "It's real. Kakarot, this low-class warrior, can truly become a Super Saiyan." The three were utterly astonished, overwhelmed by the formidable aura emanating from him, feeling like mere leaves adrift on a tumultuous sea. "Prince Vegeta, how do you feel now? Do you still believe you possess the greatest talent among Saiyans?" Sun Wuyuan said nonchalantly, If Kakarot, a low-class warrior, can become a Super Saiyan, then there is no reason I cannot as well. Please, teach me. Vegeta bowed to Sun Wukong, his yearning for strength and desire to defeat the tyrant Frieza, who had annihilated planet Vegeta, overwhelming him. Raditz was even more excited than Nappa or Vegeta, as Kakarot was his biological brother. Following a Super Saiyan was certainly far superior to being allied with Vegeta and Nappa. To be honest, all three of you have the potential to transform into Super Saiyans, but whether you succeed ultimately depends on your efforts. Raditz, invigorated, exclaimed, "Are you saying someone like me also has the chance to become a Super Saiyan?" Indeed. However, as Wukong's elder brother, I am also Wukong's elder brother. From this day forth, you shall only be known as Wukong's second elder brother. Do you understand? The innate pride of a Saiyan left Raditz hesitant, yet witnessing his brother's dazzling transformation made it seem possible to set aside his pride. Raditz nodded with great difficulty. "Brother, I understand." Sun Wukong silently marveled at the swift transformation in Raditz. One moment he appeared reluctant, and the next he was readily accepting his new role. Nappa scoffed, inwardly criticizing Raditz for his lack of resolve. "How can we Saiyans acknowledge an Earthling as our elder brother? Vegeta, if you acknowledge me as your leader, I can help you rapidly increase your power tenfold." Prince Vegeta turned his head, remaining silent in his unspoken resistance. "Acknowledge me as your leader, and I will assist you in vanquishing Frieza, avenging the Saiyans. Accept me as your leader, and I will reveal to you the method to become a Super Saiyan." Beyond Super Saiyan, there are even stronger transformations. Do you not wish to know? Do you wish to continue serving Frieza, being treated as less than human? Do you not want the entire universe to recognize that Saiyans deserve the title of warrior race? Sun Wuyuan's heartfelt words articulated Vegeta's myriad grievances, injustices, and frustrations. Each statement struck deep into Vegeta's heart, causing even his proud spirit to waver. His fists clenched and relaxed in a tumultuous rhythm. Seeing Vegeta, whom he held in the highest esteem, at a loss for words, Nappa roared, "Sun Wukong, shut your mouth. We will absolutely not." "Nappa, be quiet. Vegeta acknowledges you as his leader. Please teach me the method to become a Super Saiyan." Vegeta interrupted Nappa, his teeth gritted so tightly that blood seeped from his gums. With immense difficulty, he relinquished his pride, articulating each word slowly. Upon uttering the words "elder brother," a single tear escaped his eye. As his fists unclenched, his hands fell limply to his sides, and Vegeta appeared utterly drained. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback by Vegeta's unexpected change. An unfamiliar guilt washed over him. He recalled the original work, where Vegeta wept before his demise at Frieza's hands on Namek. Now, while Vegeta did not weep profusely, he had indeed shed tears, a rarity indeed. "What is happening? You've left me utterly speechless. Anyone unaware would think something is wrong with you." Sun Wukong pondered whether his previous words had perhaps crossed a line. The fearless Vegeta had been brought to tears by his words. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed it. "I am such an upright and kind person, as evidenced by Krillin's 3 years of singlehood. I truly lack the talent for verbal cruelty. I have not uttered a single curse." It was Vegeta himself who chose to cry. "Not my fault." Chapter 77. Conditioned for transformation. Not only was Sun Wukong astonished, but Nappa and Raditz were also left dumbfounded. After years of close companionship, they understood well how proud Vegeta was. Yet, what had they just witnessed? Vegeta had agreed to acknowledge Sun Wuyuan as his leader and had even shed tears. They had always thought Vegeta was incapable of such emotion. "Brother, how did you manage to make Vegeta cry?" "Wukong, be mindful of your words. That can be interpreted in various ways." "What do you mean by saying I made Vegeta cry?" That was old Vegeta reflecting on the years he toiled tirelessly for Frieza, only to see his home planet destroyed by him. All the pent-up resentment, heartache, and injustice exploded at that moment. "This has nothing to do with your elder brother, not even a dime's worth. Well, since I am now your leader, I have good news for you. Just a few days ago, the headquarters of Frieza's army was annihilated by me and Wukong." Sun Wukong cleared his throat, his tone flat, as if discussing a mundane matter. The three were predictably stunned once more. They had received no news of Frieza's demise just days prior. Yet Kakarot had already transformed into a Super Saiyan, making it seem plausible that he could indeed defeat Frieza. However, Vegeta felt a sense of being deceived. Sun Wuyuan had previously promised to assist him in eliminating Frieza, only for the enemy to have already been vanquished. Wait, the headquarters of Frieza's army is extremely distant from Earth. Even with our advanced spaceship, it would take at least a year to traverse, requiring 2 or even 3 years for a round trip. Vegeta, do you not recall how we appeared earlier? That technique is called instant transmission, allowing me to reach Frieza in an instant and eliminate all members of his army on the ice planet before returning immediately. Damn it, such a technique exists. I previously thought Sun Wuyuan's strength was so overwhelming that his rapid movements were beyond the naked eye's perception, leading to the illusion of their sudden appearance that I never imagined it was indeed instantaneous. Nappa, Raditz, pay attention. I will only explain the conditions for transforming into a Super Saiyan once. There are 3 conditions to become a Super Saiyan. First, you must reach a minimum power level of 3 million. Second, the number of S cells within your bodies must be sufficiently high. Third, you must experience extreme rage. If you meet these 3 conditions, you too can transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta and his companions were taken aback, as achieving a transformation condition required a staggering battle power of 3 million. It was simply ludicrous. Among the 3 of them, only Vegeta possessed a battle power exceeding 10,000. While Raditz barely surpassed 1,000 for reasons unknown. Upon witnessing Vegeta's astonished expression, Sun Wukong felt an unusual sense of delight. It was inconceivable. How could such immense power exist? The so-called Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, only boasted a battle power of 530,000. If one truly possessed 3 million, it could only mean they were a Super Saiyan. There would be no need for transformation. Vegeta began to question his own existence. Nevertheless, as the leader, I shall enlighten you, lest you embarrass me before outsiders. Firstly, I must correct your understanding of Frieza. The 530,000 you mentioned pertains solely to his first form. He possesses 3 additional forms, each more formidable than the last. The final 4th form likely exceeds 1 billion in battle power. Exact figures remain unmeasured. Furthermore, your transformation into a Super Saiyan multiplies your strength by 50 times. Even I, the leader, am envious of such a transformation. Lastly, we have also dispatched Frieza's elder brother, Cooler, along with their father, King Cold. Vegeta's mind went blank, rendering him incapable of action. His complexion turned pale as he stood there, as if carved from stone, his eyes wide open and staring blankly at Sun Wukong. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sun Wukong thought to himself, "Oh no, Vegeta must be in shock. Poor child, his capacity to comprehend is insufficient. Frieza's true strength is merely a fraction stronger than what he knows. What difference does it make? Regardless of the battle power, he could crush you with a single hand. When I first learned this was a Dragon Ball world. My worldview nearly shattered, prompting me to train immediately, yet I did not find myself in such a dire predicament as you, old Vegeta. Recognizing me as your leader brings no loss. Not only can I teach you the means to transform into Super Saiyans, but I can also assist you in avenging yourselves, providing you with immense strength as your support. Stick with me, and you shall enjoy a life of luxury when it comes to earthly delicacies. None in the universe dare claim superiority over their own planetary cuisine." Having regained his composure, Vegeta huffed, saying nothing, filtering out Sun Wukong's lengthy monologue, retaining only the mention of food. The prospect of fine cuisine was enticing. He would no longer be subjected to the tasteless meals prepared by Raditz. "Kakarot, what is your battle power in your strongest state?" Vegeta suddenly inquired, recognizing that since Sun Wukong could defeat Frieza, who possessed over 1 billion in battle power, he must also be formidable. Moreover, as Sun Wukong was not a Saiyan, comparing himself to him was of little significance. Only Kakarot, a fellow Saiyan, was a worthy benchmark for comparison. As a prodigy of the Saiyan race, how could he be outdone by a lower-class warrior like Kakarot? Now that he understood the method to become a Super Saiyan, he was determined to surpass Kakarot and claim the title of the strongest Saiyan. I'm not certain what my battle power is, as both my brother and I can sense energy. We gauge our opponent's strength through that energy. Knowing the precise figures of their battle power is of little use. Energy perception, Vegeta was perplexed. Just how many skills does Kakarot possess? I seem a lag far behind. Casting a glance at Sun Wukong, he thought, Kakarot, you're truly fortunate. Were I in your position, I too could transform into a Super Saiyan. This technique is remarkably useful. It is not difficult to learn. Vegeta, you should focus on elevating your battle power to 3 million as soon as possible. Nappa and Raditz, you two are also quite distant from that 3 million mark. One more thing. If you wish to become Super Saiyans, it would be prudent to rectify your brutish tendencies, as this would greatly benefit the increase of your S cells. Otherwise, even with 3 million in battle power, if your S cell count is insufficient, you will never achieve Super Saiyan status. Chapter 78. Training package for Vegeta. Sun Wukong stretched lazily, having said all that needed to be said. You three should find a place to settle down. Refrain from causing destruction. Hey, Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, I specifically told you to find accommodations. Why did you come to my home to mooch off my food? Sun Wukong said, somewhat exasperated as he watched the trio devouring their meal. Raditz had already concocted a justification along the way, stating, I am Goku's elder brother. My brother and Goku are here, so I should reside here too. Even siblings can separate at times. Your excuse is rather flimsy. Moreover, Saiyans typically disregard familial bonds. Aside from Goku's parents, Bardock and Jine, such relationships are exceedingly rare among Saiyans, who unite primarily for procreation. Then why have you two come as well, Vegeta? Humph. It was you who claimed us as your subordinates, promising to teach us how to become Super Saiyans, while also providing for us luxuriously. At that moment, Sun Wukong recalled his earlier statement about sticking with the leader and enjoying fine food. Goodness, I had merely spoken in jest. How was I to know that someone as proud as Vegeta would take it seriously? How careless of me! Sun Wukong sensed that Vegeta seemed to be pushing back, perhaps displeased by his earlier remarks or compelled to recognize him as the leader. Perhaps a combination of both. Vegeta appeared to relish the sight of Sun Wukong's discomfort, a smirk gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. The mountain was now home to 3 additional gluttons, particularly large ones capable of collapsing the terrain under their appetites. Sun Wukong began to worry about the small fortune he had amassed from pirate treasures in his youth. He could hardly afford to sustain them. Should he seek assistance from Bulma? No, he must ensure these 3 become self-sufficient. Thus, Sun Wukong specifically contacted King Kai to craft training gravity suits for Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Every day, the 3 were to train, which essentially meant wearing the gravity suits and fishing in the ocean, strictly forbidden from using energy blasts to catch fish. They were only allowed to catch them by hand. Why not let them hunt in the mountains? Sun Wukong was genuinely concerned that the local wildlife would be depleted, making it difficult to find a dinosaur for spicy snacks in the future. This approach not only resolved their food dilemma, but also provided effective training. Sun Wukong even managed to strike a small profit by connecting with a seafood market. Vegeta, I believe Sun Wukong is merely using us to earn money. He has no intention of helping us improve our strength. Nappa grumbled, frustrated. Not only does he not treat us to find food, but why should the money from the fish we caught line Sun Wukong's pockets? It is utterly unfair. Nappa, you fool, have you not noticed your strength has increased? This weighted training method is incredibly effective. It is just unfortunate that you, a simpleton, are embarrassing our Saiyan race by not knowing how to swim. Days passed, and Vegeta found the weighted training of catching fish somewhat monotonous, though his strength had increased significantly. Reaching 3 million in battle power still seemed a distant goal. Thus, he requested Sun Wukong to elevate the training difficulty. Vegeta, since you wish to increase the difficulty, very well. Based on the training experiences of Goku and myself, I will devise a training package for you. In the morning, train while delivering milk. At noon, fish in the ocean, ensuring the weight of the fish you catch exceeds half a pound. In the afternoon, cultivate the land by hand in the back mountain. And if you still have energy in the evening, continue training in the gravity chamber. Do not rush. These are all designed to enhance your foundational skills and gradually increase your S cell count. 3 Saiyans farming. Another source of income. Keep at it, young ones. Your leader has endured similar trials. Persevere, and Super Saiyan status will soon be within your grasp. Gak could hardly believe his eyes. The fierce Saiyans, feared throughout the universe, were actually compliant in fishing and farming. He quietly captured this rare moment on camera. King Kai was also observing the situation of Vegeta and his group, finding it absurd. Sun Wukong was indeed full of cunning. How could the brutal Saiyans be so easily swayed? It was incomprehensible. Goku, with his simple-minded nature, was like a blank slate learning the spirit bomb, but how could someone with Sun Wukong's demeanor be so approachable when it came to energy? It made no sense. The past few days at Baozi Mountain had been quite lively, with not only the landlord Sun Wukong, but also Goku, Gohan, Sun Wufan, and Chi-Chi, as well as Bulma and Tights, along with Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Plus Gak and Piccolo. Nappa, with his fiery temper and brash demeanor, once again provoked Piccolo. Though tough-skinned, he received a thorough beating. It was unclear whom Piccolo had learned from, as he skillfully avoided Nappa's vital points. Controlling his strength to mete out a harsh punishment, Nappa howled for an entire day, yet he only sustained superficial injuries. Aside from 2 days of bodily pain, he bore no lasting damage or disability. Vegeta felt that Nappa had sullied the Saiyan name, having been schooled by an unknown individual, and thus proposed a duel with Piccolo. Vegeta, you are as weak as Nappa, not even a match for me. Engaging in battle with you would merely amount to enduring a beating, with no possibility of victory. Piccolo's tone was flat. Were it not for the favor owed to Son Goku, he wouldn't have bothered with these 3 newly arrived Saiyans. Provoking him would simply result in their defeat. Vegeta's pride was deeply wounded. How dare a mere nobody look down upon him? Dreadful. Although I may temporarily be no match for Goku and the others, I am certainly not someone you can underestimate. Allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my training. With that, Vegeta removed his weighted clothing and closed his eyes, feeling the surging power within him steadily rising. However, at that moment, Piccolo casually uttered the word boring and released his aura. As Vegeta was still basking in his own escalating strength, he was once again taken aback. That aura was unbelievably potent, even surpassing that of Kakarot in his Super Saiyan form. What on earth? Wasn't the Frisia Force's assessment of Earth that it was a lowly planet with little value? Aside from the freak that is Goku, he had now discovered several martial artists on Earth with power levels exceeding 10,000. And this one before him was even more absurd. Initially, he had assumed Piccolo was merely an average martial artist based on his aura, but who would have thought that when unleashed, it would be so terrifying? Dreadful! How many more powerful beings like Piccolo are hidden on this planet? Earth is indeed perilous. Warriors of Piccolo's caliber could easily dominate vast territories in the universe. The might of Earth's warriors is overwhelming. Engaging in battle is out of the question. The disparity in strength between Piccolo and himself is far too great, yet he found it difficult to utter the words of surrender. At worst, he would have to endure a beating like Nappa. Chapter 79. Training alone in the hyperbolic time chamber. While Vegeta contemplated how to withstand Piccolo's impending assault, Piccolo disdainfully turned and walked away. Such blatant contempt and condescension infuriated Vegeta, yet he felt utterly helpless. He was simply outmatched. Dreadful. I must warn Nappa, that fool, not to provoke Earthlings recklessly. Vegeta even suspected that Gohan was a hidden powerhouse, which would explain why Goku and Kakarot are so formidable. Days passed, and Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz became increasingly engrossed in their training, while Goku felt restless without the ability to train himself. With a month yet to pass, he could only content himself by watching others train. Cradling his son in his arms, Vegeta looked upon this with disdain. As one of the rare super warriors among the Saiyan race, how could he demean himself by staying at home to care for a child? Pathetic Kakarot, with your lax approach to training, I, Vegeta, shall soon transform into a Super Saiyan, surpassing your strength and becoming the mightiest Saiyan. Goku, unfazed, chuckled and replied, Big Brother says you all need several more years to transform. And Vegeta, it will take you a long time to elevate your power level to 3 million. However, I eagerly anticipate the day you become a Super Saiyan and challenge me. You must work hard. Vegeta felt belittled once more, his forehead throbbing with anger. and his spiky hair seemed to stand even straighter with rage. Goku playfully teased little Goten, causing the child to giggle delightedly. Actually, raising the power levels of U3 to 3 million isn't particularly difficult. It's just that the method may involve a bit of pain. The true challenge lies in increasing your S-cell count required for transformation. You must strive harder. Do not underestimate my little nephew. He possesses an innate advantage that you do not, making it far easier for him to become a Super Saiyan. Especially you, Raditz. As Goten's second uncle, if he transforms into a Super Saiyan before you, you will be humiliated beyond measure. What? Is the hybrid child of Kakarot and an Earthling so extraordinarily gifted? Raditz exclaimed incredulously. After all, the three of them were pure-blooded Saiyans. It made no sense for them to be outdone by a hybrid. Vegeta regarded Goku with disbelief. Keep boasting. I foolishly acknowledged you as my superior, but you will not deceive me further. Goku sighed in exasperation. When I was flattering you, you believed every word. Now that I'm speaking the truth, you question me. Vegeta, you truly are something else. Saiyans are inherently endowed with brutish traits, while Earthlings are generally more peaceful. The offspring of the two are inclined towards Earthling traits, which is beneficial for increasing S-cells. Moreover, Goten was born after I became a Super Saiyan, inheriting a vast legacy, whereas you are still on the path of building your own. The difficulty between the two scenarios is evident, of course. If you three are genuinely interested in increasing the Saiyan population, Earthlings are undoubtedly the optimal choice, which is what I hope to see. That I doubt that relying solely on Goku will ever yield enough individuals to conduct the Super Saiyan God ritual. Vegeta and the others exuded an aura of malevolence. It remained uncertain when they would develop a sense of justice. Encouraging them to procreate seemed a more reliable approach. The more Saiyans, the greater the odds of success. Thus, minimizing unforeseen circumstances, Vegeta was vehemently opposed, while Raditz appeared indifferent, but Nappa's eyes sparkled with genuine interest. He was truly intrigued. Goku first sought out Master Karen to trade for Senza beans before teleporting to the Supreme Kai's palace. Hello, Mr. Popo. I would like to see the Supreme Kai. Could you please inform him of my arrival? The Supreme Kai soon emerged from within. Son Goku, do you need something? Ah, what you say is true. I wouldn't visit if there were nothing to discuss. However, today I do have a matter at hand. I would like to borrow the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 days. I beg of you. Supreme Kai. Old Kai, you understand me well. I truly wouldn't trouble you without a good reason. After all, the Supreme Kai's palace has neither scenic views nor beautiful maidens. Only 2 aging bachelors, one of whom is an ageless extraterrestrial without a gender, and the other is Mr. Popo, whose age is even more outrageous. Having served several generations of Supreme Kais, the Supreme Kai recalled that he had never mentioned a hyperbolic time chamber to Goku and others, yet he did not inquire how Goku had learned of it. After all, if one could dream of the past and future, knowing about a place like the hyperbolic time chamber was hardly surprising. There is no issue with borrowing the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Recently, the invasion from Shrag and the impending Saiyan threat have put Earth at risk. We are grateful for your assistance in averting 2 major crises. Mr. Popo, please escort Son Goku to the hyperbolic time chamber and provide him with meals according to the time schedule. Thank you immensely. This is truly generous of you. With this arrangement, I won't be stuck eating bland meals every day, and I can save the time spent on cooking. Following Mr. Popo, Goku arrived at the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber. Where Mr. Popo began, I'm not sure how much you know about the hyperbolic time chamber, so I'll inform you of all the precautions you need to take. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, there is food, water, and resting quarters, but the air is thin. Temperature fluctuations can range between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius, so at times you may feel unbearably hot, while at other times you may feel cold. Be warned, you only have 2 days of real time. Inside, it equates to 2 years. Exceeding this time limit will cause the exit to vanish, and you'll be trapped indefinitely. As instructed by the Supreme Kai, Mr. Popo will deliver food to you on schedule. Thank you, Mr. Popo. With a grateful nod, Goku stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber. The door closed behind him, plunging him into a profound silence. Surrounded by a vast expanse of white, an empty space devoid of anything, Is this truly the esteemed training ground of the Dragon Ball world? It is indeed rather desolate here, apart from the sounds of my own footsteps and breathing. There is an absence of any other sound. The origins of the Spirit Time House remain enigmatic, even to the gods, yet Sun Wukong possesses a deeper understanding. This realm is a dimension of time. If one possesses sufficient strength, they could shatter the dimensional space and exit after 2 days without incident. However, whether this time dimension was artificially created or naturally formed and subsequently discovered by an Earth deity remains unknown to Sun Wuyuan. To fabricate such a time dimension is likely beyond the capabilities of the gods. Even the angel Weiss can only slightly interfere with time, probably lacking the ability to create it. Thus, Sun Wukong speculates that perhaps only the Omni King possesses such power. Or it might be a naturally occurring phenomenon, discovered by a previous deity who established an entrance to the Spirit Time House. Chapter 80. Transformation, Ascendancy of Life Dimension. The tenfold gravity within the Spirit Time House offers little assistance to Sun Wuyuan's training. Nor does it significantly benefit Wukong, who is accustomed to training under 300 times the gravity. If the only advantage here is a time dilation of 1 year inside, equating to 1 day outside. It hardly qualifies as a premier training venue, for within this realm, a year truly equates to experiencing a full year, thus reducing one's lifespan by a year rather than a mere day. Unless there is an urgent need to augment one's power, training here bears little distinction from training in the outside world. Nevertheless, the vastness of this space allows for vigorous practice and sharpens one's spirit and will. A weak will or lack of focus may lead to hallucinations. Conversely, since Sun Wukong and his companions engage in prolonged physical training, their spirits and wills find little opportunity for refinement, which is why their solitary training sessions within the Spirit Time House yield such significant results. However, repeated visits diminish these effects substantially. In the first month, Sun Wuyuan focused solely on foundational training to acclimate his body to the extreme temperature variations and the thin air, with no distinction between day and night. He also had to adjust his daily rhythm. By the second month, he intensified his training regimen, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion both physically and mentally nearly every day, leading to an increase in hallucinations. Time passed, and Sun Wuyuan found himself alone in this barren, monotonous world for 9 months. The sensation was even more unbearable than being confined in a small dark room for 10 years. Had he been an ordinary person, he might have long succumbed to psychological collapse. The enhancement of his strength over these 9 months was not as substantial as he had anticipated, approximately only double that of his original capacity, leaving him quite dissatisfied. Had Wukong trained for a year here, his strength would have likely multiplied tenfold. Yet, it seemed he had reached a bottleneck. No matter how hard he endeavored, his power only increased steadily without any qualitative leap. After a year, his spirit and will had significantly strengthened, and his perceptiveness had sharpened. Through countless perceptions and studies of vital energy, he unexpectedly discovered a subtle yet peculiar force within his body, an elusive and ethereal power that initially led him to believe he was merely experiencing hallucinations from overtraining. However, upon further verification, he confirmed its existence and recognized its profound connection to his ability to absorb vital energy. Frustratingly, he found himself unable to harness this nebulous power, completely unaware of its nature. 3 months later, he noted a slight increase in this power, alongside a corresponding acceleration in the rate at which he absorbed vital energy. Moreover, during periods of heightened activity of this force, the absorption rate of vital energy also quickened. One day, 18 months later, Sun Wuyuan felt as though he had transcended. The sense of restriction and encountering a bottleneck vanished, and that unknown force had intensified 3 to 4-fold. Yet, the speed at which he absorbed vital energy had increased tenfold or more, though he could not quantify the exact rate. The rapid enhancement of his power meant that the vital energy available in this dimension was gradually becoming insufficient for his needs. His gains were not limited to this. His physical constitution had also undergone substantial improvement. He could now endure the strain of 5 times the King Kai's fist, and with sheer effort, could utilize 7 times the King Kai's fist for 1.5 minutes, significantly extending his combat duration with the aid of senzu beans. After 2 additional months of training, he could no longer bear to remain in the Spirit Time House. Although the time dilation still conferred an advantage, its contribution to his power enhancement had diminished considerably. Furthermore, the isolation of this otherworldly dimension, cut off from the outside world, hindered the influx of vital energy needed for training. The vital energy generated here was insufficient, thereby limiting his capacity for growth. Most importantly, despite having been a recluse in his past life, he could no longer withstand the solitude and loneliness of being alone in the Spirit Time House. He felt an urgent need to leave, even if the sky were to fall. Thus, without waiting to complete 2 years of training, Sun Wukong exited the Spirit Time House without looking back. After 20 months of training within the Spirit Time House, Sun Wukong found himself perceiving even the deity's green, aged visage as surprisingly amiable, while the dark countenance of Bobo felt oddly familiar. It was truly a bizarre experience, and Sun Wukong was startled by this sentiment. Perhaps due to his inherent social nature, having gone so long without human interaction. Although Bobo delivered food daily, it was merely left at the entrance, and Sun Wuyuan had no idea when it was placed there. I cannot believe you managed to stay alone in the Spirit Time House for so long, the deity remarked, astonished. Wait, how is it that your life dimension level has increased? The deity suddenly appeared perplexed, exclaiming, That's impossible. Life dimension level. What is that? Sun Wukong inquired, confused yet intrigued by the notion. The deity pondered for a moment before explaining. It's akin to the classification of spatial dimensions. It delineates the hierarchy of life forms within the universe. Take Wukong, for instance. Although his strength has continuously grown, he remains within the realm of mortals. Despite his formidable power, his life dimension level has not changed, and he is still merely a powerful mortal. If we categorize the life dimension level of mortals as level 1, then King Kai, who resides at the Kaelin Tower, will be classified as level 2, I would be level 3, the King of Hell as level 4, and Lord of the North as an even higher level. You currently rank at a level comparable to Kaelin. Aside from you, I have yet to encounter anyone who can elevate their life dimension level without inheriting a divine title. Upon hearing this, Sun Wuyuan's mind became entirely focused on the concept of life dimension level, as the deity indicated that he was now on the path to divinity. Unlike other deities, who typically attain higher life dimension levels through divine titles, he had achieved this through his own cultivation. It is difficult to ascertain which method is superior. Each has its own merits. Gaining power through self-cultivation likely presents greater challenges, yet the advantage lies in having control over one's destiny without the obligations tied to a divine position. Conversely, inheriting a divine title offers a more secure and straightforward path, complete with guidance and tests, requiring only adherence to the established trials. Nevertheless, while the difficulty may be greater, he found himself preferring the route to divinity through self-cultivation, as the alternative seemed to be merely serving the Omni-King, with the risk of being crushed if one superior felt even slightly dissatisfied on Earth. Less than 2 days had elapsed, and others had not undergone significant changes. Yet he had genuinely spent 20 months alone. After a brief visit to Baozi Mountain to see his grandfather, Wukong, Chi-Chi, and Xiaowu, he made his way to Bulma's home. Having accumulated 20 months of pent-up energy, he was eager to share his feelings with the beloved Bulma, preparing for an epic encounter that would surely be unforgettable. Chapter 81. Explanation. Meeting your expectations in a small grove in the wilderness. A versatile capsule house had been swaying intermittently for 10 days. Inside, Sun Wukong sat in a lotus position on the soft sofa, seemingly a Zen master, while a girl with blue hair rested her head on his lap, napping. Before long, Bulma opened her eyes, and Sun Wukong felt a throbbing headache. What a calamity! I've depleted a significant number of senza beans that I've saved for years. I now possess only 2 canisters left. Each canister contains hundreds of senza beans, totaling around 1,000, which is hardly sufficient. He could no longer afford to squander senza beans on Bulma. At the very least, he needed to strictly control their consumption until he could cultivate more on King Kai's planet. He wondered how many senza beans he could wish for from the dragon on Namek. Are we not continuing? Bulma asked. We are all adults now. We must learn to control our desires. Indulgence can lead to disaster. Sun Wukong's earnest counsel seemed to resonate deeply, as the enchantress appeared to grow increasingly alluring and sophisticated after her development. with an array of ever-changing charms that left him feeling somewhat inferior. This is not my fault. It has only been 2 days, yet when you seem to have grown significantly more handsome, and it is you who brought me to this little grove. Bulma's tone carried a hint of provocation. As long as you, Bulma, refrain from consuming the sins of beings, I shall accompany you in whatever you desire. The abundant energy from training on Earth was vastly superior to the scant supply found in the hyperbolic time chamber. Not only was the energy on Earth plentiful, but he could also draw from the energies of other planets throughout the universe. The life force within living beings was far richer than that contained in inanimate objects such as air, mountains, earth, and oceans. Sun Wukong had only attempted to absorb the energy from plants, and had never experimented with animals or humans. He could not forcibly extract energy from living beings against their will. Given the vastness of the universe and the abundance of energy available, he had no need to borrow energy from humanity. Just as he completed his training, he was greeted by Goku's enthusiastic arrival. "Big brother, it's Goku's full moon. Chi-Chi has also permitted me to train." "Where is that training location you mentioned?" "The Heavenly Temple." "No way. We've already trained at the Heavenly Temple." Sun Wuyuan explained, "There is a hyperbolic time chamber atop the Heavenly Temple, where a year spent training equates to merely a day passing on Earth, which would greatly benefit your training. That I assume you already have a plan for the specific training methods for Super Saiyan." "Right, Goku?" Goku scratched his head with a grin, failing to respond directly, and instead asked, "Is there really a transformation beyond Super Saiyan?" "Indeed, your current transformation can be referred to as Super Saiyan 1, possessing 50 times your normal strength. If you can push the power of Super Saiyan to its limit, what I call the full power of Super Saiyan 1, you can then begin to attempt the breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2, which grants you a 100-fold increase in normal strength. Oh, there really is a Super Saiyan 2. 100 times the normal strength sounds incredible. "Big brother, I'm off to train." With that, Goku eagerly instant transmitted to the Heavenly Temple. "Why the rush? There's no one competing with you for the hyperbolic time chamber right now. Vegeta, you must have heard what I just told Goku." As soon as he spoke, Vegeta emerged from behind a large tree. "Is what you just said true? There really is a transformation known as Super Saiyan 2? Would I jest with you? After all, I am your leader. If your powers were too weak, I would feel embarrassed to mention that you 3 Saiyans are allied with me." Sun Wukong. Upon hearing Sun Wukong refer to himself as their leader yet again, Vegeta's anger flared as he thought to himself, if it weren't for the vast disparity in strength, he would have loved to pummel Sun Wukong into the ground. "However, I must admit that your Saiyan lineage possesses remarkable potential. Let me tell you, there are transformations such as Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4, truly monstrous. If only I had Saiyan blood myself, I could have already subdued a certain purple feline." Sun Wukong reveled in the thrill of boasting before the proud prince. "Humph, Sun Wukong, you are too full of yourself. Once I surpass you, you will have no choice but to call me Big Boss." Vegeta could no longer contain himself and shouted out in frustration. Sun Wukong stroked his chin and replied with utmost seriousness, "Well, that means you must double your efforts in a couple of days. When Goku emerges from the hyperbolic time chamber, I suspect he will not be far from transforming into Super Saiyan 2. But I won't discourage you. In fact, I possess a method to rapidly enhance the strength of the 3 of you, though the process may be somewhat painful, and most cannot endure it." After a brief pause, he noticed Vegeta standing silently with his arms crossed, truly hopeless, and why pause was an invitation for you to inquire. "But my generous heart won't hold it against you. As long as your power level reaches 3 million, each time you are near death and recover, your strength will significantly increase, so you must take advantage of this opportunity." "Vegeta, you must have noticed it too." He had previously nearly pummeled Vegeta to death, and after healing him with the sins of being, Vegeta's strength had increased significantly. Sun Wuyuan was certain that Vegeta was aware of this fact. Vegeta nodded in agreement and spoke. "Indeed, the Saiyan recovery from near death can enhance strength, but the likelihood of dying outright is much greater. Recovering from near death is no easy feat unless one has that miraculous medicine you gave me before. That would be the Senza bean, a treasure of utmost rarity. However, as your leader, I will generously offer each of you 2 beans today." Sun Wukong displayed an expression of great reluctance as he meticulously retrieved 6 senzu beans to distribute among Vegeta and the others. Raditz promptly expressed his gratitude, while Vegeta and Nappa accepted the beans without uttering a word, highlighting the stark contrast in their attitudes. It seemed there was an opportunity to provide Raditz with additional senzu beans. Although he lacked talent, his attitude was commendable, and perhaps he could meet the criteria for transformation due to the quantity of S cells within him. Such a precious resource as the senzu bean needed to be conserved. He had even limited the quantity Bulma could use, and the 3 outsiders would undoubtedly face stricter limitations. Once they received the senzu beans, Vegeta immediately instructed Raditz and Nappa to attack him. But the two hesitated. Vegeta disdainfully remarked, "Nappa, Raditz, you two are utterly pathetic, incapable of even this." At this moment, Sun Wuyuan suggested, "Vegeta, you might consider seeking out Piccolo. I believe he would be more than willing to assist you with this." The trio approached Piccolo, who readily agreed, having found these 3 arrogant Saiyans displeasing for quite some time. In a calm tone, Piccolo stated, "In all my years, this is the first time I've heard such a request. I shall fulfill your demands." Chapter 82. The Tragic Trio. Dr. Mew, deeply ingrained in the teachings of Garlic J, are in the forest. Birds took flight in a panic, and beasts fled in terror, creating a space for Piccolo and the others. Soon, a series of muffled, anguished cries echoed, followed by 2 more in succession. The sounds grew progressively more mournful and sorrowful, reverberating through the woods. Piccolo split into 3, ensuring each of Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz received a portion of his attention. First, he extended his arms to firmly ensnare the upper bodies of the 3 Saiyans, then began to deliver smacks to their behinds, as if he were a father chastising his children. From a nearby hill, Sun Wukong, leisurely sipping tea upon a small stool, found himself choking on his drink as he witnessed the unfolding scene. When did Piccolo acquire such a demeaning technique? While the damage was minimal, the humiliation was profound. One could only wonder if the proud Saiyans would be left with any psychological scars, particularly Vegeta, who must be regretting his decision to allow Piccolo to take action against them. Subsequently, Piccolo, employing the same method he had used against Nappa, inflicted severe pain upon the trio without causing any lasting injury. After 6 hours of torment, he finally decided they had endured enough, delivering a final blow that pierced their hearts and caused their life energy to wane rapidly. Sun Wukong sighed, pondering how Piccolo could treat Vegeta as if he were a child in need of spanking. Did he not understand the severe blow this would deal to the pride of Prince Vegeta? Such a devious tactic must have been learned from his father, King Piccolo, truly a challenging spirit. Sun Wuyuan chose to conveniently forget the time he had instructed Piccolo on how to utilize his most powerful techniques during their confrontation on Ice Planet. After tidying up his small stool, he quietly returned to entertain his young nephew. Piccolo, feeling invigorated, took to the skies, spinning in circles, leaving the 3 Saiyans gasping for breath behind him. Upon consuming the senzu beans, the trio, aside from their tattered clothing, had fully recovered, though whether they would harbor any psychological scars remained solely in their own awareness. That despicable Piccolo! He has insulted us! I will confront him, Nappa! The hot-headed Saiyan was quick to anger. Disregarding the severity of his recent thrashing, Vegeta and Raditz silently observed Nappa, and sensing the shift in atmosphere, Nappa quickly fell silent, allowing his intellect to regain dominance and refraining from further mention of confronting Piccolo. Piccolo was far too powerful for them to contend with at present. They would need to wait until they could transform into Super Saiyans before even considering retribution. It was at this moment that Vegeta finally spoke. Nappa, can't you think before you act? What do you intend to use to fight against Piccolo? What will you use? Nappa, rubbing his bald head with his left hand while clenching his right fist, nearly blurted out that he would use his fists, but upon meeting Vegeta's menacing gaze, he swallowed the words back down. Humph, you are utterly foolish. Though you remember what Sun Wukong told us, the Saiyans possess unparalleled potential, so remarkable that even they themselves are envious. Moreover, we have now discovered a method to grow stronger, and it is only a matter of time before we surpass that fellow Piccolo. When that time comes, wouldn't it be far more satisfying to exact a tenfold or even 100-fold revenge. After hearing Vegeta's words, Naba repeatedly apologized and declared that once his power exceeded Piccolo's, he would hang him up, strip him of his pants, and whip him with a small leather strap, allowing Piccolo to experience the utmost humiliation. Little did he know that Piccolo had not strayed too far, recalling that he had not fed the sins of beans to Vegeta and the others. He quietly returned to check on the situation, hoping to prevent any unforeseen deaths. To his surprise, before he could approach, he overheard Naba loudly discussing how he planned to deal with him. Indeed, his disdain for them was not unfounded. Vegeta and his companions truly deserved a beating. Hanging him up, was it? Stripping him of his pants, was it? And whipping his backside with a small leather strap, was it? Such a splendid idea. How could I, Piccolo, possibly disappoint you? With that thought, he swiftly appeared before Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. That Naba's suggestion is quite commendable. I shall gladly assist you further. No need to thank me. By the heavens. When did Piccolo return? Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz were all taken aback, a growing sense of unease enveloping them. Subsequently, Piccolo not only adhered to the original plan with Vegeta and the others, but also incorporated Naba's brilliant idea. At that moment, Sun Wukong, who was amusing himself with little Wufan, suddenly sensed the energy of Piccolo and the others converging once more, finding it rather peculiar. Were Vegeta and his companions truly striving so fiercely to enhance their power? This realization filled Sun Wuyuan with great embarrassment. The Saiyans' innate potential was extraordinary, and their relentless training suggested that it wouldn't be long before his own era faded into obscurity. He promptly returned to his previous spot, arranging peanuts, seeds, sweets, popcorn, and other snacks before sitting down on a small stool to observe the arduous training of the four below. These three were indeed quite impatient, living up to their lineage as Goku's kin, disregarding everything for the sake of training. Piccolo was becoming increasingly adept at playing his role. He had even procured a small leather whip. However, swinging it at three burly men in the nude was rather a sight for sore eyes. Perhaps it would be more enjoyable to return to amusing little Wufan. With that thought, Sun Wukong vanished in an instant, leaving behind the exuberant Piccolo and the others. The Supreme Kai in the heavenly realm also took note of Piccolo's antics, pondering whether his mischievous nature was resurfacing. That it was truly shameful. Such behavior was unbecoming of a martial artist. Raditz felt extreme frustration. Having said nothing, he found himself entangled in their misfortunes. Naba was indeed a foolish oaf, utterly incapable of orchestrating anything from behind the scenes. The once robust and brutal Saiyan race seemed to be deteriorating, reduced to being humiliated by a Namekian in such a disgraceful manner. It appeared that he need not expend excessive attention on them, for the only obstacle in his quest to dominate the universe and restore the glory of the Z-Fighters was Sun Wuyuan. Then there was Dr. Mew, who, having acquired all the research data from Dr. Gero, had come to deeply understand the importance of discretion and self-concealment. Even though he possessed formidable technological prowess, his own strength remained woefully inadequate. Should a powerhouse like Sun Wuyuan draw near, his demise would be inevitable. Consequently, he emulated Dr. Gero and manufactured nanobots that were 100 times smaller than mechanical flying insects for the purpose of gathering intelligence and collecting cells. Unlike Dr. Gero, who had been resource-starved, he produced countless nanobots and deployed them across all discovered life-bearing planets. Not only Earth, but also Namek, Planet Vampa, Ice Planet, and even the Galactic Patrol headquarters, where he discreetly released his nanobots. Chapter 83. Dr. Mew and Dr. Reiki, not only Earth, but also Namek, Planet Vampa, Ice Planet, and even the Galactic Patrol headquarters had been quietly infiltrated by his nanobots. The nanobots created by Dr. Mew were so minuscule that, aside from him, no one was aware of their existence. Due to this initiative, he uncovered numerous secrets previously unknown, including the Dragon Balls capable of granting wishes on Earth and Namek, the mechanical planet of Bigelow, and even a location sealing a powerful life form. Moreover, his nanobots collected the cells of Sun Wuyuan and the trio of Frisia, Cooler, and King Cold during the fierce battles on Earth, Namek, and Ice Planet. Initially, he had no chance to gather Sun Wuyuan's cells. However, unexpectedly, during an internal conflict between Piccolo and Sun Wukong, the latter was suddenly struck and sent flying, resulting in very minor abrasions to his skin, thus granting the nanobots the opportunity to collect his cells. That Dr. Mew utilized Dr. Gero's cell fusion technology to combine the various cells of cosmic powerhouses he had collected in the beginning. The cell fusions proceeded smoothly. However, as the number of fused cells increased, the time required for the process lengthened. Though he did not mind the additional time, he was particularly vexed by the fact that the two types of cells he most desired to fuse remained stubbornly separate. One was the cell from the Tree of Might, which, being a plant cell, was naturally difficult to fuse. The other was the cell of Sun Wukong, which had consistently exhibited a clear distinction from other cells, showing no signs of fusion whatsoever. He had attempted forced fusion, but even when successful, the cells would rapidly separate again. Unable to find a solution, he concluded that Sun Wuyuan cells were simply too dominant to merge with others, perhaps explaining their tremendous strength. Even the cells of the Saiyans and the Frost Demons could not be subdued, yet the more challenging the fusion proved, the more he yearned to merge the cells of the Tree of Might and Sun Wuyuan. Thus, the ultimate android, Cell, would possess the power to sweep away all formidable foes and dominate the entire universe. The eradication of the Saiyans would merely be a secondary benefit. There were countless areas needing refinement. And perhaps I require a companion to expedite the research process. That Dr. Mew mused to himself while standing before a supercomputer. He was not the sole survivor of the Z-Fighters. Another, Dr. Reiki, had also mastered the pinnacle of technology developed by the Z-Fighters. However, he and Dr. Reiki had parted ways due to differing philosophies, each pursuing their own methods to create powerful instruments of vengeance that he had previously been focused on perfecting the super warrior baby, tirelessly collecting warrior's energy across the universe to transmit to baby. Yet, after obtaining Dr. Gero's research findings, new ideas began to take shape, shifting his focus from baby to the ultimate android. He intended to perfect baby after the ultimate android was completed, ultimately merging baby with Cell. However, he had yet to decide whether to allow baby to inhabit Cell's body or vice versa, that if Cell were to be created, his potential would undoubtedly surpass that of baby. Yet baby possessed unique merits, capable of absorbing a warrior's energy and controlling a vast number of individuals through his eggs. After contemplating for some time, Dr. Mew realized he desired both. He had long discovered the planet housing Dr. Reiki's research base, yet had not established contact until now, when he could reach out to him at any moment. Dr. Reiki, it has been a while. The sudden voice startled Dr. Reiki. This was his stronghold. Who could possibly breach the surveillance to appear by his side? Dr. Reiki was of shorter stature, appearing frail compared to Dr. Mew, with thinning hair and a luxuriant beard. Soon, a high-performance robot penetrated the thick metal walls to present Dr. Reiki with a projection of Dr. Mew's figure. Reiki, it has been years. Have you forgotten me? Mew, speak. What brings you to me? Dr. Reiki, preoccupied with his plans to collect grievances, had little time for idle chatter with Dr. Mew. Reiki, I have a grand scheme I wish to invite you to join. Should we succeed, we can not only avenge the annihilation of our Z-Fighter clan by the Saiyans, but also wield immense power to dominate the universe. Dr. Mew exclaimed with great excitement. Mew, I have no interest in universal domination. I merely wish to eliminate the evil Saiyans at the earliest possible moment. Furthermore, I can accomplish this without your assistance. Dr. Reiki replied confidently. His grievance amplification device had been completed during his escape from Vegeta's planet, and over the years, he had been diligently collecting grievances. Once the grievance levels reached their peak, he could create formidable undead warriors, and at that point, annihilating the Saiyan race would be a trivial task. Dr. Meow spoke in a measured tone. The situation of the Saiyans has long been thoroughly investigated. Likey, your information is dreadfully outdated. The current state of the Saiyan race is not much better than that of our Zafor people. After exterminating our kind and seizing our planet, they renamed it Planet Vegeta. Subsequently, they submitted to the cosmic tyrant Frieza, engaging in acts of slaughter and destruction. Humph! Such wicked Saiyans deserve to be annihilated. This brutal race knows nothing but killing and is utterly devoid of intellect. You are not wrong. They possess sheer brute force, yet lack any semblance of wisdom. Frieza, along with Planet Vegeta, has obliterated the Saiyan race. The number of Saiyans still fortunate enough to survive is scant, hardly more than our dwindling Zephyr kin. This indicates that there are indeed remnants of the Saiyans. Splendid. My years of effort have not been in vain. If they were to perish entirely, we Zephyr would have nowhere to seek vengeance for our grievances. Likey, although the Saiyans have diminished in number, their strength has grown exponentially. I have discovered one among them, named Sun Wukong, who has mastered transformation abilities, and the powers of the other Saiyans are rapidly escalating. They refer to this transformation as Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? Likey inquired, perplexed. Indeed, they have also allied with the universe's mightiest warrior, Sun Wuyuan, who has even vanquished Frieza, the destroyer of the Saiyans. Upon hearing this, Dr. Likey became even more bewildered. Who is Sun Wuyuan? Sun Wuyuan was born on a low-tier planet in the remote regions of the North Galaxy. Yet he is the strongest warrior I have encountered thus far. Even if I were to complete Baby, I might not stand a chance against him. My research indicates that his power continues to grow. Dr. Meow did not belittle Sun Wuyuan to elevate his own research. Instead, he offered a candid appraisal that Baby's abilities are indeed remarkable, but Sun Wuyuan is truly formidable. Perhaps Baby may have a chance to surpass Sun Wuyuan, but he is unaware of the vast amount of energy he must collect from cosmic warriors. And currently, Baby still has unresolved flaws. It remains uncertain how many years it will take to gather sufficient energy and rectify these defects. By then, Sun Wuyuan may have become even more powerful, and the Saiyans by his side could reach unimaginable heights. Likey frowned, struggling to believe that such a powerful individual could exist in the universe. Just as Dr. Meow was aware of the grievances amplification device he was researching, he too understood the weapons the other was developing. In his view, his own research into the undead warriors would undoubtedly surpass Dr. Meow's work on Baby. Otherwise, they would not have diverged in their research paths years ago. However, he held no contempt for Dr. Meow's studies. Both being top scientists among the Zephyr, Dr. Meow's research capabilities were on par with his own. The undead warriors would likely only be marginally stronger than Baby. So if the other was taking this seriously, there must indeed be some truth to it. Meow, is that Sun Wuyuan truly as powerful as you claim? Yes, those few surviving Saiyans have set aside their pride and acknowledged Sun Wuyuan as their leader. I have devised a brand new, flawless plan. Likey, join me. I need your assistance. Dr. Meow once again extended an invitation to Dr. Likey. Dr. Likey felt a knot tightening within him. He was already convinced by the news Dr. Meow had brought, yet the thought of abandoning his years of research to assist Dr. Meow was hard to accept. Even if they were to unite, he believed he should be the primary attacker, with Dr. Meow supporting him. No. Meow, since you lack confidence in your research, you should join me in studying the undead warriors. I believe we can create the strongest warriors to sweep through the universe. Dr. Likey insisted stubbornly that Dr. Meow replied helplessly. Likey, your grievance amplification device was developed many years ago. While it is commendable, in my view, it has become outdated. There's no room for negotiation. Not at all, Likey. Your path has narrowed. Grievance is indeed a powerful energy. However, it is merely a subset of negative energy, and no matter how strong it is, it remains limited. This is one reason why, despite your years of effort, you have still been unable to gather sufficient grievances. That Dr. Meow did not belittle Dr. Likey's grievance amplification device. He merely believed that Likey's research direction was misguided from the outset. The grievance amplification device had taken years to develop, yet the collection of grievances was far from complete, and the time spent gathering grievances had already surpassed the time it took to create the device. Dr. Likey trembled at this revelation. Meow's words struck a chord that if grievances were so challenging to collect, could he instead embark on researching a negative energy amplification device? After all, grievances are a form of negative energy. With the grievance amplification device as a precedent, developing a negative energy amplification device could be a viable pursuit. Meow, thank you for enlightening me. I now sincerely invite you to join me. Together, we can undoubtedly develop a negative energy amplification device. And the undead warriors we create will truly be unmatched. Dr. Meow paused, taken aback. How had Likey, who seemed to be in perfect health, turned around to persuade him to join his research? How curious. What had he said? He had merely criticized Likey's work. urging him to abandon his grievance amplification device in favor of assisting him. Yet Likey had the audacity to adopt his suggestions. However, it was indeed possible that Likey might successfully develop a negative energy amplification device, which seemed to be a promising research direction that I can see that your plan holds great promise and is highly feasible, capable of producing formidable warriors. Nevertheless, my ongoing Ultimate Android project is superior to Dr. Meow and Dr. Likey found themselves at an impasse, each convinced of the superiority of their own research and unwilling to yield, nearly on the verge of a quarrel. Ultimately, Dr. Meow devised a compromise. The two would collaborate, without distinguishing between primary and secondary roles, as neither of their research paths would be without obstacles related to materials and technology. During this interim period, they could assist each other in their studies. Likey, ultimately, you stand to gain significantly from this partnership. Not only will I acquire a wealth of valuable information, but I will also be able to monitor the movements of Sun Wuyuan and the Saiyans at all times. Furthermore, I have control over numerous planetary resources and a vast array of high-performance robots. In terms of manpower, resources, and information, you cannot compete with me. Dr. Meow proclaimed with a hint of pride. That Dr. Likey dismissed his remarks. Questioning Meow, have you not been focused on repairing Baby and collecting the energy of cosmic warriors? When did you conceive of an ultimate android project? About a year ago, one of my mutant robots responsible for gathering materials and energy unexpectedly captured a spaceship. On board, I acquired various astonishing technologies, not limited to just android technology. I have sent a mutant robot to fetch you, and soon I plan to seize the mechanical planet of Bagaos, after 2 days of training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Sun Wukong returned to Baozi Mountain, no longer needing to maintain his Super Saiyan transformation in a state of fury, yet he was devoid of the surrounding lightning aura. Wukong, it seems your training in the time chamber has yielded significant results. With just a little more effort, you could break through to Super Saiyan 2. Impressive, my little brother. Wukong, unleash your full power and show me your true strength. Piccolo, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz approached, eager to witness the extent of Sun Wukong's power at that moment. A vast aura surged forth in waves, causing the ground beneath Sun Wukong to crack like a sprawling spider's web. The immense energy sent Vegeta and the others flying, while Piccolo struggled to maintain his stance, his white cape billowing in the wind. Sun Wukong watched Wukong with an air of indifference, quite powerful. If we were to assess strength based on fighting power, I would estimate it to be in the tens of billions. Without the Kaioken, I would be unable to contend with this little brother I've watched grow up. However, if I employ the Kaioken, I am confident I could easily overpower Wukong. A mere twofold Kaioken should match his strength. Therefore, to best Wukong, I would only need to use a threefold Kaioken, and let us not forget that since emerging from the time chamber, I can utilize a fivefold Kaioken, and in moments of desperation, I can briefly employ a sevenfold Kaioken. Engaging my brother in battle would be a mere formality. Chapter 85. The Duel. One move to determine the victor. Moreover, Wukong would likely remain locked in the full power of Super Saiyan 1 for considerable duration. While he could continue to grow stronger, aside from the moments spent in affectionate companionship with Bulma, he dedicates nearly every day to gathering energy, ceasing only when he reaches the threshold of his body's capacity to contain it. Following this, he allows his body to assimilate and transform the energy into his own essence, subtly enhancing his physical constitution in the process. The act of energy accumulation, the limits of energy containment, and the absorption and transformation of this energy are intricately linked to his inherent strength, the robustness of his physique, and the enigmatic powers that lie dormant within him. His training within the hyperbolic time chamber has significantly augmented his strength, accelerating the rate at which he gathers energy. The metamorphosis of his physique has greatly increased his capacity for energy absorption, to the extent that a single session of energy gathering suffices for his body to assimilate enough energy for an entire day. Even if his absorption rate exceeds that which he experienced prior to entering the chamber by more than tenfold. At this pace of training, he estimates that in just 6 months, he will possess the full power of a Super Saiyan. And by employing a double Kyokin, he will attain the prowess of a newly ascended Super Saiyan 2. However, to be candid, having a brother like Goku places increasing pressure upon him. He fears that one day he might inadvertently be surpassed or left far behind. He increasingly resonates with the adage, strike your brother early, or one day you may find yourself unable to defeat him. While amusing his pet gorilla, Baburus, the North KO suddenly sensed an immense power emanating from Earth. The aura felt oddly familiar, yet he could not recall which individual possessed such formidable strength. As the two antennae atop his head twitched, he beheld the source of the erupting power, Son Goku. What is the meaning of this? It has been less than 2 months since my last examination of Earth's situation. How could Goku's strength have surged so dramatically? Other warriors on Earth also sense Goku's overwhelming aura. Tien Shinhan, training beneath a waterfall, abruptly halted his ascent into the air, causing torrents of water to cascade down as he interrupted their flow. This seems to be Goku's energy. How could his power have grown so formidable, and why does his rate of increase show no signs of abating? Does he truly have no limits? Tien pondered. Feeling somewhat desensitized after being astonished by both Son Goku and Son Gohan on numerous occasions that on came house, Krillin gazed vacantly and remarked, since I have known them, I have gradually become accustomed to their rate of power increase. Yet this colossal aura remains difficult to face with equanimity, of course. Yamcha also felt this energy, but it seemed he had begun to slacken in his martial training, becoming increasingly complacent in his pursuit of improvement. It remains uncertain how much of Master Roshi's martial philosophy he has truly absorbed. However, it is evident that he has not merely learned the tenets, but has transcended them, becoming a prodigy in his own right. Ever since Son Gohan proposed that he represent Earth's martial artists as a guardian hero, he has been subjected to the scrutiny of a throng of reporters.